Yes, happy new day, happy new day, happy new day. Ah, you're in tune to the sounds. No, I'm joking. Yo, welcome to the big Sunday service. You know how we do with your Reverend Olushon, aka Pastor Omonaija. You get me? Just in case you didn't know. But let's go. Big up everybody who's already signed in. Alright? Grab a seat, grab a seat, grab a seat, grab a seat, good deep. Light number one. Get me. Randy Bennett, light number three. Get me. African Goddess. Light number four. Big up yourself. Come on. 7 a.m. Man. Yeah, you can watch it on playback. We got man like Mezzo. Jeez. My brother. Come on. Let me throw out that link. They can jump on early and come chill out in the church. Yeah? Pastor Mezzo. Salam alaikum. Come on. Alright, listen out. Or Imam, should I say Imam? Mufti. Mufti Mezzo. You get me? Big up JD up in the building. Light number 6. Come on, my brother. Always. Alright. Where would I be? Come on. Jeez. We was up late last night, man. Still feeling like a little bit groggy, but I'm ready. Come on. We go again. Jeez. Not a mercy. Hey. Think about where would I be without you? Come on. Big up the choir. You done know. You know what I'm saying? Jeez. The organist and all that. Big up RE, light number 7. Jeez. Hopefully you were having a rest. Do you get me? I see you've been slaying out here. You get me? Bright and early. Well, early for me. I woke up one eye. I saw Ari was streaming, but it wasn't streaming. I was sleeping. I was like, okay. What we gonna do? I rewind it all the way back to the beginning to see, like, yo, oh shit. She never said nothing from Day Square. It's like, man, 3 hours. Gets like that sometimes. Hey, where would I be without y'all? Hey, maybe far away. Hey, on an aeroplane. Not mean I'll be weighing in your brain. Yeah, what the words can't explain. Yeah, might be religion today, tomorrow might be a story of pain and sorrow. You know what I mean? Yeah, I ain't really in the morrow or the morning. Yeah, cause I ain't really mourning. So I say, happy new day, what is wanted? Hey, I keep it stalling. Yeah, you hear my name calling. Yeah, when I come, the thunder starts falling. Like the thunder, what you under? Know what I mean? Old school like James Fonda. This is what I do when I'm smoking on the ganja. Yeah, it's the urban up the church. This is what I do. Yeah, never, hey, bringing in the earth. Know what I mean? Yeah, things could be worse. Yeah, I could put your name in the verse. This is what I do. Yeah, nah, it's not a curse, it's religion. Know what I mean? From earth to solar system. This is what I do. Yeah, I deal with on Sundays the ism and schism. That's right, when we're riding on the rhythm. Hey, what's the mission? My style is military. Never catch sniper as a missionary. I'm Niger like a Larry. Hey, come on. Roll up. Hit the like button on your way in. Done know the thing. Jeez. If you ain't subscribed, you better subscribe. What is free watching? No love, man. Show some love, man. subscribe, man. It's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt you. Jeez, come on. Without you, hey, come on. Live without, where would I? BBB, like a bumblebee. Yeah, these jokes wanna crumble me. No, I never fumble B. I keep it moving, yeah, improving. This is what I do, spit bars, I'm never losing. Yeah, I ask them what's the conclusion. Know what I mean, yeah, it's pure confusion. But let's get it straight. Know what I mean, yo, I ain't mean. Yeah, I'm on the Sarata Mustaqim. I told you, yeah, on the straight and narrow path. Don't laugh, know what I mean, yeah, I roll without a mask. This is what I do, yeah, I just ask the Most High for a task. And this is what I do, yeah, not too fast or not too slow. Now, so you can catch my flow. This how I go, know what I mean? Early morning on a Sunday show. Hey, wild blow. Yeah, I just looked at the clock. It might be 1 o'clock. Yeah, to the tick to the top. But when it comes to this knowledge, it never stops. Know what I mean? They call me Snipe, cream of the crop. Yo, Reverend Olushon. Hey, what's the solution? Hey, there will be revolution before it's televised. Never tell no lies. It might be audio. When I'm on the microphone, yeah, I spit the rhymes, you know. Hey, I do it many times, you know. I can do it for nothing. What's this discussion? Know what I mean? Yeah, some of y'all out here saying nothing. Yo, have your own opinion. Jump on the panel, the channel. Know what I mean? Yeah, hey. And make sure what you bring your flannel. Hey, cause it's gonna get sticky in here. Know what I mean? Yeah, because I'm smooth like veneer. This is what they call me, Mr. Reverend Top Fear. Yeah, old school like Top Gear. Hey, spit bars with no fear. Yeah, this is the church, come in here. Take a peer or take a pew. Depends on your point of view. This is what I do. Hey, big up everybody up in the place. Come on. Had to get the juices flowing, man. Reverend style. Don't know, church things. Big up that track, man. That's my go-to track now, man. When it comes to this stuff. Right. Let's get this choir mistress up in there. Miss Shavelli Felly and the sun. Let's go.
On the beat. Hey you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you'll never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I know you want to see if you could be my one and only fantasy. Nah, I don't want you to be. So don't force yourself. I don't need no help. Whatever I say, I mean to take that. Just don't make a scene. I know you think for me. It's all about you. And what you want made me think from she to see if that's what she wants to. Selfishness is a crowd, boo. Take your L and move on, boo. Negatives ain't my strength, boo. Hold on to your pride. Hey, you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you'll never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you'll never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I never will go, no. See, I never will go, no. I never will go, I never will go, no. I never will go. I never will go, no. I never will go. I never will go. Try take away yourself, cause me no inna that. Want come feed the boss, can't understand that. Me no know where you come from or where you want chat. Come out, me women, I no time for that. You're too forward. Nah, no manners, me know say your mother is your better too sour. If it was the right attitude, me woulda answered, can give a chance. You woulda mash up my empire, me have too much things for do, you just tired. Don't inquire, me no day in and no liar. Say you want link up as body, we have time for this scandal. Call me money, the palm my mind is essential. Hey you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go on. I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go, but you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go on. I never will go on. See, I never will go on. I never will go. I never will go.
We got man like John BB.
I never will go.
We got man like Uncle Baba.
I never will go.
Man like Mr. Lee.
I never will go.
We got True Lies up in the building. Come on. Hey. Come on. So we go on in my church. Chase. Hey. I mean, take a seat. Hey.
I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. Can't say no that I never gave it everything you played me. See, then expected me to stay. I don't know why. I found my I've been trying those tears. My world's alive. So I turn up, got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-prep. So I turn up, I got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-prep. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too, yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. Mine is sit back. You got too confident, found out your game's whack. Let me stay back. Losing control of the lies, you started to believe in the lies that you told. Forgetting them all, creating new scenarios. Twisting the brain, forgetting your name to go out for me to understand that's the aim. Breakdown, denial. I'm fighting through every breath of the title. You never deserve this. I'm in the earth. My mother said, "Chest move away, don't you? I do not see in this worth. It ain't even been cut yet. You lost out on the truest beauty, and that I can bear. Never having to be lost. But shut up, you can check. Nigga wanna play, then that can easily be said. Nigga, make a move. He has to go get that bag. I won't ever play the game again unless I'm on the deck. So I turn up, got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-prep. So I turn up, I got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-prep. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too long. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. I've been holding on to. Holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on to, holding on to, I've been holding on to, holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on you, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on you, I've been holding on to, yeah.
Big up Stockzilla in the building. Come on, my brother.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm sick of this life. These humble beginnings that come with the strife. My one only goal is to fight and get by, but sometimes life is fucked and it questions my mind. Fully one would know the pain that's inside is captivated by depression. My mind for time, keep your faith, I'll always survive. It's just sometimes I know have to cry, it's just annoying fighting battles all day and creating a play. Then it goes wrong, telling itself to stay strong, knowing all too well you just taking it out. My mind is so good, I'm tired of the lies and the stories I have gone. I'm tired of the fight, keep fighting, taking lumps and bruises, then carrying on. What am I doing this for? Don't understand the hand that I've been dealt anymore, and I'm just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. Mine's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, I'm just like, nah. Yeah, cut.
Come on. Cheese. We done now. We got my niece. So the thing said. Voice of an Angel. Done now. And Unrequited out now. Come get it on all platforms. Come on. Cheese. Up tempo. Chucking in the church. Come on.
I be telling the people them every day I do this, that I just might be grown if I'ma pay my taxes. Fair enough, I'ma do just what I came to finish. Trying to smoke all the problems away. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish. Walking into new places every day. I say this, bottles on top of bottles, I'm okay. I don't drink high enough for my own energy. It's true, but living the life that I have made. That's coolish, standing the toes on the beach. That's nice-ish. Sunglasses and shades all up on my face, cause it's bright. Block all of the stupidity away. That's my ish. That's my ish. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, it's soonish I do this. Every time I put my mind to something, I achieve it. It's been a long time since I dropped something foolish. I'm sorry to the people that's been waiting, but you like this is a representation of more. In the purest, getting most of the darkness out like that shines cruise ship. Always rocky, but it's soothing like a smooth skin pressed against yours like spoonish, fully nude-ish. Make you wondering why you got involved in the first place. You don't wanna know where I'ma go, cause it's 30 footsteps that haven't made so I can see my way. It's murky, but I'm gonna be the one to work it out in my own way. I don't stay, they say I park here, so don't expect the signs to be changed in the first place. This is my territory, so I'ma play how I wanna, man. Cause it's my new-ish, music can never deny it, mate. Deny it, on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love, I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish. Da, 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 da. Purchase your tracks today. Send on the big tune. Running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop, then y'all sometimes if you be telling truths, you be on the look. Who you wanna tell me, set you free, cause you don't wanna spend time with me. Now you realize that you were not for me, but I can't seem to let go of that need. You be ringing my line, then I pick up and smile, asking you when you go best by. It's a waste of my time. You be telling me you're on your way, then I'm up all night waiting for you to stay. All these lies you tell is leading me astray, and I don't really wanna do it. It is just the way. Running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and y'all go who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low. Who you running to? Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and y'all go who you running to.
Big up Bonnet.
Sometimes if you be
Big up Baby. Get me. Blue Red Pill Trill. Big up yourself, brother. Come on, man.
Ups and downs is
Okay.
killing me. That's right, no, I'm not no joke. Can't be playing with no girls' emotion cards tonight. Be too cold. I'm that yelled out. We roll up on you and show you I'm no
Pull
joke.
up trust. Big up yourself. Come on.
But what happens when a nigga be there? Why would you tell me to meet up if you get no communication that day? Lay me down all the time is no option. I ain't not here to set things till you lost. I don't you ever think of coming back. My G car, your time will be up. Chilling on my own. I be sipping on my own. I be smoking on my own. I can make it on my own. Chilling on my own. I be sipping on my own. I be smoking on my own. I can make it on my running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and y'all go who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low.
You be on the
low. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop then y'all go who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling
man like Jamie one. Come on.
you be on the low. So you running through. Every time I see you, you be running through.
Hey.
Make it stop then y'all go who you running through.
Hey.
You be on the low.
Hey.
Every time I see you, you be running
true. Hey.
Make it stop and y'all go who you running sometimes you be telling you be on the low.
What? Come on, big up everybody. You know it's the Speak Sunday service. Come on.
The only thing I'm seeing I'd like to put an amend on, perhaps a little more room here for the fixins.
Come on.
You know what I'm talking about? Ooh, we're
the good business.
We're gonna have so many fucking fixins up in this motherfucker. This shit's gonna go through the roof. God damn, I'm shitting gold these days.
Come on. Still here. I know. We made it, baby. Come on.
We made it. The devil, the haters, the bloggers, the papers, the labels, they label me.
What?
But they can't relate to our struggle, my nigga. We came up from slavery.
What?
Apologies go out to all of my fans because they waited so patiently. This one is for all of the lost and forgotten black angels that pray for me. A million niggas love me cause I'm ill. What? The greatest story ever told, niggas in the field. From Solomon to Sambo to Django, it's fact. I'm the Farrakhan of rap and I get it from the wheel. The son of WD, who hung around in the deep, who ran around in the street. The trap gods raised me, face all on the Sphinx, story all on the wall of the pyramids. Niggas know the black god saved me. You can blow the nose off, that won't change it. Obamacare won't heal all that anguish. We came a long way from the bottom of the boat. All praise to the Mac, we found our language.
That's right.
Gold necklace, middle finger erected. God top is your bad, styling on the record. Lost sons of Muhammad, we wildin' in the record. The Shad, is the message.
Hey.
All these niggas, I got to fight one.
What?
All these devils, I got to strike some. All these rebels just waiting on the wall cry. Mama said, son, you got to strike drum. Rock nation, celebration, motivation, elevation. Nigga, we made it from slaves on the slave ship, live from the cotton field, straight to the spaceship.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like motherfuckers should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
Popped up a slave ship, popped up my chain and took it to Jacob. I gotta go play there. More than that bitch, like, no, we made it. I own my own masters. You know I ain't missing no royalty statements. I can't be rated. God. Damn, ho, stun on my haters. Sorry, Mr. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about shit that I really bought. While these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot. And a bunch of other silly shit that they ain't got.
Jeez, come on. After this, we're going to get to some information.
More room here for the
Jeez, welcome to the
you know
church.
what I'm talking about? Ooh,
Reverend Olushawn,
we're going to have so many
a.k.a. Pastor Omanija.
This shit's going to go through the roof, man. Ah, damn, I'm shitting gold these days.
Come on, take a seat. Come on. How long we been on YouTube, man? About 7, 8 years? Come on, man. We're still here, man. We're still here.
We made it.
We're trying to knock us down, but we keep rising up again. Come on.
The devil, the haters, the bloggers, the papers, the labels, they label me.
What?
But they can't relate to our struggle, my nigga. We came up from slavery. Apologies go out to all of my fans because they waited so patiently. This one is for all of the lost and forgotten black angels that pray for me. A million niggas love me because I'm ill. The greatest story ever told, niggas in the field. From Solomon to Sambo to Django, it's fact. I'm the Farrakhan of rap and I get it from the wheel. The son of WD, who hung around in the deep, who ran around in the street. The trap gods raised me, face all on the Sphinx, story all on the wall of the pyramids. Niggas know the black god saved me. You can blow the nose off, that won't change it. Obamacare won't heal all that anguish. We came a long way from the bottom of the boat. All praise to the Mac D. Found our language. Gold necklace, middle finger erected. God tried to Shabazz, styling on the record. Lost sons of Muhammad, we wildin' in the record. Shad to Alad, and Lahad is the message. All these niggas, I got to fight one. All these devils, I got to strike some. All these rebels just waiting on the wall cry. Mama said, son, you got to strike drum. Rock nation, celebration, motivation, elevation. Nigga, we made it from slaves on the slave ship, live from the cotton field, straight to the spaceship.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like motherfuckers should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
Hopped up a slave ship.
Come on.
Popped up my chain and took it to Jacob. I gotta go play there. More than that bitch, like nigga, we made it. I own my own masters.
Come on.
No, I ain't missing no royalty statements. I can't be rated. Damn, ho, stun on my haters. Sorry, Mr. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about shit that I really bought. While these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot. And a bunch of other silly shit that they ain't got. I'm on my loop, beat up, young go. Stunting on stage after 12 years a slave. This ace spade look like an Oscar. Black tufts look like a monster. Don't make me ride ya. Nigga, watch your tone. I come to court with black boxes on. Y'all hella jealous of my melatonin. I can black out at any given moment.
That's
I'm
right.
God. Jesus 7-letter mace. With my arms to feet shackle, I still get paid. All praise is due. I'm ready to chase a Yaku back in the cage. These are the last days, but do I sing phase? Showed up to the last supper, it's a brand new J's. I'm a true living, book a hoe. New religion ain't from the other world. Alien superstition. You blind, baby. Blind to the fact of who you are, maybe.
That's right.
My bloodline's crazy. Kings and queens and Michael Jordan rings. I go stupido. Sucio. The flow's filthy. Y'all can't kill me. I've been inoculated from the snakes in the face and your corny handshakes. Cocksucker, we made it.
Come on. Cheese. Sniper gang. Don't know. Yeah, man. We love that, man. We love that. Love that. Big up everybody up in the building. We're gonna get to some knowledge. Let's do this. Who is Melchizedek? Well, let's have a word from our sponsor. What the hell? Yeah, make nice. Hold on. You never heard that, no? Come on. Here's the Che Yaku back in the cave. Come on. Those who know. Big up Mizzo. I know my Somali, Eritrean, and what was the other place? Djibouti. And Somalis. Big up yourself, man. Hey. Boom, 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 boom. So how are we doing on this fine Sunday? There's always a Sunday. Every day is a Sunday. You know how it goes. Huh. You blind, baby. All right. Let's go.
Who dares to be like hell? With great power comes great responsibility. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I am he who had neither mother nor father, he who is without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life. I am the King of kings and the Lord of lords, the Ancient of Days, he who remains a priest forever, the head of the 24 elders who existed before. I am the one and only Melchizedek, the King of Salem, Melchizedek, the King of Righteousness, the Archangel Michael, commander of the angelic army of hosts, he who holds the power to defeat the great dragon, the warring angel, with the ability to execute the will of the Most High. I am Nebi Al-Kidir, High Priest in the Order of the Thrones, the Order of the Most High. I am the one who initiates all others to become Zadok, High Priest, after my order, the Order of Melchizedek. I have been likened to Christ, but really and truly, Christ is a High Priest after my order, and thus he should be likened unto me. My sign, my signet, is the octalpha, the eightfold endless triangle, the 47th problem of Euclid, being a geometric figure composed of lines continually reproduced to infinity by right angles, horizontals, perpendiculars, and diagonals. My sign, the signet of Melchizedek, was held by all ancient initiates into the order as the symbol of the divine omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence of the universal infinite eternal. And now, I shall speak to you about the history of the initiates into the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek on earth. In the days of the first human man, Adam, there came a set of twins, named Cain and Abel, who desired to be initiated into my order. Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. Abel was a carnivore, and Cain was a vegan. When the time came to pass for them to be initiated into my order, they presented me with their offerings. Cain prepared a vegetarian dish of the fruit and vegetables from the ground. Abel prepared a meat dish of mutton from the fattest sheep of his flock. And I respected Abel and his offering, but unto Cain and his offering I did not have respect, and he was not accepted into my order. Thus for Cain, sin lay at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire. And then there came a time, after the deluge, when I came to earth again to initiate Abraham into my priesthood. Abraham presented me with a tithe, a tenth, of all of his belongings. And by this act, Abraham was initiated as a priest into my spiritual order. Then again, I returned for the initiations of Moses and his brother Aaron. Then again, for Joshua. Then again, for Muhammad. Then again, for the Mahdi. Finally, I have returned again, in the last days, to seal up the lies and reveal all facts. Bring me all the tithes in the storehouse, that there may be meat in mine house, and prove yourself to me now, herewith. For I will open to you the windows of heaven, and pour you out blessings, for you to receive it. And after these things, thou wilt be a priest forever, after the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek.
Come on. Word from our sponsor. You get me? But come on, you know I wasn't gonna do that. That's just an opener. That's a teaser. Like, come on, man. Gotta do better than that. You know I'm gonna do better than that. We're gonna hear what everybody else's interpretation is on the subject. You know? Come on, man. We're gonna do that proper. Should I start like me? Let's start like boom.
Shalom. My name is Hadass.
I don't know about all that. Get ready.
Who was Melchizedek? All we know about Melchizedek from the Hebrew Bible is from Genesis 14, 18 through 20, which says, And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. Now he was a priest of God Most High. He blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tenth of all. This is all we know about this mysterious priest called Melchizedek from the Hebrew Scriptures. The Pulpit commentary says, King of Salem means king of peace in Hebrews 7:1. The capital of Melchizedek was either Jerusalem, of which the ancient name was Salem, as in Psalm 76:2, or a city on the other side of Jordan, which is most unlikely. Since there was no city other than Jerusalem called Salem, we know that Melchizedek was either called a king and priest of Salem because he was a king and priest of the ancient Canaanite city of Jerusalem called Salem, or he was a heavenly king and priest of the heavenly Jerusalem, which inspired scripture calls the Jerusalem above in Galatians 4:25-26, the heavenly Jerusalem. Galatians 4:25 says, Now this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia and corresponds to the present Jerusalem, for she is in slavery with her children. But the Jerusalem above is free. She is our mother. The scriptural evidence proves that Melchizedek could not have been a king and priest over the ancient Canaanite city of Jerusalem because the ancient inhabitants of Jerusalem were clearly pagan. There are 5 Bible facts about Melchizedek in Scripture. Fact 1, Melchizedek is not Jesus. Melchizedek could not be God as a pre-incarnate priest of the Most High God. Hebrews 7:1 clearly states, For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him. If Jesus is the same person as Melchizedek, how could Melchizedek be the priest of the Most High God and still be that God prior to the incarnation? Fact.
Mad. We're just warming up, man. Get your paper and pads out and all that. You know what I mean? Like, get your Bibles and, you know, your Torahs and your Tanakhs and, you get me? Get all your bits and pieces ready, man. Because, yeah, man, we're doing this today, man. Come on. Big up.
Fact 2. Melchizedek could not have been a man because he had no parents, nor did he ever die.
Okay.
Hebrews 7:2-3 says, To whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being by interpretation king of righteousness, and after that also king of Salem, which is king of peace, without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God. The Greek word for like means similar, made similar unto the Son of God, abides a priest continually. Melchizedek was made like or similar to the Son of God to abide as a priest continually.
Okay.
Could God have been made prior to the incarnation? Certainly not. Unlike Melchizedek, Jesus had a biological descent from his human mother. But Melchizedek had no father or mother, nor did he ever die, no end of life, because he was never a mortal priest.
Right.
The scripture says, having neither beginning of days nor end of life.
Still not answering the question who he is, right? You saw the first entry, and that's one perspective, right? And now you got this one, telling you that, look, we don't know where this guy came from. He's definitely not human, and he's definitely special. Yeah, but I'm telling you, the Melchizedek is Malachi Zadok. Yeah, and Malachi or Michael or Michael is the angel Michael. So this is him incarnate. You know, I don't know when they're gonna catch up, but you know, one day. But
Hebrews 7:3 clearly states that Melchizedek was made like or similar unto the Son of God. Yet the same verse says that Melchizedek had no beginning of days. Since inspired scripture,
And just like my name, Michael, yeah, the one who would be like, or the one who's similar to, or trying to be, or, you know, like El or God, or, you know, mad. It's crazy. But yeah, definitely true.
scripture could not contradict itself. We know that Melchizedek was made before the beginning of days in Genesis chapter 1.
Say
Genesis
what? Say what?
1:5 says, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
Mm-hmm.
Wherefore, since the book of Genesis indicates that the angels were created before Genesis chapter 1,
Right.
Melchizedek had to have been made like or similar to the Son of God as an angel
Ooh.
before the Genesis act of creation.
Interesting.
Fact 3.
Go on.
Melchizedek still lives in heaven because he never died.
Mm.
Hebrews 7:4 clearly says, now consider how great this man was, unto whom even the patriarch Abraham gave the tenth of the spoils. And here men that die receive tithes, but there he, Melchizedek, receives them, of whom it is witnessed that he lives.
So he basically, as I've stated many times, encountered an angel, yeah, in the form of a king, and the king of Salem and Salam, or Jerusalem, yeah, or Jerusalem, as some people would say. But yeah, and that is not a earthly place; that is a celestial place. See what I'm saying? In the heavens and that. So you know, it's mad, but true, but mad. In Islam, it's called El Qadir, the green one. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's there. Mysterious characters. Interesting.
According to the book of Hebrews, Melchizedek still lives in heaven as an angelic priest who receives tithes. The writer of Hebrews made a distinction between mortal men on earth who die and Melchizedek up in heaven who never died. Since the book of Hebrews was written during the New Covenant dispensation of grace, we know that God is receiving or recording our tithes in heaven through Melchizedek as an angelic priest of the Most High God. Fact 4. Melchizedek could not be Jesus because Jesus is called another priest.
Right.
Hebrews 7:15 clearly says, and it is yet far more evident, for that after the similitude of Melchizedek, there arises another priest.
Another.
Since Jesus is called another priest, he cannot be the same individual as Melchizedek.
Makes sense.
Fact 5. Jesus is similar to Melchizedek because both Jesus and Melchizedek were made to be kings and priests forever. Hebrews 7:2-3 says, to whom also Abraham gave a tenth of all, first being by interpretation king of righteousness, after that also king of Salem, which is king of peace, without father, without mother, without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like or similar unto the Son of God, abides a priest continually. Hebrews 7:16-17 says, who is made, the context proves that Jesus was made not after the law of a carnal commandment, but after the power of an endless life. For he testifies, you are a priest after the order of Melchizedek.
Ooh, interesting.
Jesus is a priest after.
Yeah, Jesus is a priest after the order of Melchizedek. What? And Melchizedek is the priest of the Most High. What? And he just turns out to be one of the Creator's angels anyway. Come on. That makes sense, right? There's angels doing different things. Some are messengers, some are and some are teachers, and you know, teaching human beings or prophets and things ways that they need to know to reach their full potential or something, you know? Mad, but true.
After the order of Melchizedek, an angelic order of heavenly priesthood. These 5 scriptural facts prove that Melchizedek was a heavenly high priest of the Most High God before Jesus was born to become a priest.
Right.
Fact 2, Melchizedek could not have been a mere mortal man because he had no parents, nor did he ever die.
Mm-hmm.
Fact 3, Melchizedek has always lived in heaven as a heavenly high priest who receives tithes even now. Fact 4, Melchizedek could not be the same person as Jesus Christ because Scripture calls Christ another priest. And fact 5, Melchizedek is similar to Jesus because he is a heavenly king and heavenly high priest who was created to have an enduring priesthood. Since the non-canonical Dead Sea Scrolls, dated to the 1st century, mentions Melchizedek as a heavenly high priest, it seems likely that the Hebrews would have had some idea about the identity of the person called Melchizedek.
Mm-hmm.
James R. Davila, a Hebrew scholar, wrote an interesting article about the Dead Sea Scrolls online entitled Melchizedek, Michael, and War in Heaven, in which he identified Melchizedek in the scroll entitled The Songs of the Sabbath Sacrifice as being one of the angelic beings in the heavenly temple.
Mott. Zulu, where you at? Yeah, where you at? I told you, man. I told you. But they didn't want to listen. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to listen to me. Sniper, you just that and that. I'm saying, bro, these things have been studied and researched and things, and it's like my first tool. This is what I took to Speaker's Corner, beat up Bear Man with, had them running away. You can understand why now. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a difficult subject. It's like, oh, well, I didn't really study that. Let's go. No, I'm not interested in no beef. Yeah, whether it's Islamically, Christian, or whatever. No one wants the smoke. Nobody. That's a bit strange, isn't it? It was mad. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Mainly because of things like this. You know what I mean? Then you have to accept, oh, okay, if he says he's in the order of Melchizedek, then we need to look into that. You know what I'm saying? Because that seems to be the order of the Most High. He seems to be on the correct path. You know what I'm saying? That is the more mystery to the whole thing. If he's Christ is a high priest in his order, and so is Abraham, and so is Aaron, and so is Moses, and so is and so and so and so. Yeah. What's the information? What are they talking about? What's that? What's that? That's celestial. That's a heavenly something. These angelic beings, that's a different level of information and knowledge, And then some come into a part that on human beings in the correct way, not in the negative way, like fallen angels or negative beings or what do you call it, jinns and all of that would do. Do you get what I'm saying? So intellect and being lit and illuminated and all of that. This is why all these things are mentioned. This is about knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Who's in the know and who's not in the know. They say priests, but we know that priests ain't priests. Where we from? You know what I mean? Or where our ancestors were from and what they were trying to describe. They would say Egyptian priests, but they were more than priests in the conventional sense. They did medical processes, all sorts of science and thing, and they were scientists. You know what I'm saying? And their science was the science of nature. So after the order of Melchizedek, no matter who, even Kemet, doesn't matter. No one can get away from it. Though it was actually based in Kemet. When you look into the information, crazy. So the order was based in Kemet, and the place that he ruled over physically, was above us, above our heads. Yeah, New Jerusalem is above us. It's not Jerusalem. You get what I'm saying? In the physical form, because it don't make sense. But this is Michael business. This is angel business. This is angelic. This is the Most High's business. Crazy. Oops. Let me, boom.
And I'm quoting from Mr. James R. Davila, Dr. Davila. Such, I propose, was the structure of Song 5 of the Songs of the Sabbath, Sacrifice. It describes the ordination of the angelic beings in the heavenly temple, presumably including Melchizedek. So here we find James R. Davila, a doctor and language expert who studied the Dead Sea Scrolls. He said that Melchizedek was listed in the Dead Sea Scrolls as some sort of a heavenly angelic priest.
Right.
Wherefore, the internal evidence within Scripture and from the Dead Sea Scrolls identifies Melchizedek as a leading angelic priest who appeared to Abraham in the Hebrew Bible. For more videos like this one, subscribe to our YouTube channel or visit us on the web at Apostolic Christian Faith.
That was great stuff, big man. That was great stuff. We love that. We
You
love
can make
that. We love
contact
that.
with these
Oh,
civilizations.
look,
and you
look,
do
look.
not
Look
need
what
a
they're doing.
government. Look at the evidence. It's happening
You
now.
know I like to leave these running.
It appears to have some
Pseudo.
anomalies.
The father was not Homo sapien.
8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200 years.
And a lot of evidence has been left behind that they traveled and circumnavigated the entire planet. They may have even been interplanetary.
Same.
Space-time is an energy that connects everything.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Da-da-da-da. Come on. Let's go.
Hi, and thanks for watching. Melchizedek. He's got to be one of the most fascinating of the biblical characters.
Oh, is it?
He makes a brief appearance in Genesis 14. He shows up in the highly significant Psalm 110, where he's connected to the Messiah's priesthood. And of course, he features prominently in the letter to the Hebrews, especially in chapter 7.
Okay.
There's also non-biblical writings about him, Jewish literature from the first century.
Right.
Josephus and Philo, the Dead Sea Scrolls, a document known as Second Enoch. And together, all of these provide us with quite a picture of this biblical figure from way back in Abraham's day. In fact, I was so fascinated by Melchizedek that I spent a couple of years researching him and wrote my master's thesis about Melchizedek. So what I want to do is look at the biblical evidence as well as the non-biblical evidence, especially from the Dead Sea Scrolls and Second Enoch, to help us to have a better understanding of exactly what various people were saying about Melchizedek in the first century, in order that we might then approach the letter to the Hebrews and better understand exactly what the letter to the Hebrews is telling us about Melchizedek. So sometimes you want to ask, will the real Melchizedek stand up? Because there's all sorts of identities that have been placed upon who exactly he is. Everything from Canaanite priest king, a historical figure, to what some Christians think that he's the pre-incarnate Christ, the appearance of the Son of God before his incarnation. Jewish tradition identifies him as Noah's son Shem, just known by a different name. Some Jewish literature speculates that he was an angelic redeemer or the manifestation of the Logos. Some say that he was an end-time priest, and some early Christians thought that he was, in fact, the Holy Spirit. So, as you can tell, there's all sorts of identities that have been placed upon Melchizedek. Well, why don't we start, first of all, with what the scriptures themselves tell us? The first appearance of Melchizedek in the biblical canon is in Genesis chapter 14.
Right.
Genesis 14, if you remember, is the story of when Abraham took his men and they pursued the 4 kings, which had captured his nephew Lot and a lot of other people and possessions. Abraham and his men defeated those kings, and they brought back Lot and all the people to where they had lived. The king of Sodom comes out to meet them, and then another king, the king of Salem, comes out to meet him. That's where we pick up in Genesis 14. Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." And Abram gave him a tenth of everything. Now, it seems as if every single detail of this particular text has been mined by later Jewish writers in trying to kind of identify exactly the significance of Melchizedek. Everything from his name to the name of the city where he served as a priest and a king, to his actions with Abraham, the bringing out of bread and wine, as well as Abram giving him a tithe of all the possessions. So we'll return to those as we proceed through all these other texts that tell us about Melchizedek. We want to first go, though, to the other Old Testament text, which tells us about Melchizedek and his significance. This is from Psalm 110. Psalm 110 is a highly important psalm. In fact, of all the Old Testament texts that are either quoted or alluded to in the New Testament, Psalm 110 has more than any of the others. It is the most frequently cited Old Testament text in the New Testament. You may know the first verse. The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet. But you might not be as familiar with the fourth verse. This is where Melchizedek enters the picture. It says, the Lord has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Now, not only is the anointed one of God, the Messiah, going to sit at Yahweh's right hand and put all his enemies beneath his feet as the victorious king, but he's also going to be a priest. But he's not going to be a priest like the priest of Aaron and his sons. Instead, he is going to inherit the priesthood of Melchizedek, whatever that means. Well, we're going to have to wait to find out what that means when we get to the letter to the Hebrews. But bear in mind that because this psalm put a connection, an explicit connection between Melchizedek and the Messiah, that invited a lot of later Jewish writings to engage in speculation about who he was and his significance in the biblical narrative. Now, one of these speculations about Melchizedek is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's known as 11Q Melchizedek. 11 because it was found in cave 11, Q because it's part of the Qumran manuscripts, and Melchizedek because, of course, of the subject of this particular document. It was written in Hebrew sometime within the 100-year span of about 50 BC to AD 50, and it was first made known to the world in a scholarly publication that came out in 1965. What is 11Q Melchizedek all about, and how does Melchizedek himself fit into this particular document? Well, 11Q Melchizedek divides history into Jubilee periods. This was relatively common for Jewish literature of the day. It just so happens that this document is about the 10th and the final Jubilee of world history. So this is end of the world kind of stuff. Melchizedek appears from heaven as the general of the heavenly armies. He's the visible representative of God, and he's the redeemer of the Lord's people. Not only that, but he appears on Yom Kippur, on the Day of Atonement, thus indicative of the priestly role that he is going to play in this end time scenario. And as if that was not enough, he's called El, or Elohim, God. So we've come a long way from Genesis chapter 14 when we get to 11Q Melchizedek, because all of a sudden now we no longer have a historic king and priest in the city of Salem, but now we have this heavenly angelic redeemer figure who appears at the end of time as the leader of the Lord's armies in order to redeem the sons of light, the followers of God. And he begins this victorious march on Yom Kippur, on the Day of Atonement, which of course is a highly priestly festival in Israel's calendar. So keep all of that in mind as we jump to probably the most bizarre of the Melchizedek traditions. And this is in a document known as Second Enoch. There was a lot of Enoch literature that circulated in the first centuries. It was well known to the Jews of the first century. In fact, First Enoch is quoted in the New Testament, or at least alluded to. This is Second Enoch, where Melchizedek makes his appearance. It's basically a midrash, which is a word for Jewish interpretation, often creative. A midrash on Genesis chapter 5, where Enoch makes his appearance in the biblical story. It was probably written around the first century AD, although scholars dispute its dating. But if it is for the first century AD, that locates it as a contemporaneous writing with the letter to the Hebrews. Now, it's divided by scholars into 73 chapters. The first few chapters talk about Enoch's ascent through the seven heavens, his instruction by angels. And you get to the end, and we have this wild and crazy story about the birth of a child priest named Melchizedek. So here's how the story goes. Noah has a brother whose name is Ner, and Ner is married to Sopanim. But this couple are childless. They've never been able to have any children. And all of a sudden, even though Ner and Sopanim are separated one from another and thus not having intercourse, she becomes miraculously pregnant. When Ner finds out, he confronts her, and the shock of the encounter actually kills Sopanim. She dies before she's able to give birth to her child. Noah and Ner leave her body. They come back to prepare for her burial, and sitting on the edge of her bed is a child, a son who is fully developed. He has the badge of priesthood on his chest, and he opens his mouth to bless the Lord. It's at that point that they name him Melchizedek. Later in the story, the archangel Gabriel takes Melchizedek from earth to heaven to await the flood. And then after the flood, the archangel Gabriel will bring Melchizedek back down from heaven to earth, where he will establish or reestablish the priesthood. So if 11 key Melchizedek seems strange to you, well, second Enoch is even stranger, because now we have this pre-diluvian, this pre-flood figure who doesn't seem to have a father, and he's born from a dead mother, and he's a precocious wunderkind. He's already fully developed, and he has this priestly badge on his chest, and he's already opening his mouth to bless the Lord. And he becomes the establisher of this new priesthood after the flood. Then, with all of this in mind, we jump to a couple of other Jewish writers who, even though they didn't say quite as much about Melchizedek, still expanded on the biblical narrative. And these two figures are Philo and Josephus. We've talked about Philo as well as Josephus in some of the earlier videos. Philo was a contemporary of Jesus. He was a Jewish philosopher who lived in Egypt. He left us a vast body of literature. And in 4 of his writings, he talks about Melchizedek. He describes him as a king of peace. So he's translating king of Salem as king of peace, which is the same thing that Hebrews chapter 7 does. He also calls him God's own priest. And not only that, not only is he a priest, but he is a visible representation on earth of the Logos. And all his thoughts are vast and sublime. And he hasn't inherited the priesthood from anyone. His inheritance, his priesthood is automathe, Philo says. It's self-taught. It's autodidacton. It's instinctive. So Philo goes beyond the biblical narrative to describe who Melchizedek is. But he's not alone. Josephus, who was a little bit later than Jesus, he's late 1st century, a Jewish historian who also has left us a vast body of literature. And in 2 of his writings, in Wars and Antiquities, he also talks about Melchizedek. He describes him as a Canaanite chieftain, a righteous king, that he was the original founder of the city in which he lived. And he was also, Josephus says, the first to officiate as priest, the first to build a temple. And he's the one who renamed Salem Jerusalem. So even though Philo and Josephus are a little bit more conservative in what they have to say about Melchizedek, as in comparison to 11 key Melchizedek and in comparison to second Enoch, they still take the biblical story and they expand on these details to tell us a little bit more about who they thought Melchizedek was. Let's kind of take all of this together and regroup what we've learned so far before we jump into the letter of the Hebrews. What do we know? We know that there's basically a couple of different trajectories that speculations about Melchizedek go. One is that he is a historical figure, that he's a Canaanite chieftain, a priest, a king, founder of Jerusalem, representative of the Logos, and he has this enduring priesthood that's connected to the Messianic king. But there's also a trajectory which locates him more as a heavenly figure, where he's either an angel or a divine redeemer, leader of the heavenly armies, precocious child with no father and a dead mother, the founder of a post-flood priesthood, and he's the end-time priest in the final jubilee of world history. So all of this was kind of swirling around in the environment when the letter to the Hebrews was written. These speculations about Melchizedek would have been known to Jews. They would have known the various myths and speculations and traditions about Melchizedek. So keep that in mind when we jump into the letter to the Hebrews, because this is going to be important for understanding exactly why the author of the Hebrews, seemingly out of the blue, picked Melchizedek to talk about his connection to the Messiah. Let's jump, first of all, into the most important chapter in Hebrews for understanding Melchizedek, and that is chapter 7. Here's how the chapter begins. This Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest to the Most High God, met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him. And to him, Abram apportioned a 10th part of everything. He is, first, by translation of his name, king of righteousness, and then he's also king of Salem, that is, king of peace. He is without father or mother or genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he continues a priest forever. Now we're going to return.
I don't know why they keep saying Salem is peace. Where is Salem peace in any language? It makes no sense, right? But if you say salam or you say shalom, yeah, you're on the right track. Do you get what I'm saying? So like they don't want to say salam, yeah, which means peace, because you know it has different connotations. Then it puts Islam or thing back, you know, or in the story. But it's been in the story continuously. It's just a way of being and thinking and talking, and you know how these heavenly hosts and these individuals communicate and pass on knowledge and you know traditions and stuff. So yeah, you notice that though. You notice and everything. Oh, Salem, but it means peace. You know what it means. And even the man's name, you know what it means. It's crazy.
Turn to those points in just a minute, but bear in mind that the main reason that the author of the Hebrews brings up Melchizedek is to say that the Messiah, according to Psalm 110, has a priesthood according to the order of Melchizedek and not according to the order of Aaron. He's showing that Christ has a priesthood like Melchizedek, and Melchizedek has a priesthood that is superior to that of Aaron and his sons. It predates the priesthood of Aaron, and Abraham himself, this great patriarch, paid tithes to Melchizedek and received a blessing from Melchizedek, thereby, according to the author of Hebrews, indicating that Melchizedek is superior even to Abraham. So that's the way that starts out. When we get to answering the question, who is Melchizedek, there's a couple of things to bear in mind about who he is not. First of all, in the book of Hebrews, Melchizedek is not a typical kind of comparison and then contrast figure like a lot of the other people in the book of Hebrews. So what Hebrews will do, it will compare Christ to the priest, but then show how Christ is superior to the priest. Or it will compare Christ to Moses, but show how Christ is superior to Moses. It does the same thing with Aaron. But even though the Messiah and Melchizedek are compared one to another, are joined one to another, it's never said that the Messiah is superior to Melchizedek. They're just joined one to another in the priesthood that they share. Secondly, this is not an Old Testament Christophany. Melchizedek is not a pre-incarnate appearance of Christ, because it says that he resembles the Son of God, or he's made like the Son of God, and that he continues a priest forever. But these are two separate figures. I say that because there are some Christians who believe that he is, in fact, a pre-incarnate appearance of Christ, but we don't have biblical justification for that. Instead, the two are compared one to another. They are not equated as if they were the same figure. Now, let's jump into what is by far the most unlikely of descriptions, or at least unexpected of descriptions of who Melchizedek was in the book of Hebrews. This is from those verses that I already read, where there's this string of withouts, these alpha privatives in the Greek, in which something is said to be lacking. So he's without father, without mother, without genealogy, without beginning of days, without end of life, and he's made like the Son of God. Now, what's going on here with all of this? Well, I would argue that based upon what we've learned, based upon everything that we've heard from the Dead Sea Scrolls and from Second Enoch and the speculations in both Philo and Hebrews, that what's going on here is that the author of Hebrews is simply reflecting various traditions and speculations about the person of Melchizedek. He is saying nothing that his audience would not already have been familiar with. They were part of the ethos of this day. They were immersed in this Jewish culture in which these various traditions about biblical figures circulated around. So what the author of Hebrews was telling them was not going to be radically new. They were familiar with what was being said about Melchizedek in their time. So the author to the Hebrews, is building upon this speculation, building upon all of these various traditions about Melchizedek in order to further his argumentation about the superiority of the priesthood of Christ. So what is happening? The author of Hebrews is echoing the views of others in his culture regarding Melchizedek without necessarily espousing those views as true. He's simply saying, you've heard about this Melchizedek. You've heard what people are saying about him, that he's without father and without mother, without genealogy, without beginning of days or end of life. You know these traditions about these Jewish traditions about Melchizedek. And in that way, he is like the Son of God. Well, this is not something that only happens here in the New Testament. Paul does something similar to this when he cites in 2 Timothy 3, verse 8, he cites the non-biblical names of the Egyptian magicians, Jannes and Jambres, or Yanes and Yambres. Now, if you go back to the book of Exodus, the names of the Egyptian magicians are not given there. Instead, these names were Jewish traditions that were attached to these particular Egyptian magicians. We have these names that are reflected in other Jewish literature that was contemporaneous with Paul. We have it, for instance, in the Damascus document, which was another text that's found among the Dead Sea Scrolls and found as far away as the Geniza in Cairo. The synagogue there had a Geniza that also had a Damascus document located in it. And the Damascus document, just like Paul does, is simply using this tradition to talk about these Egyptian magicians. So just like the author of Hebrews is reflecting these traditions about Melchizedek, Paul does the same thing when he reflects those traditions about the names of these Egyptian magicians. All of this in order to help us to understand the significance of reading non-biblical literature when we're interpreting the scriptures themselves. If you didn't know about Elimelech Melchizedek, if you didn't know about 2nd Enoch, if you didn't know what Philo and Josephus were saying about Melchizedek, in other words, if you weren't aware of these traditions that were present in the first century outside of the biblical canon, then what the author of Hebrews says wouldn't make any sense. But now that you know that swirling all around the people that the letter to the Hebrews was addressed to, as well as the author, now that you know all of these traditions were out there, you can see why he said what he said at the beginning of Hebrews chapter 7. He was reflecting traditions that were present in that particular culture in order to further his argumentation about the superiority of the priesthood of Christ. He's not necessarily espousing the truthfulness of these speculations. He's simply using them as a springboard whereby he can talk more about the priesthood of Christ. Now, if you find this fascinating, as I found it fascinating, I'm going to put in my notes a link where you can read either the whole thing or read portions of the thesis that I referred to earlier about Melchizedek and biblical and non-biblical traditions. But mostly, I just hope that it is helpful for you to understand why we read not just the Bible when we interpret it, but we read literature outside the Bible in order that we might more fully understand that every biblical author was situated in a unique place and time. They were surrounded by text and traditions and myths in their culture, and all of these had the potential to shape their worldview and the way that they expressed themselves. So reading this literature outside the Bible helps us to understand better the Bible itself. So as always, thank you for watching. I hope that you're all doing well, and I look forward to making more of these videos in the future. Peace be with you all. Thank you.
Pause.
Cool. Big up, Randy.
Big up, Sniper. That's a lot of information you've just thrown us. And,
I know.
I want to review and just see if I understand what's going on, because I've never heard of this man, or is it? What is he, a man? What do you call him?
He's an angel.
An angel, right? Okay,
Yeah.
we call him an angel.
He's an angel.
No.
Oh, you would know him as Angel Michael.
Oh, okay. I didn't know him as Angel Michael, but yeah, I went to Christian Methodist Sunday school, and I've never heard of this angel before. And what I don't understand is how he originated, and then what further I didn't understand is he sort of dodged the floods of Noah. He went away. It was never in the Noah story when I was at Sunday school.
Right.
and then is sort of I don't understand how he started and how he ended,
Mm-hmm.
and it's sort of a new character in the Bible, but I need to go to other sources to understand who this character is.
Yeah, he's not an obscure character. He is an obscure character in the Bible, but he's in all parts of it. He's in the New Testament. He's in the Old Testament.
Yeah, I saw that. It's in Hebrews, Timothy, Psalms, Genesis. He's all over. It's like it's not just somebody like an outlier who just pops in and goes. Is woven in.
Yeah, and as I said, he's the high priest of the Most High.
But what does that mean?
It means the creator of heaven and earth, yeah, appointed one of his angels to be his high priest.
So he's sitting in the row of angels next to the high priest.
He is the high priest.
He is the high priest. He's like the chief angel
amongst the angels. Yeah.
Okay. So why have I never heard of him?
Well, you have.
Quiet. They're keeping it quiet. The Christians keeping this quiet. It's more of a Jewish thing.
Well, no, I think it's keeping it quiet because they don't have much information, and the information they do have is a bit scary. So they can only.
That's what I was thinking. It's like it's sort of the narrative of the Bible, and then we've got this Melchizedek, who might be upsetting the story of the Bible, what we're trying to say here. So it's like, we'll just keep it's there, but we'll just keep him a bit quiet. We won't mention it until somebody finds it when they actually read the whole Bible. Melchizedek character. I've never heard of him before.
Exactly. Well, you ask any Jewish man or Jewish scholar or Muslim scholar or Christian scholar, they'll definitely know who Melchizedek is, but they know the argument. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I need to speak to a Jewish person and just see what he tells me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't speak to most Jewish people, which is probably why I never heard of this guy.
That's why, and that last video was from the Jewish perspective, right? So the one before was a more general one or whatever. I've got another one coming up.
All right. Let's sit back and see if we can understand this character.
Nah.
Thanks, Matthew.
All that one character, right? So you have to understand, rather than just say Michael is the avenging angel and all of this type of stuff. He's the archangel and all of this, right?
Yeah.
But he seems to have other roles, just like Gabriel is the messenger, right?
Yeah.
So aside from slaying the devil and whoever and Satan and all of that, right? He must have other roles, and it's clearly shown in the biblical script that he manifests and starts to, uphold the laws and the ways of the Most High. That's what's clear.
I would like to ask Zulu what he understands about this Melchizedek.
Well, he probably does.
He doesn't
understand. Yeah. No, he said he what?
You just joined in the chat.
Oh, big up Zulu, man. Yeah, man. I think he understands it as what it is. He's a high priest of the Most High.
But why is
Jesus? Jesus himself was of that order. So.
Yeah, but why is he not mentioned in the Noah story? Why don't we sort of it's Noah, the ark, and these animals, and Melchizedek sort of dodged it and went up to heaven or something? Why isn't it mentioned?
How would Noah know?
Would that dilute the story? So we'll just forget.
No, it depends on whose story's telling it. You know what I mean? Because it could be a Sumerian thing who have the flood of Utnapishtim. You know what I mean? And that involved Enki and all of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? So from their perspective, it's different from the I suppose the Christian perspective. It has more books, remember? The Book of Enoch and all the different versions of that, and now as they were saying, the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. Adding more.
That's the other thing. It's all come up recently. They found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's there.
That's all right.
Hello.
Melchizedek is there, right?
Melchizedek is there, so he's popped up again.
He's popped up again. You know what I'm saying? So
You gotta talk
that's why always the question has always been, who is Melchizedek? I mean, what is he? Where is he? What is going on here?
Yeah.
Why is he just like fleetingly talked about and just left alone?
Yeah.
But
exactly.
yeah, if you
and it's not just like one book. We've got 4 books. We had Genesis, we had Psalms, we had Hebrews, we had Timothy. So we're not. It's not a pass. It's not sort of a, I suppose, a passing character who just comes in and goes. He's woven.
Well, he is a person who comes in and goes. That's what it is. That's what's clear. You know what I'm saying? According to the writers, unless you traveled with him constantly or something, you know what I mean? Which is not being told. And where they keep saying the angel of the Lord in some passages, you know what I mean? Who is that angel and what's his name, you know?
Yeah.
And it's not always mentioned, so that's what makes it ambiguous and then a bit thing. But if you then put one of the angels in that stead, doesn't always have to be Gabriel, as it seems. There are many high order of angels that have specific roles. Do you get what I'm saying? That are more intense
of course. But
yeah,
Gabriel's always the one that's most mentioned, isn't it? That's the one you
most mentioned. Yes, thing, but he can't be working alone, obviously, because even the devil's not even working alone. He's got a whole crew. He's got his own false prophets, all sorts going on. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Big up, Axel.
Yeah, big up, guys.
Big up, Axel.
This is very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this, but I'm confused.
I am
too. Huh?
I know you would be. Anyone would be. I said Islamically, if you're looking for it, it would be El Qadir. So it would be the angel or the angelic being or the Maluk or that came to the Prophet Ibrahim, and as I said, taught him how to give tithes and all of that type of thing.
I hear that, Maku, but I'm thinking like he said in the beginning. Yeah. Let's see. He was born from a mother who died. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was Noah's brother, right?
Sorry.
It was Noah's brother, right?
Something
Wife.
like that. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. And then he came along, and when they come into the room, they found him sitting there, all blossomed, right? And then the Most High took him up during the flood, and then returned him back to the earth, right?
Well, Gabriel supposedly done that.
Oh, was it Gabriel? Okay, but how did he become the Archangel Michael then?
He was already that.
So you're saying this is the way the Archangel Michael got
This is
born?
how manifest.
Manifest, you mean? Okay.
Remember, these beings manifest, don't they?
Okay.
They're not like they disappear as beams of light, or sometimes as a child sitting in a room already talking, and carrying the symbols on his chest. Come on,
it's like appears and then
it's just like with the story of Abraham. He was also talking as a child.
Even did Jesus. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
A lot of them did.
There's a lot of evidence to say that this is just a manifestation of those heavenly beings that we already know. Do you get what I'm saying? And what their purpose is when they're here to teach and guide us. Do you get what I'm saying?
So then, why did Jesus not sort of mention him?
No, well, to be a priest in the order of the Most High is not something that Jesus would be telling any person. Just doesn't make sense. But he'd be quoting from things from that, the knowledge that he had, and be able to speak publicly and quote certain lines and these words are not necessarily his own. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're part of what he learned in these various sects and priesthoods and thing that he was involved in. So yeah, it was a secret in a sense. Because it would make sense, because people want to kill people and all sorts, and firstborn of wherever, and King of the Jews and all of that. He was having. You can't just be running around expressing those type of things. They had the ability to have priesthoods or secret groups or orders where they focused on whatever they were doing. Just like we're saying, we're looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls, but you forget in the Qumran caves was the order of Essenes, which some called Magi, which some called, So they wanted to live separately from society or the major cities and live out and, grow their own food, chickens, For us Muslims, that'd be like an ummah. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's in the ummah, yeah, everybody's doing whatever they're doing and, writing scriptures, and that's what they focused on.
Can you respond to what Zulu just wrote? And Zulu, can you jump on and tell us about this, please? So he's saying it's a principle and he prefigures Christ. I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, like he's before, I think, maybe. That's what it means.
I mean, not saying previous. It's like he's saying he's sort of
similar
Christ.
It's like a similar. It's like a similar Christ, right? But obviously, angels are angels. That's the bottom line. And if Christ is an angel, what I mean, he's a high angel as well. So maybe that's the connection. So
I think Zulu's scared to jump on.
Who?
I think Zulu's scared to jump on.
Yeah.
Is Zulu scared? Nah, man.
No. He might be.
Then you
he
don't
might be
know
in church.
Zulu,
He might
Randy.
be. He might be. He might be busy. He might be with family. He might be, in the car. Like, wait till
But
I
he's
get home.
not scared, trust me.
You might be like, wait till I get home. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on. You get what I'm saying?
It just presents more questions. Now he's talking about his priest order superior to the order of Levi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't really know the order.
It's where they're from. They have it's all connected. It's all connected. Sorry.
Let him off.
It's all connected, man. We know it's all a similar type of thing in the Israelite traditions, because Melchizedek features and his priestly orders, which include the Levite priests and all of that.
Yeah, but I don't understand all the Levite orders. So by saying that, it just sort of presented a new question.
Because you're not in it, right? This is why they call these orders these things, because the information contained within there, you don't necessarily, or I don't necessarily have access to. Do you get it?
Yeah,
it has to be like that, because we're talking like people are wild in those times and doing all sorts of stuff, stoning women, doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Man don't want to be around that. Man want to be around that good energy. So you go and find a space outside of the local place, and then boom, do your thing.
Yeah, that's fine. But
I'm trying
to place big up born Melchizedek. In my biblical.
Get it right, man.
Get it right, man. This guy, he's suddenly coming up and he's like, hang on, where was he when I was studying the Bible?
Exactly. But yeah. He's an interesting character. Come on, but it's different interpretations. But the one thing that is constant, that he's a priest of the Most High, and that could be a role for an angelic being. Yeah, and that would make things make sense why he keeps appearing, and with different roles. But even if he's supposedly human, he's in a higher position. You see what I'm saying? And we ain't heard no death story with all the other great ones or negative ones like Nimrod and that. They all had expedition dates. This has nothing to do with that. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have to start looking to a higher source. Do you get what I'm saying? What's between us and the creator is the angelic being. So
yeah, I understand that part of it, but it's just after being in Sunday school at church for my formative years, basically from 4 to 16. I was blessed. I was christened by my grandfather.
Big up, Zulu.
It was a Methodist priest, and Zulu's going to sort you out when he gets on, apparently.
Because I heard Zulu mention Levi. So I guess like the people who follow the One West doctrine or follow the 12 tribes, what do they think about Melchizedek? Do they even speak about him at all, or do you know, Sniper? Have you ever debated have you ever debated like one of those Israelites that subscribe to the 12
no,
tribes.
they're not gonna. Yeah, but some of them, they know about it and they talk about it, but they it's not in a negative light for them.
Oh, okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's not in a negative light. It's like an affirmation to let people know, like, look, even Christ was in the order of Melchizedek, and that was the order of the Most High. Yeah, that's right.
That's what I want to know. Yeah, that's what I
Everyone's
wanna
gonna
know.
agree. Nawabians, the 5%ers, everybody kind of generally has this overstanding on when it comes to the order of the Most High and Melchizedek and Christ. Yeah, ain't something no one can play with. Yeah, that is separate from what else is going on within the confines of the books. Mad.
Yeah, but Bourne, do you know about this character?
I've heard about him. I'm not familiar with them. I've heard about him though, and like in a lot of different circles. A lot of pro-black, a lot of these, pro-black organizations. Like it's the first. I ain't gonna lie. The first time I heard the name was the guy Sniper. I think he's in the Nation of Islam. He comes on Sinetta's channel. His name is Melchizedek. He calls himself Melchizedek. It's the first time I heard of him. Heard that name. So I hear it. I've never even done no research on it, Randy, but I've heard the name in a few of those little pro-black quote unquote religious circles. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I thought Sniper, did you not say Islam is calling this angel something else?
Yeah. This entity is called the Green One, El Qadir.
So why would Nation of Islam be calling him Melchizedek?
No, because they're going via the Bible and the Hebrews. Sorry.
So they're doing it like they're trying to.
No, it's all one.
So they're just.
It's all one. It's all one. So you could be.
Stories.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
You can remix like that because the books are like that. As in, they all connect to each other, and if you want to tell a more in-depth story about something, you might need to go to one of the other books, and this is what I was trying to explain yesterday.
All right. So yeah, I understood what you were saying yesterday. So they're stepping outside of right. This is the Bible. Right. Let's look at other sources that are around.
Right.
The biggest.
And it makes sense.
Nation of Islam. And the Nation of Islam do that a lot here in America because they know that most of the people that they're speaking to are Christians, so they always try to find the correlations between the Quran and the Bible. Farrakhan was good at it. Malcolm X was real good at it too.
Right. Of course.
All right. So you're doing the Nation of Islam, and you're pulling it. You don't just want to appeal to the Muslims or whatever. You're pulling the Christians in as well. And saying this is.
Well, they have a different doctrine. They have their own kind of doctrine that isn't necessarily as what I would say was Islamic.
No, I understand that part. I haven't studied. I've only just started studying in like the Malcolm.
It's definitely Christian based, as in the father of Elijah Muhammad was a reverend. Of his own church. So you could see elements within the Nation of Islam and how they went about their thing in the early days, but then later it started to change. They started to not only deal with the Bible, and now they're dealing with the Quran and the Torah and all of these type of things, the rhetoric that their master teacher spat, some parts of it was just way out of control. It was just like
I understand that. It's like the way I was educated or information was given to me about Malcolm X, and then watching other documentaries just recently, it's like, hang on, I didn't know all this. It's like it's only like who was it was a documentary on his death, and it's like who was around and what was happening, and the particular interest is what was happening previous to that, like how he'd split off, and it was this kind of thing. And it's like, it's very interesting to see what was around at the time and what happened to Malcolm X.
Right.
Yeah. And another reason.
What are you saying, Axel?
I'm listening. Big up.
Big up.
Born. Listen. It's
not lay.
Lay.
Exactly.
All right, I got you. I got
Now
you.
you got me, yeah? Good.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Don't Native Americans do that?
No. They do this. A different type of sound, yeah?
No, it's still a little L-E-E-E-E-E. It's still a little. And maybe some don't even do the woo 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 because that's a stereotype.
Oh my God, that's a horrible stereotype.
Oh,
It's a
sorry,
stereotype,
my bad. Big up the indigenous Americans, yeah.
And it's called Big Up Indigenous Americans.
And they were black. The indigenous was black.
Fuck Swedish TV because we know growing up, you would have saw everybody in a negative light. Like there would have been hella stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? Like coming through, like oh, Native Americans, they go, ooh. That is so
they taught us
racist.
Racist.
What's this?
Yeah.
Hey, growing up, we used to do
Swedish,
that.
Yeah.
Cowboys and Indians and that.
We did that.
I've learned from the error of my ways. You ain't alone. You get me? I had to learn the hard way as well. Like, man, and when I found out that some tribes was black, I was like, oh man, what was I doing?
Michael, can you take this man off the screen, please?
Oh yeah. Your future king.
Come on, isn't that your like uncle?
He looks like a colonizer, right?
Yeah.
He does. He's like we need to start a new breed of.
This is Randy's ancestor. Look at him.
Yeah, stop it. I knew you were going to stop.
Look where he is.
Oh, fuck.
Look what he's doing. Look. What are you doing?
To the new colonization that we're preaching, isn't it?
Now the new broke place. Oh, look, you just threw a black baby. You're just gonna do that now. We was in the Middle East a minute ago.
The third world or Africa or whatever this is about. I don't know what.
Look,
Nigeria.
Shit. Y'all,
Nigeria now.
The International Rescue Company. The website is rescue/uk.org/donate. Wow.
I find it quite offensive. It just I don't know.
Right. Look what he's representing.
Yeah, it gets my goat. It's
He's
like we haven't learned anything since we left India. It's like we're still just remixed it. We're now propaganda in a different way.
This is a hospital in northern Nigeria, where they're like, Islamic and mainly. And the joke about that is I wonder if there'll be an outbreak of monkeypox in that region, because like if you own the hospital like Brafs, then I'm scared for certain people, man.
Yeah, new vaccine will be out and it's going to cure all. Don't worry. That'll be the next thing. Don't worry.
Because that sheet ain't protecting nothing. Do you see that there?
What is that sheet about?
That's not nothing. I'm telling you. This is what they had in the monkey sanctuary labs. There was a sheet like this, a big white one, separating the person working the bacteria or whatever, the Ebola, and the person who was interviewing outside of the sheet, and I could see the person through it. And I was like, bro, that's a bit thin. That's like a mosquito net. That's all you got.
It looks like a mosquito.
You got a deadly virus on the other side, of a mosquito net.
That's going to solve everything. It
weren't like tight, sealed tight.
Yeah,
it's a fucking monkey sanctuary. What the fuck?
It just looks staged to me. It just looks so staged,
isn't it?
Yeah,
it was like in the corridor.
If you watch these multiple times, like really, why is there not?
That's why you have to watch it. That's why you have to watch it without the sound. When you watch it without the sound, they can't get to you. They can't steer your emotion with the words. It's spells. He's a spell master. He's a wizard. Imagine what he's saying. You're saying, I've got it on mute. Imagine what he's been saying. He's been casting spells. Yes, and one always gives money to charity, and abracadabra.
And then you read about what he did.
Hail Molech. You get me? The sly ones, just like just fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? He's casting spells right here. That's why we play it without the music.
Yeah, when you read about what he did to Diana and stuff, you're like, yeah, right, okay.
He's a bad man.
Yeah, we're done with this now. We've already.
Wow. Under 5. What?
In my lifetime, it's been exposed.
You Charles look healthy, you know, mad. Just chilling out.
Yeah, for real.
Look. See, you have to show the area, like, yeah, man, it's desert, man. But we want that land. We want that land.
Nigeria, just there.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Northern Nigeria.
Yeah, look at them countries: Nigeria, Afghanistan, Syria.
Right.
Wow.
Right. But hold on, wait. Let's go back. Can we go back on it? Does it let us go back?
I don't think you can go back.
No, maybe I can. No. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's the picture of Nigeria, Afghan, and Syria.
Look. The triple blend right next to a pyramid and that. Like, nah, that's crazy. It's that pyramid.
I mean, you go back. You know when we've talked about what was it? You know, the 80s.
Hey, their kit new. Is it me or did their kit look super new? Like, that's a new kit. Like, if this place has been used regular, why is everything so brand new looking?
Yeah, exactly. It just looks like it's been set up.
Fuck's sake, man. Look, he's a demon, you know. Everything is strategic. I don't know what that statue's about.
I was just wondering.
I don't know. Like, all of this stuff in the background. What's going on?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, no, it's like someone who's got like some mad afro.
Yeah, we might have to do an image search on that. Just check it out. What that is. That might have been missed.
Yeah, got the check heads. What's all this? What's all this? Like,
what's
what are you doing
that
here?
symbol on his lapel there?
I know this thing.
What
I don't
is
know,
that?
man.
Some arrow pointing. That's their icon, apparently.
Yeah, the International Rescue Company.
It looks like the end of Lucifer's tail.
Yeah, but why is it pointing
I'm out,
to
man.
the
I'm
left?
out. I don't know
What's
because
the left?
they're on the rise.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm out, man.
We'll have to do some research into that
It's Judge, man. You know it's Judge. The tail of Satan or something called Baphomet or whatever. Like, it's going to be some fuckery, man.
I'm going to have to look into that.
He's in all the orders as well. Look, this is all the orders face. Yeah. When you've been in all the orders, you've been doing magic, you've been eating, chomping down and sucking the adrenochrome of young children and all sorts for years. You get me? Now you have to take care of your dad now and again. You know what I'm saying? Go and check him in the underground, wherever he is.
Protecting Milestones campaign. What milestones? It's just like we're using words.
A campaign to do fuckery, man. Then when they want to do depopulation, so let's get your money first. Let's make you broke.
It's just propaganda here with what we're looking at.
Let's make you broke. But he's making peas off it. You think how many people were like, oh, let me donate, bam. Yeah, loving it. Jubilee, everything is all, you know.
Yeah. The timing is. It's like, oh yeah, we've got Jubilee.
We're not stupid. Don't try it.
Yeah, what was it? What is that, Sniper? Like that was on the news here in America. Just give me a quick summary of Jubilee. What is that?
It's
thank you, bro, because I didn't even know.
I didn't even know what type of Jubilee it is, but it's 70 years on the throne. You get what I'm saying?
You're celebrating the Queen. This is the
it's a celebration.
Years of
running the business.
So is that the reason you had some bank holiday? You call it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Extended.
Yeah, that was Thursday, Friday. Yeah, that's right. Goodie's trolling me now. Look at this. Randy, you're not fooling anyone.
Randy was on it, dancing. Been out street parties, eating jerk chicken.
I was here yesterday.
Eating jerk chicken.
I was here yesterday. You saw me here.
Nah, yeah, that was yesterday, but day before when it was popping, first night, first day, Thursday.
I was in the chat. Mate, I did not involve myself in any platinum Jubilee celebration. I accidentally switched on the news on the UTV, but I was not involved.
Okay. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, the mystery of Melchizedek. Okay, cool.
Let's go.
As you're taking your Bibles and turning to Hebrews chapter 7, as I hope you will, may I just remind you that our plans are set for Easter Sunday, and we did prepare the cards as promised last week, and they are available as you leave. we would be greatly encouraged to worship with us on Easter Sunday. There are 4 opportunities with great anticipation. And the key to our being able to introduce our neighbors and friends to the claims of Christ and the cause of the gospel, to talk to them and to invite them. So we hope that you will, teaching through the Bible in a systematic and consecutive fashion, one inevitably discovers that there are certain portions of Scripture which one might be tempted to skip, and yet you just can't. The reason I mention that, because Hebrews chapter 7 is a potential skipping chapter. If I were teaching topically through the Bible, then I perhaps would wait some time before I came to Hebrews 7, and maybe even hope that someone else would deal with it in my absence. But given that
I told you.
Why would you not like to skip over?
I told you. People run away. It's my first tool. You know, this is my first test for them in Speaker's Corner. I'm like, yeah. Okay, you want to come at me? Let me show you what I'm about. You get me? Do you know about Melchizedek? Melchizedek. I've got to go. I've got a meeting. Yeah. Okay. Cool. No problem. No problem.
I can imagine. I've never heard of this.
You know what I'm saying? I tried it a couple times. Couple people engaged with me, but no one wanted to be on camera doing it and all of these type of stuff. It was mad.
I mean, literally, in 50 years of being around Christianity, I've never heard of this person.
Man, I said to Hashim, you know, is it Hashim? The one with the
Hashim,
no, not Hashim. The ugly one with the no chin. What's his name? Oh, Asian guy. He's always talking. You know,
Mansoor.
Not man. Is it Mansoor?
Is it Christian or is Muslim?
Muslim.
Mansoor, the Asian guy, you said?
Yeah, the Asian guy. Yeah, is it Mansoor? Yeah.
Mansoor.
Yeah, because Hashim has got the beard. He's got the beard and he speaks articulately. Yeah, he's always on the Trinity, right? That's Hashim. And then Mansoor, it's Mansoor, the little guy.
The little guy from is it from Thailand or something? No, maybe Malaysia.
I don't even know, man.
Malaysia? Looks like
it. Yeah. He approached me first. He was one of the first to approach me. And he said, and I said to him, I deal with Melchizedek. He said, you deal with Melchizedek. Goodbye.
Is it? Why did he run? Like
I don't know. I was a novice. Yeah, so I wasn't a novice in what I knew.
Right there.
I'm just saying I was a novice at Speaker's Corner at the time. I was like, yo, let me see how this works. You know what I mean? This knowledge that I've been accumulating and let me just throw a little shot and see what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is, like, Maku, these men always talk about the same thing all over again and again and again. The Trinity, the Trinity. It's like it's dead now. Yeah. Yeah, they have to come up with something new instead.
No,
Trinity.
The practice is to find unsuspected victims or newbies or novices of the various faiths. So if you're just a Christian by name and by culture and by parents, and you go now again, but you just moseyed into Speaker's Corner, then they're fishing, looking for that, and then they're looking for that as Christians the other way around. If you're a Muslim, but you're not well versed in the scripture and all of that, oh my God, they're ready to twist you up. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like a game for them, but it's become a little bit dry now, as you said. Like
dry, dead. Dead.
And it's unfair. I think it's unfair to pick on unsuspected when you've got
when I last
seasoned debaters. But again, you can get also bored of debating each other, and that happens, I think, very quickly.
I mean, last time I went down, I got there too early, and Usman was there doing his thing, and then Cowboy, the Cowboy Christian.
Yeah, the Cowboy.
I thought I'll listen to a bit of his nonsense, and then he starts coming over and sort of, all right, how you doing? I was like, whoa, don't start quizzing me, please. I've done this Christian stuff, but long enough, I'm out. I had to move. So I went to listen to Usman, and then there was a Muslim next to me said, when they invaded Iraq and that was awful. I said, yeah, 1 million people marched. I'm not with that. We've that's been talked about massively. It's like, yeah, okay. And they didn't want to talk, and I was like, who else did I say? Oh, yeah, Danny Shine was there. That was the other thing. Yeah, Danny, this is when I'd been watching his channel, and I thought all this antinatalist was just, I thought it was him doing a comedy sketch.
Right.
And it was just trying to be controversial. And then I didn't know till Friday. I was like, what? There's a whole pack of these people. I thought it was just Danny Shine just trying to provoke, controversy and just like, yeah, we, da-da-da. And I was like, what? We've now got a whole pack of these people. It's like the new incels or something. I was just shocked.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, let's go.
We have planned to go through it in this consecutive way. There's nothing else for me but to put my head down and try and get through it. I was tempted to go directly to 8, working on the premise that nobody knows where we are in any case, and that you would be looking at one another saying, goodness, I can't remember. Chapter 7, he must have done it, and I didn't notice it. Believe me, you'll notice it. You'll remember it for a long time. Indeed, having gone through it once in the early service, I was reminding myself of the fact that on one occasion when I had minor surgery, the surgeon was about to give me some injections. He said he had 4 injections to give me, and he looked at me and said, if you can make it through the next 40 seconds, you'll be okay. And having gone through the first, I have to say to you, if you can make it through the next 40 minutes, you're going to be okay. Because Hebrews chapter 7 is one of the most demanding, fascinating, challenging, and rewarding sections of the epistle to the Hebrews. And we're going to spend the day in it, and it will be necessary to do so. And without any sense of trying to manipulate the evening congregation, I need to let you know that you will be left with a sense of, at the end of the morning hour, because that which comes at the close of the chapter rounds out the nature and significance of the arguments and imagery to which we're going to give ourselves just now. The real burning question in coming to this section of Holy Scripture is, who is this mysterious figure called Melchizedek? Who is this man, this shadowy chap who has been introduced in the 10th verse of chapter 5, referred to once again in the 20th verse of chapter 6? And the answers that have been provided throughout the years are many and varied. For example, if you read commentaries, you will discover that there are those who say that Melchizedek was a personification of the third member of the Trinity, namely the Holy Spirit. There are others who believe that he was a divine virtue with dramatic powers greater even than the powers of Christ. We can certainly X that one out. Others have suggested that he was simply an angel. And others, and quite a number of others, have proclaimed the fact that Melchizedek was nothing other than a pre-incarnate appearance of the Son of God.
Pause.
Now, before I come to my own personal explanation of this, and as a result of my study,
So when he's introducing this here, so we've already got confusion, haven't we? I mean, we're saying he's one thing, another thing, and a third thing, and we don't know. And so, in the introduction, we already don't know who these people are, and obviously the Christians in the audience don't know who he is either, given that he's given this lecture.
I want to know which one you think he is, Sniper. Think Melchizedek was like Christ before Christ?
Could it also be Enoch? Enoch. I mean, this is interesting,
Yeah, it is. And it's like, also, it's like, the Bible has many versions and, dare I say, corruptions and, and they were saying, oh, it's the Holy Spirit. Well, in the Trinity. Well, when was that introduced? It wasn't there at the beginning.
Yeah, but this is a Christian way to think about it. How does the Jewish people think about it?
Yeah, we need to watch the Jewish one on the explanation.
Mud.
Yeah. Let's play.
Yo, Sniper.
What was
I was muted, mud. I was just talking away, you know. I was just talking away. Yeah, man.
Who do you think he
sorry.
is?
Who? Oh, what? I already said. That's what I was saying. Boris.
Yeah, I
said
missed it.
if he's the archangel, Michael, yeah, then he's there in the beginning with Christ.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? In the creation of the sons of God came down, and yeah, these are sons of God, man. You get me? And but their roles might be multiple, like what they have to do. They just say Michael's the avenging angel, he's the archangel, he's the angel of angels, and and generally kind of leave it there. But if you go into the book of Enoch, then it goes into more detail and and all of these type of things. How are these individual angels came down and some were sent down. But if you send angels down, you're gonna have to send other angels to come and deal with them also.
It's like you've got to be understanding here that you've got to go slowly with us because you put on a lot of information for us to absorb. So I'm just like,
So basically I'm saying he's the angel Michael incarnate in physical form. Like, he decided that's what he wants to do. And he's come here, and then his other role is to be the high priest of the Most High, be the ruler over his celestial Jerusalem, and impart knowledge on a lot of the prophets.
I understand that, but you see, when he went earlier, when we were in the stream, when he mentioned Noah and the Noah story, I was like, I went into looking at my archives of Noah story. I was like, gone on 5 minutes, where I was like, I don't remember this guy, and then I missed a whole package of information about Noah, and then and I missed stuff,
Okay, I get you, but I think a lot of you recaps because I got some other videos that are like a kind of general recap, just in case you didn't catch it.
All right, cool.
So this mysterious character in the Bible that has no beginning and no end, and all of that is what we're talking about. Do you get what I'm saying? So according to the Bible, for me, this is the Archangel Michael. In other texts, he has other names. Do you get what I'm saying? But they're all similar and relate to the same thing. So,
I understand.
Like this Michael business is new in a sense, But all the Michaels and all of that, and Michelle and all of these names that mean Michael or Angel or Malika, like I named my daughter, and a female equivalent of my name, and that's what came up. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit like that. I wanted at least one of my daughters to have a name that was my name, because if I had a boy, I'd name him Malachi or Michael, or you know what I mean, Junior or whatever. So or another derivative of the same name in another language, in Arabic or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it was all that. All right, let's go. And as I said, if there is an order of Melchizedek, what was going on in there? Like, what is the information? Like, what's going on? Because people coming out of it, or dealing with it, are like great men in the biblical text. You know what I mean? Or have knowledge to that, have access to that information and stuff. Those are the founder fathers of the biblical text. So interesting.
Should not be surprising to us that when he mentioned Melchizedek for the first time in the 10th verse of chapter 5, he immediately paused at that moment and said in verse 11, we have much to say about this, but it is hard to explain because you are slow to learn. Now that ought to be a key right there. It's almost as though he comes right up to it and he backs off it. He breathes for a while as he introduces areas of pastoral concern, the problem of spiritual infancy, the pathway to spiritual maturity, the peril of spiritual apostasy. And then he comes back to him again at the end of chapter 20.
Who's this?
Closing the ellipsis, if you like, the parenthesis then complete.
Sorry, who was that? Moses?
Mentioned Melchizedek for the...
Sorry. I missed something.
namely the Holy Spirit.
Oh, that's not it.
And then he comes back to him again at the end of chapter 20, the
Who comes back to
peril
him?
of spiritual apostasy. And then he comes back to him again at the end of chapter 20.
Oh, that's not making that sense to me.
And said in verse 11, we have much to say about this, but it is hard to explain because you are slow to learn. Now that ought to be a key right there. It's almost as though he comes right up to it and he backs off it. He breathes for a while as he introduces areas of pastoral concern, the problem of spiritual infancy, the pathway to spiritual maturity, the peril of spiritual apostasy. And then he comes back to him again at the end of chapter 20, the closing, the ellipsis, if you like, the parenthesis then complete. And he says this, Jesus has become a high priest in the order of Melchizedek.
Right.
And then he must have looked at his amanuensis, his secretary, and said, well, we might as well go for it. We've mentioned him twice. Let's just see it through. Let's tackle this issue of Melchizedek. Now, this particular section is probably as daunting as any in the Epistle of Hebrews, because the imagery which the writer employs and the argument which he makes takes us into unfamiliar territory. If a 20th century theologian were setting out to establish the same essential truth, it is unlikely that they would go at it in the way in which the writer goes at it. And the reason for his approach is because he is addressing a first century audience that understood the nature of Judaism, were facing peculiar challenges in relationship to their profession of faith, and the application of these truths would be as familiar to them as it is apparently unfamiliar to us. And so I need to ask you to try your best to concentrate. And I believe that if you will, then in understanding, you will be helped. If you lose it early on, it's unlikely that you will get it back at all. The intricacy of the argument, in other words, should not be allowed to prevent us from grasping the necessity and clarity and wonder of the application. Now, at the very heart of it is an issue which many of you may never ever have encountered. Some of you will be familiar with, and others will be somewhere in between. The issue is referred to in biblical theological terminology as typology or typology. That is Typology. And we are introduced here to a classic statement of this means and method of illustrating the person and work of the Lord Jesus Christ. What you have in the Old Testament, both in people and in practices and in events, are foreshadowings of the Lord Jesus Christ. We saw this on a number of occasions in our studies in Joseph, where as we unfolded the text of Joseph, our minds shot away forward to Christ. And we realized that what we had in Joseph was not simply an historic statement concerning the reality of the unfolding of God's plan for the life of Joseph, but we also had in that a type that was pointing us forward to the antitype. The type in the Old Testament is the representation of the antitype, which is the reality which we discover in the New. Now, if I give you a couple of concrete illustrations, you'll have this in no time at all, and it will be plain sailing. For example, in Numbers chapter 21, and you needn't turn to it, this can be your homework, but in Numbers chapter 21, God commands Moses, if you recall, to hoist up a serpent or a snake on a pole in the wilderness. And Moses is then to tell the people that all who look to that serpent or that snake on the pole will live. They will be cleansed and they will live. Now that is a type. And the antitype, the reality which it foreshadows and to which it points, is the lifting up of the Lord Jesus upon the cross, providing the atoning answer to the sins of men and women in the way in which the serpent on the snake, in looking to that, foreshadowed it in the physical cleansing back in the Old Testament. So the type is the snake on the pole, the antitype is Christ. Now, if we were tempted to say, well, I wonder where he gets that from, we would need to turn, as I encourage you just so you can see it, to John chapter 3 and to verse 14. This is Jesus himself speaking. He said, just as Moses lifted up the snake in the desert, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, so that everyone who believes in him may have eternal life. So Jesus takes the Old Testament picture and he applies it immediately to what is going to happen in his death. In the same way, and there are many to which we could turn, but in the same way, in Exodus chapter 12, in providing instruction concerning the Passover, we're told in verse 5, the animals you choose must be year-old males without defect, and you may take them from the sheep or the goats. The sacrificial lamb spoken of in the Passover celebrations in Exodus was a type. The antitype is the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. So that, for example, when Peter writes to the scattered believers of his day in 1 Peter chapter 1 and in verse 19, he says to them, you weren't redeemed with corruptible things like silver or gold, but rather with the precious blood of Christ, a lamb, notice, without blemish or defect. When people read the Old Testament, they say, why were all these things so important? Why was it so necessary? Why did they pay such attention to the detail in that way? And the answer is often, although not always, because what is provided there is a type which finds its antitype in the fulfillment, in the work of the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, the reason that I mention this should be obvious to you by now. This individual Melchizedek is a type of the antitype, the Lord Jesus Christ himself. And the uniqueness of the priesthood of Melchizedek, as it is described for us in the Bible, is described in exactly the way in which it is provided, in order that it might foreshadow and point us forward to the one who is the absolute fulfillment of the nature of the role of high priest. Now, it is interesting, at least to me, that we only have 3 mentions or 3 places in the Bible where Melchizedek is mentioned. First, in Genesis chapter 14, which is the historic encounter to which the writer refers here in the opening verses of Hebrews 7. First, then, in Genesis 14. Then in Psalm 110 in verse 4. Then in Hebrews chapter 5, verse 10, and then in Hebrews 6:20, and then in the unfolding of Hebrews chapter 7. Now, can I just make an aside here, which I think is of importance and certainly should be instructional for us? Here we have a mention of this shadowy character. First of all, appearing, as it were, from nowhere in Genesis 14. And there's only 3 verses that refer to him. And then nothing. Total silence. And about 1,000 years later, David reintroduces him in the 4th verse of the 110th Psalm. Then silence. And approximately 1,000 years later, he appears in the 10th verse of Hebrews chapter 5. You say, well, what's the significance? Well, here's the question. If people encounter me all the time, they want to tell me that the Bible is a collection of writings where people got together and collaborated on material so as to make sure that they could stick it all together in a way to con the guileless, in a way to satisfy the weak-minded individuals who are prepared to buy this whole notion. I don't know how you get a Melchizedek from nowhere in Genesis 14 then 1,000 years in a Melchizedek in one verse in the time of David, and then 1,000 years in Melchizedek in the 1st century in the writer of the Hebrews. Unless the same individual who authored Genesis authored the Psalms and authored Hebrews. Because how otherwise would people have known about this person? So in a subtle and yet wonderful way, as an aside, here is one of the internal proofs as to the veracity of the authorship of the Bible. That it is, as Paul says to Timothy, God-breathed, theopneustos, and profitable, therefore, for all of our instruction, correction, and training in righteousness, and so on. It is not, as men and women want us to believe, a rag bag of material generated by some well-meaning religious freaks in the early centuries AD. You have to have more faith to believe that than you have to believe in the divine authorship of Holy Scripture. But that's an aside. Let us move to the instruction concerning Melchizedek. Take the opening phrase of verse 1, add it to the closing phrase of verse 3, and you've got the essential picture. This Melchizedek was king of Salem and priest of God Most High. Like the Son of God, he remains a priest forever. This Melchizedek was king of Salem and priest of God Most High, and I'm adding it to the closing phrase of verse 3, and like the Son of God, he remains a priest forever. Not that we're going to pass over the elements in the middle, but that will give you the very heart of what's going on. The snapshot, if you like, which is given to us in the Bible of Melchizedek, leaves him at every point in permanent possession of his priesthood. Now, that'll become clear what I mean by that as we go on, or it won't, but I hope it might. He was the king of Salem, we're told, which almost certainly should be identified with Jerusalem, because that was another name for Jerusalem. He is the priest of God Most High. And his name is significant, especially when you think of that which he portrays, insofar as he was called the King of Righteousness and the King of Peace. There could be no better description of the one who was to be the fulfillment of the shadow which he cast, namely the Lord Jesus Christ. And in the third verse, we come to the most troubling element, which provides individuals with some of the more fanciful ideas about who Melchizedek is. Without father or mother, without genealogy, without beginning of days, end of life. So what is this? Is he the original nowhere man? Did he come from nowhere, was about essentially nothing, and go to nowhere? I have concluded in my own personal study, and you're sensible people and need to judge for yourselves, I have concluded that Melchizedek was an historical figure. That he had a real birth, a real life, and a real death. In fact, in researching it, it seems distinctly possible that he may well have been a descendant of a fellow by the name of Japhet or Japhet, who reigned over a certain territory, a small tribe in Canaan, and the territory over which he reigned had as its chief town Salem. And while there is much which appeals to the idea of Melchizedek being a pre-incarnate manifestation of the Son of God, I can't get there because it doesn't say that. In fact, it says that he was like the Son of God. Or in the King James Version, he was made like unto the Son of God. Now, we only need a knowledge of the English language to think this out. If the writer, if he was the pre-incarnate Christ, then the writer would have said he was without father or mother, without genealogy, without beginning of days or life, and hey, you shouldn't be surprised, he was the Son of God. But he doesn't say that. He said he was like unto the Son of God. He was a type. And the way in which he is described for us in the Bible is in such a way as to focus only on that which provides for the fulfillment in the totality and reality of Jesus himself. So, if we take it in context, clearly he didn't come from nowhere. If he was a mere man, he had parents, and he lived, and he died. Well, then you say, why does it say without father or mother and without genealogy? Well, again, the context is the answer. For the Levitical priesthood, genealogy or ancestry was everything. You could not be a priest after the order of Levi unless you were a literal descendant of Aaron. And indeed, your mother had to be a person who qualified by certain stringent requirements to be a priest's wife. And furthermore, certification of that had to be placed within the genealogical register. Now, let me just earth this in history again for you. In Ezra chapter 2, and you find the exact same statement in Nehemiah. Most of us will have forgotten it. But in Ezra chapter 2, in the list of the exiles who have returned after their captivity in Babylon, in verse 61, and it's an interesting chapter, Ezra. You might like to turn to it and begin memorizing it right now. But Ezra chapter 2, verse 61 provides us with a list of unpronounceable names. And then it says of them, verse 62, these searched for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood. These were guys who were showing up and saying, hey, I'm in the Levitical priesthood. And the answer was, show me your birth certificate. Show me your identification. And in all of the chaos that had ensued in their lives, they were unable to go and produce the genealogical records, and therefore they said, on the strength of that, you cannot be a priest. Now, Melchizedek, in contrast, had no reference to genealogical records. He is not introduced to us on the basis of his genealogy. He's not introduced to us in the Bible. We don't find him in the Bible under the lineage of his father and his grandfather and his great-grandfather. There is nothing of that. He appears in the scriptures as if from nowhere, disconnected in his description from his realistic origins as a mere man, but described in a way that attaches nothing to his origins and provides us with no record of his ending. Why? Because he is a type of the one who was to fulfill a priesthood which had nothing to do with genealogy and which would go on forever. And so in order for him to be a fit type of the fulfillment, it was necessary that he would have this shadowy depiction within the pages of Scripture. He belonged to an order of priesthood where natural descent wasn't regarded at all. Now learn this in passing. Even the silences of Scripture are pregnant with meaning. What it doesn't say about him teaches us something. For the Levitical priests could only begin at the age of 25. For 5 years, they were allowed to do a kind of interdisciplinary priestly function amongst themselves. And then from the age of 30, they could begin ministering to the congregations that gathered. But that only lasted for 20 years. And at the age of 50, it was done and gone. Now, the writer is going to provide for his beleaguered first century readers the story of a permanent priest with a priesthood that never ends. And these people are scratching their heads and saying, how can you have a priesthood that never ends? For everything that we know of the priesthood begins at 25 and quits at 50. So nobody out of the Levitical priesthood would be able to provide the type of the Lord Jesus Christ. It would have to be somebody with another kind of priesthood, namely Melchizedek, who, unlike the others, is not introduced to us on the basis of these things, nor is his priestly function limited by these time frames which were part and parcel of the others. Melchizedek's priesthood was not founded upon his genealogy, but was derived from his personal dignity. It was not limited to a prescribed period. There is no record given of it coming to an end. It obviously came to an end, but he doesn't have it described as coming to an end because of the purpose for his existence in Scripture. And in this respect, he foreshadows the superiority of Jesus' priesthood, because the priesthood of the Lord Jesus rested upon the eternal dignity of his sonship. The priesthood of the Lord Jesus was not on the basis of his lineage. The priesthood of the Lord Jesus was on the basis of his personal worth. Now, we'll come to this later in the day, but if you just cast your mind forward to verse 13, he of whom these things are said belonged to a different tribe. That is, Jesus belonged to a different tribe, and no one from that tribe has ever served at the altar. For it is clear that the Lord descended from Judah, and in regard to that tribe, Moses said nothing about priests. So in other words, if the priestly function of the Lord Jesus is going to be traced to genealogy, he doesn't have the genealogy. He has no earthly right to perform the functions which were the functions of the Levitical priesthood. So the priesthood of Christ must, like the priesthood described for us in Melchizedek, emerge not from ancestry, but from personal worth and dignity. Now, we'll come back to that. That may encourage some of you and worry others of you, but we will come back to it. From verse 4 to verse 10, the writer now goes on and again to imply arguments that are not immediately familiar to us, but stay with it. To employ arguments to reinforce the superiority of Melchizedek to Aaron and the Levitical priesthood. Now, some of you are saying, does it really matter? And the answer is yes, it does, but it'll take time for the penny to drop. So for now, it does matter, therefore pay attention. It's the same thing you asked in calculus. Excuse me, sir, I'm planning on being a grocery store manager. Does this really matter? And the chap said, yes, it does matter. Shut up, sit down, and pay attention to what I'm telling you. And that was what you should do. So, in a far more gracious way, I mean,
Yo. Listen. As in likened to the Son of God, like the Son and the sons of God. God has got many sons, it seems. Am I being inconsistent? Anyone?
No, you're not being inconsistent. I now remember why I stopped going to church, because of these lectures. It's so verbose. I mean, like, we're going around the houses here.
Yeah, it's like his interpretation, but you gotta give everybody a chance, like to say their thing in it, like how they interpret it. But it's all good. Some will connect, some will think. I don't even want it to connect to what I'm saying. I said I don't even want it to connect to what I'm saying, but it will. At some point, there's some bits in it that just like leave it ambiguous and all of this. Well, that if I give you the simple answer and make it make sense for you, yeah, then it will gel together. You know what I mean? Because all of this talk and all of this thing, and yeah, he must have had parents, and now he ain't got parents, and and you know, these are different interpretations.
Yeah, I mean,
which one is the truth? Huh?
Where's all the lost birth certificate going? What, everybody lost the birth certificates? We all at once.
That's a different chapter, and that comes later than the existence.
Look at the title.
Melchizedek is older than the Levite priest.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's
I
older than
understand.
the Levite priest. He's
Look at
the
the
forefather.
title. This is part 1.
Yeah, mystery. It's a mystery. I told you. You get me? It's a biblical, Quranic, Judaic mystery. You know what I mean? It's an Abrahamic mystery. Let's put it that way.
Encouraging you along those lines. How then does he establish the fact of Melchizedek's superiority over the Aaronic and Levitical priesthood? Well, he does it essentially in 2 ways. It takes 6 verses to do it, but this is what he does. First, he says, if you want to realize how superior Melchizedek and his priesthood is, well, then think about this, verse 4. Even the patriarch Abraham gave him a tenth of the plunder. You say, is that it? Yeah. Wow, you say, that's interesting. I don't know what it possibly means, but it is interesting. Well, let me tell you. In verse 5, the law requires the descendants of Levi who become priests to collect a tenth from the people. So when you became a priest of the order of Levi, you were on the receiving end of the tithes of the people. They sustained your life physically. And you got it from your brothers, even though your brothers were descendants of Abraham, who is, if you like, if I may say so reverently, in the mind of the Jew, the daddy of them all. So you were a Levi, and you received tithes from those who were your brothers, and all of us, whether giving or receiving, had this in common, that we were, as it were, underneath Abraham, who was the great and key figure. But Melchizedek received tithes from the father of them all, proving to the Jewish mind that whoever this Melchizedek was, he was greater than these Levitical priests who had emerged down through the corridor.
Told you. You know, it's easy, it's simple. I mean, all the la-di-da and just to get to the same point. Yeah. He's the priest, high priest of the Most High, and there ain't no one trying to test him in no book. You know what I mean? Everyone knows what it is. Fall back. Do you get what I'm saying? Put respect on his name. No, say that your patriarch of the Abrahamic religions, gave tithes and a portion of his wealth and all of that. That created the system of giving tithes and all of that within the pantheon of Christianity and Judaism and whatever, Israelitism. You get it? So, it's no big thing, man. Yeah, but as I said, what's contained within that? Yeah, what's the knowledge in that? That's the question. Do you get what I'm saying? As well as who he is, what was his purpose, and what did he set up? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, but it's there. It's it's in all the texts and all of that. It's like, I've been through this many times. Like, easy, light work.
Of time. A far higher honor attached to him because the sacred dignity of the offering of these gifts was made by Abraham himself. Now, let's just turn to Genesis 14 and set the historical record there. Abram went to rescue his nephew Lot, and in the rescuing of Lot, he secured a significant victory over a fellow by the name of Kedorlaomer. And after he'd given him a drubbing, he was heading back to his own territory. And in verse 18, it says, Then Melchizedek, the king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High, and he blessed Abram, saying, Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hands. Then Abraham gave him a tenth of everything. So, first he says, I'll tell you why and how great he was, because Abraham tithed to him. And secondly, because it was Melchizedek who blessed Abraham, and it wasn't Abraham who blessed Melchizedek. Now, again, we look at one another and we say, well, so what? I mean, what does it matter if you say hello first or I say hello first? Hello, hello. Say good morning, good morning. Is it that kind of thing? No, it's clearly not. As verse 7 makes clear, the bestowing of blessing was always something which came from the greater to the lesser. So the father blessed the children, the grandfather blessed the children's children. The grandchildren did not bless the grandfather. And in the mind of the Jew, the first century Jew, they might assume that it would always be Abraham who was bestowing the blessing. Because after all, in their mind, there was nobody really greater than Abraham. That was why they got into such difficulties with Jesus in John chapter 8. Jesus says to them, before Abraham was, I am. And they took up stones to stone him. Why? Because they were so proud of the fact, Abraham is our father. We have never been slaves to any man. Jesus had looked him in the eyes and said, he that sins is a slave to sin. And they came back, choosing to miss the point and arguing on the basis of the religious heritage. Hey, cut out the sin stuff. Don't you know where we're from? Abraham is our main man. Jesus says, I'm going to tell you something. Before Abraham ever was, I am. I existed. And Melchizedek bestows the blessing on Abraham, thereby advancing the way in which his type points forward to the antitype, the Lord Jesus Christ himself.
Matthew, can you just pause a minute?
Sure.
So the tithes were being paid, verse 8, to priests.
Boom.
So the type and antitype, I'm slightly confused about this concept here.
Mm-hmm.
So the type is Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I said? And the antitype is Melchizedek.
No, not the antitype. We can't. How is he the antitype? He's the scholar of the type.
Melchizedek's the scholar of the type who blesses Abraham.
Mm-hmm. And Abraham blesses him. And then that's how the process continues after that to the Levitical priests. Do you get what I'm saying? And
Abraham has given him 10% in his tithes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Which is never mentioned anywhere else.
Then,
where is this ever mentioned, yeah?
And that's what I'm saying is in that you're teaching someone something, right? Right, and that's my point. I'm saying that he taught Abraham how to give tithes and, how to praise the Most High and give your portion of your wealth to someone who's close to the Most High, in a sense. You get what I'm saying? As one of his angels.
I understand this, but why have we not heard how Abraham got educated?
Because
before suddenly we're understanding Melchizedek, and I've never heard of this before.
Right. But yeah, this is normal, man. It's in there, but they have to interpret the little information they've got. And then, as I said, in some cases he's not even titled, so he's doing other things in the book and walking with other, characters, and he's just called the angel of the Lord or the this and that and the other. But in certain respects, it's just an angel. It's that they're not saying, he walked with God or that type of thing.
Yeah. It looks like we missed a Melchizedek chapter in the Old Testament to me.
And another chapter equivalent given to him is the last chapter of the Old Testament, which is Malachi. Malachi, Zadok, Melchizedek, all same thing. So if you want to interested in that, just go and read that.
Yeah, I will do. It's
interesting. So there's a lot of things equivalated to him. You know what I mean? Like he's the Lamb of God and all of this type of stuff. So that he's gonna come with Christ when in the end times. You get what I'm saying? That's his angel in a sense. The angel of Christ is Melchizedek, or is Michael, or is Malachi, or is it's just one in the same concept or entity.
I see.
But people trying to figure it out, it's very difficult. You know what I mean? But how are you trying to figure out what an angel does? That's effectively what you're doing.
Yeah, there isn't enough information. We've got sort of sparse.
Right. So it's gonna be weird to you. It's gonna not make sense. It's not got parents and
trying to work it out in context where he is, doing what,
how's he just appearing out of the blue, and
we haven't got the answers.
But it makes sense if you understand what you're trying to do. And what you're trying to do is get involved in the movements and the activity of a specific angelic being. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what it is. So I'm saying. And then when people say, "Oh, well, they can't mate, they can't have sex, and they can't do this and they can't do that," well, it seems that that's to the contrary. In some might say, yeah, he could be. You could class him as a Nephilim and Raphaim and Mikaim, and those would be the descendants of those angelic beings who have some story in coming down here and doing such things. Yeah. And then some would be invested in trying to save their descendants' lives, like Noah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they would be invested in that. Like, yeah, all right, God's gonna wipe the thing. Listen, build a boat, yeah, and get out of the way. You know what I'm saying? And save yourselves. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, he already dodged it, didn't he? He went back up to heaven.
Right.
He
So,
dodged it.
like,
He already knew.
So I'm saying, yeah, exactly, because he's an angel, but now he's in physical form. But he's gonna take one of his brothers to come get him.
Hmm.
No big deal. You know what I mean? No big deal. But
In-
that's in under interpretation from the Jewish and from the Book of Enoch and from the, you know what I mean? These different things. So it would sound like some farcical fantasy remix, but that's all you can do once you put the pieces together.
Yeah.
So it's going to sound like that, but it's going to sound a little bit more cohesive, like to make it make sense. And that's essentially how I end up talking. Yeah, because I know some things and I know how they work together because I've had access to that information, and how you put it together is like, boom, oh, okay. Because people are then sometimes going to say, oh, you're too invested. This goes against your faith and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, bruh, knowledge doesn't go against anything.
No.
Knowledge is power.
You have to do a deep dive into this and find out what's going on.
Right, you have to study profusely, and when you got the time, because my quest for knowledge is over my actual faith or my deen or whatever. It's like I have to know, and then what it requires me, my deen requires me to acquire information and make it make sense and put things together on my own and without the aid of anyone else. Because that's a gift that the creator gave to us. That gift of discernment and to work things out and build and make stuff. Man is a maker of things.
Mm.
See what I'm saying? So we have to, and then that means if you make something, you have to work out the cogs or work out the mechanisms to make it work. And that's all it is. So but yeah, it depends on where you are, sit on the religious scale. Yeah, you as I said, if you're on the just religious level, it's just culturally you're just that. I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Jew, all my family's been, and all of that type of thing.
Yeah.
But you're not necessarily practicing. Those people are generally more easy to get at, like we explained earlier with those groups, the Dawa team and the Christians at Speaker's Corner. They're going for prey. They're going for the ones who are just casual Christians and whatever. Oh, do you believe in the Trinity? Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, when I was a Christian, it was like we sort of kept away from the Old Testament. We'll just keep the New Testament. We'll keep the good stuff. Like I never wanted to get into the Old Testament.
Right.
Like there's always.
I always said that the Old Testament was the good stuff. I think a few people agree.
I agree. No, it's more interesting. But at the time when I was, a young kid, it was always just give them the New Testament. They'll understand. Don't go into the Old Testament.
Yeah.
It brings up too many questions.
We have to start on that. Genesis, Exodus, you get me? Deuteronomy, Numbers. Yeah, all of these. Yeah, we used to have to do it like nursery rhyme in Sunday school and that. It's mad.
Yeah, it was censored to them. Like, we'll just show you little pieces.
But yeah, it's what's generally been argued, where some are dealing with Yakub on one side, other people are dealing with Melchizedek on another side, where they're like, oh, well, how does this fit in the story? Where does this come from? What is going on here? Is it time before time? Is it information that we don't have 100% access to? Because a priesthood or an order is something that is private.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
no matter what they're saying, like even if it's a priesthood, it's private. The processes and things that you do in the priesthood and the texts or the rituals that you're having to go through, no one generally would see that. You know what I'm saying? That'd be confined to the temple or the tabernacle or whatever construction you had to do your thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean,
And
but
then we
when,
have to.
when Zulu's saying, "Oh, it's pre-configured with Christ," it's like, well, why haven't you told about this before?
I don't know what he means. I mean,
What does that mean?
it,
I don't understand.
it's a contemporary. As I think it's a contemporary, not like it's not someone before. Like if you say it's the angel Michael, the angel Michael was there with Christ in the beginning. Like they were all out there. Yeah. All the angels. Yeah. On the first day they were of Genesis. They were already there. Bam. Like yeah, they preceded all of that. You know what I mean? They were involved in helping in creation and all sorts, you know? So like that makes sense, you
Yeah,
know.
I mean, they're always talking about the
And then
Archangel Gabriel and all this.
yeah, well, they say the sons of God came down and found the daughters of men fair and took them wives. Like that statement is significant because yeah, taking a wife, marriage is sex. You know what I mean? Then they're gonna have children. Them children are gonna be maybe good children because the next set that come down take wives. You get me? And out of them come giants and all sorts, men of renown and all of this type of stuff, Nephilim and that. Yeah. So I would agree that they're all what you would call Nephilim, Raphaim, Jibberims, you know what I mean? Because they're all descendants of these good and fallen angels. You know what I mean? And once they're fallen, well, we don't even know what they are by then. But
Yeah,
when the mathematics is correct, maybe you get these kind of perfect, you know, beings in their generation and that. When it's done correctly, do you get what I'm saying? When it's rape and you know just snatching women and you know breeding with them, and then they're creating giants from the violence. I don't know what it is, but they're just creating giants. But then on the other side, they could be also creating slender giants or people that are tall, but you know, in proportion and have a decent manner and all of that. Do you get it? I
Yeah.
want to live quietly and pastorally and all of this type of stuff. Maybe, because everything has to have the yin and the yang with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they say, the good and the bad, or the agreeable and disagreeable, and all of this type of stuff. So I'm saying, if the bad angels came down and they created Nephilims and thing, their descendants, and then the good angels came down and they did the same thing, that brings balance. I think God would do that because that would make more sense. So you got equal thing, but when it comes to then wiping them out, yeah, it might be more down the bad side where, and in that region where they're practicing on doing more bad stuff. You got what I'm saying? Crazy stuff. So yeah. So I think that maybe Michael also, as one of them, had his descendants, you know, that gave you Melchizedek and all of that, which is an incarnation of him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel that if it can work for other angels and not everybody suffered the fate of the flood, like they're saying it with this particular individual, you know what I mean? And people are living 900 years at that time, you know, 8s and 9s and 700s and all of this type of stuff. So, you know, what are we talking about? Are we talking about human beings? No. We're talking about a stage older and higher than us, which would be either good Nephilim or bad Nephilim. And then we also got the natural man or woman, which are the pygmies. So yeah, with all that activity going on, there was still people, little people here on the planet, and they also took them and mixed in and created all sorts of yeah, giants and whatever, normal sized people and all of that. So yeah. But let's go, Melchizedek, man. King of Salem. Salam.
Priests and men who die, not only do they die physically, but they're priests who died at the age of 50. But Abraham, he says, paid tithes to a priest who lives on, or in the NIV, to a priest who is declared to be living. since no death is recorded of Melchizedek, his priesthood is typically eternal. See? The reason that he is provided for us in Scripture without this beginning and without this ending is in order that he might typify the one who is to come. Melchizedek was, if you like, the facsimile of which the Lord Jesus Christ is the reality. What he's going to go on and point out is that Jesus is the only priest who is alive forevermore. And on the basis, verse 16, of his indestructible life. One who has become a priest not on the basis of a regulation as to his ancestry, but on the basis of the power of an indestructible life. Now, you've got to understand how important this was to these first century Jews. They had been brought up in all of the significant heritage of Judaism. They had been brought up to believe, indeed, to depend upon the ceremonial law and the sacrificial system to provide them with any possibility of having their sins forgiven and of being brought into the presence of God. Now, as a result of the preaching of the gospel, they had turned their back on all of that ceremonialism and of all that had represented religious and spiritual security to them, and they had stepped out in obedience on the strength of the claims of the apostles that this Jesus Christ had made an atoning sacrifice for sin once and for all, that he had torn the curtains to make it possible for men and women to go into the very holy of holies, and they needed to leave all of that behind and go on. Hardly surprising, as they began to gather in little groups, that when the seeds of doubt, the times of difficulty came and the pressure of those around them was upon them, that they were tempted always to look back over their shoulders, always to say, you know, there's nothing really here. What is it that we're really doing? We don't have an altar, and we don't have a sacrificial system, and we don't have robes, and we don't have bells, and we're not swinging incense, and we're not doing any of these things. Do we really have anything at all, you see? They would be saying to themselves. We used to rely so much on the Day of Atonement in Leviticus 16. We relied on the fact that our high priest went into the Holy of Holies, offered up himself in terms of, offered sacrifices for his own sins, and then went and offered for us. But now, what have we got? You remember what the writer is saying? He says, listen, the ones who stay the course are the ones who are really his. If we hold firmly to the end, we'll be saved. And as they're buffeted by all these things, the writer comes to them and says, listen, I know that many of you are struggling with the issues of what you've left behind and what you've now embraced. And I know you're tempted to believe that you've given up the whole priesthood and that there's nothing there at all. But I want to tell you, the priesthood to which you have come in the person of the Lord Jesus Christ is a far more significant priesthood than that of the Aaronic Levitical priesthood. It is a priesthood after the order of Melchizedek. And if you're wondering about Melchizedek, he was actually greater than your father Abraham, because Abraham tithed to him, and they would have said, well, you know, that's true. And also, he was the one who bestowed the blessing on Abraham, and it is always from the greater to the lesser. And they would have said, well, that is true. And they would have been putting the pieces together in a way that isn't common for late 20th century dwellers to put together. That's why many of us are standing on the outside looking in. We're saying, well, this must have been very important to somebody, but is it really significant to us? I'm going to show you in conclusion that it is. What the writer is affirming is the absolute sufficiency and reality of the priestly function of the Lord Jesus Christ. And just before he moves on, in verses 9 and 10, he has a super little P.S. He says, you know, you could even say that Levi, who represented the great collector of tithes, he was at the head of the line in terms of the priests. If anybody was on the receiving end, it was Levi. So the writer says, you know, you could actually say that Levi, the big collector of tithes, paid a tithe, in the sense that he was still, as the King James Version says, in the loins of Abraham. That Abraham was his representative. He was the progenitor, and Levi was to come from the seed of Abraham, and he would be the one who received the tithes. What says the writer? If you think this through in terms of solidarity, you realize that the Levi, to whom we gave so much, was himself bestowing tithes to this mysterious Melchizedek. Now, what he then does in verses 11 to 19 is to go on to display that what is foreshadowed in Melchizedek is provided in all of its perfection in the priesthood of Christ. And let me take just a moment to anticipate tonight and to try in some measure to give application to all that we've just said. Look at a phrase there in verse 19. In fact, verse 18, the former regulation is set aside because it was weak and useless. For the law made nothing perfect, and a better hope is introduced by which we draw near to God. See, here's the question. How do sinful men and women draw near to God? We were to go out in the streets and ask that question, we get all kinds of answers. Well, they draw near to God by going to church. They draw near to God by trying to turn the other cheek and living by the golden rule. Some would say they draw near to God by being baptized. Some may say they draw near to God by engaging in religious ceremonies. Some may say they draw near to God by listening to the Bible preached, and whatever it might be. But the real question is, how does an individual draw near to God? And the $64,000 question is this, verse 17, if perfection could have been attained through the Levitical priesthood, why was there still need for another priest to come? If the Levitical priesthood answered the questions for men and women about forgiveness of sin, about knowing God personally, about being adopted into his family, then the sheer logic of it makes it clear that if that was possible in that way, then there was no need for another priest after the order of Melchizedek to come. What says the writer? All of that was ultimately, in the final analysis, weak and useless. Hence, the absolute necessity of a pure, spotless high priest who would make a once and for all atoning, substitutionary sacrifice of himself for his people. And invite those who knew themselves to be distant from God to come and meet him at the very place of sacrifice, at the cross of the Lord Jesus Christ. Well, we'll pick it up there this evening. But if you're here this morning and all that you know to this point in your life is external religion, then we'd love to introduce you to the reality of a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Mad.
Some are here this morning, and this is who you are. You recognize that your life hasn't been going the way it ought to go for whatever reason.
The following message by Alistair Bell.
Don't worry about him.
Then you went forth seeking the religion of Abraham, questioning monks and rabbis until
Lay down.
that one. The case. So why?
Zulu's gone missing in action.
We are walking through
a long car ride.
The story of the Bible begins. We are walking through the story of the Bible, focusing on the role of priests.
And that story begins with God creating a garden called Eden,
where heaven and earth are one.
And God places humans in the garden to be his royal image, his priests, so that humans and God can work together as one.
Just for you,
and
Randy.
This whole setup is called God's blessing.
But tragically, the priestly humans are duped into rebelling against God and then exiled from the garden.
But God promises that one day a descendant will come to defeat that evil deceiver and restore humanity as royal priests. And we learn he'll be both a priest and a sacrifice.
But as it stands, humanity is outside of Eden, and things have spiraled into chaotic violence.
But God chooses from the wreckage a couple, Abraham and Sarah. And God calls them to journey to the land of Canaan, and he promises to give them a huge family and all the blessings of Eden.
Now, the blessing isn't just for them. The goal is that God's blessing flows through their family out to all the nations.
And so that makes Abraham's family like a priesthood.
So is Abraham that royal priest we've been hoping for?
Well, no. But Abraham does meet a mysterious figure who reminds us of that promised royal priest.
And who is this?
Well, Abraham is returning victorious from a risky battle, and he passes by the city of Shalem, and this king comes out to meet him. And we're told that this king is also a priest who serves the same God that Abraham does.
Ah, yes, Melchizedek. This man's a mystery. We don't know why he worships Abraham's God. We don't even know his family lineage.
Exactly. But here's what happens. Melchizedek brings this great feast out to Abraham and his army, and then he gives God's blessing to Abraham, saying God is the one who gave him this victory over his enemies. Then Abraham gives Melchizedek 1/10 of everything that he has, and that's the story.
So what is it all about?
Well, Melchizedek is the king and the priest of Shalem, which is an ancient name short for Jerusalem.
Jerusalem, which will later become the capital of Abraham's future family, where the temple is built. And that 10% that Abraham gives Melchizedek, that's just like the 10% Israelites will later give to honor the priests who work in the temple.
Exactly. And so here is Abraham, the father of the Israelites, and he's honoring a royal priesthood that existed long before Israel's temple or their priests.
Melchizedek.
Yeah, he's super important. And we'll come back to him when we get to the story of David.
Okay, back to Abraham. We find out that he and Sarah are unable to have kids. And they're really old. So how are they going to have a family?
Well, they scheme up their own plan. Sarah forces her Egyptian slave to produce a child with Abraham. But once that happens, Sarah ends up despising her slave.
Because of racism.
So instead of trusting God for a family, they do it on their own terms.
Right.
How is Hagar white? Yeah, and the child's black. Like, what is going on here?
Why is it Egyptian? What's the significance of the Egyptian?
Well, she's Egyptian, right? Hagar is Egyptian.
That's Egyptian woman there, is it?
That's supposedly Egyptian woman, but I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, but yet the sun.
The sun came out darker.
Yeah, it's either that or they're telling a lie about him, and they're telling a lie about Abraham, and they're telling a lie about Hagar. You know what I mean? Because the sheer sum result of it, they seem to get that right. Crazy.
Her slave and oppressing her.
So instead of trusting God for a family, they do it on their own terms.
Right. And so God eventually does give them their own son, Isaac, but then God promptly asks for the life of that son back.
Abraham is called to offer up Isaac on a mountain as a sacrifice.
And we're told this is a test. God's requiring Abraham to own up to his failures, to stop his scheming, and to surrender his family's future to God.
Abraham and Isaac go up the mountain, build an altar, and right as Abraham is about to offer up his son,
God stops him, and he provides a substitute ram that can be sacrificed in Isaac's place. And here, the narrator stops the story and starts speaking to you, the reader, saying, "This is why we today say, on the mountain of Yahweh, it will be provided."
The mountain of Yahweh, that's Jerusalem.
That's right. And so notice in both of these stories we've looked at, Abraham is near that high place that will later be called Jerusalem.
In the first story, Abraham meets a royal priest. And in the second story, God provides a substitute sacrifice that covers for the sins of Abraham's family.
Yes, and both of these stories point forward to the need for a future royal priest who will also become a sacrifice for the sins of Abraham and his family.
From here, Abraham's family grows to become an entire people, but they eventually end up as slaves in Egypt. And so, how can a group of slaves produce a royal priest?
Exactly. And so that brings us to Moses, whose story we're going to look at next.
What? You got it, Randy. You got it. You got it.
It's Egypt's fault.
Yeah, it's Egypt's fault. It's as much as the next fault, man. Don't know what he's doing. He's just running around. Yeah.
What's this called? Abraham and Melchizedek. Okay.
Yeah.
It's got loads of you as well.
I got the Moses one and that. I got so many I could do. There was one.
I think Zulu's bottled it.
What's Zulu?
It's bottled it, I think.
Where's better? I got one for Zulu.
Shalom Aleichem. Upon you be peace. I am the Archangel Metatron, the angel of thought and esoteric wisdom, known as the scribe, or recording angel, the chancellor of heaven. I am the one who supervises the archives of the Akashic records, where all your thoughts and deeds are recorded. I assist you to better communicate with the Most High by expanding your mind to better receive divine guidance. The name Metatron, like Sandalphon, and Sin, on, instead of L, signifying my origin as a human being prior to ascending at the end of my human life. Prior to ascending to become an archangel, I was a human named Enoch. My ascension into heaven is recorded in the book of Genesis, chapter 5, verse 24, where it states,
What? So someone saying that the Archangel Metatron was Enoch when he was alive. I mean,
You start scratching the surface, and somebody's got to do a whole load of research to work out what's going on.
There's a whole load of angels. There's a whole load of angelic beings with different roles and different things that are mentioned in a lot of scripts that are not mainstream. You know.
Yeah. Who's this
But they add
Metatron?
to
I've
the
never heard of
story.
him at all.
You get me? Metatron's cube and all of that. Mad.
And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. While Sandalphon presides over the exit to the spheres of the Kabbalist tree of life, I, Metatron, preside over the entrance to the spheres of the Kabbalist tree of life. My name, Metatron, is composed of two words. The first part of my name is the word meta, meaning after or beyond, as in metaphysics, is beyond physics or beyond the physical, hence, the spiritual or abstract. The second part of my name is the word tron, referring to a device, tool, or instrument, as found in the words electron and neutron. Also the word tron is related to the word throne. Therefore, the name Metatron can mean beyond the throne, or a tool or instrument used to go beyond, hence, a tool of transcendence. And just what is this instrument of transcendence to which I am referring? Well, I am the archangel who carries the geometric blueprint to all of creation, life, and existence. This geometric blueprint is called Metatron's cube. Metatron's cube is in fact a megatron, or large device, as it is the secret key to unlocking the sacred geometry of the multidimensional universe. Metatron's cube is composed of 13 circles, with lines connecting the center points of each circle. The number 13 is very significant as it is the number which enumerates Jesus and his 12 disciples, the pineal gland, and the 12 occult cranial nerves of the brain, and the 12 signs of the zodiac, plus the 13th lost sign of Ophiuchus. Metatron's
Maybe these are the type of things you learn in the order of Melchizedek. Maybe. You get me? Because if this is higher information and some has been taken and used for the Kabbalic tree of life, we know the Kabbalic tree of life didn't come first. It was adapted from older concepts and all of that to get it. So around the same.
What's this geometric pattern showing?
13 circles.
We got a triangle in there as well.
Well, exactly.
What are we doing here?
I know. That's Metatron's cube, mate. And that's what Kabbalists use. They like the tree of life and all of this type of stuff. It's mad. Essence of life or whatever. An interdimensional thing. So maybe that's our Earth, for example. There's loads of Earths around it, and then there's outer. It's mad. It's crazy.
What is it? A pentagram as well?
It's all sorts.
2, 4.
Triangle up, triangle down.
Yeah, triangle up, triangle down. All sorts going on here.
Yeah. Mad.
Cube is the mathematical geometry which emanates a cause of causes, from the seed of life, to the flower of life, to the tree of life. In our etheric form as pure energy, the archangels, the Elohim, the elders, your ancestors, performed the activities of original primary creation. In the beginning, there was a dot. That dot became a line. That line became a wall. That wall became a square. The first dot split like a daughter cell into two, and the second dot formed a circle by completing one cycle around itself. No one knows where the circle begins, or where the circle ends, except the one who created it. The circle began to spin, creating an orb, manifesting 360 degrees of square, and 360 degrees of circle. The circle was turned inside out, and placed within the confines of the square. The square that you know on this plane is not the same as its counterpart on the spiritual plane, the plane of force. These planes cannot be perceived by the ordinary physical human eye, but rather are only perceivable by the spiritual third eye. The energy which was confined in the square tried to escape by pushing upward, outward, and downward. This constant friction generated heat to the degree that the square could no longer withstand, and an explosion of enormous force occurred. This event manifested on the physical plane as the birth of the universe, the formation of stars, galaxies, planets, and life in the physical realm. The building blocks of the physical realm are 5 geometric three-dimensional shapes, which the mathematicians of your planet have termed the Platonic solids. These 5 Platonic solids are all contained within Metatron's cube, and each geometric shape is associated with a fundamental alchemical element. The tetrahedron represents fire. The hexahedron represents earth. The octahedron represents air. The icosahedron represents water. And the dodecahedron represents ether. Everything in existence, both physical and spiritual, is created from Metatron's cube, and this is why this is the most sacred geometry. Your ability to comprehend and draw and replicate Metatron's cube enables you to transcend the physical plane and ascend to higher dimensions. Inside Metatron's cube is the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Holy of Holies, which contains the secret of life, the Kabbalah tree of life, called the Sephirot, the 10 emanations, plus one hidden, through which the Most High, the Infinite Eternal, reveals himself, and continuously creates both the physical and metaphysical realms. These emanations and revelations of the Creator's will are 10. Malkuth, kingship. 9. Yesod, foundation. 8. Hod, splendor. 7. Netzash, eternity. 6. Tiferet, beauty. 5. Kavira, severity. 4. Chesed, kindness. 3. Bina, understanding. 2. Chakma, wisdom. 1. Keeper, crown. And 0. De'at, knowledge, the hidden mystical state where all 10 Sephirot in the tree of life are united as one. And with that knowledge, now you have become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, put forth your hand, and take also of this tree of life, and eat, and live forever.
Crazy. Boom. One second. Yes. You lot there still, man?
I'm here.
Alright, you lot jump on, man. I'm gonna have a music break.
31 watching.
Jump on, family. Yeah, man. Oh, Melchizedek it's a deep one, mate. We can
It's
go
heavy,
back and
huh?
forth all
It's
this.
heavy.
Yeah, man.
Gee.
Yeah, man. Well, I need my heavy hitters,
Exhausted.
my Zulus and that. I need them to come through.
Yeah, I'm
So we
exhausted.
can break this down.
Conceptualize it all.
Yeah, everyone's shook, man.
Yeah, Zulu's shook. Is he still listening?
Mm-hmm.
Axum's still with us.
Yeah, Axel, big up Axel. Axel's probably in the Great Hall drinking some mead.
No, Zulu's run.
Giving pride thing to the gods. Nice, Pranee.
Zulu's ran.
On the movement. He's on the move.
No, he's run. I think he's run. He didn't know how to explain all this.
Let's go.
Well, back to Jakob. Oh no.
Yes. So Vixens. Some Vixens.
The only thing I'm seeing I'd like to put an amend on, perhaps a little more room here for the fixins. You know what I'm talking about? Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of fixins. We're gonna have so many fucking fixins up in this motherfucker. This shit's gonna go through the roof. Oh, damn, I'm shitting gold these days.
We made it. We made it.
The devil, the haters, the bloggers, the papers, the labels, they label me.
Jeez.
But they can't relate to our struggle, my nigga. We came up from slavery. Apologies go out to all of my fans because they waited so patiently.
Jeez.
This one is for all of the lost and forgotten black angels that pray for me. A million niggas love me because I'm ill. The greatest story ever told, niggas in the field. From Solomon to Sambo to Django, it's fact. I'm the Farrakhan of rap and I get it from the wheel. The son of WD, who hung around in the deep, who ran around in the street. The trap gods raised me, face all on the Sphinx, story all on the wall of the pyramids. Niggas know the black god saved me. You can blow the nose off, that won't change it. Obamacare won't heal all that anguish. We came a long way from the bottom of the boat. All praise to the Mac D, we found our language. Gold necklace, middle finger erected. God taught us your bad, styling on the record. Lost sons of Muhammad, we wildin' in the record. The Shad to Alad and Lahad is the message. All these niggas, I got to fight one. All these devils, I got to strike some. All these rebels just waiting on the wall cry. Mama said, son, you got to strike drum. Rock Nation.
Come on, wheel up, and
the
come
only thing
again.
I'm seeing I'd like to put an amend on, perhaps a little more room here for the fixins.
For the
You know what I'm talking about?
Vixens.
Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of fixins. We're
Come
gonna have
on.
so many fucking fixins up in this motherfucker. This shit's gonna go through the roof, man. Ooh, damn, I'm shitting gold these days.
Hey.
We made it. We made it.
The devil, the haters, the bloggers, the papers, the labels, they label me. But they can't relate to our struggle, my nigga. We came up from slavery. Apologies go out to all of my fans because they waited so patiently. This one is for all of the lost and forgotten black angels that pray for me. A million niggas love me because I'm ill. The greatest story ever told, niggas in the field. From Solomon to Sambo to Django, it's fact. I'm the Farrakhan of rap and I get it from the wheel. The son of WD, who hung around in the deep, who ran around in the street. The trap gods raised me, face all on the Sphinx, story all on the wall of the pyramids. Niggas know the black god saved me. You can blow the nose off, that won't change it. Obamacare won't heal all that anguish. We came a long way from the bottom of the boat. All praise to the Mac, we found our language.
That's right.
Gold necklace, middle finger erect. God taught us your bad, styling on the record. Lost sons of Muhammad, we wildin' in the record. The Shad to Alad and Lahad is the message. All these niggas, I got to fight one. All these devils, I got to strike some. All these rebels just waiting on the wall cry. Mama said, son, you got to strike drum. Rock Nation, celebration, motivation, elevation. Nigga, we made it from slaves on the slave ship, live from the cotton field, straight to the spaceship.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like motherfuckers should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
Hop of the slave ship. Popped up my chain and took it to Jacob. I gotta go play it. More than that bitch, like nigga, we made it. I own my own masters. No, I ain't missing no royalty statements. I can't be rated. Damn, ho, stun on them haters. Sorry, Mr. Drizzy, put so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about shit that I really bought. Why these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot? And a bunch of other silly shit that they ain't got. I'm on my loop, Peter, young go. Stunting on stage, got the 12 years a slave. This ace of spade look like an Oscar. Black tux look like a monster. Don't make me ride ya. Nigga, watch your tone. I come to court with black boxes on.
Need to slow down. Seems like motherfuckers should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
Top of the slave ship. Popped up my chain and took it to Jacob. I gotta go play it. More than that bitch, like nigga, we made it. I own my own masters. No, I ain't missing no royalty statements. I can't be rated. Damn, ho, stun on my haters. Sorry, Mr. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about shit that I really bought. While these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot. And a bunch of other silly shit that they ain't got. I'm on my loop, Peter, young go. Stunting on stage after 12 years a slave. This ace of spade look like an Oscar. Black tux look like a monster. Don't make me raya, nigga, watch your tone. I come to court with black boxes on. Y'all hella jealous, I'm a melatonin. I can black out at any given moment, I'm God. Jesus, 7-letter mace, hold my arms to feet shackle, I still get paid. All praise is due, I'm ready to chase a Yaku back in the cage. These are the last days, what do I say? All praise is due, I'm ready to chase a Yaku back in the cage. Still get paid. All praise is due, I'm ready to chase a Yaku back in the cage. These are the last days, what do I sing phase? Showed up to the last supper, it's a brand new J's. I'm the true living, book a hole. New religion, ain't from the other world, alien superstition. You blind, baby, blind to the fact of who you are, maybe. My bloodline's crazy, kings and queens and Michael Jordan rings. I go stupido, sucio. The flow's filthy, y'all can't kill me. I've been inoculated from the snakes in the face and your corny handshakes. Cocksucker, we made it.
Sniper, we made it. Come on, let's get some tunes on. Let's get some of the brothers in. You get me? Alright, what should I play? You know I like this tune. Come on, let's go. Come on, come on.
I've been trying to relax a bit, but they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with the fake persona. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Accentuate the fact that I'm always sober. Some think I'm serious, moody, some think I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds. It's confusing just finding your way. In two minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck them. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze. I just wanna get up and away. I don't talk if I got nothing to say. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Mad.
Big up, Marco. Sorry, I'm back now.
Big up. You back.
Yeah.
Hey. This is the closest we're gonna get to rock music.
I've been trying to relax a bit, but they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with a fake persona. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Some think I'm serious, moody, some think I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds. It's confusing just finding your way. In two minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck them. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze. I just wanna get up and away.
That's right.
I don't talk if I got nothing to say.
Mad.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings.
That's right.
Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries because of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees?
That's right.
Consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free. Tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good, just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different. I'm blinded by my religion, been guided back to a kingdom experience, teaching me wisdom. Talking projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries because of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees? Consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free. Tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good, just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different. I'm blinded by my religion, been guided back to a kingdom experience, teaching me wisdom. Victims been tricked into eating everything that they're given, that's not my decision. Rastas stay practicing idle living cause the food is killing. Salt and sugar like heroin, all of this belly filling. Cock sniffing and Henny sipping, got a medi slipping. Gotta say what or stay in prison, one that meant to fit in.
If shit will work out,
that's right.
If dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
It's Reverend Olushon, the Dapper Don, like don't get it wrong. When I jump on a different type of song, know what I mean? Yeah, leave your girlfriend in the throng. Am I wrong? Nah, I'm just keep going on, keep it strong. Yeah, that's right, yeah, singing a song or singing a bar. Superstars when I'm in the car, like praising Allah. They say sniper gone too far, but this is what I do with the bars or with the rhymes. Know what I mean? Come straight out my mind, it's well designed. Know what I mean? But it's well defined. That's right, me with the gun, shoot straight from behind, leave you blind. Yeah, you must be out of your mind, know what I mean? Or out of your brain, you must be insane. I told you that I don't need to explain, but once again, I say amen or even amen. Jeez. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Jeez, jeez. Sunday service, Sunday service. With your reverend. With your reverend. I don't know what we'll play. Should we play This Is England? See MJ in the chat. We got MJ for yesterday. You get me? It was a fire show, man. You know I never watched them back, but yeah. I ascertained.
Create and share with YouTube Shorts on the new Oppo Find X5 Pro.
Shush your mouth.
What would Dad love even more than a Father's Day card?
He wouldn't like double adverts. He wouldn't. He'd just definitely, he'd be pissed. Let's go. Come on, where's the yeah crew? Jeez, up in the church.
Yeah, jump on, man.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, this is England. Greenland of etiquettes, manners and disciplines. Free lagons on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagons here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England. Hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England. The kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's so mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England. Poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run.
Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Bankers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad upon with all of this. Why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on. Yeah, this is England, America's daddy, the evident number one, the international immigrant, the culture, the great, the benevolent. When people debate over everything, sing songs of praise about the slaves that they never been. It's funny how people here never.
Come on, just in case you never got your boots on. Yeah. We got the crew. Come on, you know where we are. But. What?
Yeah, this is England, green line of etiquette, manners and disciplines. Free lagans on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagans here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England, hard working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England, the kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's so mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England, poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run. Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Bankers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad upon with all of this. Why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on. Yeah, this is England, America's daddy, the evident number one, the international immigrant, the culture, the great, the benevolent. When people debate over everything, sing songs of praise about the slaves that they never been. It's funny how people here never think about the words of the song that they forever sing. Yeah, this is England, council estates with no divisions in. Just people pissed off with the richer men. The people that's ripping off each of them. Can't keep fooling them up like the preacher them. Bum politicians, not one of them speak for them. You feel it, then turn up the speaker then. And then free up, break out of the sheeple pen. And go look for relief. Burn up a fire, I light up the sheets. How they gon' fight you for finding some peace? What Haile Selassie guy said in his speech. He said that it's not an is, it's becoming. Words for the wise to stop nuclear bombing. The man that taught man to be all that he can. Overstand before it ends in a bang.
Big up, ladies. Big up, MJ. Big up, Unique Diamond. Come on.
Big up.
Big up.
Yeah,
All of that. I thought Eunice was in here. The way you're saying her.
Yesterday was funny. Colin Carter tried to jump on with a Eunice profile.
No, that was mad. That was so.
Yeah, that was funny. I was the first one to clock. I was like, is that Eunice or Carter?
Yeah, you clocked it, yeah. Not the first time.
Man.
I was like, nah.
I missed that.
Where is Eunice? He's hiding, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Usually he pops up, but I reckon he went for a long walk and he went to get some hummus.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll arrive.
So funny the other day when I think was it you, Unique, that asked him, does he have any hobbies? And then Jed's asked the question, and I knew exactly what his answer was going to be.
In it, MJ, you got
I
it
like going
right.
for long walks.
What is he on?
I can't even make my voice as feminine as him. Like, I go for long walks. I go for long walks.
I go for long walks.
Yes, it's out of order.
Oh, stop it.
It's out of order. If I was a timid little woman, I'd probably speak like that, but I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm MJ.
Yeah, women, like real women don't even speak like that. That's mad. That's
In
crazy,
it,
isn't
we
it?
got more bass in our voice.
Right.
Like, what's going on? Yeah, must be the hummus. Must be the
And
hummus.
Axel cracked me up yesterday. Why did you jump on against this? Something was triggering you.
What was it? Who was it? The AV triggered me. For fuck's sake.
Oh my
AV
God.
triggered me. It was okay. Nah. Trina was saying, both of them. I don't know what's wrong with the Asian family, yeah? You gotta take this out with AV and Trina.
You do know what's wrong with them. You do know what's wrong with them. They're a little bit tapped, and some of them are sexually repressed, and you know it splurts out in different ways. Sometimes it can be really digital. We call digital, you know, when you just talk and you can't stop. You're like, stop, leave someone, give them an opportunity. You need to go and bust a nut. You get me? Them are just it is foreign to them. It's foreign, you know.
Both of them.
A few of them. It's like, you know, self-celibacy it can have its negative effects, and that's what I feel that's happened to some of my brothers.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but for me, I just get like this weak energy, and it's like, where is your fighting spirit? Like, I just don't get it.
You come from warrior background, but yeah, it's like it's been drained out of you.
Imagine even man like Raj was taking the piss out of AV.
Mad. That's mad. You know what I mean? But it's the incel business. It's like you can't come to an event. That was a real weird one. Come to an event and you didn't say hello to hardly anyone.
Big man like you.
Innit? A big man like you. Yeah,
Bloody
I saw
hell.
him. I was like, there's the guy with the turban. I didn't even think. I knew it weren't Triller.
I think we all fully thought it was just some security or the landlords, you know, because look, if people want to come and enjoy events and not speak to anyone, that's cool, isn't it? But it means that we know how you roll, we know your social skills or lack of, you know what I mean? So
terrible.
yeah, well, that's cool. You know what I mean? You want to buy a ticket and roll up and spectate, go for it.
It's mad.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is for our sweet smokers. Sorry.
Yeah, not me. Bye-bye.
Skull.
Next time I'm gonna bring Axel some edibles.
Oh boy.
Weed everyone. I love this tune. It's one of my favorites now, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking to myself, Matthew, imagine the instructions these men got in preparation for the video.
Not much.
Like, smoke to the rhythm.
Yeah.
Smoke to the rhythm.
Pick up a spliff and drift. I'm not a stoner, it's a lift. Real herb man know what it is. Sativa smoke, no coke in my chest. No gas, no diesel, no crack, no B, just cess. You can ask anyone that knows weed, I'm blessed. No cigarette for the eye, just merch or tie. Wrap that with a lettuce if it goes dry. Put that in the fridge, it will stay fresh. Right next to the parsley and crest. They should sell herb next to the fruit and veg. It's good for the body and good for the meds. Gives you a good feeling, toes to the head. Sitting on the ceiling, smoking the head, thinking about life and it don't make sense. Like, why we gotta pay for food? And why the homeless ain't got food? The more I think, the more it's changing my mood. The more I wanna know more of the truth. The more I gotta show that to the youth. I wanna eat something, so I peel some fruit. Give thanks for the present that grew from the root. Then I wanna drink something, so I draw for a juice. Take 2 sips, then I draw on a zoo. Wanna learn something, so I watch YouTube. Something deep with about 1,000 views. Study and breathe like the Shaolin dudes. Stay disciplined and master the moves. Master the self, cause it's harder to do. Wanna write something, so I draw for a tune. I look out the window, gaze at the moon. Man ain't gonna get there anytime soon, but it still makes me feel like I am in tune. One with the night and day, I'm alright. I'm not afraid of the dark or the light. I'm just awake, spraying bars on the mic. Gotta stay level, so I take 2 draw. And the something tastes good, so I take 2 more. Herb's not a jug, herb is a cure. Ask anyone, why do they smoke it for? Spliff cycle, my Rizzler's raw. Gotta stay natural, stick to the pure. Wanna go sit down next to the shore and look to the sea. Don't wanna feel trapped, I've gotta feel free. There's so much more that's inside of me. So much potential that I can see. Let me master my chi. Take off my trainers, tie up my gi. Bar to the sensei, step on the mat. I'm doing all this while I'm sitting down on the flat. I'm astro traveling, imagine that. Because of this green herb that's in my sack. I don't know why herbs are under attack. When herb is the best of the herbs, they got it like what is the best is the worst. It's a crying shame and a curse in itself. Staying ignorant is a burden to health. Don't be ignorant or under a spell. Study the earth, that's knowledge of self. And know that knowledge is power. Because they want to tell man sweet is sour, not knowing what's real in that. And I'm not really feeling that. That's why I gotta read in that. Food for the brain, I gotta feed on that. It's real nourishing like a vegan snack. Let me take 2 more pulls with the kush ting. Herb for the outlaw, herb for the hoodlum. In the Arabic tongue, herb is a Muslim. Can't tell me nothing about herb, it's a good thing. It grew on Solomon's grave. Moses lit up the ting in the cave. Bruce Lee used it to ease the pain. Tosh told them, let me tell them again. Legalize it, not to do it's insane. Dave Chappelle linked up Mary Jane. Charlotte Green put on live TV because she couldn't take no more, watch it and see. Rick Simpson hills people for free. What you know about me? I'm ready to die, defending a tree. Chain man to the trunk. Love the forest, a little something like gum. For no reason, man, I'll get up and run. This man for the feeling, man, I'll tell a man come. If we stand together, then we're gonna stand stronger. Free the herb and we're gonna live longer. Plant a seed, add water and sun. Pick up the herb, put down the gun. Pick up a Rizzler, fill it and bun. Pick up the roots, put down the rum. Good for the back, sweet to the tongue. Good for the blood and circulation. More love, more life, more cultivation. Ain't nothing new under the sun, so I gotta connect to the old and the young.
Whoa. Come on. Teach you. Oh, Rastafari and all that. Yeah. Got big tune for Axum and them.
Deliveroo presents the order. You crossed over.
I heard you, Matthew. I heard you.
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
Oh,
Big split for that. Whoa.
So you know what man's lean up. Gotta rubber that before I let him hit me with the vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that mean? What that mean?
Public service announcement.
To die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Keep ties to the mob.
Stay on job for the
peace. MOB. Why would I run? If I got my machine, best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Dogs jumping out the van like Scrappy and put 6 nines to your face.
Like Takashi.
I was in N with dubs like Dappy, getting trappy in a tracky, make a hot cat, take the day off and turn cappy. Squaring with a baddie, with a fatty, puffing Cali. You're actually a patty, the chatty on the lappy. I was aggy in the nappy. I went from snatching bags with Danny to waiting in the alley with a bally and a strally. I ain't here to dilly dally. So Sally, give me the loot and keep the fanny. I smoke wacky backy to keep from going scatty. I'm from where they pull up on Ducatis and get clappy. I ain't got no fire in the booth for no Grammys. No hardest bars or songs for champagne pappy. So I get love from the yardies and the ackies, Marlies and the paddies. If you're true, holler at me.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine.
Never that.
Mandatory for everybody.
You know what I mean?
What I mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Keep ties to the mob.
Stay on job for the hey. Why would I run? If I got my machine.
Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Oh, they're closing in.
Right.
They poison the water and sky. Now they're hurting my brethren with needles. Best be ready to die just to protect your people. They're coming with all type of evil. So right now knowledge is vital. Cause if you can't see the rival, you must be living with your thumbs in your eyeballs. I push weed in a big spliff and I burn mine eye tool. Pure. I need all that ganja, cause they tryna test my gangster. They've been trying to take my life and now they wanna vax my youth. I soon load up with the gang and go crazy like Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean? What I mean?
Hey.
Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean. Lean up. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB. Why would I run? Why would I run? If I got my machine, when I got that, best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Public service announcement.
I want my song now.
What do you want?
Thoughts.
Oh, I was gonna do this first. All right, I'll play it after.
Okay.
What's them noises, chefs? Anyway, I don't even know. Yeah.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. F.T.K got me moving like Charles, raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. No exception, don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate car. We compress them, I try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Races coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy, cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need the peace. I got to scrape up last month's rent. Yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my brains out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind, been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, this is all up in the mind.
Mud. Big up Shelly Chefs. Unrequited out now. Go get it on all platforms. Come on. Whoa.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. F.T.K got me moving like Charles, raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. No exception, don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay. Pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate car. We compress them, I try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Races coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy, cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need the peace. I got to scrape up last month's rent. Yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my brains out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind. Been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, this is all up in the mind. I need to get mine, gotta put that work and waste my time. Cause you don't really wanna play if you don't wanna do the time. If it ain't on the schedule, then nigga don't bell me. Cause I got shit to do, trying to get that money, trying to get that Grammy. What have you done? Where have you been? Ain't on agenda when my life ends. Ain't on a lay thing, it's about the strength is what I possess. Finding the flows and the rhymes that will shine, making the sounds of what's good grime. Setting the trends can make a man spit, man says he's got bars, so where are they then? It's all about the talk, yet there ain't no sense making bars. It's about commitment. We don't slack with this cause we built for this set relationship. Music penmanship, I got bars, so I don't need more. Galaxy floor, it was made for the stars. Bout your man, cause when them move to sneak cards, that'll be all for today. That's the end of the class. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Ain't on a long team. Get that work. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. Ain't on a long team. Gotta get that work.
Whoa. Come on. Gonna get that work, me. Gonna get that work. All right, you want
no justice, no peace. That is what I want. Yeah, not so many bars. So many bars. Come on.
Yo, get me. Yeah, bitch. Come on. Yo. No justice, no peace. Ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. Stay high. No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. While we steady putting work up in the streets, snitch niggas be working with the beast. They working with the beast. Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke. We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real. Where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bums with both hands. And when their sister wows out, they turn savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and chokes I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes. So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine. And I'ma only tell him one time. Never talk to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friend. They want us locked in the pen.
Mud.
Pull up.
Mud.
2 o'clock in the morning, man's waving. Yo, get me. Yo, no justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees.
Come on.
No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please.
Wow.
While we steady putting work up in the streets, snitch niggas be working with the beast. They working with the beast. Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke.
Hey.
We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real. Where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bums with both hands. And when their sister wows out, they turn savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and chokes I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes.
Hey.
So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine.
Tell him.
And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friend. They want us locked in the pen. We're trying to make sure we don't come off the ends. Dog, I don't wanna see no jeweler. I'd rather put down for my son and for my daughter. I wanna give the world to my son. And I wanna give the son to my daughter. Dog, I work up in the world. I can do 1 into 1 or get a Z back from a daughter. I'm honest, like I would never shoot. Yeah, if I'm taking anything, everything should just corner. Word to the corner that I work. All them man are bitches, all them man can wear a skirt. I've done mine, I can tell you about the dirt. But I'm humble over here with just my balls and my word, dog. I'm comfy on this corner. Them boys sweaty like they sitting in a sauna, dog. I'm comfy on my ones. Cause most these wannabe killers are really just them informers. Me and my troops hopping out of coops. Cause they question man's badness, man's about to get them proof. Henny and a boost, that's the juice for man to get loose. Then do up the booth card, they know. Anytime I touch the mic, dog, that's fire. Plus I spit the truth, cause I've never been a liar. White youths out S, ask about me round Briar. Cause I get about, I know road like tire, dog. I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, telling free the truth? Blood, I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, telling free the truth? Yo.
Bad boy thing, steal. Let's try it. Who's that? Shelly Chefs.
Big up, family. Big up.
Big up. And you opened up for us.
I'm tired, man. What we saying, bruv? What we saying, bruv?
They are, man.
She's tired. What were you doing last night, chefs?
No, I was away. I was away for the.
Yeah.
Oh, you was away. Tell us more.
Hear me?
Yes, you can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I was performing for a wedding, MJ.
Oh, bless. Oh, imagine that Chevelle Anderson singing at your wedding.
Let me jump back on, yeah, because I'm.
Oh, signal issues.
I know.
Yeah, you know what? If I ever get married, say I'm gonna ask Sherelle, come sing, please.
No, but the thing is, it's got to be Chevelle and Oversexy. Like, I don't know what they would do together, or if they would go together. But I know,
I was part of a
I'd have to have
choir.
Oversexy.
I joined I joined a choir a couple months ago.
Okay.
And it's essentially, it's just good, isn't it? So I got called in last minute because somebody dropped out. So I had to miss Sharona's dance class and my brother's birthday.
Oh, was you gonna be there, Sheriffs?
Yeah, I bought my ticket and everything, sis.
What? Okay, Zion did reach. It was nice.
I know, my Zion.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, there's a next one coming up anyway.
Hold on, let me just sort out this connection, please.
Guys, it's turning into another Sunday's Ladies Hour and that. The takeover. The takeover. Get me? We gotta give the people what they want, though. Yeah, must be doing something, right? Yesterday's definite viewings was up. Like, wow.
Yeah,
as I was
know.
leaving, it was going up. Yeah, as I was leaving, it was going up. I started to wonder. I was there. I was like, yeah, put myself in the background. All of a sudden, it's like, yeah, what?
All of a sudden, there's more people there now.
Another
What are they
10,
trying to tell you,
another
Mac?
Yeah. Maybe.
No, it's just good. There was a lot of sort of just free flowing conversation yesterday. There was a lot of snitching going on.
Yeah,
we took a little visit to South Hall. We visited a few Gurdwaras. You know, it was just a good conversation, and it was nice because everyone was kind of calm actually.
Yeah,
especially when Trilla disappeared.
Wow.
Yeah.
I knew
All right, can you hear me better? Is everything okay?
Yes, we can.
You lot are sounding a lot clearer as well, so big up yourselves.
Big up, chefs.
What's
But
that?
yeah,
What's that?
Unks, man,
Laptop
I heard it was you who finished the cake, like.
No lies, man.
Nah, man.
Thin slice.
Nah,
I'm
man.
watching my weight out here. There was no cake when you got back?
I heard, yeah, you had a container.
Yeah.
And you bought containers from home.
No. I was going to. I wasn't gonna lie. I was gonna bring container, but there was containers there. You get me? And I know you got your container. Don't try it. Yeah, you got your container, like.
Listen, unique. Unc's got my share of the food, you know.
I saw your sister. I
can't say that. Mummy definitely sorted me out. I can't even.
Right. Your bag was massive. It was like there was nothing.
Lying?
I knew that wasn't for your sister. I was like, that's chef. You get me? She's strolling in at 2-3 in the morning or something.
Yo, you know, all night touch that food, bruv. Oh my god.
I just licked my
no
back.
Smoking of the whole weekend, I didn't smoke.
No. Extra smooth.
But it's okay. It's okay. Like that extra silky and that.
Why is that to protect your voice, chefs? Or
nah, it's obviously like it's just not professional, innit?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, to be doing that, yeah, man. And also obviously you wanna just protect your voice as much as you can.
Yeah, it does help.
Yeah.
A lot of singers obviously know how to balance all sorts of things.
That's the thing. Yeah. This is the thing, because obviously I only just joined them, so obviously they weren't. I don't think they had me in mind anyway when it came to the gig. But somebody dropped out.
Yeah.
And they called me on the Thursday. They were like, "We're leaving tonight at 11. So if you can do it, let us know." I was like, "Okay, cool." And I said yes before I remembered that I've made other plans to be elsewhere. Like,
right.
But yeah, I made the right decision though, because everybody else's thing went well. You get me? Same way. Sharona's dance class I heard was really good. And then obviously Broski's birthday bash, it was good as well. So I'm just happy everything went well. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, man. Yeah, man. It was a good weekend for me, man.
He shot me, man. Man walked from the garden to the table by himself.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that all the time, though. He can. You know, when he puts his mind to it, he can do that. He can do that, but you can see
of course.
Gabriel would be very tall if his legs were straight, you know, Unks, he'd probably be as tall as you.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we're one of the tallest out here.
It was nice to see. It was nice to hear. Sorry, because I haven't seen any pictures or any like videos or anything. So it's nice to hear that, you know, he
His thing was
enjoyed
popping for
himself
his
and
friends.
that it was a good turnout. You get me?
Yeah.
I think it's his biggest turnout as well.
Yeah.
Pause on
Okay.
that. Pause on that. But yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
But yeah, man. Obviously, you had to go represent.
Yeah, I'm happy he was there though for the True Squad. Me. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, he was asking for Jed, but you know, Jed ain't got no phone.
Jed ain't got no phone, innit? Poor thing.
He ain't got no phone.
How's man managing right now, bro? Because
and even Todd's and 5 came round. I was like, kids ain't got no phone.
Oh
like,
shit!
what
So
you
he's not
doing
just
this weekend?
ignoring me then. Okay.
No.
Cool. That's good.
No. He did say was it last week Monday when he
Yeah, he's not in the group. He's like, yeah, it's mad.
Yeah, he missed Mag's get together. But exhibition. But this is the thing. If he had his phone, I know he would have tried to make it. Because he's supported Mag from the beginning. So it's just unfortunate. But
Man, I bumped into Mag the day before his exhibition.
Did you?
Man was in Hackney promoting his exhibition, handing out flyers, and I came on the station. I was like, I recognise that face. I was like, oh, it's Meg.
Oh, be like, man. How are you right now? Chilling. Well, so what you got for me, MJ? I'm sure you got some videos or something.
Did you look in the group chat, Unks?
I saw the one that Shani.
You see what Trillo? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the one that Shani.
I was gonna say the one we was watching last night. Remember the one about magic? Sorry, I put that in the private chat because that's when then obviously we got into the Islamic. Well, I should say you guys, you and Sarah and Khan got into the Islamic debate and all of that, and then Mr. Jones jumped on, and then I'd had enough of listening to man. I was like, I was literally falling asleep.
Mr. Jones, and I forgot about Mr. Jones.
After he told me about my hue and how I shouldn't try to speak for Shakara because of my hue.
Oh yeah, that was mad. It's crazy.
Fuck. He's such an ignorant.
But what he does, he comes on because he knows it won't be recorded unless I was being a smart ass and recorded that. So he comes on strategically. He always does that, thinking you're tired. Catch you at your weak moment, supposedly. I mean, I was fresh. I was fresh, like, yo, what on?
Oh my God, yeah. You came back and smoked, Maku. You came back and flipping Khan ran off. Khan got in his feelings. I've never seen man so in his feelings. He's cancelled the whole debate.
What happened?
He's been a proper little pussy bitch.
Him and Mezzo. Oh yeah, there was meant to be a fucking debate.
What happened?
MJ, he was making me laugh. Everybody that came into the chat yesterday, right through to the morning, he's telling them about, I got chucked off, this and that. And I was like, can't stop it, man. Stop bleeding.
And he's lying as well.
Where was Mezzo in all
No one
this?
ever chucked him off ever. It was I just put him in the back. Pause.
So where was Mezzo in all of this?
Mezzo was on the panel.
He was there, but it was nothing to do with Mezzo.
Yeah.
Wasn't it between him and Mezzo?
The debate's between him and Mezzo, but I'm saying the reason he cancelled it is nothing to do with Mezzo. The reason he cancelled it.
Can you tell me properly? Because obviously I weren't there. So tell me what
I
actually
think,
happened.
like, Maku, what happened? He was interrupting you. You told him to stop interrupting. So then you put him in you basically removed him from the stream, had him in the waiting room, and then brought him back in. Then basically Khan started speaking again. And Maku was like, no, bro, I told you not to do that. Removed him again. Then Khan decided to jump off. Then he jumped into the chat and just got into his feelings. Because basically he just kept interrupting. Maku was like, I'm not having it today. Like, I'm not having it.
He did it on purpose. He did it on purpose to get out of the fucking debate.
Exactly. That's what I said, Chef.
Like he made it such a big deal because and you know what? On a normal day when Maku says, shut up, I'm talking, man will be quiet. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You might have a little back talk, but you're not, you get me? He's not going on or doing a lot more than to the point where you've got to be putting him in a waiting room now. Do you get me? So he's done that whole extra stuff for him to get
man.
put in the waiting room just so that he can have an issue. And now that's the whole reason why he don't want to do the debate. It's just fucking tactics, bro.
And it was a thing I was telling him, like, yo, stop doing that, right? Stop. While people are talking, saying you're wrong.
It's a bad habit.
It's really
it's a bad habit, and it's not
like,
nice because you know what it is. You're basically not acknowledging the other person's point of opinion or point of view. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and it comes off disrespectful and arrogant. It's not nice.
You're trying to shut it down.
Yeah,
especially
you
when
ain't
you're
even
so
heard the rest
poor.
of the statement yet before you're shutting it down.
You're the poorest Muslim out here. Like, what are we doing? The most embarrassing, the most flaky. You get me? As a Muslim, I'm gonna tell you about Buddhism. You get me? I'm gonna quote Buddha.
After I celebrate
was like,
Valentine's Day.
Don't you want to come and tell man about textual differences, shit that you don't know about? It's crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, you never bring no evidence, bro. You're about to have a debate.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I'm like, you're about to have a debate. Let's see about all that, because you got a lot of talk, and you ain't had one debate yet. Right now, you're 0 and 0.
I feel like the next debate needs to have Zulu involved. I just feel like that debate.
Yeah, that whole debate was
I am
supposed to be Zulu,
ready
anyways.
like, I'm ready to sit
ready
there
for
and
Zulu?
actually like look. I want to be one of the judges for that one. I don't know.
Do you know what I was gonna say? I'm not sure where Chillo Cactus is. Chillo, if you're listening, I was gonna say, wouldn't it be interesting if we were to redo a debate? So maybe me and Shani could do that, where we redo our debate, given that there's been changes in the law over here, because you can't get married till you're 18, but you can have sex when you're 16. So obviously that's gonna, help me in that sense.
Sorry,
But,
do you mind telling me? Do you mind telling me what your topic was about last time?
Sex before marriage.
Sex before marriage.
Okay. Right. Okay. I see why you'd want to yeah, okay, cool.
To redo it. Yeah.
Shani most likely will come from maybe I can't say I know.
Listen, Shani will definitely pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, she might come from a religious viewpoint, or
I think last time we agreed to keep the religious sort of standpoint out of it, given that Shani is of the religious standing and I'm not. We didn't want to sort of do it from that angle, so we agreed to leave it out of it and just come from like factual kind of points.
Okay.
It was good though, man. Proper thing.
We set the standard for the presentation.
You know what? You might want to open it up though to that, MJ, because I feel like that could be more interesting. It could make it more interesting because even though you're not religious, even though you're not religious, I feel like you can find religious beliefs to also back your
Pause.
But you know what I'm saying, your side basically. So you could possibly open it up, but it depends on how confident you are.
That'll be a dangerous MJ, you know. Yeah,
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Bible, it says go forth and multiply. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? Exactly.
I'm going to speak to Shani about it. If Shani's up for it, then I think it'd be a good one, because I think to sort of do like even a series of them, and maybe if we have like certain topics or things that are around the same kind of topic, that would be good as well.
Hey, listen.
And I'll definitely be more confident than last time, because last time I was confident, but I was so shook. I was like Macu on the day, like, it's that when it hits you
it's that nerves,
and you're trying to do everything, and then you just end up sounding like a robot. And it's like, oh my god. It's peak. So I would like, for the experience, I'd like to do it again as well.
It's ridiculous, especially when you wrote it. It's crazy. But yeah, man. I had a little one with Chev's mum and brother, where we sat down and we was going through the Bible. Mum was
What was you lot talking about? Oh my god, man, what are you doing?
It was mad. It was good though. It was like, Mum was reading out the verses, and it was like Adam and Eve, and then she was like, because I've always doubted, like, when they left the garden, they went somewhere and there was people there. And I'm saying,
is that what Mum was saying?
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, exactly. These Elohims and and the fallen angels and this one and that one and that one. Yeah, and we were just going through the Bible and thing, and your brother as well.
Uggs,
Like,
you're officially a part of the family, you know. That's so dope, you know.
Yeah.
Uggs, like,
You know,
oh my
like,
god, that makes me feel so nice
Come on.
inside, cuz like
come on.
that's nice. You're
Yeah.
sitting there with Mumsy having
While
Bible
getting
study. Oh,
with rum punch.
with rum punch.
Testing out the rum punch.
Oh,
Cut your
that's
brother's
so
hair and yeah, and sipping on the rum punch. Like, what do you think, Maku? Like, let me see. Nah, you need to put some more Uncle Ray Ray.
Yes.
She goes, nah, Chevelle, bring this
What?
rum. I don't know where she gets it from. I was
What
like,
rum did
yeah,
I
man.
bring?
Some rum, it was like 30-something% or something. It's just like some clear bottle thing. White bottle, white label thing.
Me.
And it was just white rum. Just said white rum on it. Yeah.
Me.
But then
I
your mum
brought
had
that
a
for her. Are
bottle
you
of Ray
sure
Ray.
she said me, Unks?
Yep.
I don't remember this. I really don't.
You must have just like gave it to her one time, like, yo, when you had too much excess drinks or something. I don't know.
Yeah, bruv. Yeah,
Mm.
bruv. Because at some point,
Yeah.
yeah.
She was like, yeah,
And,
I don't
and,
know.
and, and this is the thing, guys. I'm not
Mm.
even a drinker, so I don't know what I'm doing with that. Like, you get
Yeah.
me? I know Mum will take a little sip here and there. I won't even do that unless I'm going out.
Mm.
And when I'm going out,
She
everybody
poured
else
the
I get
whole
to-
thing. She poured the whole bottle of it in the punch, in the punch, and just to
Yeah,
taste
man,
it. And
you
I
lot
was like,
must have
nah,
been
it's weak.
way far.
And then she half emptied the whole bottle of Ray in there. And then I was like,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
now you got some rum punch. Now, proper thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be lit.
Who was the
But she
one that
made
made
normal
the
one as
rum
well.
punch for my last birthday? You remember?
Yes.
Last year?
Yes.
Yeah. And the fried chicken, mad thing.
And those ones are dangerous because you can't taste it. It's not one of the ones where you can taste any type of inkling of any rum in there. You know what I'm saying? Those are the worst.
By the
Those
time
are the
you're
creepers.
Creepers.
Yeah.
Yeah, one glass and yeah, bruv.
Yeah, them ones are
Big up,
dangerous.
Sarah.
Miss Sarah.
This is Sarah.
All right, we got your video, Miss. Is it Miss Sarah's video? No?
How does black magic
Yes, that was Miss Sarah's video.
SLHR work? What does that mean, SLHR?
That's an eye, you know.
Is it an eye?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, let's press play. Go on.
How does magic work? Magic is an agreement between the shaitan on one side and the magician on the other. The magician agrees to do certain things for the shaitan, and then, of course, the shaitan agrees in return to do certain things for the magician. So let's start by looking at the cave. This one is fine. This one's not going to upset anybody, inshallah. There's nothing in here that's going to be particularly horrible. And as I said, I'm going to try and avoid the worst of them because I did have people fainting in previous lectures. Okay, so you see this person has made a circle and they've created an altar at the front. The altar has magical symbols in it and symbolism. Each single symbol has a purpose. Each color of each candle has a purpose. You can see in there is a little shrine at the front with a triangle. And the use of the circle and the triangle is going to come later on. You'll see that very clearly. Each of those candles has a purpose and a reason. And what this person would be commanded to do would be to sit inside of the circle for a prolonged period of time in a cave. And this is just showing you the cave in which the person would be sitting. They're going to a place known for the possession of the jinn, known to be isolated. They're sitting inside of that cave, and then they are going to be sitting for such a prolonged period of time, lighting the candles and beginning to mention the name of the shaitan, call upon the shaitan and invite the shaitan to come to their presence. And they would usually be asked to relieve themselves in the same circle that they sit in and to sit in their own filth.
What?
But that's the lightest one. I thought I'd test your stomach first of all.
Oh my God.
That's the lightest. Now let's go and have a look at what magicians do with the Quran. This is a public sewer. It's full of, waste and excrement. And they're trying to fish out something from the public sewer. And we're going to keep going. And the Sheikh, he climbs down into it. And this is what they pulled out of the public sewer.
What is this?
A Quran.
As you can see, this is a copy of the Quran that has been used in a public sewer. It's covered in human filth. It's covered in sewage. And they now have to clean and purify this copy of the Quran.
What?
Just in case you thought that was a one-off, we'll show you another video. This one has 51 copies of the Mus'haf that have been disgraced by the magicians. As you can see, they are covered, these are all copies of the Quran. They are covered in knots. They are covered in filth inside of them. They're going to open one of them up. They're covered in pins, like voodoo dolls.
What the hell in the Middle Eastern voodoo is going on here?
And you see the state of the Mus'haf inside. You can see the color of the water that is coming off of the copies of the Quran as they're washing them, as they're opening them. And they're washing them with rose water, and they're washing them with perfume in order to remove the excrement that was on them. And they were found in a toilet, in a public sewer.
Mad.
51 copies of the Mus'haf.
But why? Like, what's behind?
You can see inside the state that these Masahif have been put in, and inside there are metal nails bent over. These are part of the magic, and you can see how covered these Masahif are in dirt and in uncleanliness.
I'm scared to find out what it does.
What you can see here is a copy of the Quran, and you can see a circular, I don't know what to call it, a device. And you can see what the Quran is smeared with. The story of this is actually much, much worse. Whatever you can imagine, the story is worse. There was a maid who wanted to perform magic upon the family that she was with. She took a copy of the Quran, she placed it into this tube, and she placed it where she placed it when she was on her monthly cycle, and she covered the Quran in menstrual blood.
Mad.
This is what magicians do.
This is sounding like blood bolognese.
Here we're going to see another magician.
This is Middle Eastern judge, though.
And this magician is going to show how he, again, he's been caught. And part of them being caught is they ask them to they ask them to show what it was that they were doing without letting them make shirk. They don't let them call upon the shaitan, but they just let them show the idea of what they were doing in order to expose them in front of the people. So the first thing you see is that this man is wearing red from head to toe. He's wearing red from head to toe because the Prophet ﷺ forbade a man from wearing red from head to toe. He lights his incense that is done deliberately to bring the shaitan. It's a kind of incense that's well associated with the shaitan, and he begins to perfume a whip, and he starts to whip himself.
This is in Saudi Arabia, you know that, right, guys?
It's my
frankincense, yeah.
This is Saudi Arabia, yeah?
That looks like a pum burner.
Don't even try it.
Wait, why are you trying to dodge? What? I'm saying that incense burner looks familiar. The portable one. Not the hole in the ground.
No, guys, don't do that.
Mad. Yeah, I don't know what you lot are doing. Like, I knew it was Judge. There's bare Judge going on here.
We are removing the spirits. We're not.
What?
Thank you, Chef.
To remove a spirit, you have to do Judge.
No bad spirits.
It's all Judge. To get rid of Judge, you have to know Judge. You have to know the good Judge, right? Or something. I don't know. It's not my thing. You get me? I know that there's good Judge and there's bad Judge. Judge and Majudge.
And this is a bad Judge.
Yeah, Judge and Majudge. Yeah, that's it. Right. So I don't know what's going on here. This is strictly Middle East. Look what these men are wearing. Look at the beards. Look at it. Like, these ain't man them. It's not Africa. Like that. You know what I mean? This is, I don't know where this is. Where
This needs
Yemen,
some
Saudi Arabia.
extended research. We need to find out what these spells are about.
Yeah, where in Arabia is this, by the way?
I don't know. Sarah.
Remind you of some people. And I'll make no further comment on that.
Wait! Isn't that like what the auntie was doing
Now,
at the
what you
wedding
can
almost?
Oh,
No, this is
Sufi mystic stuff.
sorry, Shia Muslims. I know
No,
you
but
guys do this whipping.
Matthew, remember the video? And the auntie was doing the judge at the wedding, and she was doing the circular motion.
All sorts are going. I'm telling you, there's many spirits in the desert and all of that, and things that they believed in, and time before time before time. So, you know, elements of that is still there behind closed doors. Exactly what I'm always talking about when they say, "Oh, no, we don't have this," and we did. Well, the reason these things are forbidden and get names and brackets and put in certain brackets is because it was rife before, and laws had to be put in place to change the mindsets. If you're going to go on the pure and straight path, you're going to have to avoid these type of actions that are going on generally. You're doing the opposite of the norm. The norm is what these guys are doing. Those things are older than what we're you know, in that respect. They've been there for time, you know, like with these fallen angels and all of that, and these nods and these cities where all of these things were developed. Babylon, where, you know, the angels came down, Juj and Majuj, all of that, like, it's, you know, and taught man magic and all sorts. So, you know.
Can I ask a question quickly? So, is this a Islamic or Muslim practice?
It would seem so. It would seem like, not as in people who follow Islam or follow their deen. It was Islamic in the sense of the region, the place, and the people, in a sense, you know. They've had these customs and these ideologies prior to becoming or taking on Islam. Hence, like the Zoroastrian and all of these things that were in that region prior, the worship of Allah and Alat, moon deities, all of these type of things has been around for the longest time. You get me? And little secret rituals and practices that were part of the Islamic development, in a sense. Yeah, because the ancients, who knows what they were doing. Who knows what they were doing?
Next question. And why was Muhammad going to the cave?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, to meditate, to, you know, get in one with the Creator. You get me? But as you see, many people go into caves at that time to do different stuff. You get it? So it was a process that people occupied caves mainly for people of a higher level, like, you know, mystics and that, and gurus and all of that type of thing, because those things were in those areas at the time. You know what I mean? And that information was definitely about. So yeah, the idea to go in there and meditate and get some union or communication with the Creator, you know, as he knew it. That's what it was. So.
All right, let me just correct Apollo Trust. I'm Unique Diamond, not Carter. Yeah.
All right, let me play.
Apparently,
see, there is curtains on the wall.
Says that apparently putting copies of the Quran in the drains is a way to show the devil their loyalty.
Okay. That's crazy. I don't even know how that makes sense.
And then there's another thing that's saying they do it to gain power from Satan, because basically by then them sending holy books down is showing again their loyalty, and then he then gives them back power for their loyalty.
Some Middle Eastern mystic madness. Told you, man.
The sewers of hell.
There's places like that. That sinkhole place, and that they said where it was the entrance to hell or something, because a really bad smell down there and all of that. That's crazy.
Wall that again he has disobeyed the Prophet ﷺ by placing curtains all over the wall. And what you see here is blood stains on the curtains. Now what he would do is he would sacrifice a rooster. The rooster that's associated with the calling of...
Oh, I've heard of this in a few cultures, though, to be fair. This
Yeah, exactly.
sacrifice of the
Slicing of the
chicken,
rooster.
using the chicken blood.
Yeah. It's old.
People use it. That's supposed to be a protection one, isn't it?
Yeah, for some. You know what I mean? For others, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I'm just finding out today. But
of the people to the Fajr prayer.
Where am I?
They would sacrifice a rooster to other than Allah. To sacrifice a rooster to the shaitan and then allow it to flap around the room, spreading the blood all over the walls. And then you would see what this person would do. They have some more little tools that they use. They would then lie in a position of humility and a position of lowliness. And you're going to see. And they would stay in that position calling upon the shaitan. Calling upon the shaitan to appear before them, calling upon the shaitan to help them, calling upon the shaitan to aid them and to support them. And what they do is they make a contract between themselves and between the shaitan. And this contract is then placed in a number of places. And I'm going to show you some examples.
Wow, one of them probably being the Quran in the drain.
This here is a bird that was confiscated from the house of a magician. And you can see stitched into its wing
Oh, wow.
or onto its tail. I've got all sorts of them, this one. That's stitched onto its wing. You have either a written piece of paper with the magic written on it, or you have various strings and threads that have been blown, the magic has been blown over them. I think the other one is a little clearer, so I'll put the other one on. Strings and threads that have been blown, the magic has been blown over them. I think the other one is a little clearer, so I'll put the other one on. So this is another bird that was confiscated from the house of a magician. And you can see very, very clearly there that it has stitched into its wing a contract that is written between the magician and between the shaitan. You also have an example of they're burying the magic in the graves. So they go out to a grave and they dig inside the grave. They've caught a magician or they've been informed by a magician as to where the magic is hidden. And you're going to see that they bring out from the grave. They've been told what side of the grave to look at, and they bring out usually a plastic bag, and the bag has various magical items in it. You can see there that you have the letters and the symbols that we're going to talk about tomorrow, and you're going to learn about what those symbols and letters mean. I'll show you another one that comes out of the grave. This is right in the base of the grave, in the middle of the night. They call them out because they've heard that there's some magic buried there. And they keep on digging and digging. And eventually they take out this pouch. They start to open the pouch. And we're going to see what's in it.
What's that?
Blood.
That looks like somebody's vest. Inside you have an egg, which is painted or colored red, may well be blood, and has a number of needles stuck into it.
What? Nah.
You
What
have
is?
a tissue, a man's tissue.
We need to know what this
You have a
is.
lemon. You have the head of an animal that was sacrificed to other than Allah.
Yo. Oh, no.
And it's not uncommon for them to put inside of the head of the animal some magic. And you have these writings, you have all sorts, it's covered in blood. You have a child's nappy in there.
What?
And you have a sanitary towel. And there's some Quran in there as well.
Oh my God.
Nasty.
And we're going to count the number of pins. You can see in there that there are
Right, but could he
7
also explain what these things are
pins.
supposed to be doing?
Okay, let's try and...
I need him to explain like what's behind these things, because like, okay, so they found magic. They're saying like they found a parcel of magic. So what's that parcel of magic doing in a grave? Is it being powered? Is it just there for like, what's its purpose?
I don't know. Rituals.
I've got to do my own research again on a Sunday. Facts. The egg, the bloody egg, with the pins in it. We need to know what that's about. Crazy.
Middle Eastern judge, but African judge is not much different still. They have little sacks and satchels and things full of weird items and stuff. I've seen some of this type of stuff before, not with this blood and animal stuff though, but trust me, I've seen some stuff with some feathers sticking out of small bags and that, people dropping it out in the kitchen like, blow, oh shit, oh that's mine, sorry, yeah. When I was young still, so these things, nah, we just stay away from them things, man. But we do know that it's real, man. This is why I said people are so religious in my country, because they know there's other stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? And they tell you about stuff and people transforming and all sorts, and people going to the babalawo and doing, getting spells cast on people and for fortune, misfortune, and blindness and all sorts. You lot watch Nollywood, you should know. Yeah, that shit ain't myth. That's real shit. That really happens.
And analyze a little bit of what we've seen. Each individual item that was put in there for a reason. Just don't do things at random. They do very, very evil and very horrific things, but they don't do them at random. It was put in for a reason and an aim.
What was that?
It's about fertility. So so I was just reading something. They use eggs a lot when it comes to fertility, renewal, rebirth, that sort of stuff, which makes sense in it. So probably trying to like force someone to have a child or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
demon child.
Well, I'm saying reptiles come from eggs. You know what I mean? That's why there's the symbol of fertility for other people, like snakes and stuff. You know what I mean? All those things come from eggs, right? So yeah,
Demon
and then
child.
a lot of people's story is based on the egg and the, universal egg or some type of egg or chicken, being the first animal that they're talking about.
Remember the Eastern bunny? Remember the Eastern bunny?
Easter bunny.
Egg?
Eastern bunny, Yeah. I don't know what the Eastern bunny. Yeah, Easter bunny, yeah.
Easter egg.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Well, the whole egg thing, I mean, I know one story about where that sort of stemmed from. I don't know where the Easter bunny comes into that, though. I think that was just, I don't know, like a spring thing or whatever.
That's what I thought.
All right. Let's go. Let's watch the rest.
In order to bring the shaitan and cause a problem. And I'll tell you what happened. The story of this, the sheikh who gave me the video, he actually was involved in the case and he told me the story. He said what happened was there was a woman who had been divorced by her husband and she had lost custody of her child. She went to a magician in order to bring her child back to.
That sounds like Middle Eastern laws. Like this, where was this? Pakistan? Where was this? because like, bro, them
This
soldiers.
looks like Arabia, you know, Maku.
Arabia, but
and if the child is going to the father, then that would make sense as well.
Yeah, bad mind Rose. You could already tell. Yeah, that's already making me. Yeah, I'm like, oh, what's going on here then? You know what I mean? Father getting custody. This is obviously not.
Standard practice in some places.
Yeah. We know that can't be a British colony or something.
Hell no.
She brought her own blood. She brought the child's nappy. She brought some clothing from her husband and his tissue. And she brought an animal, and the animal was slaughtered to other than Allah. And I want to make something very, very, very clear. The magician in the beginning would do these horrible acts, and they would leave Islam, and they would, they would sell their soul to the shaitan. However, there's a problem. Once the magician has done that, what's next? The magician calls the shaitan, says, I'm willing to make sajda to you in order for you to do something for me. And the jinn and the shaitan say, what's the point? You've already disgraced the Quran.
You're like, you're praying to the shaitan.
Okay.
Prostate, it means, prostate to the shaitan. Yeah.
Quran, you've already left Islam, you've already done the worst of the worst of the worst. There's nothing left to ask from you. So then he says, what can I do for you next to make you carry out my orders once again? And so the shaitan says, now you have to bring other people. It's not enough for you to leave Islam. Now you have to bring other people. And so that magician goes out to convince other people to use their services and to bring them, those other people, outside of Islam. And this is something that you see amongst the magicians, is that they don't simply disbelieve. They disbelieve and they become a da'iyah, a caller to get people to leave Islam. And so that woman was asked to bring an animal, knowing that animal would be sacrificed to other than Allah. In the beginning, don't think that this magician sat there with horns, and sat there saying, I'm an evil magician. In the beginning, the magician enticed her, look, I can solve your problem, I'm a healer. But when it comes to the crunch, you're going to have to bring me an animal to be sacrificed. She knows and he knows that animal is going to be sacrificed to other than Allah. When he asks her to bring a sanitary towel, he asks her to bring a nappy, she knows what's going to be done with it. But he has to get her to make that step so that she would leave Islam. And when she leaves Islam, then the jinn will now do another act for him and would afflict her husband and cause him to lose the custody of his child, and for the child to go back to the mother, or afflict the husband to make him love the woman again. And of course, it should be mentioned that they never bring anything good. And they never, ever, ever are successful in what they do. وَلَا يُفْلِحُ السَّاحِرُ حَيْثُ أَتَى. The magician will never be successful wherever they are. And the husband would go insane, fall in love with his wife once again, go back to his wife. Within a few months, he will have fallen out with her again. It doesn't bring anything but evil for everybody. It doesn't bring people back together.
That's facts. Well, that's it. You can't be using judge to force good things to happen, because you're going to create an imbalance, and then something negative is inevitably going to happen.
Yeah, it has to get whatever it needs back.
Yeah, that's it.
It's portion. That's why we don't mess with it, because we're saying, if you take something from the universe is going to want its portion back.
Right.
I mean, it's going to take it from you. It's going to be like Final Destination, chasing you round, showing you signs that you got to pay up.
Yeah, and they'll never leave you alone. Torment and everything.
Yeah, man. So we know what to mess with and not mess with. That's why we don't mess with it. That's why outside of the or in secret places where people are doing certain things, yeah, that's why they're doing it. But they've set it to such a level. They've designed our neighborhoods, the grids, the where we live, in the design of these things and these
ley lines and all kinds of bullshit.
rituals. Yeah,
listen, Matthew, I'm telling you, see, this weekend just gone, like, was probably one of the biggest rituals in this country, because when you think of where all the celebrations were, you look at the ley lines, plus there was other things happening this weekend, like there was an Ed Sheeran concert or something like that, like all kinds of stuff going down, you know what I mean? So yeah, all of that, like a big ritual was happening this weekend.
The Queen Elizabeth line is now
Yeah.
That's like, what is this?
But here's the thing, that Queen Elizabeth line is bullshit, let me tell you, right? Because I've been traveling on that anyways. It's been running, it just hasn't been called the Queen Elizabeth line.
Yeah.
So when they done this whole launch of, Queen Elizabeth line, you can go from this place to that place, I was like, cool. But the thing is, once you get to Paddington, you've got to change over. Like, you have to get off the train, tap out, tap into the underground bit, then get onto the next bit of the Queen Elizabeth line. And then when you get to Liverpool Street, you've got to tap out, you've got to walk to the National Rail platform, and then you get to the next bit of the Elizabeth line. So it's not straightforward. You still got to do changes, which is jarring. So yeah, I mean, it's all right, yeah, but it's not special. It's just another flipping line with Elizabeth's name now.
Yeah. Right. What else we got? Anybody else?
I don't know. Unique, you've usually got a good topic. That's why I jumped on. I was like, Unique's there. She's going to have something for us.
Oh, thanks, MJ. I didn't prepare anything, to be honest. I know. I just thought I'd jump on because I haven't been on for a while. But I did want to just say, with the religion thing, it baffles me,
What? Sorry?
Religion baffles me. I don't know if it's just me. Like, I've said it already. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not a Christian. Obviously, as a child, I did go to church with my grandma, and I kind of adhered to the 10 Commandments. But I just feel like the more information I receive, from attending this stream and so forth, it just confuses me. It really does. And also it makes me critically think, makes me question things, and it makes me just think, you know what, I'm happy where I am, just in a spiritual journey, but I don't know, I don't want to acclaim,
not subscribing to one or the other.
Right, that's it. You know what I mean? Because even the people that are in those religions, most of them are confused as well, and they all have different opinions and interpretations. It's just mad.
Yeah.
I think, like, sometimes they're not even confused. They're just convinced that their narrative is correct. And then they will argue with all of the other ones. So, from the daily conversations and debates that we see on here, it's like, well, if you two can't agree or come to some type of agreement on what information is correct, then how are we as outsiders supposed to believe either which one? Like, for me, it's got to be substantial enough evidence to say, yes, this is true or that's true. But I think essentially what I figured out in my little journey years ago of religion and where I stand with it is that they're all saying the same thing, just in a different way. They practice it in a different way. I mean, if you just think of the services and sermons that happens within these places, like, it's essentially the same thing, as that you're worshiping God or Allah or Jehovah or whoever it is. Do you know what I mean? But like, you go to Catholic church, and in there it's just like, stand up, sit down, praise be to God, the Lord is with you, also with you, our Father, here's some wine, here's some communion, see you next Sunday. Drop your change in the basket. You go to Seventh-day Adventist, and it's, oh, here's a form, fill in your bank details so you can pay your tithe. But you have a great time there. So happy music. Kids going to Sunday school. Yeah, everyone's happy. Hey, good vibes.
I have
great.
I have fond memories of when I went to Pentecostal church. You know what I mean? And when we had conventions, so other fellowship fellowship would come over and visit us, and we'd have loads of food. I have fond memories of Sunday school and that, but I don't know.
Well, essentially, it's just doing the same thing, isn't it? It's just another way of worshipping God.
I don't know. I say each to their own.
some concepts are, as I said, if you're not religious, then you're spiritual, and the spiritual aspects of every type of religion is really kind of pushed aside for the physical aspects, or what people say or what someone said, or
Yeah, what
rather
we
than
obviously want to tell people to live by,
right
rather than just having a relationship
with
with the creator.
right?
Yeah,
Right,
which is
and you don't. It's like
yeah.
Sarah put it very well last night. You don't need another deity or person or whatever to be able to speak to the Most High. Like you can do that directly. Like all of us from whatever faith we're from, prayers were a thing from young. It was like that, and I remember we probably all asked these questions, and of can God actually hear me though when I'm saying my prayers? But how come I can't hear him answering back? But we were
then
probably
some
all
people
giving
are
that
going to
same
say,
answer as well, isn't it? Of he can hear you no matter where you are, he's all around.
but there's no difference in saying Hail Mary, Mother of Grace. You have an image of Mary. Like, what are we doing? Like, all of these things are still evident till today.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's just how you look at it, and some people look at it in one way and say, "No, that's judge, that's da-da-da," but it's been done, and
Yeah,
it's been
yeah.
done in a holy way or whatever. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
just like back home, people will pray to certain saints because
Right.
certain saints be known for certain things, like
Right.
Saint Anthony,
Yes.
like for healing, or Saint
Right.
Michael's for healing, or something like that.
Saint
So there'd be
Augustine.
different saints that they pray to for different reasons, isn't it?
Yep. Holy Saint Michael, Saint Michael. Well, Saint Christopher. Oh.
So yeah,
Yes.
like travelers always have their little medals and
Mhm.
that on the baby's prams and
A lot of
cots
them are
and that when they're born in it, like protection and all of that.
heavily religious. Those people.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they don't play with it.
Majorly. I really want to know how they feel about this change in the law to the marriage. Like I need to see if they've spoken about it in any of these. They do the big fat gypsy weddings and all that, all them type of shows.
So yeah, sorry, MJ. What is a change in the law? I'm not really up to speed. What is it?
So you're not allowed to get married now until you're 18. Before you could get married at 16 or 17 if you had parental consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now they've taken away that element of parental consent, and it's just you cannot get married until you're 18, full stop.
Okay.
If any religious people ordain any marriages, they can be prosecuted. And also, if any parents take their child out of the country to get married abroad, they can also be prosecuted.
Okay. So what have people argued it? So I don't see a problem with waiting till you're 18.
Do you know what? Like, I think they're doing it to target young child marriages. The whole thing of people being taken back to Indian countries, whatever, to get married at a young age. And like, I know people that's happened to, right? But I think what it's doing is it's them having control. And I hear what you're saying, if there's nothing wrong with waiting until you're 18, but who is the government to control things that people have been doing for years? So as much as I know it is about the Asian child brides and that, for me, I just see the effect that it's going to have on my particular, one part of my community being the travelers. And for them, it's a thing of by 16, they're married because, a lot of them are married by 16, I should say, because they're ready. Like, do you know what I mean? And in fact, a lot of them are engaged before they're 16 and they're planning that wedding for like a week or two after their 16th birthday. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I just feel like it's the government just showing that they're in control. Like that's ultimately what it comes down to, is they're in control all of the time. It doesn't matter about your religious beliefs or anything like that. If you're in this country, you're going to go by our laws. However, unique, remember that the age of consent for sex is 16. So the government's saying you can have sex, but you can't get married. So what they're essentially doing is they're promoting sex before marriage.
Which don't make sense.
Exactly.
The ages should match up, in it. From you can have sex at 16, you should be able to marry at 16. So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
This one's for Khan.
Oh shit.
You want to be celebrating, yeah? You want to talk about shirk and bidder and all of this. Like, what are you doing? What is this?
Did you say shirk and bidder?
What are you waiting for? Click the link to get NordVPN today. Remember, use the promo code MFAZ to start enjoying your discount and 1 month free bonus. Stay protected online. Start using NordVPN.
Boring. Let's go.
So is this just a long ad for VPN? Oh, how cute.
February 14th, Valentine's Day, Lover's Day, everyone knows. A day of love, gifts and kisses, everyone knows.
Batman
A
Day.
time of romance and affection between lovers and loved ones, everyone knows. But long time ago, it was a time of torture and brutal animal slaughter, no one knows. It was a time of physical abuse, rape, and forced marriages.
Wow.
No one knows. It was a time of Christian persecution and martyrdom. No one knows. So, how did we get here? Once upon a time, in ancient Rome, a pagan feast was celebrated from the 13th to 15th of February. This was the feast of Lupercalia, the feast of love and fertility, but nothing about it showed love and affection. At the beginning of this festival, the single unmarried men of Rome would gather, naked. Each one would slaughter and sacrifice a goat and a dog, skin the dead animals, and cure their hides into whips. The unmarried women and young ladies of Rome would be lined up and stripped naked for the men to whip them till they tire.
What the fuck?
What in the
What?
Clover sticks is going on?
No, I'm done.
Enjoy your Valentine's.
Excuse
mate.
me, it's
Enjoy your
believed this.
Valentine's.
Oh no. Do you know what? Sorry, I am tuned out for a second. Sorry, I have heard of this before. Yeah, I forgot what I was watching. Fucking hell, yeah, this is
So they're
ridiculous.
whipping the women. What?
Yeah.
With the what?
And people are like celebrating this, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, because these guys are weirdos. Like, I don't know. This is very carnish. Something to be into. Yeah, in there. The woman deserved it, in there.
Or Trilla-ish.
Trilla.
She said stop. She said stop. She said no.
She meant yes. Exactly. But she meant yeah, continue, right?
Didn't even use a pillow this time, mad.
Big up the pillow. No, I'm just joking. Right.
Real pagan.
It was the feast of Lupercalia, the feast of love and fertility.
I see you, Dublin.
Showed love and affection. At the beginning of this festival, the single unmarried men of Rome would gather naked.
No, this
Each
part of the
one
picture
would
looks a bit
slaughter
gay.
and sacrifice a goat and a dog, skin the dead
Goat, 2 men goats, and just like they look like they whipped each other already.
hides into whips.
Looks like they
The
whipped
unmarried
them, yeah.
women and young ladies of Rome would be lined up and stripped naked for the men to whip them till they tire. It was believed this would increase the fertility of these women. The names of these women would then be written in pieces of parchment.
Might be the shock of getting.
No, listen to this bit. Listen, the names were literally drawn out of a flipping hat, bro, as to which woman went to what man. This is mad. Look, the names of these women would be written in pieces of parchment paper, wood, or stone.
Yeah. So it's like the early bingo.
Yeah, it's like lottery.
Yeah.
Lottery, literally.
It could be you. Girl's gonna get whipped.
Imagine this was done. No, family. Imagine this was done now. Like Think of all the people we know, right? And I don't mean just the good ones. I mean like all the trolls, all the incels, like, and our names just get thrown into a jar.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, which one are you gonna get? Oh, Cage, you can have Axum. MJ, you can have
No,
Calm.
thank you.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Unique, you can have Eunice.
No, wait. Oh, that's how
That's the worst thing because I ever happened. Mad, Mary, mad.
You know, you wouldn't even have the...
Mackie, you got drawn with Mona.
Oh.
Wait,
no, MJ.
Trinity. No. Trinity's been reserved for Bibby.
Trinity as well.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that's a match.
You know what?
Match
That
made
was
in hell.
so perfectly done, man, Jay. David, you're hearing this, yeah? You and Trinity.
No. Let's go. Let's see what's going on. Mad.
And put in a lottery box. Whichever woman the men drew out of the lottery box was theirs to have carnal knowledge of throughout the festival.
Carnal knowledge, yeah?
Carnal knowledge.
Carnal.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like karma. Carnal.
Think of carnal activities.
I'm playing.
No, I'm not playing. What does that mean?
Introducing.
She's like, yo, what they tell me? Somebody, please.
Yeah.
Yes. Carnal is sex, is well, yeah, just human.
It
naked.
basically means sex, yeah.
Oh,
For the duration of the festival.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it I don't know, there might be some elements of like it. No, Dublin, stop it.
What?
No. Dublin.
Oh,
okay, Dublin, that's funny.
Is that woman on riding a goat?
About Mary holds this L. What L? What?
That is sitting on a goat.
What is the goat doing there?
What?
Is that
Where?
Well, there's a ginger woman there. No, ginger.
Mary.
MJ.
Mary.
No.
I didn't know you'd get down like that.
Gang.
No, but the goat looks like it's head button the woman, literally.
I know.
I don't know. It looks like.
Oh wait, look, see the guy in the back as well. Pause. The guy like to the back, he's got like a, what's that in his hand? That looks like a deer over his shoulder. Yeah.
Headless. I can't see the head. It's headless.
No, there is a head. It's hanging down like it's dead.
Down there.
Okay,
yeah. But what's this with the arm? Was that statue? But it's got a man's face.
And what's that all over the floor? Hold on, just come off the video so the red line goes for a second, Maku.
It looks like masks.
Or can you? Oh, can you move the subtitles?
Oh yeah, I can take it off.
Right. So what's that on the floor?
Moss. Some vase
maybe
wine.
Beads,
no, does that not look like? Does that not look like a bowl of some kind, like a dead body, or?
Huh? No. It's a face, like his mask. One.
And it might be their clothes, Mary.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What is?
No, I can see two masks.
Are you seeing
vase,
this? Is a man in the thing?
A pot, a keyboard of some sort.
Yeah, on the left there, that black, like what is
Follow
that?
me. Did you see that? It's not me. Yeah.
And what's that underneath here?
There's a naked man hugging next to naked man. Yeah.
Bare fruity business, louder.
Oh, yeah.
And then this other guy has his head in his butt. So I don't know.
And what's? No, there's too much going on here.
Yeah.
No, is it the woman pushing his head there?
Yeah, actually, yeah. She is.
There's a child there.
Where? Yeah, it is.
There's a child
in the middle to the right. Yeah.
Serving drinks or serving something. This one here,
Cray. Child and a goat in there, like this. Just no.
Yeah.
Wait, why is that thing? Why does it look like someone's got no arm? At the
That's what I'm
back.
saying.
This
What?
guy
Yeah,
is
one
out
arm.
in the
Yeah.
back.
Oh,
Some Sado business. I don't know. Is that Randy? No, I'm
What?
joking.
No, I'll have it.
End up
oh, the
falling in
child
love.
saving up goddess
They
is
would
good.
get married.
Mad.
If neither of them falls for the other, they would appear in the next festival and matchmaking, and the next, until a match is made. To some, this broken drunken festival was a delight, a time to look forward to, when they get to find their match.
No, this is ridiculous. Mackie, this is literally...
What's this here?
I was going to
That's
ask
an
that
animal
as well,
spot.
yeah, because like the guy's arm is going under his arm,
Yeah,
but
and
then
then
there's that dark looking, what, like to be
That
honest,
looks
looks like
like
a
an
skinny
animal.
old yeah.
Yeah,
this guy's
this
arms
looks
Or
down
like
maybe that's
here.
a corpse's arm.
Nah,
this looks like an arm from an animal, a leg from
animal.
an
So the
animal.
animal's in
Yeah.
front, maybe on his
Yeah,
lap.
animal leg.
What's
In
he
it,
sexing
the
animal?
goat's leg.
Was on that
Mad.
This is crazy.
Oh no, the man's got goat leg.
Wait a
Look, this man's got goat leg as well. Look.
Oh shit, yeah.
Got goat leg. Yeah.
Oh, see? Mud.
Mad.
Mm-mm.
Mad. That's crazy. All right, cool.
So what? There was bestiality going on
choose
here
their
as well
mate.
then.
Of course.
It looks
While
like
to
it,
others,
yeah.
Oh, this is the
it was a
Greek
date to
stuff.
abhor,
So,
a time of shame, disgrace, and forced relationships. At the dawn and spread of Christianity, Pope Gelasius I deemed this feast inappropriate and unchristian, and the naked abusive aspect of this feast gradually ceased.
Mad.
They could still choose their mates on that day, but no more would there be public nakedness, beatings, and forced couplings. As the years went by, Shakespeare and other famed authors popularized it as a day of romance, goodwill, and affection, a day for lovers and loved ones. Its dark
BDSM.
history, lost, its cruel acts, forgotten, and its inflicted wounds, long faded.
Okay, cool. So this is why Khan celebrates Valentine's
Once
Day. Makes
upon a
sense.
time, in old Rome, when the pagans of Rome persecuted their Christian brethren, there was a man, a priest named Saint Valentine. Saint Valentine devoted his life to ministering to persecuted Christians and spreading the gospel. He was a thorn in the flesh of the pagan Emperor Claudius II, but as no crime could be held against him, there was no condemning this man, until much later. One day, the emperor declared that single men made the best soldiers, and married.
I think we're unique because now, as you can
I
see, we
know.
are in a studio
I
atmosphere.
think he was
We're
going
not
to
in
say
a
something gay.
remote
I know.
atmosphere anymore. But then, how do
Yeah,
Men
gay.
made terrible soldiers.
Isn't it? Look at that. Was he?
The Romans were
Hold on. MJ? Who's this guy?
Nah.
He's like a distant relation in that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No. As Dublin said, they're Mediterranean folk.
Hey, look, interesting still. Hey, what? How's he ginger like that? With sideburns as well. Crazy.
Oh,
I'm
weave it
telling
out.
you, Ed
Yeah,
Sheeran.
they're wishing. They're wishing.
Yeah,
Huh?
Ed Sheeran accent.
Yeah, I'm Ed Sheeran's cousin. Come on.
They're his ancestors.
Mad.
Mm.
Dublin, you say?
So Dublin, you cannot run from this. See?
Mad. Mad.
Run from what? Allow it.
Yeah, man. You lot ruled in the Mediterranean.
Probably one of Elron's cousins or something.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, mad. Yeah, but you're all the same. Isn't
Looks more like Prince Harry
Oh,
to me.
shit. Exactly. Exactly. Say nothing.
renowned for their power and battle prowess. Intending to keep it that way, the emperor banned marriage thenceforth. No more would the young men of Rome marry. Their loyalty would be to their country alone. Saint Valentine deemed this law cruel and unfair, and would neither heed nor adhere. He continued to bless and conduct marriages. Lovers would secretly go to him and be united in holy matrimony. Saint Valentine had broken the law. According to Emperor Claudius II, he had contributed in weakening the Roman military system, ripping the state of her best soldiers and talents.
He didn't comply with
The priest was
depopulation.
arrested and sentenced to death on 14th of February 269. But even while in prison, he continued to minister to persecuted Christians. Alas, while counting down to the day of his sentence, Saint Valentine fell in love with the jailer's daughter, who had no sight, for she was born blind.
Mad.
The day before his death, Saint Valentine restored the sight of his love. The jailer's blind daughter could finally see. And on the day of his death, he sent her a love letter, a farewell message, signed, "From your Valentine."
But how's she going to read it?
Valentine was executed on February 14th, 269, and many years later.
How's she going to read it? How's she going
Why is she blind?
She's blind. No, but he fixed the sight now, so he can write her a poem. But she's been blind so long. How did she learn to read so quick?
No, I'm done. I'm done.
That's true. No, it's a good point though. Yeah, how did she learn to read so quick? Like, yeah.
And
Right,
this
you
is
can
probably
see.
before Helen Keller and all that. So come on.
She's bound to be dyslexic, man. Come on. Straight away, like, yeah, man, babes, I'm gonna write you a poem in calligraphy at that. You know what I mean? Like, this is too much for the eyesight. Let's go back again. Let me hear that. Wow.
Executed on February 14th, 269, and many years later, his martyrdom would be acknowledged and commemorated by Pope Gelasius I and the Catholic Christians of the world. Few years after the martyrdom of Saint Valentine of Rome, in the year 273, a bishop of Terni, in central Italy, known as Bishop Valentine of Terni, was martyred on the same February 14th. And more years later, another priest named Valentine was martyred in Africa, also on February 14th.
Oh, yeah.
Thus, in 496, Pope Gelasius I set the date February 14th as not only the day of the feast of Lupercalia, not only the day for lovers and loved ones, but also a day in commemoration of the martyred Saint Valentines of the world.
Yeah. That sounds weird. That's weirdo business, son.
And just like everything, we got to the 20th century and it was commercialized, and here we are today with people spending stupid money to celebrate Valentine's.
If that's what you want to do, Khan, that's what you want to do, man. It's all right, man. Yeah.
Big up Moshe and jump on, bro.
Big up Mosh.
Who's got a cat?
Oh, you can hear my pussy. It's me.
Don't marry them.
Come back.
That was a lot unique.
What is my cat?
Yes, your cat, exactly.
Oh, nice. Sounded like was it Aquarius something?
Oh, allow it.
What a character. She's definitely not well.
Yeah. She's like, pussy, and what? My pussy this and my pussy. And
oh, Mako, she was on to you. She's like,
not me.
Come up. Oh, yeah. Put your camera on. I want to see you. Yeah. I like dick. Okay. She said that about 50 times.
Who said this?
That Aquarius woman that was on Jed's show yesterday.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
Shit crazy.
Yeah, it was early part still. So what happened with that Apex guy? Because when I left, everything was fine. I came back and there was a poll saying, should we kick Apex off? What was that about?
He was doing a con. He keep interrupting, shouting over the woman.
I could see that potential
Not
still.
giving her
Yeah.
time to respond. Yeah, man.
Okay. Makes sense.
But you know what, like what you always say, MJ, like you know what she's about. Just take time, just let her talk and read her tape. If you go too hard, pause, she'll just run off the panel.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, Jed was trying to say, just hold it down, innit?
Yeah, sometimes you got to figure out how other people communicate as well, like their sort of communication style. And you could tell with that woman, it was like if anyone interrupted, even made a sound or breathed while she was speaking, she'd be like, "Oh, you interrupted me. I'll go on mute. I'll wait." Oh, you're cute and all that, but
yeah, what's that got to do to press a bar?
You ain't cute, bitch.
Innit, grandma?
I do like it when we get those like different characters though.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Mixes it up a bit. But
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm just gonna feed my cat because she's not gonna stop meowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Axel, you know what it was? She came up with this story of like, how did she drop it? She was like, so there's a situation where so a black man is being accused of exposing himself in a school on school grounds. So we were like, okay. So like, what's the situation? And then like things just weren't making sense because then she was like, the person's my son. This was all obviously very long conversation to kind of get to these points of fact. It was her son. The girl was a white girl. The girl was pregnant. It wasn't just exposure. He'd actually had sex with this girl. So we were trying to determine the age of the son and the girl. And apparently the son was a senior and the girl was a sophomore. So we were trying to figure out like, okay, is that mandatory rape in the state that they're in? And then, because I was like, okay, I'm going to be like the Becky Defense League, right? But I'm going to defend the white girl. And Jez was like, no, it's not a white girl. And then he asked the woman, Aquarius, and she was like, no, it's a black girl. And it was like, okay, like, it was all like, I'm sure she said white girl, but anyways.
Yeah.
And then she kept like just tripping herself up in what she was saying. And then again, she was like, yeah, the white girl. We were like, so it is a white girl. She's like, yeah, I never said it's a black girl. We're like, no, you fully just said
she's
it's
trolling you guys. Man. So her...
And then she said she just made it all up.
Okay.
Right? And towards the end, she's like, I've just made it all up. But this is a situation that's apparently happened to someone on YouTube. And it's like, well, why didn't you just say that then? Like, why do all of this bullshit? Like, I don't understand. It's just weird. And then after that, she just started acting all crazy. She did disclose that she allegedly has bipolar and borderline personality disorder.
So like Trinity, something like that.
It was like imagine a medicated Mona.
Mother. Okay.
An American version of a medicated Mona. She reminded me of Mona and do you remember that True North, the one that lied about Raheem Sterling? So you know the way she was really like calm and polite and la-di-da-di-da. It's kind of like if Mona and True North had a love child. You would have Aquarius.
Wow.
Yeah.
Characters, man. I don't know.
Yeah, the craziness, the lies, but just slightly calm, but you can tell she's tapped in it.
All tapped, boy. Every single one mentioned was tapped. I got good. Let's see.
It's a miserable old Sunday for June.
I know.
Bank holiday weekend, isn't it?
It's not warm outside, bro.
It's miserable.
It's gloomy and that. Like, yeah, man. It's terrible, man.
Oh, Matthew, I wanted to ask you something, actually. I did ask the guys yesterday, but they couldn't really help me. I feel like you might have the answer. The Falkland Islands. What was that all about in terms of the British doing their thing over there? Because from a little documentary that I watched recently, and then just sort of looked into the Falklands population, what it looks like over there, if they've got any resources, whatever. I'm really confused, like, as to why the British had any interest over there.
Yeah, they owned it. That's what it is. And obviously the Argentinians thought they owned it. You know,
Which didn't they originally own it, the Argentinians?
Well, you could say that, but they would originally have to be Argentinians before they were British, and there wasn't, unfortunately. That colony was set up by Sephardic and Ashkenazi and that type of thing amongst the indigenous people of Argentina. So they kind of the ruling faction. Yeah. But anyway, aside from that, the Falklands is a British territory which we never really knew about. You know what I mean? Like it was there. It was probably part of the European Union or the Commonwealth. Sorry, one of the Commonwealth islands or countries or whatever. And then until there was a little conflict on there because I didn't know they had residents and people that had left England and gone to live in the Falklands.
Well, there was a population of something like 2,000 people there.
Didn't seem a lot, but still, that was enough to start war. Basically, by the Argentinians going near there, you're crossing into their waters, and then England has to defend it, and then little fracas ensued where the Argentinians was never going to win that little fight there. This is England we're talking about. Organized crime out here. Yeah,
okay, so I need to go back to when it became a British colony to begin with to kind of investigate this a bit further then.
Yeah, well, we didn't even know none of that until the situation occurred.
Right, okay. Because obviously, given where it is and, you know, how far away it is and stuff, like, this is why I was, like, really confused. I'm like, why is it these random islands so far away from Britain are of any interest to the British Empire?
I think they had a woman. Did they have a woman leader or something? Because Madonna played her in the movie Evita or something like that.
Oh, is that what that movie's about?
Yeah, it's about the what was going on in Argentina.
Oh, okay.
Don't cry for me now, Argentina. That's
the one. That's the one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good one.
Okay, right. I need to look into that a bit more then. Cool. Cool. At least I got a direction. Oh, and so speaking as well of the Commonwealth, you just said it yourself. You said Commonwealth. What was it? Territories or countries? You said, right?
Yeah, countries and islands and all of that.
That's right. You said islands or countries. Why is it that they're now described as realms?
Is it?
Yeah. I was having a conversation the other day with my friend, and we was talking about the Queen and, you know, all the fuckery that goes on, and then we was trying to figure out her age. So I quickly Googled Queen Elizabeth and pulled up the Queen's, you know, Wikipedia profile, as you do. And it says Queen Elizabeth II is Queen of the United Kingdom and 14 other Commonwealth realms.
Right.
Realms, not countries, not islands. Well, that's what we would expect it to say, wouldn't we? Commonwealth countries, because that's what I've heard my whole life growing up. So why now are they calling them realms? And like, what is the definition of a realm? Because this to me is sounding a bit weird, Matthew.
All right, give me 2 seconds.
Don't cry for me now, Argentina.
Truth is, I never left you.
Your question though, Mary, it's about control, yeah? controlling the whole damn world in important puts or situations.
Yeah. This is, one of them things you never really think about. Like, I've heard of the Falklands so much growing up, and obviously the war that happened and whatever, and you just kind of take it as, oh, it is what it is. Don't really question it too much until you need to. And then when I figured out where it was, like I was saying to, even Khan was saying yesterday, like he just thought it was some little islands up in Scotland or something. When you actually see where it is compared to...
It's mad. It's like Norway has some places down there too, yeah?
Okay.
Norway. It's mad. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's weird.
So,
Weird.
So what they say the realm is? What?
A realm. What? Why are they calling it realms now?
I don't know. Because I swear there's even more than that. When we say Commonwealth countries, there's more than what? What was the number of realms?
14.
Right.
I think.
So the 14 realms or regions that those Commonwealth countries. Because how many Commonwealth countries are there? So it's in the 50s or something.
Really?
Well, they're saying, so what, we're saying there's a difference between a realm and a country?
I think so.
Let's see, how many Commonwealth countries then? It can't be only 14. They have bloody Commonwealth games, don't they?
Yep.
What are you eating?
No. See, this is getting mad now because this is saying 54. So why are only 14 of them realms? Nah.
You see what I'm saying?
Nah. What?
I said there's 50-something Commonwealth countries. You know what I mean? And less realms mean less regions. I suppose bigger regions or bigger areas.
Right. So let me see. What is a realm? A realm is a kingdom, a field or domain of activity or interest.
See, Mary, you asked me one question now.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It sounds, I don't know. It just feels to me like they are slightly changing the language of certain things. Because again, I didn't even realize about like the number there until you pointed it out. So 54 Commonwealth countries. But you heard what I read in that description. She's the leader of 14 Commonwealth realms. That's what seems to be on the top of their agenda. So
trying to mask the numbers for some reason. I don't know what they're trying to do, some cover up of some sort. But that's all I knew. Right, they own so many countries. The countries that come under the Commonwealth is tremendous. That's why it's Great Britain, because all of that belongs to Great Britain, and most of that belongs to the Queen. She owns the most land on the planet per square mile.
Right. Okay. So it says here, Commonwealth realm is a sovereign state in the Commonwealth of Nations that has Elizabeth II as its monarch and head of state. Each realm functions as an independent state, equal with the other realms and the nations of the Commonwealth.
Right. So you can be Nigeria a little more. You're still a Commonwealth country. You still belonged and owned by England, even though you supposedly have your independence. This is why we say independence is not independence.
Yeah.
It's just a different type of slavery or a different type of colonization. We haven't fully left yet. But we're going to let you run your country, or what's left of your country, because we've already got most of your natural resources.
Right. Okay. So they've got a map and it describes the current Commonwealth realms.
Can you show it?
Yeah, I'll share it now. Let me share this quickly. Where is it?
Don't cry for me. Don't
Okay, so the ones in dark blue are the current ones. The ones in light blue, which I can't even see any light blue ones, but they're territories and dependencies of current realms. And the ones in the dark red are former realms and dominions that are now republics.
So basically, so the ones in
Like
grey.
Ireland. The ones in grey have nothing to do with them.
I beg to differ. It doesn't make sense. They own Spain. They own all sorts. So like, what we do?
I don't know. But not part of the Commonwealth.
Former realms,
They own
but
the United States. They own like what I don't know.
But they're not under the term of Commonwealth realm, because this is just a map of the Commonwealth
Oh, the
realms,
realms.
And the former realms and dominions that are now republics.
Still seeming a bit short though.
India, Pakistan, Nigeria,
Ethiopia, Somalia are under the protectorate of England or the what do you call it? There's a name given to it.
Yeah, no.
I think it's protectorate. Yeah, protectorate. There's a big plaque down by what do you call it? The embankment, saying that these Eritrea, Ethiopia, are under the protectorate of England. So again, it's the shit they own, and then it's not telling you. Once they help you, they semi-own you as well. These are the other ways of acquiring nations and that, as in seeming to help in your
They
various
used to once
situations.
upon a time, but we kicked them off.
But as I said, it's hard to let go. You think it's to let go. They only let you let go of yourself. They don't let go of your country. They don't let go of your resources or what they're taking from.
This map should be better, to be honest.
I think what I'll try and do during the week is see if I can find maps that show like several things, so countries that they've been involved in different ways and that, and because there's definitely I hear it says bits missing from this, but I think this doesn't include all the different labels that they have for all the places they've taken over and that.
Does this look like 57 countries?
54, we mean, yeah.
Yeah, 54. Does it look like 54 countries? No.
Yeah, and what's all of this up here anyways? What is this?
Canada.
Oh, that's all Canada.
That's Canada for you. And some parts of Nah, it's only Canada actually. Yeah.
Oh shit.
No. When they own China, when they own thing like Hong Kong and all of that, different bits. Like
Exactly, much nothing is showing really.
Countries are not being shown. No, it's just
No.
it's about regions and protectorates and all of that. That doesn't make sense.
Well, see, this is why I'm questioning it though, Matthew. The fact that they're calling it realms, maybe this obviously has some significance. So yeah. Anyways, I don't have time to get into it today, but I will do a bit more investigation and see what I can sort of pull up and why we've got so many different
what about
names
map of Commonwealth countries? Let's get for the map of.
Well, this is the Commonwealth realms map, right?
Yeah,
so let me see if we can get then the Commonwealth countries map.
And it just don't make sense. It's just not going to make no sense. It's going to be like if you ever tried to overlap it, it was Commonwealth realms, you know.
So we have the Commonwealth of Nations.
Nah.
It's still a little. It's not a lot.
This is slightly different because there's more down here. And so these are member states of the Commonwealth, right? Because if you notice, like Ireland isn't part of that. No.
Yeah. Where is the Commonwealth? Well, let's show us what the original Commonwealth, 50-something Commonwealth countries are. Map. Because I don't know what they're doing. They're playing silly games. It's kind of annoying. It's getting on my nerves. I mean, like, what are we doing here?
I know. Why is there all these different categories?
13 realms, cool.
We want to hear. We want to see the actual countries, the whole 54 of them.
What do you own?
So this is countries.
Because one of them's like, oh man. You get me? Oh man, and these type of obscure countries. And it's just not there. Falklands, where are you? All sorts. And you know, they usurped countries from their cousins who might have owned them before as French and Belgium and that. Just took over.
But this is like.
And that's a
map of Commonwealth countries.
It's that they don't want to give us no map of it, no?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, sorry. Let me see. What can you guys see? Oh yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Oh no, that's apparently it.
Nah, that's terrible.
Yeah, so I have to do some proper investigation when I got.
Can they just give us the list of the names of the 50-something countries? We could do.
Yeah, that would be easier to see.
Yeah, innit? See, like,
that's rude.
Are they even there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because when they start spreading new agendas, they tend to like erase what they were saying before, and let's leave this new kind of concept. So much maps of the new concept now. The realms that I did that went over my head. I didn't even know about all that.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is pull up this map, right? Let me take that down and
side by side.
Well, I'll call out the names of the countries, and you guys can see if you can spot it on the map, and if it's
testing my geography skills now.
Yeah,
I'm the best.
Come on.
I'll be on mute.
Share screen.
You both, Malik.
I know what everything is.
No, you're good, Axel.
That's the one. Yeah.
Make it bigger, make it
bigger. Pause.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Allow it, accent. I never remember how to zoom on this thing.
Bring them up, bring them up.
Where's the map?
Huh?
Oh, I can't. I don't know how to zoom, and I'll probably just end up breaking my laptop. So,
you have to go to the top corner or somewhere.
Well, let me do this for now.
Yeah, go on.
That might help a bit.
Right, we can't see nothing, but yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Go on. List out the countries to us then.
All right. Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah.
Bermuda.
It says Barbuda on here, sis.
All right.
I'm telling you what it says. It says Barbuda.
Bermuda, we say.
Bermuda.
I know, but I'm telling you it literally, and I'm on the Commonwealth website here, right?
Yeah.
So they say Antigua and Barbuda.
Right.
Don't ask me. There you go. That's something for you to look at later, sis. Australia. Yeah, we know that's
yeah.
Bahamas.
Right.
Probably.
Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Right.
Barbados.
Probably.
Belize.
Probably.
Yeah.
Botswana.
Yes.
Kat says yes. I can't say this one. Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam.
Brunei.
Darussalam.
Brunei,
maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Cameroon.
Huh?
Cameroon.
Right.
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah.
Cyprus.
I don't know.
The
Ottomans, yeah, the Anatolians.
The Greeks.
I told man.
Dominica.
Probably.
Dominica, yeah.
What's this? Eswatini?
Who?
It's a small E and then a big S. Eswatini.
That's not Africa.
I don't even know where that is.
No, me neither.
But anyway, yeah, they got a few more of them. Don't worry.
Yeah, in it. Fiji,
Probably.
Gambia.
Is it? Nah. It doesn't
So you
show
didn't even
though.
know.
But
Wow.
I can't see that.
No, most of these ones ain't showing on the map. No.
No, but Gambia is though because they are English, not French, like Senegal. Continue.
Yeah, but they're not. It's not on the map.
No, yeah, it's not.
Ghana, Grenada, Guyana, India, Jamaica. Kenya, Kiribati, however you say that.
What?
Lesotho.
I don't even know.
Malawi.
Yeah, looks like it.
Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Malta, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Nauru, New Zealand, Nigeria, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, Rwanda, St. Lucia, Samoa, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Solomon Islands, South Africa, Sri Lanka, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Tanzania, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago,
Tonga,
Tonga, Tuvalu, I don't know how you say that. Uganda, United Kingdom, Vanuatu, and Zambia.
Wow.
We're not involved. We are not involved. See?
I didn't hear you say St. Kitts and Nevis.
Oh, I did say that, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
St. Kitts and Nevis, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 7-7. Bermuda is not the same.
No. Obviously.
No, I didn't know. I thought it was like a.
I'm telling you, there's more islands and things that you didn't know, and then you get me. Where's the Falklands in
facts, yeah. Someone told me they were from an island the other day. I can't remember the name of it. Maybe you can tell me, Maku. Apparently, it's the closest island to Puerto Rico.
Okay.
What's the closest island to Puerto Rico?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, and I can't remember the name, and I feel bad. So I'm like, I need to remember.
Is Puerto Rico? Is it an island, or is it like piece of that middle American landmass or something? I don't know. Is it part of Mexico or something?
We don't know.
Boy.
Because all these Venezuela.
I'm pretty sure it's an island. Oh, 1 sec.
Who knows? Yeah, but there's some ones that's not on there. I don't know why they're not on there.
So what was it that you want to show us, Maku? The monotheism, Abraham stuff.
Yeah. Had that ready keyed up. That's interesting though. The Commonwealth thing. But I don't think it's still not being 100% honest because America's not there, but Canada's there. It makes no sense.
But then is America a Commonwealth country?
Yeah, it's a British colony, so it would come underneath the Commonwealth. Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying, Marcus. We need.
But all we get is
we need to get
America.
A map that includes colonies, Commonwealth, everything, and then I reckon it will definitely take up more space. Do you know what I mean?
Of course, Because
the whole
you have
world
to
will be
match.
covered up.
They're trying to separate it all so we don't see the extent of the bullshit that they've done. They don't want us to see the extent of their fucking colonization over the years. So they're trying to keep it separate and categorize it so it don't look like shit.
Let's compare it to who owns the most land.
And who even cares about Canada?
Who owns the most land on the planet? Who does that? Can we find out that? Who owns the most land?
Boy, who owns the most land? Let's see. I'm gonna have to shoot off in a second. Who owns? Not Bitcoin, thank you. God, do you know when I you ask me questions and then I see the answer and I'm like, I knew this anyways.
Yeah, you did know that.
Yeah, that'd be the Roman Catholic Church.
Mhm.
They own 70 million hectares, apparently. Yeah.
Mother.
On that note, family, big up yourselves. Hit the like button, hit the Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff. I'll catch you guys later.
Big up,
Big up, family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're working in tandem, man. They're a business together, man. The church and the state and the monarchy, sorry. So yeah, but yeah, other than that, I know she must be a close second because she's not trying to acquire that much more. But what she had originally is tremendous, man. A couple of years ago, she was number one with the land thing per square mile. I have to check that. But yeah, hold on, let me play this video then. Cool. Boom.
So welcome back to the next installment of Monotheism, where I'm exploring the Yemeni and Babylonian pagan background and the early history of proto-Islam. We ended the last episode by discussing how the Sira teaches that Muhammad's companion met Jesus, and Jesus advised Muhammad through his companion, through a message delivered to his companion, that he would be the messenger, the apostle, the prophet to bring the true religion of Abraham, to bring the true religion, because apparently Jesus must have failed. And Jesus was waiting for Muhammad to bring this. Make of that what you will. Please see the last episode if you want to have a recap on that. Otherwise, just read what's on the screen and that'll be made clear to you. Now, we're looking at the term Hunafa. So the term Hunafa, we discussed in the previous episode, so have a look at that. That's about 16 or 20 minutes long. So the Hunafa Christians in Syria and Hijaz, the source here is What Are the Sacred Roots of Islam and the Planned Modern Islamic Society by Jamil Efara. Arab Christians, as most Arab tribes in Hijaz and Syria, were Christians. Al-Yaqubi says the Arab tribe of Qada came to Syria and Tanuk ben Malik was their first king to rule Syria. He became a Christian and was appointed a king by the Roman emperor. It's very interesting we've got ben Malik because there's been a great deal of discussion from, especially on Jay's channel, about the Abd al-Malik. And I've mentioned earlier that Abd al-Malik is a title. It is not a name, right? So Malik refers to the king. Now, if you are the king, you are the slave of no one. Now, if you take on the title the slave of the Malik, the slave of the king, this is derived from the earlier Yemeni title, the Muqarrib. And the Muqarrib was the slave of the god, the prime deity. So the Abd al-Malik, the king, the emperor, is the slave of the prime deity. So Abd al-Malik is a title of someone who has taken on the role of pleasing and serving their prime deity. Just as Muhammad becomes the servant of Allah, right? Abdullah, that's exactly what that is. But in this case, as I said, it's titular. It is not just a name. Now, Al-Masudi states, Al-Masudi is also the one, I believe, that tells us that Muhammad spoke both Arabic and Ethiopic. Those are the two languages that he is conversant in, interestingly enough. So the tribe of Wadat Saleh al-Sham came to Syria after Qada and conquered Tanuk. She became Christian and she was found to rule Arabs in Syria by the Roman Emperor. The third Arab.
Did you guys hear it in the chat, yeah? And listeners, Ethiopic, like, what is that?
The tribe of the Kedar coming from Ishmael. Do you get what I'm saying? What they called Beni Hashim. Yeah, of the Quraysh. And the Quraysh is only one of If you pull up the Koresh, you see all the different tribes, and you find your tribe in there. So, anyway,
let's continue, Marco. Let's continue, Marco.
Right? No, I'm just
They're
saying.
gonna get.
I'm
I
just
am
saying
very feel now. Very, very feel.
very feel, and very, very real. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Arab tribe Hassan came to Syria. They became Christians and ruled Syria until the coming of Islam to Syria. So this would explain the presence of an Assyrian church in Eastern Arabia. And of course, you had these Syriac influences, these within places like Najran and all across Arabia. So Christianity was present, which is why also you have these ancient inscriptions from the early 4th century, from the 300s, describing Jesus, describing worship of Christ in Arabia. What's interesting is this in this box here, Christians of Syria used to call the Nazarenes of Bani Israel the tribe of Israel. That would be the Jews. Right? The Nazarenes of Bani Israel, Hunafa, plural of Hanif, which is an Aramaic term which denotes the deflection of that group from the true Christian religion of the Syrians. So these would most likely be Messianic Jews. However, these would be heretical Messianic Jews. And this implies they were Hunafa, they were pagans or heretics. Remember, Hunafa can mean pagans or heretics. In this case, this would refer to heretics. Muhammad Qud Ali says numerous Arab tribes came to Al-Sham or Syria and shared the control of Syria with the Roman emperors. The most famous among them was Hassan in the south, and so on and so on. So keep this in mind here, that the Nazarenes, these wayward Jews, were considered to be pagans by the Christians. And by the same token, the early Muslims were called Hunafa by the Jews and the Christians for being pagans and for being heretics. Keep that in mind, and just add that to the pile of evidence that we're collecting. Let me continue. Let's look at Guillaume's The Life of Muhammad. I'll just move that down so you can see that. Right. 4 men who broke with polytheism. Now they speak here of, find for yourselves a religion, they said, for by Allah, you have no religion. So they went their several ways in the land, seeking the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham. Waraka attached himself to Christianity and studied its scriptures until he had thoroughly mastered them. Ubaydullah went on searching until Islam came. Then he migrated with the Muslims to Ethiopia, taking with him his wife, who was a Muslim. Habiba, when he arrived there, he adopted Christianity, parted from Islam, and died a Christian in Abyssinia. So these
Mud. Who you saying that to? Well.
More involved than we thought.
Right. They want to talk. They want to think. No. By the book it says, but what does history say? What does other people say? What does Islamic writing say? You know? There's more to the story, like this thing, but we're told religiously to keep our heads straight and just focus on what is in front of you. But there's more to the story.
Yeah. See?
People lived lives to get to the stages and to get to the thing and for people to exist. Boom. But yet, man, I'm being called heretics and all of these type of,
Yeah.
From early, it's just a misunderstanding sometimes with some of the ancient pre-Islamic and pre-this and pre-that and they're all practicing the same to what they know, but most, as I said, all roads lead back to Abraham or Ibrahim, for if it's the Prophet, peace be upon him, or if it's Jesus, or even if it's Moses. They're all trying to practice what Abraham put down for them. And even his children the same. You know what I'm saying? Our most precious concern is Ishmael, and then Kedar, and then the tribe of the Quraysh, and so on and so forth, right? If you're a Muslim, you know what I mean? If you want to prove it by bloodline and all of that, this is why we know they're Africans, because we can identify them by their tribes. But
they were looking for the original religion. Remember, some of these men had rejected Judaism, rejected Christianity as not the original religion of Abraham. We know that the original religion of Abraham was Sabaean paganism, which was moon worship, which was derived from.
Oh dear.
Moon worship. Are you hearing this?
Who was doing that? Who was doing that? Was that Abraham? Was that Abraham? No.
No.
No, it was Dave. John Smith. Right. When I say
This
no,
kind of
Abraham never did statues. He never. Nope. 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 Nowhere. Where did you get that from? Huh. This is what's being generally. Look at this. Yeah. Those in the know, innit? It's just, it is what it is. That's why I'm saying these discussions have been had at Speaker's Corner, you know? Like, not
Yeah.
always on camera, but just discussions in general, because, like, people want to have their tools in their, their bullets in their guns. So sometimes they discuss it with you or put it on the table because it's a concern for the Akis. Like, yo, have you heard about this? Like, what?
Most people don't know though, Maku.
Of course they don't.
Yeah, they
But
don't know the pre-Islamic or the All-Father
yeah,
Abraham stories. And
yeah,
so
yeah. And that's the thing. And the only way you can get that is coming out maybe of the book that you're in and looking at the other books that are also to go along with it. We're not talking about go and read hadiths and da. No, we're saying go and read the ancient books that came before and would make or reaffirm the Quran. You know what I mean? It's not a competition thing. It's a learning and elevation thing, right? Because it specifically says in the Quran, like, yeah, if you're confused, if you're thing, it doesn't say go and look for a scholar or go and do. No, it doesn't say that. Go and find a hadith and do. The Quran is the only hadith that should be read. You know what I'm saying? Many passages and many ayahs that state that, So the hadith of the Most High is what we're supposed to be dealing with. Cool. But it's based on the Torah, the Injil, and the Zabur, the Gospels and the Revelations. That's what we should think. So when people are saying, "Oh, it's corrupt," what verse? What chapter? Is it what you as a Muslim was asked to read out of it? Or in its original form? Yes, you could go and find it in its original form, but the Bible's just fine. Because the Bible is sectioned as well. You know what I mean? You got the Torah, which is the first 5 books of Moses. You just read that, right? Then you got the Gospels, the Zabur. You go and you read in the New Testament the Gospels of Christ and his apostles or his what do you call it, disciples and that, which are equivalent to the Prophet, peace be upon him's Sahaba, right?
yeah.
Right. It's just equivalent. It's the same thing. Yeah. And then so on and so forth.
But all this is just to talk about the corruption issue. Yeah, that's why
Yeah, the
people
corruption has
reading
been an
them.
argument.
When
Remember,
indoctrinated that it is a corruption, all these books are
right,
just corrupted.
right,
That's why people
right,
not reading, and it's a
right.
mess because
It,
you should still look for knowledge in them. So
well, the answer to the question is the answer to the question. Like, if you bring the verse where it says that, and it
yeah,
becomes, I've had this discussion and debate with Hashim. This was the one I had with Hashim. Yeah.
yeah.
About this particular subject, and he was trying to bring verses from the Quran to show the corruption on it, and we can't find the word one, yeah, but we got made references to, could it be the Quran or could it be the Torah? Could it be what is it that it's being referenced to? We're not clear. It's ambiguous. You get it? So even though a man brought evidence and said, "Yeah, this is it," boom, I said, "Well, it didn't directly say the
Don't you think
Torah,
though,
the
Mako,
Injil, or
people?
yeah." Go on.
No, I'm just thinking, yeah. Don't you think that because of this shiur all over the place, yeah, they're saying to people, nah, all these books are corrupted,
Right.
and this is the reason why you should not go in there and read.
Right. It's the holder of the knowledge. It's the holders
Yeah.
of the sect. If you're in a sect, you are
Mm.
required to do and not do certain things. So that's where it's different. I'm not Shia, I'm not Sunni, I'm this, I'm that. Listen, each one requires a set of processes that you must and must not do. Do you get it?
Yeah.
That haram, that are bidah, that are all of these things in various different ways. There's various different processes on how to pray and how to do certain thing. And devil on each, angel on each shoulder.
But this is all this school of thoughts, though. So, I mean, it depends on where you are. You actually follow them.
Well,
So
you can see if you're talking tribally and you're talking about the what Abraham was and all of that. Yeah. And being a pagan. Like that, I found that
No,
the
because
creator,
his father was a pagan, they automatically think
right?
Abraham was a pagan, right?
Why not?
Yeah. So he
He's
made
not.
a
He's not. He's
pagan
not.
statue.
Sorry, they're
Yeah.
not meeting him as a child. They're meeting him as a grown man. He's a grown man in the story. This is why he's too old to have children at a certain age. After he goes to Egypt and all of that, he's trying to
Yeah.
conceive, but he's old. He's in his
Mm.
80s already, according to you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
he's
he is
lived a
old.
long life, and so to say that he hadn't had a career doing something, it would be a fallacy. He lived in the city of his dead brother.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? He lived in Haran. He moved from Ur of Chaldea to Haran, and Haran is only his brother. The city was named after his brother, and when his brother was alive, it was that's his city, so they can move there, right? Whole family can move there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they moved there. So yeah, and then he obviously Lot is or Lud is his nephew, his brother's son, his dead brother Haran. His son is rolling with Abraham.
Did you just say Lot?
Yeah, yeah, Lot. Yeah.
But Lot wasn't Lot before Abraham though.
No, Lot was with Abraham.
Oh, boy. Now I'm mixing up then. Okay.
Lot was with Abraham. Like the story is that Lot, I mean Abraham and his family, and that included Lot. But it wasn't his son; it was his nephew. But the brother, that thing had passed already, long time. You know.
I will have to look this up. Lot is,
But yeah, Abraham being a pagan sounds familiar. I don't know. You said that maybe. I don't know.
Babylonian moon worship.
Moon worship, huh?
Now Zayd had determined to leave Mecca to travel about in search of the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham. Okay, fascinating. Then he went forth seeking the religion of Abraham, questioning monks and rabbis until he had traversed Al-Mosul and the whole of Mesopotamia. Then he went to the whole of Syria till he came to a monk on the high ground of Balqa. This man, it is alleged, was well instructed in Christianity. Alleged. He asked him about the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham. Now remember, Abraham was a pagan. Then he became effectively the first Jew, if I have that correct. He decided to follow the God Yahweh. So he left his pagan religion behind, but these people were looking for the original religion of Abraham, which was pillar worship. And I will discuss that in length as we go through the series. The monk replied, "You are seeking a religion to which no one today can guide you. But the time of a prophet will come forth from your own country, which you have just left, has drawn near. He will be sent with the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham." Okay, well, fine. So stick to it, for he's about to be sent now, and this is his time. How convenient. Now, Zayd had sampled Judaism and Christianity and was not satisfied with either of them. So understand the Sirah, the Gospels of Muhammad, what they call biographies, but really the Gospels, are a polemic against Christianity and an apologetic for Islam. Interestingly, while they supposedly revere Jesus, you know that they quite literally demonize the Christian Jesus. They view with utter disrespect. They demote the Christian Jesus. They promote Muhammad to the status of a deity within the Sirah. I've covered that in other episodes on my channel on the Sirah. However, let's see what they do with Abraham, because supposedly they respect Abraham as the founder of their religion, one of the first Muslims. Of course, in Islam, Khadija is the first Muslim, Muhammad's the first Muslim, Abraham is the first Muslim, Adam is the first Muslim, and I guess others are the first Muslims. So multiple people can all be first. Makes perfect sense if it's Islam. But let's have a look at how they treat Abraham, what they've done with Abraham. So Abraham was originally called Abram, the Ivri, right? Now, Ivrit is a Hebrew word, right? And of course, in the Arabic, they've used the term Ifrit, right? Ivrit, Ifrit. Abram the Ivrit, from the Hebrew means to cross over from the other side, to cross over from the other side of the river, or a descendant. So it can have a literal meaning, to cross over from the other side, or someone who is a descendant. Abraham received news that his cousin Lot had been taken away as a prisoner of war. A fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, Avram ha-Ivri. That's in Genesis 14:13, and there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew. Right? So now biblical scholar Nahum Sadner concluded that Hebrew was really an ethnic designation akin to Canaanite and Moabite. Theories abound. By the time of King David, about 3,000 years ago, the term the Hebrew had largely disappeared. For most of recorded history, the descendants of Abraham the Hebrew were known as Jews. So therefore, Abraham effectively, he's a Jew. He is the first Jew. Let's leave it at that. Right? Now, I want to introduce the word Chthonian, of or relating to the deities, the spirits and beings dwelling under the earth. In Greek mythology, Chthonian refers to beings that inhabit the underworld, considered to be the dark, shadowy counterparts of the Olympians. The Olympians are, I think, the Roman gods, Roman pantheon. Let's have a look at this term Ifrit from the Encyclopedia of Islam. I clicked accidentally earlier, so that's why this popped up a little sooner than expected. Ifrit, plural, afarit, an epithet, a name expressing power, cunning, and insubordination. Interesting. So the Ifrit, the Hebrews, right, the Jews, are considered powerful, cunning, and insubordinate. Insubordinate to whom? Well, to God, according to Islam, I guess. At least the implication is there. Ifrit occurs only once in the Quran in the sense of rebellious, the people who have rebelled against God. Later, in its substantive form, it came to mean a class of particularly powerful underground demons or Chthonian forces, formidable and cunning in the popular tales. The Ifrit is a jinn of enormous size, formed basically of smoke. It has wings, haunts ruins, and lives under the ground. Abraham is the first Ivri, and of course, now we're learning about the Ifrit. So this is a race of horrible people. Ifrit may be used of humans and even animals, and then expresses cunning, ingenuity, and strength. In Egyptian Arabic, Ifrit also has the meaning of the ghost or spirit of a person deceased. That's from the Encyclopedia of Islam. So basically, they are demonizing and insulting the lineage of Abraham, taking this word Ivri and turning it into an insult.
Yeah.
Just as they've demonized and insulted Jesus, as I've discussed.
Yeah, but they're also demonizing Abraham. So
they're simply doing the same with Abraham. And then, of course, claiming him under their banner. Now, why Abraham wasn't Christian or Jew? Slight aside here. We're going a little bit on the sidetrack, but let's understand where some of the animosity towards the Jews derives from. This is due to the Gnostics, and this has been taken into Islam. Don't forget, in the Sharia, in Islamic law, Islam explicitly states it is a Gnostic religion. Now, it may have made a few changes to suit itself. However, it does claim explicitly, and its major scholars all claim to be Gnostics. Let's look at John 8:44. Ye are of your father, the devil. Okay? You are of your father, the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. Okay? Fair enough, that's the King James Version, John 8:44. So you are from your father, the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. Fine and well. Now, before Islam, pseudo-biblical Gnostics also reinterpret the Bible. Now, Gnosticism is a reinterpretation of reality. It's a reinterpretation of history. It's a revision. It's not religion, it's revision. By the same token, Islam revises Christian history, revises the Bible. Islam is a revision of everything that came before it as well. It rejects history. Now, John 8:44 has been a source of the Gnostic hostility to Jews and Christians. And of course, many people, Gnostics, Muslims, because of Islam, as well as even atheists, have utilized John 8:44 unwittingly, whether they know the history or not, as a polemic against Jews, especially as a reason to hate Jews. And the history of it is as follows. So the claim is by the Gnostics originally that John 8:44 is a pro-Gnostic verse, with Jesus affirming that the Jews serve the Gnostic demon, the Gnostic devil, the Gnostic Satan, Yaldabaoth. Anti-Semites make the same claims, while ignorant of the original historical source. They seek to undermine the passage and legitimize their stance by asking if John 8:44 correctly reads, as in translated from the Greek, you are of your father, the devil, or is it you are of the father of the devil? In other words, Jews serve Yahweh, and Yahweh, by this reading, is the father of the devil. So the devil is a lesser creation of Yahweh, Yahweh then being the greater Satan. And so therefore, the Jews are from the father of the devil. Right? And the father of the devil would be Yahweh. And therefore, they have reason to hate the Bible. They have reason to hate the Jews. They have reason to even hate Christianity and reason to hate God because of this corrupted translation of John 8:44. Modern scholars still persist in this particular semantic game. Now, using this revisionist framework, Jesus, of course, is not a Jew. He has to be pure. So therefore, he cannot be a Jew. This is why you have these fake Christians, and they do exist. I've seen them in the comments. They'll claim Jesus is not a Jew. Muslims will claim Jesus is not a Jew. Many will do that. The God of the Old Testament, of Abraham and Moses, whom we call Yahweh, is therefore Satan, or even the father of Satan, a greater Satan.
I don't know about that.
So that aside, let's move on to Maimonides. And Maimonides discusses
Marco, where did
Abraham
you
as a
find this guy?
Sabaean. We opened the series discussing the Sabaeans of Yemen, these moon worshippers who had practices nearly identical to modern Islam, according to an Islamic source. It is well known that the patriarch Abraham was brought up in the religion and the opinion of the Sabaeans. Ignoble remnants of the nations left in remote corners of the earth, like the savage Turks in the extreme north and the Indians in the extreme south. These are the remnant Sabaeans who once filled the earth. So according to Maimonides, the Sabaeans and their paganism was rampant in the world that he knew. In their writings, Noah was rebuked. So they didn't like Noah. Well, now, of course, you've got the 7 laws of Noah, and people have these crazy issues with the 7 laws of Noah because he worshipped God. And with many other accounts about him, the Sabaeans contend that Seth differed from his father Adam as regards the worship of the moon. These ideas that have made their way into Gnosticism and Islam, and oddly enough, also, without going into any depth here, you have the Sethian Gnostics, and of course, Seth has a position within Islam. Seth also has a position within
the Sabaeans were Gnostics, but not
Ethiopian Tewahedo Church. Remember the Tewahedo Church? The means the unification, the unity. Right. This is where Islam derives the word Tawhid from the unification, the unity derived from the Ethiopian Orthodox.
Pause. You know, Marco, he's saying much. Saying too much. You know.
Oh, you're liking that. You're liking that. Yeah.
No, but then the thing is, I don't think the Muslims will love this, but he's saying the most. Like, we know the Sabaeans are agnostics and the word. That's not people before they take on the Tawheed that he's talking about. But saying Tawheed is,
where they got Tawheed
from the,
I told you that though. I said all the roads. When we're talking about the Abrahamic, we need to deal with the horn. I said it to James Jones yesterday. We need to deal with the east part of Africa all the way down. Yeah, they follow the same theologies, the spiritual systems, and Kemet, and all of that is all one, right? So these are where it's all coming from. The African spiritual systems of the horn, or that side of Africa, that have been taken to different places around the world, and Mesopotamia and India and everywhere else. Yeah, we got no problem with that, but let everyone be honest. Yeah.
The people will not like this though, Marco, because I mean some part of it I can agree with, and some is like,
there are some bits that are like, yeah, I don't know about that. You get me? But information is information, isn't it? You get me? You make of it what you will. I always stress that these people are always trying to have an agenda in it. You know, you see the cross all over the thing. He's gonna be coming from more of a Christian aspect in it.
He's coming from totally Christian aspect, like
You know what I mean? So who's your favorite prophet? And you shouldn't have a favorite, according to the text, man. You shouldn't have a favorite. You should just respect them.
His father Adam, as regards.
Again, this is why I question the authenticity of the religious books and what are not remixes, because and another question is like, why do some people favor the Quran over the Bible?
Why do they favor?
Yes.
I think it's just what they've taken up, or what their parents or what they exposed to, or their whole environment could be that, that way set. So it's not really their fault or their thing,
Yeah.
but that's what they're accustomed to and used to. So it's not really
Yeah.
like a challenge or thing. You have choices in the
Yeah.
same country. You could have 50% Muslims and 50% Christians. Like you could say in Ethiopia and these places in the Horn, it's various. It goes up and down. One country could be have more Christian, one thing. The only things missing are the major countries like Egypt and that, where it's all diluted now, so we can't even gauge how it would have been. Do you get what I'm saying? It would have been more like in the south and in these other countries.
Yeah, it will be more like 50-50 in Egypt, but they've been
Right.
pushed out from Egypt,
Pushed out the
unfortunately.
Christian,
Yeah.
Christian Egyptians,
Yeah.
even the Jewish ones. You're hearing about synagogue and that. You know
Mm.
what I'm saying? Syrians are building synagogue for their temples and that, and mad, crazy.
That's the worship of the moon. So Seth worshipped the moon. Interesting. When Abraham, who was known as the pillar of the wall, very interesting use of the term pillar, appeared, he became convinced that there's a spiritual divine being which is not a body, nor a force residing in a body. The great book on the subject is the book on the Nabatean agriculture, translated by Ibn Washiyah. In a succeeding chapter, I shall explain why the Sabaeans had their religious doctrines written in a work on agriculture. Again, that would be paganism. This would be worship of Mother Nature, worship of the earth, I would assume. Well, we'll get more into that as we go. The book is full of the absurdities of idolatrous people, and with those things to which the minds of the multitude easily turn and adhere perseveringly. It speaks of talismans, the means of directing the influence of the stars, of witchcraft, spirits, and demons that dwell in the wilderness. Well, we've just seen the word Chthonian, and so now we have the idea of these Ifrit, the demons that dwell in the wilderness. And there may be a connection there. And then there occurs also in this book great absurdities, which are ridiculous in the eyes of intelligent people. So make of that what you will. Now, let's look at Abraham and pillars. So Abraham and the pillars that Yahweh hates. In Genesis, Abraham and his descendants worship in a manner that includes mentions of trees and pillars. This is in the book Israelite Religions, an Archaeological and Biblical Survey by Richard Hess. Let's look at Deuteronomy 16:21 to 22. I'm using the New King James Version here. 21. You shall not plant for yourself any tree as a wooden image near the altar which you build for yourself to the Lord your God. And in 22, you shall not set up a sacred pillar which the Lord your...
Ooh, that's interesting.
I missed that.
Yeah, that's interesting. So they're saying like, look, before time, when these prophets were doing their thing, they were dealing with pillars and trees and stuff like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Idols, or what you would say, was their thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, in Islam we got the 5 pillars, no? Right. Set by Abraham, no? Right. Hajj, all of it is set by Abraham. The monotheist. This is why we have the book of monotheism, explaining all these things. But
You shall not.
yeah, unless you read, you just be figuring. It depends on your perspective, innit? If you want the Islamic version, then you go and read on that, and you'll get your answers to see the origin of Islam and everything, and everything that went with it. Because we got
But the
prophets.
commandments, right, in the Old Testament and the
But the
pillars
rules
of
changed
Islam.
as time
It's not
went
the same
on.
thing though.
Sorry.
It's kind of the same thing though. The commandments and the 5 pillars of Islam, isn't it?
What, the 10 Commandments?
Yeah, the 10 commandments and the 5 pillars of Islam. It's almost the same.
Similar, yeah, similar. The first
Yeah.
command, thou shalt not worship any other god. The one God, that's Tawheed. You know what I'm saying? Islamically, that's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah.
Yeah.
I could agree to that. You know what I mean?
Then, yeah, continue.
But yeah, they're similar, but not the same.
Yeah, similar. I'm not saying. Yeah.
No, yeah. But you're sowing the same root though. They are based on the same thing and the same story and the same prophets and the same, As I said, it's just different aspects, and like we have to look at the one that came before in depthly, and then look at the one that came later, and definitely say how amazing the Quran is, because that was an oral translation that was put down now as a book, right? And how it matches up to the older translations. That is a miracle. That is an achievement. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Right. So that's how we do that. You know what I mean? And that's what those older books for. This idea of corruptness just confuses things.
But does it say in the
point.
Quran that the other books are corrupted?
What the actual word corrupted? No, it doesn't say that.
Okay.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
So where do they all
like,
get
it
it
doesn't
from?
say the Bible. Do you get it? It doesn't say
Yeah,
that.
but do they say like because the Christians?
The
No, it
Torah and
doesn't
the
even say
Injil.
that at all.
No,
Or
it doesn't say the Torah. What you are asked to read as a Muslim is corrupt. It doesn't say that. So that's all you need to be concerned with. If they're talking about what was it? What was the chapter? There was some chapter where there was some in the Bible. I think it was Mark or something like that, and it was like it'd been changed in different various versions of the Bible. Yeah, and they were saying, look, because it's been changed, that's what's it called? What's the word they use? Innovation, right?
Yeah.
In the Bible, so that was showing corruption, that the Quran came to correct things like that. But I was like, that doesn't make sense, because like you were asked to read certain parts that are now contained within the Bible. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. You can just get the original translations, or the original, them in their original form, like is explained in the Quran, not like is explained by people saying it's the Bible. The Bible's corrupt. Yeah, the Bible contains those books that they're talking about that you, a Muslim, should concern yourself with. Yeah, for the authenticity, or for the validation of the Quran. You get what I'm saying? To validate the Quran. That's why you were told to, and make sense
I've
of
heard
things.
I have seen that people writing in the chat, that that Muslims should, if they don't get the answers from the Quran, they should go back to the scriptures before them, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So.
And that's what we're talking about when we're talking.
Yeah, but this is the contradiction I'm hearing all the time, right?
Yeah, but
So
the problem is that the it's definitely a fact that the Bible, what we're saying, Apocrypha and all of these are in existence. Do you get it? So like you can't say that's corrupt, because it's not. They're nowhere near you. Do you get it? This is an independent thing. You're in Arabia. There's no one around you in the sense of other than the people, and they're not carrying books like that. And then someone comes along and gives you a clue about all of what those people around you were into. As you can see, you know what I mean. Some took Christianity, some took Judaism, some weren't interested. Yeah, but "O ye children of Israel" is going to be the constant theme in the Quran.
yeah, it's like
Right.
Actually,
So,
yeah, I agree.
right. So it's the people around. So like he has come. That's why he's the first Muslim in the sense of that generation, the Prophet, peace be upon him, because he's the one who's going to reconstitute the old information, or the ways of Abraham. No one ain't trying to do anything unto themselves. The rules and the parameters have already been set once we get to Abraham. Prior to that, it was even simpler still. And a lot of the things don't fall with Abraham, they start to fall to the sons.
Yeah.
And then the sons continue their practices, and it's like they kind of branch off and split off, and it becomes more refined in one way on one side, and it becomes something else on the other side, Judaism and the Israelites and this and that, right? So, and then in the Islamites turn to Muslims, and that's what it is, right? But as we were saying with yesterday with Abdullah, the father, and the Quraysh, and that they were considered pagans. But what type of pagans? Like, what are we doing here? they knew of the creator, they knew the names, they knew to call themselves the names attached to whatever deities they subscribe to. And I already told you this Allah and Alat are moon deities
Yeah.
of these people. So like,
Remember, many of them were gods from the Sabaeans too. So,
exactly. So we're all kind of the same people. You know what I mean? So it's what was going on during that time. That's why there's so many people saying, no, 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 no. Stop what you're doing. Stop all this ancient stuff and these rituals and these things and these things that we're calling biddah and shirk and thing later in the future. Because even at the time, they were not.
class that's shirk.
Yeah, they were not classed as these things. You know what I mean? You can hear it clearly in the text. They just are what they are. Like someone came from one way of thinking to another way or to clarity with the Most High, and then was asked to go and do certain missions and other stuff. And
But how can you say that they were not pagans though, Marco? They were worshipping 360 idols, right?
yeah, but not all at once. I'm saying like that no one was doing that. They're saying that they were all different people's gods centralized in that kind of area.
I mean, like, just because they have all the statues in Kaaba, it doesn't mean that they were like worshiping them all the time, all at the same time, right?
No, they're all different ones, right? They're just different ones of different peoples that
Yeah,
come from
gathered
the
because there
whole
was a
region.
central place.
Yeah, it's like a one single place for the whole region, though. They're just gonna bring their idols and they bring their things there. You know what I mean? Their major gods, like that. Not that the chicken god that they've got. You know, they take that with them. It's transferable. They, you know, a lot of these people are Bedouin tribesmen, and
Yeah.
moving around and all of that. This is not a place where it's flourishing life and kingdoms and all of that. This is not that. We have to be honest. Like Mecca, Medina, it's like, bruv, this is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, the deserts.
Right. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's why is it important? No, if water runs through there, then water runs through there. Zamzam. You know what I mean?
Ah, massive Zamzam, you know.
If that Zamzam water's there, then yeah, it's a good spot, right? But it's really off the beaten track in the sense of traveling around the Middle East and North Africa and all of that. It's off. It's way off. But yet it's central to the planet where they built the Kaaba. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's mad. I saw that actually in a documentary.
Right, it's the navel, the belly button.
Mecca Kaaba is like in the center of the whole planet. It's like,
Yeah,
whoa.
it's the center spot. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That is.
Nick, what are you saying, man? Our Jets. Are you saying something? Come on, guys, let's have a convo.
Mm-hmm.
I am Phil.
I'm Phil, yeah? Nah, come on now.
No, I got nothing to say. I'm just listening and taking in what you two are saying. And I mean, I know about this.
I hear you, sis.
Cool. All right, let me just play, man. Let's see what's saying.
Your God hates. Another translation. And do not set up holy stone pillars. The Lord your God hates them. The Sabaeans set up stone pillars. They worshipped these stone pillars. We saw that in the first episode. In the book Genesis and Exodus, we have here, if patriarchal religion corresponds to some kind of historical reality, then presumably this is either some form of a genuinely ancient pre-Yahwistic religion or something that was an unorthodox strand within Yahwistic religion. So now we've got, in this book, an acknowledgement that this idea of this worship of stone pillars, right, this pre-Abrahamic religion, at least before he became a Jew, that you've got a form of genuinely ancient religion prior to the worship of Yahweh. And we know what Abraham did prior, or something that was an unorthodox strand within this worship of Yahweh, something that was heretical. Right, and it says here the difficulty with the latter suggestion, right, something that's unorthodox within Yahwistic religion, is precisely the complete lack of that holiness and exclusiveness, which is one of the most fundamental characteristics of Yahwism. So then we have something that is prior. So now we're referring to something that is prior to the founding of the Judaism that Abraham followed. So therefore, we have to go back to this Sabaean
the
moon
region.
Let's have a look. Now, moon
These are
worship is part of an
Chaldeans, though, right?
astrological religion, right, which
Abraham.
worships not only the moon, but the sun, moon, and star.
Go on.
Let's go to Now, there are questions. Is Ur in Iraq or is it in Turkey? There's reason to think it could be either one. Originally, the scholars thought that this was in Turkey. It was only in the 1930s that Iraq became the preferred scene, but there's a story involved in that. And prior to that, it was definitely set in Iraq. Sorry, it was set in north in Turkey. My leanings are towards Turkey, towards the area around Odessa, Haran, and not the current area where it's located in Iraq, my bad. So according to some Jewish and Muslim sources, Edessa, Urfa, is Ur-Kasdim, hometown of Abraham. Right, so that's in Turkey. Rendsburg points out that this location makes better sense of the biblical references, and this was the reigning opinion for a long time prior to the late 1930s.
Right.
If Terah, this is Abraham's father, and his family left Ur-Kasdim to travel to Canaan but stopped en route in Haran, then Ur-Kasdim should be north of Haran.
Stop. Remember what I said? He lived in Haran, right? The city of his dead brother. Mad. You know what I'm saying? He left Ur of Chaldea, crossed over, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and went to live. He was living in Iran, got the call in, and then moved downwards and then towards Egypt. Mad, crazy. But let's move forward.
What did I miss?
Now, 12 kilometers or 7 miles.
You missed all that? What I was saying.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I'll leave it. Continue.
Lee.
Okay.
Mad.
Miles northeast of the city is the famous Neolithic Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple, from more than 10,000 BC. Right. The area was part of a network of the first human settlements when the agricultural revolution took place on the Nabatean agriculture. Because of its association with Jewish, Christian, and Islamic history, and the legend according to which it was the hometown of Abraham. Urfa is nicknamed the city of the prophets. So you've got this legend that this is where Abraham, now we know Abraham was there, but this is his original hometown. So in other words, he didn't travel north. Well, we'll get to that in a moment. Very briefly, without going into much detail, because this in itself would be a very lengthy discussion on its own to look at the evidence on both sides. And my preference now leans towards north, not south. There was more than one Ur. So when you're referring to Ur from 5,000 years ago, which one are you referring to? There are many scattered geographically. Places named Ur are something linguistically close enough to be a candidate for the Abrahamic Ur, such as Ura, have turned up in numerous ancient inscriptions at Ugarit on the Mediterranean coast of modern Syria, at Nuzi in northeastern Iraq, at Al-Arab.
Bless you.
Extraordinary archive from Ebla in northern Syria, east of Ugarit. This is where thousands of tablets were uncovered, and not all of which have been translated yet. The Ebla tablets references to a place called Ur, to Ura and Ural. Unfortunately, none of these references can be located with precision, but the find spots of the tablets indicate the cities were most likely somewhere in central or northern Syria or southern Turkey, relatively near Haran. Haran comes up regularly. Haran is where Abraham, or Abram, as he was then called, went with his father Terah after they left Ur in Genesis 11:31. There is no dispute regarding the location of Haran. The Turkish government, interestingly, has denied excavation in Haran by archaeologists. One has to wonder why. The southern Ur lies on the west bank.
Bloody cons.
Yeah, that's some con stuff. But
you lot take over a region later, and it's all your heritage now. Like, people do this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, people in Iraq now claiming Sumerian stuff. It's just crazy, but it's mad.
I always thought Ur was in Syria. Always northern Syria. I never thought it was
no.
Other
It's on the other side. It's on the other side, like.
No, but he's saying that too, yeah. He says some people say it's in northern parts of Syria. And the old map shows
the northern part of Syria is Turkey, isn't it? It's the bottom of Turkey, so like, or the top.
Yeah, I hear what you mean. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I get you.
We're only thinking of Turkey from the top part. No, think of it from the bottom. It's just blends into one area, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Message jump on, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Of the Euphrates. Why this matters. When Abraham was an old man, he sent his servant back to the land of my birth, to find a wife for his son Isaac. Genesis 24:4. Abraham's obedient servant went back to the land of Abraham's birth, and there he found Rebekah, Laban's sister. Laban is the first person to greet Abraham's servant in the Bible. A generation later, Isaac's son Jacob went back, presumably to Ur, to work for Laban. After working for Laban for 20 years, he flees back to Canaan. To do so, he had to cross the Euphrates. If Ur is on the west bank of the Euphrates, as the southern Ur is, it would not be necessary to cross the Euphrates to travel to Canaan.
Right.
So this in itself is a major disqualifying factor for preferring the northern thesis over the southern, right? And of course, remember we spoke earlier about Ifrit, to cross the river.
You see, so if you're Syria, Axum,
yeah,
they don't need to cross the Tigris or Euphrates, and that makes no sense.
It doesn't.
No.
No.
And Or is on the other side of both of them, depending on where you. Yeah,
but I swear you showed us a map once. It was like a northern part, still.
Yeah, it's northern on that region. Yeah. But it's still on the other side of both of the rivers. So the rivers run through Iraq, or what we're calling Babylon or whatever at the time, right? Baghdad, Babylon, yeah. Anyway, but so around it on the outer edge, or to the east, sorry, is that's when you're going towards those regions, and you're heading towards Iran even. If you go a little bit further down, you can just slip through around the corner into Iran, and then
brother,
into different territories. Yes, bro.
Brother, I'm here for the debate, man. Where the fuck's everyone?
Nah, this guy's a pussy, man. What? We've given him a week.
Twice now. Just twice now, yeah. Twice
he
now,
made an excuse because I put him in. I put him in the back because he was just getting on my nerves yesterday. Yeah, just jumping in, shouting, saying you're wrong.
Wait. When was the debate? Yesterday or today?
No, it was meant to be. I was gonna make it. It was meant to be yesterday, right? But because I knew I wasn't gonna be around, so I said to Mezzo, like, try and make it Sunday. Yeah. So we was all around though, but Khan was around. It's not like Khan weren't around. Khan's been on panel all day or all yesterday or So I was like, right. Yeah, and then in the evening I came back about 11, jumped on, the panel was live, popping, Khan was on there. I was having a discussion with him and Sarah and me.
Wait.
And
so your show was just running already though?
Yeah, my show was still running. I left Mary Jen in charge.
Okay, MJ was there. Yeah. And then Khan was on, boom, and then
and then because I put him in the back. Pause. He twice actually, because I put him in the back and I said, "Calm down, you're chatting shit, blah blah blah, and stop interrupting me." And it's my show. I'm gonna talk, right? And then I let him back on. He still carried on. I put him in the back again, and then he just jumped off. Then he went in the chat and just started bitching. And then he said, "Nah, the debate's off." No, and then there was he must have been saying something like that. But then Mezzo's on the panel, innit? Because Mezzo's like, "Rah, what one, Khan? Well, we're gonna do this." And Khan's like, "Nah, I'm not doing it." Blah blah blah. And we said, "All right, you know what? We'll give you a week to calm down, but we're gonna set it for next Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember. Yeah, Saturday. Next Saturday for man to do the debate. So you know what I mean. We've given him a week. If you don't come, Mezzo's gonna present his thing and take his W. You know what I mean?
Big up, Jed.
Big up,
everyone.
Yeah, big up, Mezzo. Yeah, big up, family. Sorry, Mezzo. My observations of Khan yesterday, man. I don't know what. It was just doing bare bleeding. Everyone that came in the chat, it was saying, "Oh, Sniper chucked him off, Sniper this, Sniper that," and it was just mad. It was mad. Telling Sniper about he must recite his Shahada. He has to do all these things to prove himself.
Yeah, he said that. He said recite your Shahada or I won't debate.
Yeah.
So I did, but it didn't even make no difference. You know what I mean? Just to let him know, like, bro, I don't know.
Did he even show up today?
Nah.
I've been out the whole day. So.
No, he's in the bushes.
He's in the bushes somewhere, man. You know what I mean?
He even said he'll change the title of the debate to say is Sniper Muslim?
Yeah,
what the fuck? Why am I debating that?
No, he wasn't. He was just making
man,
excuses.
he
He
was
was
joking,
bleeding.
you know.
He was broken, Jeb. He was broken. He was bleeding everywhere. He was bleeding everywhere. All over the
I don't know. Hey, next time you don't see him, ask him if he's actually serious, if he wants to debate or not.
He's
Seriously.
not serious, man.
Because listen, if I'm actually proper debating this, I'm not gonna bother just doing my research and man ain't even gonna show up. That's just disrespectful.
You said it from the beginning, but I
Listen,
tried
man,
to have some faith.
he's notorious for this kind of last minute stuff.
You want you lot to beg him to. I ain't begging no one to debate me, bro.
I don't beg him. He wants to
I'm not
apologize.
begging him.
I don't know about the begging. I don't think he wants to debate, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, he's just using excuses. As I said, he wants me to apologize to him.
Oh yeah.
For putting him in. Shut up, man. This is my show. I do what the fuck I want. And you was being disruptive and getting on my nerves. And you keep doing that thing I keep telling you not to do. Like, stop saying no and stop saying you're wrong before the person's even finished their fucking sentence. It's just not fair. Like, allow it, can't.
Yeah, but I want to know if he was because is it because he's pissed, or is it because he actually genuinely didn't want to debate?
I think
because I'd rather him just tell me like I don't want to debate. I'd rather just know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I won't
But
bother.
he has to prove his mettle because this would be the first time, of all the things he loves to critique everyone else and moan about and say, yeah, man, Mackie, I don't see you bring Delil. I'm saying, yeah, Delil fucked up my channel, man. Don't watch that.
Because until yesterday night, he was down for the debate. Like he was fully down. He was just like, "Oh, what time?" And let's do it at 8 or 9. I was like, "All right, cool then."
Yeah.
And then just random.
And he just used that as an escape route.
Yeah.
And just said, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm still gonna be in the chat though. It didn't make sense. He's like another 3 hours in the chat. Listen to us, like, yeah, man. You could come here, Mezzo, and celebrate your win. You get what I mean? You can style on him. You get what I'm saying? Give all the information, do the thing, and say, yeah, Khan. And after that, Khan can't say nothing to you about Arab or nothing like that, Anatolian, because he ain't brought no facts. He ain't brought
Yeah,
no
man.
proof.
He's got till next week, Sunday, innit? Like, if he wants to debate, he's welcome to.
Yeah, of course.
Mezzo, you stay being hopeful. There's no debate.
Trust me, I'm not losing sleep on.
We'll get him, man. We'll get him during the week, man. I told you, man. Once
This guy, man.
we get back on Illuminati, you
Let's
get
stop
me?
the false hope. He's not the like.
Yeah, Miss Sarah, I will do it next week because remember yesterday night I said to you, like, if he's not doing it, then I'm not even gonna bother. Today I was out the whole day, so I literally just came back. So I'll leave it till next week. If he doesn't show up, I'll just do the presentation regardless.
That'd be good.
Oh, he said his boy.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
I'll just do it brief, like a brief little thing.
Facts.
Yes, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying he said he's boycotting. Yeah.
I think so. I don't even know.
He did. He wrote in the chat that he's not going to do it on Sniper's channel. If he does do it, he won't do it upon yours, Jedi.
I already told him.
You can't run. You can't run. We're all gonna be there. Like, you can't run. I don't see what the difference is.
What's the difference?
I don't see what the difference is.
The thing is, it's not possible for me to debate on the week anyway. I'm busy.
It's the same thing, man. It's the same. He's just said, "Come on, Khan. There ain't no damn difference, man." Oh, here he is.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Big up, Khan.
You want to do it now, yeah, Meso?
Fucking hell.
You're talking all the talk, bro.
Fucking hell.
Talking all the fucking big talk.
Fucking hell. Where's your tool?
No, you can't keep playing around and saying, "Oh, you want to do it now." Yesterday you said you're not doing it.
I'll tell you what, Meso, we'll make it fair, yeah? I'll do my thing now, and I'll give you 1 week to come with your reply.
What?
Huh?
That's some bullshit, bro.
Are you prepped? Mezzo,
nah, bro. No, I'm not prepped proper. I've done my research, but I haven't put it all together.
Wait. So
I haven't put it all together in a presentation. You know what I mean?
Mezzo, what was you doing yesterday, bro? That's
his fault. No, his fault.
No. I'm asking you. What was you doing last night? You was ready last night, so how can you not be ready?
But I was gonna spend today just to put everything together on a presentation. But then he said he didn't want to do it. So no, today was the debate.
Okay.
Today was today at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
8
Man,
or
you
9,
might as
and then
well
Khan said Khan last minute said at night he said he don't want to do it.
Jump offline and come back in an hour, man. Well, go on. Let's get
Nah,
this
man, that's just it's no point. I'm not gonna rush it. If I'm actually gonna debate him, I'm gonna debate him.
Chineke, what's going on?
Mm.
Listen, both of you that sound a bit
Nah, you
shaky.
can't. I'm sorry, you can't blame me for
Nah,
that.
he's trying
I don't see
to
what's
angle.
wrong with
Go on.
me doing like, let's say, an hour now, and then next week you do an hour. Like,
Come
what's
on,
wrong?
bro. That's not
Double
Not a
content.
debate, bro. That is not a debate.
Nah,
That's separate. That's
debate.
presentations. That's separate
Yeah.
presentations. It's not a debate.
If you want to do it. I don't mind.
We never had a debate format set out.
You lot are fucking weird, man. This is what you don't get for setting up debates without me. This is what you don't get. You are weird, man.
Nah,
what is this?
You can't blame me, bro. That's bullshit.
You lot never had a format.
That's bullshit. You can't blame me.
You casted us off from the beginning.
I was
You
already
never had
for
a
that.
format. You never had a format.
What?
Nah.
But then also,
was going on?
where's the preparation? Wouldn't you have had your slides done like the week before?
This is mad. No format. What do you mean no? How have you got no format?
How am I always running? Listen to this fool in the chat.
Hold on. What's your name? Khan, you can't do that. You can't do that, Khan.
What have I done? Tell me what I've done.
I would have had it.
Tell me what I've
You
done.
can't chat shit, bro. Look,
Sarah,
you're the one who was
never
crying
let you
yesterday.
stand behind me in real life. You know that. You would stab me in my back, boy. Oh, this girl's always turning on me. Like,
no,
you know, like when you got that evil sister who's always moving.
How are you gonna tell me an hour before the debate? Oh, the debate is on, by the way. When all of yesterday,
what are you turning on man for?
You lot are mad. You lot are mad. I'm gonna.
Have you ever done a presentation, Khan? You can't just tell somebody.
You have to learn it at university. There's a set format for presentation.
I presented dissertation, bro. You can't just drop it on somebody like that.
We're not doing that. I'm saying to him whatever he wants to do, innit? I'm giving him.
You said clear cut.
All right, you know what we do?
I'm not doing the presentation.
We do what Meso said.
Multiple times.
1 minute, man. 1 minute, man. This ain't no kangaroo court. Chill, relax. We do what Meso said. We regroup in 1 week. No biggie.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Then don't do that to him.
What do you mean? No one's doing nothing to him. Like,
No,
why are
you
you playing
tried it.
favorites?
You tried to get.
Was you ready?
Where's the
though,
huck
Khan,
in
really?
this situation?
No, you don't.
There is no huck, bro.
You have no etiquette
Hold on.
of doing a debate, bro. You don't
Hold
have
on.
etiquette.
Let me answer this. No, this is really annoying me. Yeah. Yesterday, you're the one who got all emotional and said, "I'm not doing the debate."
Not because of you.
And then I said, "What I said?" I said, "Okay." Then today I went out knowing that you're not gonna debate.
How is it emotional? How is it emotional when a man's misquoting the Quran, and as Muslims it's our duty to raise that, and then man kicks me off the panel? How's that emotional?
I'm saying
how's that emotional?
in terms
And
of
when I got kicked off, you
what's that
didn't
got to
even
do with
step
our
up
debate,
and say,
though?
"No, wait, Khan's right." You just kept your mouth shut,
bro. What's that got to do with our debate, bro?
Watch next week,
What's
I'm
that got to
gonna
do with our
smoke you.
debate?
Come next
That
week,
got
I'm
nothing to
gonna
do with our
smoke
debate,
your
man.
ass.
Fine, just do it next week, innit, like you plan. Just do it properly next week.
Let's do it. We'll do it, man.
All right, cool.
You get me? What's going on?
All right, you lot sort out the format then, innit? Like, I want to hear what the format is.
Fuck this, bro. There's no fucking format. Next Sunday, 8 p.m. You best fucking be there as well.
It's not my fault, is it? Man don't want a format.
A format now, innit?
It's my fault.
Is he gonna cancel again?
There'll be a format, man. What are we doing?
What wrong for you, man?
Nah, this is the choice.
Listen, man, I'm doing it as a PowerPoint, and you best fucking be there. If you don't be there, I'm gonna take the W regardless.
No, but do you guys want?
I'm taking the W regardless anyway.
Yeah,
How are you guys going to do it?
Tell them what you mean by format.
I'm thinking you're going to set up a premise now and everything.
Listen, I'm gonna roast you so bad, yeah. You're not even gonna speak Arabic no more. You're gonna have to learn
You can't even
Turkish.
speak Arabic.
You're gonna have to learn Turkish, bruv.
Fuck Turkish, bruv.
You're speaking next man's language.
Stop this. This is not what
Who's
we're
next
dealing
man?
with right now.
Who's
Right
next
now.
man?
You know the way
What
you
is
did
it? Face off.
Shakara's
This ain't the face off.
Turkish Islam, bro. Like Turkish Islam is a joke.
1 second, guys.
Yeah, but you're a Shia, so that's even worse.
Who said you're a Shia?
Oh my God.
Just the one who eats bacon on Ramadan, man. Be quiet, man.
Listen, I weren't fasting. I don't have to fast.
Lizzo, can you just?
Of course you can't fast. You're not fast at anything, bro.
Look at them. They're in love. Look at them. They're in love. They only want to talk to each other. So we asked him for the format. By format, we don't mean are you using JPEGs or
like the times and stuff.
Yeah, the times.
I'm not gonna lie. The way you did Shakara's one was smooth. Can we do it like that?
A little bit, but I think more time was needed. So I would say like maybe add another.
No, but that would be too much information.
You lot needed more time for your subject. These lot don't need more time, man.
Just make the PowerPoints concise.
No, I get you.
How long was your rounds last time, Snaps?
was it 15 minutes? It wasn't long enough, man.
And you know, Mezzo in uni, they give you like 20 minutes to presentations anyways. So
Yeah.
That's what I
you can
suggested.
make it
20
concise.
minutes.
Like it's not.
Yeah, I was gonna add just like 5 minutes more into it and just do it like that.
So how many 20-minute rounds? What's the format? Come on, guys. What are we doing?
I think.
Why is he being quiet, Mezzo? Why are you quiet for?
What are you talking about being
What
quiet,
do you want?
bro?
How do you want to do the format, Mezzo?
Hands on the
You did one yesterday. Last time you suggested 20 minutes. I said okay. I've been cool with everything you're saying. But then you
Right,
come
how
every
many
5
rounds?
minutes. Let's change the title. Let's change the time. Let's change the
I
week.
didn't
Let's
say let's
change
change the
everything,
title.
bro.
I said, are you all right? Are you
All
all
right,
right,
man.
Tell me, let's change it.
Calm down.
I'm jumping up for a minute. These are fucking up on Sunday, man. Calm down, relax, man. What the fuck is wrong with these, man? You want to battle that badly, yeah? Relax. We need to understand.
Keep it for next week.
Yeah, we got 20
Keep that
minutes.
energy.
Yeah, so
20 minutes.
Whose
Then
premise
rebuttal
is it?
round.
Whose
Yeah.
premise is it? Is it
Him.
Khan?
His premise.
I think it's Khan.
Khan's
Yeah.
premise is that
Arabs are non-Semitic people.
Arabs are non-Semitic.
Yep.
Okay. So then Khan's gonna start. Then I'll take it. Then.
Of course he is.
Yeah,
he's
he has to
the
start.
one who has to refute.
Yeah, he has to start.
We're gonna lay out his premise. You're gonna rebuttal, or you're gonna lay out your counter premise.
Mhm.
Then rebuttal
Yeah,
next
that
round.
one, latter.
Yeah, counter premise, and then so that's 15 minutes each. First round.
No,
now
20
second
minutes.
round is Khan rebuttaling anything he heard or whatever, in it. Like it's his chance for rebuttal, right?
Right.
So that's 15 minutes each then. And then what we doing? Outro, closing statements.
Kind of what do you call it? A question round.
Question round. Yeah. We need
Questions from the chat.
From the
I remember last time no one wanted to
Judges.
answer the questions.
I know.
Yeah, you sure that? Like, remember, yeah. You know how
Who's
this
the judge?
audience-
Who's the judge? Who's the judge?
We're gonna get 3 judges. That's usual,
get-
isn't it?
You have to
Normally
get
three
unbiased one though. I'm a bit anyways. So MJ.
Oh yeah, we need. I'm not gonna
MJ's a
judge
good
it.
one.
MJ.
MJ's a good one.
MJ, no.
Chevelle,
We're not
Chevelle's
using
round.
MJ. The reason why we can't use MJ is because Khan's involved. And I
think she'll be fair though.
Oh yeah.
It will be
MJ
fair.
is
Kushi
alright. I'll
would be
trust
fair.
MJ.
Kushi would be fair, but
He's happy with MJ, isn't it?
But still, we don't
fair
need
enough.
to get into
Yeah,
shit
because
with
this topic doesn't really it's not really of interest to her. Do you know what I mean?
I can be.
Yeah, but
Listen, MJ could do it.
we need people who are
But
interested.
Nah, there's bias.
Axum.
There's a bias.
Axum unique.
Nah,
Zion.
Can I
Zion.
suggest a
fair,
few
man.
people?
No,
I can
me
all
Why-
all
why you
girl.
running
Just a few
to
Why you
people.
not got some all girl judges?
running
You
away
know?
from?
Yeah, let's get some
Yeah,
boys.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. For a guy,
Come on.
But
for a
no,
guy,
who
let's
is that in
It
there?
won't be
I
personal.
want
It won't be
Tien
personal.
Zulu.
7-7's
I want
fine.
Tien Zulu. I
Zulu?
want Kemo.
How you
He can judge it from the chat.
Kemo
Still.
can't. No,
Are you
no.
bugging?
Kemo-
Kemo
he
was
can.
invested.
Kemo's not doing nothing
No.
from the chat until he jumps on. We're not making him do fuck all.
how are you gonna have people from the chat?
What do you mean? All they
Yeah,
got to
this
do
is
is vote.
dumb. You were meant to judge from the
Oh,
chat.
Mag would be
They
good.
don't
Mag
Man
would
is
be
picking,
good.
bro. Listen to this foolishness. He's picking the judges.
I'm
He's
Does that
suggesting
sound
no,
right?
yeah,
judges,
No,
fam.
You're not even
Calm, you
picking
guys
no
chill,
one.
man. Chill.
Yeah.
We
Just
got
just
this,
stop
man.
talking
We
to each
got this.
other.
Yeah.
Just
We
sit on the
got
other.
this. Unique. You said unique, and who? Axum. Axum's an undercover Muslim, man. Don't trust her.
Nah, not even that as well.
Yeah.
Like,
What's
there's-
he
there's-
doing?
no, I'm
What
sorry.
about Mag?
Axum,
Mag for the boys. Mag for the
all
boys.
respect, but you are
Mag
also
is
biased
very-
as well.
Oh, Axum, I'm gonna drop a little bit about the Scandinavians in for you as well. I'm gonna tie you lot.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one little slide. I'm gonna tie a little slide in for you.
I would say Mag and who was there was another place? Dublin.
Yeah, Dubs.
Yeah, Mag and Dublin.
I would say Mag,
Dublin.
MJ,
Mag.
and Unique.
Why?
Allow Mag. Allow Mag.
No, but he's unbiased. He has.
We need unbiased people, bro.
We need unbiased people, like literally.
You don't know if S is gonna be there. Yeah, Mag is unbiased.
Oh,
Mag
S.
is unbiased sheet still.
Yes,
But
I love
it
S,
depends
man.
on whether they're gonna be there. You
What
nominate.
about
them,
facts?
man.
Facts is good.
Facts.
Excuse you? Calm, what's wrong with you?
It's a setup. It's a setup.
I just put a little $5 in his PayPal.
Facts, yeah.
Dublin. Oh, I'm just thinking.
Randy.
Chakara.
Randy.
Let's get Shakara.
All right. Yeah, even.
No, not
James
even
Jones.
that.
Where's James Jones? He's always floating about.
No,
Ain't he
allow it.
fucking
I'll get
James
James Jones.
SC?
Yeah, James Jones
Where's
can
that
do that.
faggot James SC? Why are
I
you
forgot.
floating around, bro? Show your face.
Whoa, what the hell?
Relax, man.
Sneaks.
What's going on today?
We're
Everybody's
trying to bring him
on
back,
like,
man. We're trying to
Yeah,
bring him
we need
back.
people that are like not interested in the
bring him
debate,
back.
though.
I'm
I left him,
yeah,
man.
people are gonna be serious.
I think that's why I said
Sarcasm.
MJ, Sneets, Mag, this sort of people. They're
MJ
not,
Sneets. Ban all of these people. Sneets. What's Sneets gonna
Sneets,
fucking do?
Zion.
they're not interested in this
What's
topic,
Sneets
bro.
gonna be doing? Making tea in
Hold
the
on, no,
street?
they don't care. No, they don't care. They
Nah,
won't care about this topic.
No, but as in,
Hold on.
What about Rajinda?
At Sneets.
All right, then pick Raj. Then go on.
Yeah, Rajinda. We
We'll do
both
Raj.
agree on Rajinda.
Right, how does Raj
We're not
get
doing
judge
this.
roll on these
We're not
channels?
doing this.
You
We're
man
not
are
doing
lost,
this.
you know.
we're just letting everybody like just
Yeah,
at
like,
this
what is
point.
it you think is running?
Don't let Rajinda. Them man have been
No,
holding it up,
no,
bro.
no,
They've
no,
been
no.
providing content.
No.
Actually,
Fire
Gertie.
on that.
We'll get Gertie. We'll get
Allow it,
Gertie.
man. The
Are you
Punjabi
not
crew.
alright? You're a mug, man. See,
Why?
you, man, you get a little back rub and then all of a sudden you give up the pin code. You get me? Come on, man. Your ego's got to be
Place
less
is
like...
going to homeless shelter, but anyway.
Come on, what,
All right, what about
yeah.
Yunus? What about Hummus Boy?
The fuck we doing, man?
No,
What
please,
about
no,
Hummus on
please,
toast?
no,
What
no,
about
no,
him?
no. Who'll get
What
locked
about
up
Vic?
is
What about
first-
Vic? I think
fine.
Vic will be okay.
Who? Which Vic?
Oh yeah,
Vic
Vic
Rose.
wouldn't be bad.
Nah.
Gertie.
Hold on, furthermore,
Vito. I'm
you two
pulling
don't
one
even get a
veto on
say.
that.
You
I
two
know.
don't even
I
get a
don't know
say
what
on
you're
Yeah,
the
doing.
why are you
judge.
guys even talking?
How you not? How you gonna say you lot don't get a say? Because I know the judges
Nah, I
are
want
gonna
to
be
be judged
biased.
by
No,
during
you
my
don't get a
peers.
say, Mezzo.
During my peers.
No,
Don't worry, we
Mezzo,
do our
That's some
job, bro.
bullshit, bro.
Listen, brother, listen.
Listen,
You
all
know
of
that-
you
hold
have
on.
the same premise as Khan.
We're not
Mezzo,
listening.
Mezzo.
Who does?
Not
Mezzo,
listening.
You know what?
look.
I'll just go on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to listen
Right,
to
he's
Khan.
proper. Mezzo's
Mezzo,
proper
just
like.
chill, man, chill.
Don't worry.
I haven't seen you
Yeah,
like
he's
this.
on
Listen,
edge
bro.
right now.
You all
Brother,
have the
listen
same.
to me.
Can I just say one word? Look, you all have the same premise as Khan.
Do you think they care about the premise, fam?
Dude.
No, yes,
no, we don't.
regardless if you like Khan or not, you agree with his stance.
No,
You're gonna disprove.
What? The
that
Arabs
guy.
are not Semitic? Come on, bro.
Bro, there's a, let's be honest, there's a massive anti-Arab.
Mezzo. Listen.
No,
Whoever's
that's not
judging
true.
tomorrow, we've never done an unfair judge lineup. Don't worry.
We're trying to pick people not too invested, so they
Yeah.
can make like a fair, balanced judgment.
Yeah.
You get it?
So we're not trying
Exactly
to
right. That's exactly why I
You know
suggested
what
the
I'm saying? So
peaceful.
if I was to come in, I'd be quite biased.
Yeah, but you
Someone else might be
suggesting
quite
Raj and shit like what?
biased. But they're dance. We don't want dance breeds. Like we actually want.
But thing, Mezzo, do you really
Info
think I care
business.
if I win or lose,
Nah.
bro? It's for the fuck of
Info
it,
judge.
bro. It's for the fun of it. It's just for the process.
Nah, I know you've been now that bro. Listen, Card.
Present their work.
After the no. I'll be honest with you. After you just came on and start chatting shit, now I'm making it my mission to beat you, bro. I'm telling you.
I
One
dare
week, bro. You can do a lot in a
Bring
week.
your best.
Watch, bro.
Put your
Watch.
best foot
You
forward,
clearly
brother.
don't know me, bro. You don't know me.
So wait. So
All right,
we've
boys.
agreed.
North
So we've
London in the
agreed
house.
on the format, right? 15.
Yeah.
15
No, 2020. I thought 2020.
Oh, sorry,
Yep.
yeah, 20.
20.
20 opening statement, 20 that's each.
Yeah.
20 rebuttals, 20 minutes for a rebuttal each. How long's the question round?
Make it short.
Like
10
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Maximum 10.
Okay, but guess what? Remember what happened last time? I'm thinking we've done this a few times.
No,
What
we'll
happened
do
last
exactly
time,
10, and
someone
then
asked a
after
question.
the show, if you've got your extra shit, do your extra shit.
Hold on, Sarah. Someone asked a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the answer took like 10 minutes. Do you remember? So
But how many judges?
No, but then that's upon the person. No, you can't do that. That's upon the person to make their answer concise.
No, we need a master of ceremonies, obviously.
Don't worry,
10
we
minutes,
there,
though.
man.
you don't relax, man.
Yeah, man, it's all taken care of. That. What we
Yo,
doing?
man, this is the
Now,
zone.
To be
now
fair,
man,
man, I
wanna
think you guys
send
will be fine
parameters
because you
and
guys
all
get
that.
way
What
less
is
when
it?
you're doing
Yeah.
presentations. Way less.
So
Be
yeah,
fine.
the question thing, what 10 minutes each? But then is there a limit of how many questions? Is there a max of how many questions? Is there a max of how long the questions take to be answered? Because boy, that was an issue last time. I can't lie. It
But
wasn't.
did I make it 3 minutes or 3 questions each?
3 questions, bro. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
3
too
questions
long.
is nice. 3 like
3 questions each,
Good.
and you got
Yeah.
3 minutes to answer.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, that's kind of dope. Still, I like that.
And if you can make something concise, it indicates that you have a good understanding of it.
Yeah, of what you're
Generally
chatting about, of
speaking.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite good.
So Mac, is it on here? Mac, you definitely write it up and put it on your community.
Yeah, man.
So there could be no confusion. You get it?
Yeah.
Type it up or something.
Yeah, okay. And then after that, after the question and answer, outros, right?
Outros, and then I think the judges before they make their judgment.
Can I suggest
Wait,
while
so
everyone's
how long
here,
is the closing statement's gonna be? We don't need another 20 minutes of closing.
No,
do we?
No. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Five.
Yeah. Okay.
That's more
so
than
how long is it all together then? Add it all up. What we got? And what did you
2020,
say about the
2020. So that's 2, 4, 6,
you want
8
the judges
minutes.
to ask questions or something? What is it?
The whole debate is like an hour and 20 minutes.
What, Sarah? What was you saying about the judges?
Yeah, I was thinking it would be nice for the judges to ask a question or something before they make their judgment.
Question for the judge. Yeah.
I don't know. I just
They don't even know about the subject. Which questions to ask?
they might have a query. They might have something.
No, because guess what though?
Even
Because
if it's 5 minutes,
you don't have to be listening to the debate, and you have to listen,
and that shows us if you be listening.
right, exactly.
Because that's what they usually do. Yeah.
Wait, hold
The
on. We have to
audience would
approve of the
ask,
judges,
but in
though.
this case, judges.
There's
No,
no
you
way I'm
don't.
trusting anyone to pick the judges. That's not happening.
I'll behave, man. Behave, Mezzo, man.
Oh, come on.
No, hold on. What do you mean behave, bro?
Right.
It's not
Mezzo,
even...
promise you, we're gonna
Listen,
be
bro.
fair.
Look, Jedi. It's not even you debating, bro. Like I don't understand what's going on.
Okay, let me explain it
First
to
of
you.
all, on Sniper's channel.
Let me break it down to you.
in the
Then,
process.
yeah. Let me break it down to you. Yeah, because I started this template of us debating. That's why. Because Sniper's my brother, and we're doing this together, innit? So I've been asking you multiple times to debate. You was running away from people. I asked Khan the same thing. Khan ran away. I go away. I come back. I go away.
Complete utter BS.
Oh, why are you interrupting me though? I go away. I come back. You don't got debate. So I'm trying to get involved. If you don't want my involvement, then cool, innit? Then your debate's just gonna be dead, innit? So it's up to you. Like you're saying, well, I don't know why we're rare. I don't know why you feel like you got to say on a judge when you're just a contender. You're a contestant on the show. Just relax.
Because the judgment's going to be passed on me.
Right. Don't worry about that. We're not unfair over here. Mezzo. We ain't just started debating.
Exactly.
We've been doing this. We're not unfair. So I'm just saying, just relax.
My
innit?
question to that is, how many judges do you think we need?
3.
Because last time,
3.
the less number of judges, it just doesn't make it as fair.
3
I think we need
judges,
at least
man.
5.
3 judges.
I'm saying
3
5.
judges, we could.
9, man. 3 only.
3 is cool, man. Would you
Yeah, but
say
you're just trying
5?
to make your job easier.
5.
We
Whoa,
can't find
that's
judges.
That's a mess though, man. 5
Nah, because look, it works right. It
The
works
3
right.
will be the decisive. That's the thing.
There's more or less 3
Yeah.
rounds.
Yeah.
You're more or less doing 3 rounds.
I kind of agree what you're saying with Khan though. Like with 5, it will make it more fair. Who wins, it will be more a win. Will be a clear win.
Nah,
Because with 3, it depends on that middle judge. Whoever's in the middle. Like if it's 1-1, and then the last judge has to give it to one person.
Right. So that's 3. You don't need more than that. That's it.
I mean, to be fair, we weren't going to find 5, so
We
we're
can
struggling to come
easily
up
find
with
judges,
easily
man.
find
We could
5.
get
Trust
10
me.
judges, man. I can
Yeah,
call
we
my
could
boy
easily find
Thingy. Schiffer will come.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lord.
bro, you
man.
can't have a say on the judges. Though. That doesn't make sense.
It will turn into a shifter debate. It will turn into a
Let me
shifter
say
debate.
something, yeah?
You know?
I feel like slightly you man are trying to disrespect what we do over here. But cool. I'm a full
We're
back.
just making suggestions,
Hold on, first of
fam.
I will fall back.
It's just a
Yeah?
suggestion.
I will fall back. You're suggesting pagans like Schiffer, like you're actually trying to mock what we do over here. But that's what it is. That's what runs through your fucking core anyway. Some little fucking weirdo snake shit. Like you do this. You think it's funny.
Bro,
You think
I think it's funny because 2 seconds ago, Mesa was making out like you're all on my side.
Whatever anyway, bro. Con. You think you're funny, innit?
It is funny.
All right, cool, man. That's because you never take it.
And let me say something as well. This whole
you
BS
never
about.
taking nothing seriously. That's why it's funny to you. Because you
By
just
the way,
come
I was
here,
the one.
dance around, enjoy yourself for hours, but you don't take these platforms seriously. You don't take the work that we put in seriously. So you want to go and bring up pagans' names and try to act like you can invite them to shit that we do over here.
I didn't
And
say
it's
that.
funny
It's just
to
a
you.
suggestion.
But you can chill with man for the whole weekend when a man's dissing man's family, dissing man's hustle, and then you come here and act like, yeah, Jedi, I love you, man. You're my brother. You're so cool. And then
I love
this is the
everyone
same shit you
equally.
do.
I love everyone equally.
Yeah, man. Cool, man. I'm just telling you, I don't find it funny, bro. And I will call you on it.
Oh, that's fine.
Listen, I have never ever shied away from this debate. I was, in fact, I was the one who asked him to debate. Remember, I asked Zulu or you, Khan, and then we ended up here with you debating me,
It's
Yeah.
gonna be
So
great.
anyone who's chatting
We're gonna
shit
pull in a
about me
big
saying
crowd. What you
people are
watch, it's
telling
gonna
me,
be
yeah,
fantastic.
oh debate, and I'm running away. That's bullshit. I was
No,
the one who
forget all
suggested
that.
the
Let's
debate.
just talk. That's what. Don't worry.
School man.
I was the one who
Relax,
suggested the
man. Your
debate. So
work's done.
stop chatting fucking shit.
Listen, I
Easy.
Mezzo.
We're gonna enjoy this.
Mezzo, you sounded real prepubescent right now. Bare excited
Yeah.
for a little dead little fucking debate.
Oh, whatever,
Relax
bro,
yourself,
whatever.
Why are you
Bro,
getting all
it's
gangster
not even.
for?
It's not
Why are
even
you
your.
getting all gangster for? Like
It's
just a
not.
fucking
It's not
debate, bro.
gangster, bro.
You're
I'm
not
just
meeting
stating a
no
fact.
one.
You don't know what's
You're
happening.
not meeting no one. You're not fighting no one. You're talking reckless, like yeah, dickhead, and like mind how you fucking chat, bro. Yeah, relax. You're just doing a debate with Khan, bro. Yeah, you're not got Einstein, so just fucking chill, bro.
All right, Jedi. You know what? When you're finished, let me know.
I'm lost, but yeah.
I'm detecting.
Jedi, you there, bro? No one's
funny type of
disrespecting you,
energy.
man. Obviously, we got respect in it. You lot are putting the whole thing together.
Saved
Putting all the
it.
effort
Yep,
in
yep,
and
it's
facilitating
fine.
our little debate.
I
I
Sniper, I'm
respect
gone.
you fully.
Sniper,
Like,
you need to
I'm
stop.
just
You need to stop fucking with these man, because these men don't want they just don't care about what we do, bro. Like I'm telling you, bro. I'm
we're just
disconnecting
making
from you lot.
suggestions,
Bun
fam.
you, man. Bun you lot, man.
No
I'm
one's
bun
telling you
Mezzo.
what to
I'm
do.
disconnecting from you, man. You man are some ungrateful little pagans. You just enjoy it. Fill up your pockets with man's energy, bro. Fuck off, man.
We don't need you
come near
anyway,
me again.
Jedi, man. We're on
Don't come
Cyprus
near me
now.
again.
See
Don't
you
come near me
later.
again.
See you later then.
What's happened? Have I missed something?
I don't know. I don't even know, bro. He doesn't even know what's going on.
Man's getting
literally has
emotional.
there's no way he knows what's
I
going
can't
on.
understand why he's got that much
But do you
energy.
realize
This
he
is
was
going
trying
left.
to help?
Just stop.
I know. I appreciate that. I didn't say anything, but he's saying
All
to
I
me
said
that.
was Shifa.
No, but no, because
judge.
hold on, fam. Sorry, can I answer
No,
just?
but I
Let me
was
just
just
answer for
thinking of
2
the last
seconds.
debate. That's all. Who were the judges in that? That's all.
Can't let me just say what I got to say, bro. I can't be bothered for this. Yeah.
Shipper, you know.
Anyone, he's saying that he's been chasing me for debate when I was the one who suggested to debate. So how can you be chasing me for the debate?
I don't know, fam.
And I've never shied away from the debate. I said
It
I'll
doesn't
always
matter
be
who
there. Just
said
let me
what,
know the time.
Mezzo. It don't
Right, have we
Bullshit,
agreed
man.
then, or whatever?
It don't
He's
matter.
trying to fucking slander people, man.
Calm down, bruv. It's not that
Don't
deep,
worry.
bruv. It's
Yeah,
not that deep.
for real. Anyway,
It's just gonna be fun.
So 2020, 2020, 10-10,
Mm-hmm.
and then 5-5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
You write
that's how
down,
we're
yeah,
gonna run
Maki?
it. Yeah, man, I got it all.
Yeah, so we'll
And
just
it's
put it
like
up in the
3 minutes
community so
on
no
each
one can say, "Oh my
question.
God, someone changed it."
Mako,
No.
remember that?
What's that? Sorry.
3 minutes for each question to be answered.
Oh, and
6,
the
9.
last round.
Yeah, it's about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, that's the 10-10.
Yeah, man, we can do this, man.
6,
It's easy,
8.
man.
It's just gonna run
And
smooth,
then
man. What's the big deal?
12.
No, the big deal is you talking about Shifa. That
I
was
know.
unnecessary.
Obviously, I
Yeah, it
realised
was
that.
not a good
Yeah,
move.
that's dead food.
It was
man.
unnecessary,
Like, what are
basically.
we
Yeah,
doing?
but whatever, man.
Can't bring no marks into the conversation.
Big
No.
up, boy.
What up, fam?
Born.
Why is it so sunny over there? This is so depressing.
You said what?
I said it's so sunny where you
Wait,
are.
why is it when we're thinking of judges, the last
we're
person we
tropical
think of is
people.
Born Rich? Boom. We should have thought about you first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No one
Born.
ever thinks of Born.
Yeah.
Born, you
I
want to be a
think
judge?
Mag, just because Mag is very he's very intelligent and he's
Who?
very unbiased. And
Mag's
he's
moody though. Sometimes all right, and
No,
then
but he's cool.
just left field. Like.
I feel like Dublin's gonna start shouting down the mic. But I do want Dublin as well.
Just let me know the time and the date.
Or
Sunday,
Zion.
8 p.m.
Zion's
Right?
quite good if Zion
Yeah.
is free.
Okay, that's calm. I'm gonna show up there.
Cool.
All right, how many slides you putting together?
No, don't tell him that.
Don't bother. Don't be bothered about that,
No,
Khan.
allow
What
it,
do you want to
Khan.
know that, Khan? It
Don't
doesn't
tell him
Listen,
nothing
man.
after that.
I'm having this debate and that's it, man. Fuck this. I'm not even gonna show up.
Why are you so aggrieved?
Nah, Mezzo,
Why are you
don't
so
do that.
aggrieved by it, bro?
Mezzo,
Even if you
you
win,
said-
how are you going to enjoy your victory if you're going into
Don't
with
worry
this
about it, bro. Look,
funky vibe?
you do what you gotta do. I'll do what I gotta do. That's it. Simple.
Mine now. I could do it right now if you want. I'm ready.
All right, whatever.
All right, cool.
You wasn't saying this yesterday.
What did I say yesterday? What did
You
I
was
say
asking
yesterday?
people to do their shahadas, bro. Come on, let's not lie.
Brother, if a man saying Moses is doing judge, yeah?
Who are you, bro? You're not Mufti Abu. Who are you,
Abu
Mufti
Lay?
Menk?
Isn't it?
Fuck it, bro. Who are you? Man's making takfir on people and stuff.
I know, man. That's just
Brother,
relax, man.
brother. If man's
That's
takfiring
true.
himself, what do you want from me?
Okay, cool, bro. Allah will judge him.
Exactly.
That's
Now,
it.
what are we doing?
Why are you moving like fucking Daesh, bro? Like, oh, you're passing.
Mizzo.
Mad,
moving like that.
Mezzo's on beef today. No lie.
No
He's
violence.
ready
moving
Nah,
like a
for real.
scholar.
Man
Huh?
said that.
Bro, what are you
No, but
talking
he's
about,
he said he's
scholar?
half Sunni, not half Sunni, but I think his family's
Man
half
said,
half.
oh, but you're a Shia. Bro, the Shia in Iraq are more Muslims than all the fucking Turks.
Oh shit.
Some Turks are Shia too.
Bro, your Islam is a joke, bro. I'll be honest with you. Turkish Islam is a joke.
Ooh, and
This
Iraqi
is turning
Islam.
into an Iraqi Turk war, man.
Wait.
I feel like I'm in the crossfire. Why am I here?
Here's the thing. After the debate, he's not going to be blaming
In the
the
middle.
Arabs no more.
You can save this, Sarah.
What'd you say?
I said,
Nah.
after
We
the
don't
debate,
takfir. We don't
blaming
takfir
the
around here,
Arabs no
man.
more.
Listen, we don't
I'm gonna
takfir.
you
We
again, Khan.
takbir.
Hold on.
Allahu Akbar.
Hold on, Slumzilla, bro. Hold on. Let me see what he's saying. What's he saying?
Are you listening to me?
Yeah. What did you say? I
You
missed
said
it again.
after the debate, you won't be claiming you're Arab no more.
Whatever.
It's wild talk, man.
We just want a proper. I need references, guys. If there's no references,
Bro, Sarah, you know
There's
me.
gonna
I'm
be
gonna
beef.
provide references.
I need
Now,
references.
ask this
When's
guy.
this debate, man?
You best be
not
providing
happening.
references,
No,
and they best be academic references.
What am I saying? See,
No
I'm gonna have my
Wikipedia,
notebook and
thank
pen,
you.
and I'm gonna take.
I wanna be a judge in it because I
No,
can
he can
speak
use
Arabic.
Wikipedia,
stop,
but then he has to.
No, that's not
No.
academic.
Axum,
No
listen.
Wikipedia, no video.
Born Rich is also gonna be a judge. He can speak Arabic.
If you do,
You see,
Axum,
yes,
if you're
brother.
using hold on. He can use Wikipedia, right? But if the source on the Wikipedia is academic or not, you have to. If it's on Google Scholar.
Okay, at the bottom they do have sources. If you can go to.
No, yeah, exactly. If it's on Google Scholar, that means it's academic. It's approved.
Oh yeah, Google Scholar.
Oh, no YouTube. We ain't doing
Yeah,
a Mac around
no
here.
YouTube, none of that stuff.
Yeah, you will all fail in university. I'm just saying.
Yeah, man.
You guys should know, man. You know the rules and regulations, man.
Listen, I graduated with a first. I know this. Believe me.
Well done. Exactly.
Graduated first
Mashallah,
in what though?
mashallah.
In what?
In politics and international relations.
Oh wait! Why are you laughing? I saw you did nutrition.
Nutrition's a high science, brother. High
Bro, like
science.
you can't. Listen, you can't be a nutritionist with a BMI that's like 500.
Of course you can.
Mad, I'm done. Bye. I'm going.
Your BMI is looking like my tuition fees, bro. Come on.
Roasting session now.
Yeah,
bro, I'm telling you, trust me, you don't want to try and roast me, bro. I'm
Say what you
savage.
want. Like, next week you're gonna be crying. I'm gonna be laughing.
All right, whatever.
Say what you want. Get in now. Get in now. Get in now. Go on.
This like the pre-debate.
I ain't gonna lie. I know can't might win, you know.
This is your chance, brother.
50-50 thing, man. You know, good luck to both the brothers. You know what I mean? And we'll see you next week.
Man doing the face off right now.
To 23andMe.
Bro, we know you ain't gonna be running though.
He's gonna be running to.
But we know you ain't gonna be
After
running.
I'm done with you, you're gonna be looking for my heritage.
Oh my god.
God damn.
I don't know. It may as well sounding black.
Maybe this might make you start running anyway. It'll be kind of good to you anyway.
Yeah. He's got an
Roasting
aura.
like a black man.
Aura of blackness. Yeah, like, it's just, what's going on? Like, yo, this is what my brothers in the Middle East.
The spirit of Yaqub's within him,
man.
The spirit of Yaqub.
Oh, you got jokes. You got jokes.
Stop Zilla.
What's wrong with the spirit of Yaqub? Isn't that good? Like, it's an intellectual person.
Over there, then I have Born Melchizedek over here. No, your name, Born.
Yeah, I'm the order. It's the order. I'm on the
highest order, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on the highest order. I'm not God, but I'm something like God.
You have no beginning and no end, yeah?
Yep, no end. That's me.
Born Melchizedek.
Born
Melchizedek.
No God 16, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you win with that one, man. You win.
Yeah, your name is
You win.
over the top. Like, nah, Born Melchizedek.
Give me. His hairline has got no beginning and
Born
no
the
end. I did that.
That was
Bald Cheddy deck.
Bold.
Oh yeah, big up, man.
Yeah, but watch out, man. So after, if Khan wins, you're just gonna, you're gonna feel that bad
You're gonna have to move house, bro.
I'm gonna have to move house.
Sell up your land back home, and you're gonna have to You're gonna have to move.
All right.
Yeah.
So is it on the weekend or is it?
Do you guys really want to do it at 9 though? Isn't that quite late? If it's going
The
to be
thing
like
is,
2
the
hours?
mad thing about it
I'd
is,
rather do it.
like,
To be honest, I'd rather do it like a 7 or 8. 7 or 8.
I would even
How?
do it at 8 just because
Brother.
it's going to take about 2
Yeah.
hours.
He himself has
Sunday.
admitted the
On a
original
Sunday,
Arabs, the
people got
proper
work.
Arabs are the Yemenis,
Mm.
right? And you're white as a sheep.
Come on, big up my people.
How are
them.
you related to any Yemenis? Like, have you got any even one shade of
Wow.
melanin?
All right, this is what I'm
in
gonna
your
prove, innit?
generation
Yeah,
going
yeah,
back
yeah.
to
This is what
Islam?
I'm
That means I'm a
proving.
pure Arab.
What the hell?
Don't give anything away, Mezzo, because we
Yeah,
save
yeah,
it for the
exactly. Yeah, no,
debate.
don't worry, Miss Sarah, don't
go.
worry.
Save it for the
I like the
debate.
tactics. I like the tactics.
The tactic
Counter
is
bait
he's
him.
trying to elicit information.
Baiting him out badly.
You man have to. Why do you not get involved, man?
I rate him though. You got a rate.
That's a sly one.
Imposter,
Still.
you know, so
Nah,
you're
he
not a
knows
Semite, you're
exactly
not a
what he's doing. He
Semite.
knows what he's doing.
You're
Mad.
gonna go back to Turkey.
He's
Mad.
trolling him, man.
He's mocking the thing.
Imposter.
He's mocking it.
Bro, don't worry, he's scared
I
of
have it,
mocking him
Mezzo.
as well.
Mad. Mad.
You got sucked in, bro. Just admit it. They
Pause.
convinced you.
Pause,
They said,
pause,
yeah,
pause,
you're black
pause.
too. You're black.
So can we say the winner
And then
debates
you
Zulu?
Arabs
I
start
think
going,
that would
yeah,
be nice.
we're black. And then all of a sudden they pull the rug out from under your feet. They're like, fuck off, get out of here.
That's what Pure Jim told you, bro.
Brother, I've been that building for years, bro.
Mad,
I could bench
mad.
press your whole body weight.
Mad.
I don't know where you're changing it
No,
for.
Mezzo's on fire.
What? You pushed what?
I'll bench press his
So
whole body
happens when you
weight.
tell him he ain't
I
Arab.
will
don't
squat
know,
you.
bro. I
I'll
don't
Well,
know.
put
that's
you on my
hella
back and
gay. I don't
squat
want to be
you,
anywhere
fam.
near you bench pressing.
Asman
He
squat.
said he got men.
I'm telling
I
you,
don't know
man.
what you're
Someone
telling me
next
for,
week.
cousin. Listen,
Someone
Mezzo,
next week
I
is
will
gonna get wrapped like
outperform you,
Hobos.
brother. I will outperform you in any given field. You name it. You name it.
Oh
You've
my
been
God,
pushing
raps
pens
like
for
Hummus
3
sometimes.
years. You're a pen pusher.
Hummus and
You're a
Hobos
pen pusher.
combo.
You can't push
gonna
weight.
falafel?
What weight
What
can
is
you
this?
press though? Tell me, what can you push?
But I'm not discussing
What's
that
your
one.
max
No.
bench press? Tell me now. Tell me now. She don't even know.
But he's half your age.
Gang,
though,
gang.
Exactly. Half my age, it should be
That's a
double my
bench
strength.
press,
Whatever number I say, you're not gonna trust it anyway. So what's the
These
point?
men already know. I already told them. The truth. They know.
I bet he could do a push up with you on his back.
But to be fair though, you can do a push up and
I
still
bet
be
he
unhealthy.
couldn't.
That doesn't really mean anything.
He'll break his back. Pause.
Sarah, this is the
You can do bench presses and catch a heart attack. Like it's not really.
How long can you do steady state cardio for? Can you do 2 hours?
Oh, what's next? What's next? You should be asking yourself that, bro. You should be asking yourself that.
Brother,
2
can you
hours
do 2 hours
cardio
cross
is
trainer?
not healthy.
No,
Brothers,
with all
brothers,
those
you should be
sausages
asking
in your
yourself
pan,
that.
I don't think so.
Wait. Hold on. Maybe after the debate, you two can do a bleep test. See who wins. You know what I mean? Let's take it old school.
What bleep test, bro? The first bleep this man will be in A&E.
Beep. Beep.
Oh, man,
After the first bleep, man will be in Uxala, bro.
Man.
Wow.
Mad.
I can't wait for next week, honestly. Like I'm gonna get my
Man's wiping his
popcorn.
face with lahma journey.
I'm getting my popcorn. I'm getting my shahi. I'm getting my halwa, my samosa, tuna.
No,
a little bit of brown
Sabina,
cheese.
You have to
What?
have the lahmacun,
You have
the
to keep
shahi,
drawing the tuna.
and
Yeah.
what else?
No, did he just say tuna?
Give me the book. You know what I mean?
That's the only aisle you're shopping, right?
Nah,
Tuna you're gonna get. We know that type of tuna. Mad.
Oh shit.
What's the debate
I
about?
don't discriminate. I eat all cheese. You know what I mean?
What's like the synopsis of the debate?
Was Mezzo's
racism,
great granddad the black man?
Khan's premise is Arabs are not Semitic. Was that it?
Wow. Who said that?
Was that it, Khan? Correct me. I'm not sure.
I'm saying that the original Babylonians, right, were Semitic people, not Semitic speaking people, Semitic people, like Semitic by race. Yeah, so that means that these These men who are not Semitic by race, only by language,
What's
obviously
Semitic
can't
by
be
race?
the original Semites.
Yeah, what is Semitic by race?
What's Semitic by race? Go on, you tell us.
I'll prove that in my debate. I'll bring the evidence
It
forward.
doesn't make sense because Semitic is a language group. It's a language
But we
group,
already
so it doesn't
talked
even make
about
sense.
this. You can be
So
Arab by race.
that's
or
already an
Arab
L
by
for you. But
language.
okay,
Could be
cool.
an L, man. Could be a
You're gonna get
You
that's
already
like
accepted
bro.
that. You
The
already
L you're gonna
accepted
get
that.
is more crispy than the sausages you have on your pan.
All right,
Mad.
cool. All right, I'll bring you the evidence and then you can.
I've never seen Mezzo like this.
You
Oh
can
my!
read up on it for the rest of your life.
I'm actually shook. You know, Mezzo, is this spirit inside you? Pause. What in the
Listen, you
world?
guys don't know this side of me, bro. I've been roasting people my whole life.
Oh, God, please
This
save
guy,
us.
the only thing
Save us
he's
from Mezzo.
bro. Be quiet, calm, man.
All right, cool. But I'm tried and tested, bro. I
You're
proved
both in
myself.
be quiet.
You're the upstart. You're the newcomer. You're the unmeasured quantity.
Guys, don't laugh. Apparently, you're gassing me up. Don't laugh.
No, they can laugh if they
I don't know. I don't know why he's.
It's fun.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Peak. It's gonna be peak.
Mezzo. It's gonna be fun. Put it that way.
Pause.
Why does that sound weird?
It's gonna be emotional.
What the hell?
This is the thing, though. I can't
Just have this
understand why
aggression
man's
on
even
Sunday.
refuting the truth. It's a known fact
You know what
that
I mean?
Arabs are either Arab by their language or they're Arab by their race. When we talk about Arabs who are Arab by their race, we're starting from Yemen.
How could it be Arab by language?
There is no by race though. Doesn't even make sense.
There is. Of course there is. There's people that are ethnically Arab. Of course there is. The original Arabs that people have been telling you that you're not those people.
All right, I want you. Hold on. But we both have to do this in the debate. You come up with the definition of what Semitic is, and I'll come up with the definition as well. What constitutes a Semite?
Start with the definition.
What's a Semite and what's
we already talked
yeah,
about
don't worry.
this.
I'm gonna provide a definition.
On your
That definition
first slide,
alone is gonna give you
preferably
the L.
Do definitions for your first
All
slide.
right.
Just to...
But we already agreed we're not talking linguistics, we're talking DNA. You already agreed that.
But you need to define what you're debating. Because you got to pretend.
I don't know if you actually agree.
There's no original Semitic DNA like that. It doesn't just pop up.
Of course there is. Of course there is. You're gonna learn, innit? You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn.
All right, bro. All right.
You're gonna learn. Not only am I gonna prove that there is an original Semitic race by haploid group, I'm gonna prove that your haploid group ain't them.
All right.
All right.
All right. You're gonna do that for all the Arabs, by the way, yeah?
It's gonna be so easy.
The title says Arabs, not just Iraqis.
Listen,
Arabs, yeah.
Know where they come from. You're the only one that's confused.
But I'm gonna check that for you as well. By the way, it's not just Iraqis because the title says Arabs, right? So you're gonna have to disprove the whole Arabs are non-Semitic people.
Babylon. We're not talking about North Africans. We already made this point clear.
Yeah, the title. Yeah, how do you break down the title? You have to break down each word. The key words in the title. Arabs, Semitic, not. Yeah.
Brother,
so, your argument has to disprove the title, right?
The conversation was that me and Zulu was telling you that the original Babylonian civilization.
I don't know why you're stuck on the Babylonian.
Semitic people that moved from Africa into that region, and that the original people
were
black people, and they're not your haploid group. And you went mad and was like, no, that's not true, right? And we are where we are today.
Yeah. You're going to have to disprove the whole of the Arabs today, what constitutes Arabs, are non-Semitic people. And you're going to have to define what a Semite is.
The majority of them.
You have to define what a Semite is.
All of them. There's still some white, what they called? There's still some E1, B1.
I want a list, though. I want a list of people, though.
Why are you spazzing? Listen, there is a majority of J2 and J1. There is an admixture of E1, B1, B, and even E1, B1A mixed in. Yeah, but when we're talking about Arabs don't look different from white people or Turkish people. Yeah, so there's no way you look Semitic.
All right, listen, can't. I think people don't get.
Why are you talking over me?
No, I'm saying people don't save it for the debate, bro. Because you're gonna give stuff away, and I'm gonna give stuff away.
Bruv. How can I, bruv? If you got right on your side, you can't lose. I'm right all the way.
Okay, that's nice.
Cool. You just said you can't be Arab by race. You can't be Semitic by race. There is a Semitic race of people. And you're going to learn that.
All right.
No J could claim to be a Semite.
But this whole thing is already done. I don't know why you're choosing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why he's even trying it.
Nah,
but it's
I
going to
don't
be
get it.
like my
You
lap of
already
honor,
know
isn't it?
what's up.
It's going to be too easy. I don't know. Like, I don't know where he's getting his ideas from. Like, it's shocking to me. Someone's claiming to be J2 and then he's insisting that he's a Semite. So that means that you're saying J2 is a Semitic race, but it's not. You lost already. You already lost, but you know you're gonna have a rude awakening. But it's gonna be fun, you know. It's gonna be fun.
Guys, watch this. By the way, watch this next week. Yeah.
All right.
Let Khan just chat shit all day.
It's not chatting shit. It's not chatting shit.
To be honest, it's not. But okay, cool. Anyways.
All right, then I'm gonna jump off in there. I'll let you youngsters have your fun.
Because yeah.
All right, cool. Mezzo, you ready? Yeah. I'm here. No excuses, but my computer broke or had something important to do. Like, I know all the stories, bro. Yeah.
Bro, that's you. That's you. Everyone's been roasting you about you don't even turn up to the gym. You don't turn up to the debates. You don't turn up to nothing, bro.
He's a funny guy.
That's you, bro. You don't turn up to nothing, bro. Only thing you're turning up to barbecues.
You're gonna be crying, brother. You're gonna be crying into your falafels,
bro. You're gonna be crying into your doner kebab.
You're
gonna have to get that lahmacun and wipe your face with it.
I'm not Arab anymore. Oh, it's gonna be great, brother. It's gonna be good.
I'm gonna send you back to Genghis Khan, bro. Where all you lot Turks.
All right, bring your evidence. Bring your evidence. Bring your evidence. It's gonna be fun, brother. I'm gonna enjoy this.
Ouch.
I put my money. I'm putting my money on Khan, man.
Nice.
I think Khan got it. Just Khan's sheer ability to freestyle and bullshit mixed in with the truth gives him an edge. You know
Born. How can the whole trend of the whole world all of a sudden flip 180? It can't. There's no civilization that was started off by white people that black people turned up and just joined in and went, oh, we'll mix in. Oh, we'll just be a little admixture into your upload group. It's fine. No, that's never, ever happened. It's always been the other way around.
Yeah. What I heard though, Khan. I mean, you know, you got to prove it.
I'll bring the evidence in it. That's all I can do. I'll break it down nice and slow.
At the end, we need to have a bibliography, right? With all the list of references, and I need to,
for the little babies.
We need to check it. I'm gonna check the references as well, bro.
Brother, it's fine. Fine, brother.
I don't want no Harry Potter, none of that crap.
Well, all right. Do you accept the Bible as a reference?
No, of course
you
not.
Don't accept the Bible.
Oh, no. Come on, Mezzo. Come on,
bro.
Accept the
How are you gonna prove with the Bible?
You can't.
I'm not gonna prove with the Bible. It's just gonna be like a little side dish.
Okay, cool. But
what you lot saying? Bible's inadmissible evidences. You don't want to hear Bible.
I think it's a good source.
I don't know. What's Maki saying?
That's why you're not a judge.
The Bible is not a good source. Every other debate, the Bible is a credible source.
Who you gonna hold on? Who are you gonna reference for the Bible?
I mean, Jesus.
Who's the author?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly. You go. Yeah, all right, Khan. You put Jesus as your reference.
It's fine, man. We'll leave the Bible out.
Hold on.
No, when it comes to
we're not gonna shit on Jesus.
When it comes to living, breathing,
we'll leave Noah out of it. We'll leave Japheth out of it. We'll leave Shem out of it. We're arguing over who are the Semitic people, who are the descendants of Shem, and you're saying
you're not gonna win that.
The Bible we can't use.
No, Sniper, let him do it. Oh, that's trust me, let him do it.
I'm saying,
it don't make sense, does it?
They call them Semitic people because of something out of the Bible, but it's based on language group, like
exactly. Thank you very much.
It's not based on language group.
Thank you very much. The reason why they were Semitic is because they spoke a Semitic language.
We're talking about racially,
thank you very much.
Not linguistically. There's no such thing as linguistics in this whole thing that we're chatting about here.
Course
We're
it
chatting
is.
about haploid groups,
Course it is.
tribes of people, movement of people, people killing and raping and taking over other people's civilizations. We're not talking about languages. Languages, that's like later. That's much after.
Unfortunately, though, you are leaning towards things that relate to the Bible, and if you do that, I don't know if that's gonna really work in your favor.
I don't think bringing evidences of haploid groups means I have to rely on the Bible. I'm sure there's enough evidence out there, which I already have my evidences anyway, that goes scientific. I don't even have to go to the Bible. It's fine. I'm just asking you if you're saying.
Well, anyway, mine's going to be purely scientific, mostly scientific anyway.
All right. So, are you going to be talking about linguistic groups?
Yeah, and that's very important. Yeah, of course you have to.
Well, how's it important?
Well, we break down the definition, find the working definition, and then break that down.
All right. It's everyone in America who speaks English. Are they Anglo-Saxon?
Not really, no.
Right. So, what's language got to do with it then?
Yeah, but with Semitic, it's a people, like it's a language group.
But we already know that we're talking about lots and lots of different
Americans were
people.
still under English-speaking people.
What? So Africans that live in America who now speak English, you're saying that they're
that's different though. That's different.
English
that's
groups
different.
of people.
No, that's different.
Well, I don't understand. Why is it different?
Listen,
the Semitic people that
speak
speak English.
All right, cool. It'll be fun, man. It'll be my pleasure to educate you.
I don't know. This is interesting.
What are we doing now anyway? We've got time for a video, the Snaps. You want to play a video for me?
Anyway, peace out, everyone.
Are you going to watch it, Mezzo? Mezzo, watch it, man. It's like a little heads up for you.
Big up, Sniper, man. I'm off.
Big up for me.
You're doing yourself a disservice, Mezzo. You could learn a little something here. See, this is what I mean. These young upstarts, man. The pride and arrogance is like ridiculous.
It's the thing. You just gotta bury him when you know what I mean. Get him in the ring. When you get him in the ring, bury him, man.
Light work, fam. Light work. It's not even him. It's the subject matter. He just picked the losing horse.
I can tell you ready though, Con.
Yeah, man. Like,
Don't
I could do this right now.
Scriptures, man. The scriptures is a credible source.
Yeah.
Get the
Snatch, you want to play a video for me?
Yeah, we got put it in the back chat.
I'll put it in the back chat. Yeah. All right, hold on.
Was it Sky Turks? Yeah.
Nah. Should we go Sky Turks? Could do. Let's do the Proto-Semites. Is anyone interested in the Proto-Semites?
Not really, but yeah, let's see.
Why are you doing this now, Khan, though? Because you know you're gonna pull it up like next weekend.
If you are, then don't do it.
All right, so what are you suggesting then? Let's do something different.
I'm just saying, you're going through like everything that you're gonna say on the debate.
But here's the thing, though, Axum. These people are so brainwashed that even if you put it in a plate in front of their faces, he's still going to try and deny it. It doesn't matter. Like, the more you tell him the truth, the more beautiful it's going to be when he loses. I'm not being horrible to him personally. I'm just saying this is a subject where it's become a motive subject. It's a motive. Man saying, listen, why are these black people claiming my civilization?
Yeah, I know that. He's been saying that for weeks.
He said that himself, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I said to him, what do you mean? The original Babylonians were black people, Semitic people. He was like, nah, that's our thing. That's us. The Akkadians or whatever he's saying. The ones that invaded and took over. I'm saying, yeah, but you lot invaded. He's like, no, we started that civilization. All right, cool. So you're going to see it now academically laid out for you, like Meze.
Like Meze.
Like Meze. You're going to go from Meso to Meze.
Meze, you know, everything is about food for you, Khan. Everything.
Yes, food and drink.
Yep.
Well, that's funny though that you're saying that because you spent months claiming the same thing. Crazy, but true.
He got a change of heart, Michael. Remember?
I think we
So
beat
many
it out
texts
of him.
from the chat, from
We
the
delilled
show.
it into him.
I think James Jones last night proved the fact that we don't know what side of the argument you're going to be on. It depends how you feel on the day.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see me.
We don't know what you're
James
saying, brother. Like, where are you coming from?
This guy was quivering in fear. I don't know what you was watching. You know what I'm saying? Like yourself.
I'm saying James is a very respectful and honourable person.
No, please.
He was a little shook one. Stop it, man. And he's been defeated by the sisters and me and a few others many times, man. Right, just take it for what it is, man. That's why I'm asking him, where's he running to? Where's he hiding at? He knows when to come on. He has to come on when it's not being recorded. Look at the strategy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know. And I used to jump off Jedi's at about 10:30, and then James Jones would jump on. So it came a thing like Jedi was like, no. I want James to jump on. So like, yeah, certain time, yeah, blah blah blah. When I see him hovering about, just jump off Snipes, and I'm like, yeah, cool, no problem. You know what I'm saying? That's the power of Sniper. How shook they are of me. It's not my fault. I don't know. I'm always a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? But they see the power of my works and shit. Yeah, and they're in awe. They're actually fans, but it's just like when you get those little kids who always come up to you and just like hit you or something or say something rude because they're so excited to see you. So it's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
So when I, as I said, I sat him down yesterday and I could see what he's trying to do, and it's like, I like it. I like you, James Jones. That's why I'll just break you down, and it's easy, bro. It's baby food for me. As you said, these young man and he's one of them.
Let's ask Thingy, bro, Born Rich, while you're here, Born.
What's
you know
up?
anything about these people that celebrate this Kwanzaa thing? Is it something that's like from Africa, or is it a thing that's been made up in America?
It originated in America.
Right.
But I am learning that some people, a small minority of people do fuck with it in Africa though. But that number is really small. That number is really, really small though.
What about this thing about the burning candles thing? Is that African thing?
I thought it was more Jewish, right? More like Jewish to me.
No, well, no. The menorah, the candle thing is it's definitely an African thing. There's Africans still practicing it, using it. They're just not called Jews necessarily. Should be called Israelites or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I shot it down. Yeah, I shot it down before though. I shot Kwanzaa down before. I did a couple shows on Kwanzaa shooting it down. I broke down went to the founder, one of the lead spokesmen for it, and his criminal activities. And yeah, I was fucking with it. I was kind of trolling Shaka Ra, but the more I started researching it, the more I was like, yo, this is fucked up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, this is fucked up. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people in America that celebrate Kwanzaa, and I'm like, oh, I don't think my people know the history of this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm never really gonna fault black people for trying to remix and do their own thing. You know,
that's what I said.
Yeah, I'm never gonna.
That's what I said. But I said,
stop doing it.
I said we are in the diaspora though. We're like outside of Africa. We might be Africans directly. We might be Africans via. We're all still Africans, but we always have this delusion of grandeur, of remixing shit, making up shit, and then the most dangerous ideas are going back to Africa and changing their way of thinking and what they do. And I'm saying, nah, you gonna come up to a real surprise when you go to Africa and they're like looking at you like, nigga, we don't do that shit.
Yeah,
what is this?
It's a video. I'm sure y'all saw the video of the heavy set woman and her husband went to Ghana. And it was like, yeah, man, there's some bullshit going on in Ghana. And they kept saying, like, we just came over here to help. And I was thinking, like, yeah, you just can't go to a foreign country like them. People need your help. You see what I'm saying?
That's what we're trying to say.
We wouldn't like it if people came over here to America and did that shit. You feel me? We don't like when white people come to our neighborhoods and say, hey, we're going to help you guys. It's like, no, we're good. We don't need your fucking help.
We're going to rob you.
Yeah, like, we don't need your help. For real.
Where the money at, motherfucker?
A lot of Americans think like that too, man. It's like, yeah, we got to go over there and help them and save them. It's like, no, they're good, bro. We go build. If we go to Africa and build with some of our brothers,
with them, right?
That's a different thing. But don't go over there like they need your help. You feel me?
Or they need your voodoo, or they need your new age spiritual systems. They don't need that. You know what I'm saying? And rituals and shit. Like, fuck Kwanzaa, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, if it's not like you go to Africa and Nigeria, it's not. But when they say Africa, it's just that's a big, massive continent that you just lumbering together. Where it's like almost millions of different traditions and customs and throughout the continent. Like, are you all right?
Yo.
You know what I mean? You don't need a remix. Walk on, Zilline.
Family. Big up.
Oh, Zellini.
Big up, Zellini. Didn't know that was you.
What's up?
Good?
Yeah, man.
You sound peaceful.
Well, you know what it is? It's not peaceful. It's just mash up from the weekend still.
Oh, see.
Jubilee and them thing there.
Yeah, Jubilee.
Not even. My brethren got married still, you get me? And the next brethren's birthday, so you get me? It's enough celebrations, man. But yeah, you see what you just said, Snaps? That annoys me, man. When people talk about Africa, they say it like it's fucking England or some small country, because they don't talk about Europe like that, bro. They're sure to split it into east, west, north, and whatever. You get me? In my opinion. But they just talk about Africa like, oh yeah, that little country from down the road, Africa. It's like, no, it's not. It's a continent.
You Africans, Africa this, Africa, Africa. Bro, be specific. No, be specific.
You're right.
Yeah.
Like there's all one general thing that we all do. No, never.
No. Big facts.
You get killed in one area for doing what you do. Like,
have you heard how English people react when you compare them to Eastern Europeans?
Exactly.
Have you heard how French people act when you compare them to English people?
Right.
Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, they're quick to separate themselves and understand the divide, but they don't really want to look at it that way when it comes to us. Say it, go, man. Say it, go.
Like, we might not look, we all look the same because we look similar and so we are the same. No. Yeah. Some people got some heavy set customs that you ain't changing for shit.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to eat human flesh or you've been blowing out a cow's batty for thousands of years, that's your business. You know? You ain't going to convince no other person to do that, though. That's what they do. That's what they do. Let them stay over there.
Why you bring that up, Sniper? I remember that video.
But it happens. And there's different things for different reasons, but, you know, just on a general view, it looks like madness. You know what I mean? But there was a purpose to it.
Do you know what I think it is, though? Because I was chatting to my cousin the other day, and I think, I'm not going to have to admit this myself, I do this. I think I can see other races, and unless I know you or recognize the said person, they do kind of all look the same to an extent. Obviously, like, they have different looks, but I'm saying raw, right? Like a glimpse. You see, like how before, like, certain people say, oh yeah, certain people look all the same, or certain Chinese people look all the same. I get why that could be said. I'm not saying it ain't fucked up sometimes, but I understand it. I'm not going to lie, bro. Because I've definitely done the same thing. Definitely.
But with us, right, everyone looks different, man. You ain't gonna lie. You can see they look same, but they're different. You look like someone's cousin, or someone's being my family, or someone, a friend of mine, or the man from down the road and all of that. We got that. Yeah, but we ain't all the same.
No.
You know what I mean? Yeah. We ain't all the same. And our diversity makes us special. That's what makes Africa special. Yeah, nothing ain't the same. Yeah, if it was, it'd be shit. Africa would be dead food, man. No one would want to. Like all that civilization and all that thing, and I mean, all the wars and all the things that they had. You know what I mean? You want to la-di-da, and everybody want to. Oh, Africa, it's a beautiful place. There's the animals. They're out there in the wild, and You know, you can just live humbly. Oh, bullshit, Mr. Hangman. The truth of Africans is you can find a dead body swelling up in the gully just as you can find anywhere. Yeah, you can find murderers, killers, and and men are fighting wars and all sorts. And that's it is what it is. But there's a balance where we come from. You know what I mean? Depends where you are. And you know, like we live in the most populated place, Nigeria or whatever, right? But yeah, it's the rule of law is there and other kind of cultural laws, and people got kingdoms, and it's a lot. You know what I mean? You can't, as I said, you can go 100 miles down the road and them man are completely different from you.
Yeah. Yo,
Speak
big
a
up,
whole
big up,
different
big up.
language. Big up this, man.
Salini, big up. Well on, family.
What poppin', Jay?
What's good, Boone? What's good? Sorry, man. I thought I had spoke to you earlier, but I hadn't still. Big up.
Nah. You was.
But you see, Jets, that's
you was
why
not
I put him in the back yesterday, because that's the way he behaves, and he just that energy. Sometimes I can't just deal with it, bro. You know what I mean? He was just chatting shit, bro, and just jumping in and man, come on.
Oh, come on.
Fuck's sake, you know what I'm saying? Like I can, but I just swear these men have got super mental health, ADHD problems, all sorts of problems going on, man. Facts. You know what I mean? But man is thinking they're sitting on the panel, not as a patient. Bro, man have been a patient for the longest while, bro. Yeah, just go and try and leave, and then you'll see.
Big up both of them, man. Let's look forward.
Yeah,
to
for the debate, they're gonna be
Saturday. 9 o'clock. What Saturday? What 9 o'clock?
Sunday.
Yeah. 9 o'clock.
8 o'clock, not
8
9.
o'clock.
You get me? I'm asking, man.
Yeah, 8 o'clock, not 9.
Don't worry, the sisters are here. Don't worry.
We're here. We remember everything.
We remember everything.
Exactly. Like you now, boy.
Stop hating, Born.
You know, something I'm feeling lately is to take over as they get warm to running the stream themselves. Yeah, I'm just feeling like, sometimes I should just like pack my bags and just keep it moving. Yeah, we got this, man. We got this, man.
You feel proud, yeah.
No, I'm definitely. Big up to you, ladies, man. You know what I mean? You're learning your craft well. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
definitely. You've been roasting up the place. Unique spitting bars. I'm like, wow.
Didn't I? That was good.
Where are you, Sneaks? I ain't seen you for ages, man. Like, what's going on? She just in there.
Jump on, Sneety.
But then again, saying that it might turn Asian up in there quickly. You know how them man they move.
Yeah, yesterday was like that.
How is it? They're moving packs, were. But I know Triller's watching somewhere quietly, man. You know what I mean? Was he lean? Was he mush up or?
Yeah, he said he wasn't, but you know, he sounded like he was drinking.
He was doing his normal thing. Yeah. And he got a new driving job, supposedly. Who would let him in loose on a vehicle? I think that's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know. All right. You got any videos for us, Clarkson?
Yeah, that's I got one or two, but it's a fresh day thing still. Yeah, it's a fresh day thing. One yoga thing. We'll break that down in the week sometime. Bro.
Oh, I could play hypo.
Is there something new? There must be. I ain't even talked to him. What's the update?
What for hypo?
Yeah, like what's the update? Is there any what?
There's only two, isn't it? It's only two. It's only Scar City, which I ain't really watched, and Fezza. Everyone
that knows him knows about that. I don't think these will be that interested in it.
No, I wasn't really.
Yeah,
I was surprised.
There might be more developments sooner. Like, do you know what I mean? About
I was surprised because someone was watching the old videos the other day.
Mad.
You know, like just had it on their phone, and it was like, "Do you remember it's a hypo business?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, when he did the thing, and he's there talking to his friend on the Instagram and all of that, trying to
Oh,
explain.
biker.
Yeah, when he's trying to explain and all sorts of stuff. It's like, bruv, mad. And then the next week, now I'm hearing man's dead. I was like, rah, is that a joke? Because I laughed at first, and it was like, wow, what's funny? And I was like, nah, he can't be. What? Hypo, yeah? And they were like, yeah, man. I was like, raw, that's mad. They were saying, what was they saying? He went out somewhere and he was raped. They've got videos of the actual.
Yeah, it's old Sniper is what I'm saying to you,
Oh,
brother.
I ain't seen none of that. I ain't seen none of that still.
Nah, it's just a video of police like pumping on his chest and that. It's not nice, really.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, but it's like only a short video. From what I saw, it was a short video. I don't know if there's anything else, but yeah. You know, seeing a lifeless man and they're trying to revive him. Let me people, yeah, that's people filming that.
Yeah,
you know, like that's scary to think. You know, when you're dying, man's just there thinking content. I suppose you got bigger things to worry about, like trying to stay alive or whatever. But
of course, but I
and
know
I'm just like, yeah, let me film this. And to be
disheartening,
fair, I've seen many fuckeries start to happen, and I've fallen into that trend of right, let me film this because man won't believe what's going on here. Or I don't know. It's like learnt behavior. I can't lie. I'm a victim of it still. I'm a victim of it. Learnt behavior. Pull out your phone, capture something interesting, put it in a group. Let man see. Look what I saw. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. My pocket's still resistant because I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
I'm more grown. Like my youngers, like kind of like just a bit older than you. They went through certain things with the youngers to them, with the phone thing. Like when they were trying to move to man, and man's pulling out phones on man, so it's restricting man from doing certain stuff. So man had to be wary, and I was like, really? Is that what's happening for you, man? It's like that's peak, man. I would hate that to happen to me. You know the ones.
Well, to be fair, yeah, because I've done the craziest thing in broad daylight. I've done the craziest thing you can imagine. That thing I've done that in broad daylight, and yeah, if it was the camera phone time,
finished.
Yeah, you lot wouldn't know me. I wouldn't know you. Serious. That'd be it. We would know each other.
Rotting up in the thing.
You know, you can't do nothing. You can't even like really defend yourself because someone might capture it and it just looks like you're in the wrong. It's mad. You gotta be careful, man. So many eyes, CCTV, all of that. Yeah, man.
Well,
but you do want to film something like that's going on and like say, "Right, look what happened," blah, 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 and send it to someone. I feel like it's just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, especially it's just my shit. I want it to be private, but I don't know because I black out. I'm in another zone when I'm in that type of thing. I could be doing some real wild shit.
Man's just filming it. You wouldn't even know. You're not even thinking. Like, if you're in a fight or whatever it is or whatever you're doing. But yeah, man, it's what it is.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's a little bit like that Speaker's Corner shit, but like, yeah, 100 times worse in normal life. You know what I mean? It looks well more ferocious and a lot more going on. You know what I mean? Crazy. But there's been shootouts. We were talking about it the other day. Shootouts in the ends between the different groups, the Kosovans, and you know what I mean? They were shooting out in the street with automatic weapons and that. But at the end of the day, everyone has to buck down and get on with it because the feds, they're just mad around here, fam. The Metropolitan Police are crazy, fam. They're just like the best in Europe. That's a big statement, man. That means there ain't no police force like out here in these streets better than them, or more advanced, or more fucking ferocious. Yeah, not West Lancashire, none of that. West Lancashire police force and that's dead. So yeah, what videos we got? What? Bring me something, man. All right. Bring me something, man.
No, because I'm air still. I'm just eating a quick food, fam.
Thinking about the food.
So yeah, what happened? What you say next week? Khan's got a debate with who? Mezzo. Say nothing.
Say nothing, blood. See what's going on here.
Other than that, what's been going on in the weekend, man? What's the education been this week?
It was on Melchizedek.
Okay.
His character from the Bible and all the other texts. And yeah, who is he and what is he about? But we've heard like bare different accounts.
Yeah.
I still got bare more that I could play, but bro, we're gonna leave it. You know what I mean? I'm tired now, man. Fuck's sake. Especially after last night, bro. It was like what, I don't even know, 3:34 or something.
Well, that was how you finished yesterday?
Bro,
I swear down it was like that.
I was about to jump off and then James Jones jump on. He's smart. He thinks he's smart. But I was sharp, man. I was on point.
Yeah, tried to catch man slipping, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work, man. Dead. I was like, what are you trying to do, James, man? Oh, man, yeah, man. But you look sometimes are scary sometimes. All right, like, relax, man. We good, man. Come back, man. You come back to Illuminati Live and that, man. Like, yeah, man. Don't let the girls intimidate you, man. Yeah, don't let the ladies intimidate you.
Even though some of them are very intimidating. Don't let them intimidate you, James.
Don't let them intimidate you, man.
Even though, yeah.
Why would, bruv, you've been creeping there the whole time and not said nothing? What, like, who the hell are you, bruv?
And I'm in the chat, man.
Axel was waiting in the cut, you know. Get me.
Perfect timing, isn't it? Oh, shit. Nah, I got some fans, you know, so yeah, a couple of them follow me around from Jets to yours, from yours to Jets. It's interesting.
Oh, is it?
Who, Bibi? Don't talk about Bibi like that, man. Allow him. That's the bro, man. That's the bro.
Maybe your bro, but hey.
Bibi's good peoples, man. It's good peoples.
See.
I don't feel it, man. I don't feel.
Very feel. Someone moving some like pussy bitches, jump on and talk to me instead of trying to chat to me in the chat. Yeah.
Do you know what I've noticed? A couple people like try and use that tactic, yeah. Like, not even to bring him up again, but pause. But Kanye definitely, he's one that tries to use that tactic a lot, and it works at a time. He'll have a problem with someone or a little issue at like 2:00 in the afternoon. Man will wait till fucking 11:30, bro. Yeah, when he can hear, you know, when you can hear man's tired and the man will jump off the back, like it's basically gonna be over. He'll jump on with the most energy, bro, talking the most smack, and it's like, nah, you're not gonna get me. If you're not on point, because he will get you still. I've seen him do it. We've definitely seen him do it.
Try to get you when you're tired.
He tried it with me one time. It didn't really work out too well for him. But yeah.
He forgets he gets tired as well. He's like
always
an
on
old,
point, bro. Don't you not get it?
like an old baby. You know them old babies, man. Just when they get tired, they start get grumpy and now. Well, yeah, because in there, you lot are ganging up on me. Wah, wah. Oh, what the fuck is this, man? You got to contend with a grown man.
Yeah, I know. Big old grown fucking
grown baby, man. Right, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Some man cannot stop having my name in the mouth. But yeah. Anyways, so what do you have for us, Maku?
I'm looking on something else interesting, but I don't want to get licked down. Let me see what this is. Let's see.
But yeah.
I
am feel.
Very feel. Very feel.
So what's the business, man? What we doing? 10 to 9.
I don't know. I'm wet.
I'm here, man. I'm here. Snap sounds like he said, bruv, it's been a long weekend. Axel's just there waiting to hear some derogatory comment about women or Sweden before she talks.
You know what? Done with it myself. Like, nah. We've been having good discussions today.
Bourne's looking down his sofa for a black and mild. You get me?
Nah, let's chill. Let's chill while you're ahead, Khalid. Let's chill while you're ahead, man.
Say something then, Bourne. Do you have any questions? Anything? Like
no questions. No questions. Like, yeah, I don't what y'all want me to ask y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all didn't tell me shit about Jubilee. I asked y'all about Jubilee. Y'all didn't tell me shit about
Oh no.
Fuck that shit, bro. Fuck
I don't know about that.
Fuck all of that.
Y'all don't celebrate the Queen?
What's he talking about?
You celebrate the president, boy.
Huh? Oh, the president? Nah.
Biden your boy?
Nah, we out. We out.
Exactly.
He ain't cutting that check. He won't cut the check. He won't cut the check. Fuck him. Fuck him, man. He won't cut the check. Nah, but I did want to know. I guess I did. So I did see the Hypo shit. I ain't heard y'all really talk about it, but I guess y'all spoke about it. But did y'all fuck with Hypo's music?
No.
Okay.
I used to listen to people. I used to listen to people like probably associated with him, but I've never really listened to him. Like Hypo done was on that sort of American sort of auto-tuney wave. I don't really like that shit, especially from English artists. I think it's just weak. But, yeah. Shout out Hypo though, Mash Town and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They done their thing.
Shout out to the brother, man. What they saying? What's the report saying happened? What happened? He had some beef or something?
Apparently, he got stabbed at a party or something like that. He was at a party, your fight happened, and he got stabbed.
Oh, Triller. Yeah, big up me best as well, man.
Yeah, big up me best.
Jump on.
Jump on.
Let's see. See if I can get away with it. They're trying to press this for you. Hopefully they'll give me a chance. The Triller from Manila.
Yaga. It's good. Saying? What's the conversation about? What have I missed? What's been going on?
Yeah, what was you doing yesterday? They said you was about yesterday still. I wasn't about. I said they said you was about yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, you got everybody else to tell you what going, didn't they? So
no, they didn't still.
They didn't tell you. You got anything in particular you want to ask me, or?
I don't know. What happened? Was you alright? What happened? Was it good? Was it?
I'm always good, bro. I'm always good.
I don't know.
I just sort of like so basically, Raj was on the panel, and after I jumped on, he directed a question towards me, saying something like something about some grooming gangs that are doing some stuff in the north, northern area, north of England, and I was like, well, tell us, innit? And like me and Sarah were basically saying, tell us, innit? Like what area, where, what's going on? And the guy was like, yeah, I don't want to say too much. Him and Manny are gonna make a show about it. That's what you were saying. So I was like, I was suspect from that, innit? I made I'm done my own show about that whole thing now. I mean, saying, why the fuck don't you want to say, if you know that some shit is going down, tell us straight away. Why are you fucking holding it back? You get me? For more people to, be put vulnerable in that situation, going to a certain neck of the woods. Why not tell us what area? Why not tell us where? Mosque, you know what I mean? So that was the issue yesterday, generally speaking.
Big up, Triller.
Big up, bro. You know, so I'm suspect, innit? Because, you know, certain people, they just want to make shows, innit? They just want to get views or whatever. Other people, like me and Sarah, you know what I mean? And other people as well, you know what I mean? We want to know what the fuck is going down, bro. You know what I mean? So we can sort it out straight away. You know, address it as soon as possible, especially when it comes to, you know what I mean? There are being, you know, accusations of people that are grooming fucking children. So, yeah, let's sort it out straight away.
Right.
Yeah, I think an accusation like that needs to be cleared up as soon as possible.
Standards, isn't it? Yeah. Why hold back? You know what I mean? You're going to address it on a show. You know some information. Tell us. You're on a live platform. You've got a lot of viewers, and you know that, you know, obviously Maku's got a lot of, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you've got a lot of links. You can fucking pass that information on. You know what I mean? With Jedi and everybody else, and you know what I mean? Other platforms. So it's better that you address it now if you've got some information, whether it's speculation.
What we talking about?
Oh, just some bullshit that happened yesterday. Yeah.
What?
So I was saying that basically, like, Raj jumped in yesterday saying that he had some information about grooming gangs up north, but he wasn't willing to disclose it. You know what I mean? So yeah, he wanted to keep that. You know what I mean? To make his own show about it. And I was like, why don't you tell us now? That's what it was.
In your normal inebriated way, yeah?
What do you mean?
Was you drunk when you was doing this?
No, I was fine. I was sober. Yeah.
And I know what you're like, man. When you get a little bit.
Do you want me to play the stream for you? I got it here. Like I said, I've already played your stream on my show. You get me like a few times.
Is it?
Yeah.
So
you know what I mean? Because pardon?
Supposed to email man like Raj did.
No. I mean, it's freedom of. No. As far as I've learned from Empress Janet, you know, freedom of use, freedom of speech, and kind of like, you know what I mean, when it comes to reviewing certain things.
We gotta have to have a meeting soon, you know. I swear to God.
Who?
From
who?
Meeting still.
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, sorry.
I'm clocking certain things still. You get me?
This is not looking good, man. Yeah, man. What is this? Empress Janet? What's Empress Janet got to do with it?
Oh, she was just telling me about my YouTube rights and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Legality and things like that. When it comes to expressing certain things, reviewing content. You know what I mean?
When?
This was about a month ago. She was, jumped on my show telling me when I was reviewing other shows.
Oh, see, okay, I see what you're not doing. All right,
it's not you lot. There's no group there.
Man, it's weird.
It's
man.
all
like,
individuals.
It'd be next man and this one and I was with Natty and like, bro.
Hey,
I don't know what you lot
you pissed off a lot of people, so let's not play games, isn't it? You know, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day. I understand you got certain people jumping onto certain panels that don't like you.
Pissed off another people.
Well, whoever has pissed them off, innit? People don't like you, innit?
No, be honest. Say I murdered a lot of people.
There's no murder, bro.
I murdered them. They're not here.
It's all metaphoric. It's all metaphoric.
Are they here? They're not here no more.
No, they decided not to jump on. They decided not to jump on.
And why?
Well, there might be. Some of them might.
Why? Because they've been slayed.
But there's no evidence that they're all in the bushes.
And
right?
then they got in their feelings. And you know that's what it is. But you're not gonna feed off me. You know what I mean? I'm the fucking lion.
Nobody gives a fuck. Look, if your content is out there, bro, do you think I care? You think I care if you strike my channel? I don't give a fuck.
I don't strike channels, bro.
Nor do I. But at the same time, do you think I give a fuck,
bro? I snatch souls.
You know what I mean? I'll make another fucking channel. And I'll make my content there.
I send people like you to bed. You know what I mean? I do
stuff. Let's not get carried away. Let's not get carried away.
No, you just telling me. I pissed off a lot of people. No, I didn't piss off a lot of people.
No, a lot of people don't like you.
A lot of people.
Triller, stop coming over here, and saying all these things about what the ops are saying. We don't business. Just keep it over there.
When have I told you what to do? Hold on. Wait, hold on. When have I told you what to do?
sometimes unique. You gotta let them expose
When have
themselves.
I told
You're
you
just,
what
you're
to
just
do?
trying to cause trouble and it's unnecessary.
No. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the
He is
truth.
telling the truth. He is
Yeah.
telling the truth, but you have to see
Yeah.
the truth in it. Like,
Yeah.
okay, this is what you're doing. Yeah, you're trying to feed off man
No, it's not
with
feeding
the
off
other
you.
with
Yeah.
the other dead bodies. Hold
Dude,
on, it's
you're
cool,
not
man.
perfect. You're not perfect, yeah. I mean, end of the day, people are jumping onto the panel and they're
Compared to
talking their
you,
madness. They're talking their madness, yeah. I'm like, all right, then
yeah,
I'm
but compared to
exposing their
you,
madness.
you're exposing yourself. That's
Yeah,
all you're doing.
I'm not saying anything like,
And
oh,
those people.
Maku's got anything to do with it. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is this madman has jumped onto your panel talking shit. I'm exposing that shit that he's talking. That's it.
Bruv, I will crush every single one of you. You know this.
Oh my
Like,
lord, bro.
this is why
No,
they're in the book.
I like your
This is
optimism.
why
I can't
it's
say.
not optimism. It's fact. Proven facts.
I like your
Yeah.
optimism. Yeah.
That what I do, man. I do my job very well. Yeah, and my other brothers, they do the job very well. So there's a lot of disgruntled people. I don't care. I
Yeah.
told you, Marmite.
Bro,
I'm
we're
Marmite,
different.
man.
We're different people. You know
Whether
what I'm
you
saying?
like me or
We're
you don't
different.
like me,
Yeah.
but you ain't gonna play
But
me.
you know,
You're not smart enough.
no one's playing you
What
though.
you
Who's
doing?
playing you? Who's playing you?
No, you're playing yourself. You just don't
Right.
realize.
But so
Come on,
you're
man.
saying
Keep
exactly.
talking.
So I'm not playing you, right? I can't play
Keep
you, right?
talking.
So don't get it right, then, innit? Don't say I'm playing you.
I'm just saying, keep talking.
You know what
Expose
I mean?
yourself. Man.
Well,
Do
no
what
one's
you must.
exposing, bro. No one's exposing nothing. I'm
Yeah.
exposing the truth. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Not
Cool.
exposing your
Anyway,
fallacy.
Empress Janet taught you your rights.
No.
Cool,
She told me that I have, you know what I mean, like freedom of use,
Mm.
freedom of
Hey, Triller.
fucking, you know,
Hey,
to
Triller.
review shit, whatever.
Triller.
Yeah.
Can man have Sunday off?
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Love. Appreciate that, bro.
Cool,
Appreciate it. Thank you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just had my dinner. I'm calm. I'm good.
Have to let these men snitch on themselves, man. They touch a wall of shit, bro. You know what I mean?
I hear all that snipes, but
You know what it is. I hear. You have to get it correct though. He knows what it is. Fam. It's not even
Bro, I get what you're doing. Yeah, I understand what you're doing.
I'm telling you
right?
I'm telling you
And
what
I
it
don't
is.
need to tell you what you're doing. And for everybody else, I don't need to
Not
tell
even
them
that.
either. But I
I'm
know what
telling
you're
you.
doing. You know
I'm
what I mean?
telling you what it is.
And it's not in
There's a lot of
malicious. It's
people
not in
in the
malicious.
fucking graveyard.
You're giving
Yeah.
people fair
Crawling
opportunity
around. Yeah.
to say their bit. Yeah, and I get that. And you're letting them say their bit
on
for
in
other
the crypt.
people to jump on the panel to say their bit. That's fine. I've got no problem with that. If anything, I condone it. I agree with it.
What?
Yeah, I applaud it. You know what I mean?
What are you
So
doing, man?
yeah, the
You
more
don't even
people
make nothing.
I know exactly what I'm talking
You're
about.
rubbish, man.
Okay.
Yeah? You ain't
You're
me.
just old, bro. Just chill.
Yeah,
You know what
I hear you, but you ain't me. That's what it is.
Of
And I've
course I'm
told
not
you this
you.
already.
But
You
you're
can
not
never
you're
be a
not
black man.
you're not end all
You will
be
never
all,
be a
mate.
fisherman.
You're not end all be all. You
You hear
understand?
me? You will never
Yeah,
be a fisherman.
you're old school. Yeah.
That doesn't even
Compared
make
to
sense.
you, I'm new school. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there has to be a
What is
school.
your point?
Well,
There
Trilla,
has to be a school for
wait,
anyone to
Maku.
Oh my
graduate.
god, do you really want me to go there? What is my
No,
point?
no, but
Are you
Trilla,
serious? Yeah?
every day for 7 days a week, yeah, you're on this energy every
Okay,
day.
so whose asses do you kiss,
Body.
generally speaking, ladies?
Oh, come on, man.
Do you
Just
kiss
relax.
my ass or do
One
you
cup
kiss
of
Maku's and
tea.
Jedi's asses? Yeah, just tell me.
So what do you want us to do? You want
Because
us
I'm
to
pretty
kiss
sure
your ass?
no,
You want to
not
take
at
the man
all.
off
No,
the
not
throne
at all,
and you
not
want
at
us
all,
to
not at
kiss
all.
your ass?
I'm just
Well,
going
boy? What is it?
what you're doing over the
I don't
few months.
understand with these ops. What are you
Right?
doing over
Right.
here,
Okay,
man?
cool. So when it comes down to it, right?
Can't bargain
I'm
with
just
the
telling you the
devil.
truth. You don't like it, it's not my problem. Like hey, you don't like hearing the truth, it's not my fucking problem.
No, it's not even that.
You want an echo chamber? Fine.
But we're not echo chamber. I'm just asking you questions and putting you right what you're saying. You're saying, oh, there's a lot of people are pissed off. It's
Yeah.
not pissed off. I'm just clarifying. It's murder. Yeah. Murder was the case.
Whatever you
I
want to call
slayed
it.
them.
It's kind of immature. It's immature
It's not
behavior. It's immature
immature,
rhetoric.
man.
It is
Let's be
immature
real, man.
rhetoric. Oh, I murdered them. I killed them. It's
I did.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
Intellectually,
You haven't. No, you haven't.
lambasted them.
They
Whatever
just
you want
don't.
to say,
They
bro.
choose.
What I
They're
don't
grown ass
understand
people that
is
choose not to
why
tolerate
is
them.
Triller being a messenger?
I
Why
don't
are
know.
you
And he don't want to. He
you
don't want
don't
to.
like these mans?
He
Why
don't
are
want to
you
take back the
here?
message.
Why
He
are
don't want
you
to take
and
back the
others
message.
here?
So I'm saying, yeah, I hear you, and I hear what the bodies are saying. Yeah, in the morgue, because I don't speak to dead people. You speak to dead people. Yeah,
You're a funny
so
guy,
I
but they're not
understand
dead.
that.
They're not dead,
I
right? It's
understand that to
metaphoric.
6
It's
extent.
metaphoric.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. So what I'm saying is, metaphorically and spiritually and entertaining wise, they're fucking dead. Yeah.
Okay, again, not the
But the
case at
one
all.
true constant
Yeah.
that is gonna be Sniper. I'm
What?
gonna be here all the
No,
time.
look,
All the
yeah,
time we
you
got
might
chatting,
be here, right?
rising
But
and falling. 1 second,
right,
because
right.
I've seen better than you do
Uh-huh.
what you think you're doing. Yeah.
What am I
But
doing?
because they don't have no content, you're
What am I
not gonna
doing?
just
What am I
pimp off
doing?
the
What
man
am I
them.
doing?
Hold
What
on
am
1
I
second.
doing? Wait,
You're
hold
gonna
on.
pimp ideas because, as I said, melanin is a wonderful drug.
Are you threatened
It's
by
not
me?
alcohol.
Are you
It's not
threatened by me?
alcohol, bro.
Are you threatened by me?
You're
No.
threatened by him and
No,
Jedi.
not at all.
Yeah,
Not at
get
all.
it
Not
right.
at all. Not at all. You're completely deceived,
Come on,
right?
you're
And
Asian.
confused.
You're
But I'm
bound to be
asking a
threatened by
question. Are
melanin.
you threatened
That
by
is
me? Because
standard.
I know the answer should be
Yeah.
no. It should be no. But
Well,
are you threatened by me?
you know.
Right?
You
Right.
know what it
So
is.
then what you
No
got to
one's
worry
scared
about
of you.
then? What you
What
got
do you
to
mean
worry
worry
about
about?
then? Exactly.
I'm saying, listen, where I'm from, puzzle stealing. Like it's like a man having the same trainers as you. Yeah, I just went out and bought these boom pair of Air Max and whatever. I'm walking around the ends, and then I see this sneaky Asian boy with a Parker jacket with the same trainers as me, with the laces tied super tight. Yeah, making him look funked up. What am I doing? He's walking home in his socks. Facts, and I'm putting them shits in the bin. Because you ain't doing that, bro. That's
No,
how we
you
used to
you
roll
can
when
never
we was
do
young.
that. You would get
So
moved
what I'm
to.
saying
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
not gonna steal my
Yeah.
personality, my
Yeah.
persona,
Yeah.
my black manness.
Uh-huh.
You know, you
Yeah,
can't even.
never gonna happen. So you're
It's like a dip.
justifying
It's
you're
like a
hold on,
dip in
hold
the
on, hold
pool.
on. So you're justifying criminality right now.
You lot are like my broken nails.
Uh-huh.
Every couple of months, I got
And
to cut these
everybody else who
motherfuckers.
remains to be silent is also
I got to
justifying
cut
some
these
sort of
nails.
criminality.
I got to cut these nails, and these nails form off, and they form into channels and trolls and people of
So
fans
is
who
everybody
enjoy
here
this channel.
so are you
Mhm.
being literal right now in terms of basically you know what I mean, robbing somebody, yeah, for their
What?
shoes, yeah?
What is this man
No,
on?
I gave you an example.
Yeah, literally,
I don't
and
even know,
everybody else is
no.
condoning robbing somebody for their shoes. It
Whether
sounds
they
petty
condone
to
it or
me. So
not.
but you know what? For you to do that, and then you're gonna throw their shoes in the bin,
You did
whatever, yeah,
give me jokes.
because they don't fit you. They don't fit you, yeah. But if they did fit you, you'd take them home, yeah.
I'm
But like,
saying
what
what it
going
is.
with you, bro? You sound like a broke ass guy, bro. What going with you, bro?
I'm
Are
saying
you
East
that
is East,
hungry, bro?
isn't it?
What going? Like, it's just
Yeah,
mad.
you should
Man,
have been
shut the
concentrating
fuck
more
You
on
just
up, man.
like
on the young Asian
have you
and the
not
young Asian thriller
grown?
with the Parker jacket.
Yeah.
Because you know that was your life originally. You was broke ass looking.
Never
Yeah.
robbed
Hold
people for
on.
their fucking
And then
clothes
they got their
ever.
nice trainers because you saw Sniper with the nice trainers.
Never
Yeah, I
robbed
mean that
anybody
guy
for their
you rate.
clothes.
No,
No.
hold on, that guy you
Yeah.
rate in school. Yeah, but your parents can afford to buy the same trainers as my man. But unfortunately, you didn't tell your parents you're a neek. It doesn't work that way. Yeah,
You're going with
your
assumptions
trainers
again.
are
Yeah.
now in the bin.
So
You go wear
speculation and
catalog
assumptions
trainers like
again.
the rest
Okay,
of us.
great. But we
Yeah,
know nothing about you apart from
bro,
the
you
fact
lot
that
are soft.
you went to
You
a
lot are
rich
soft.
school. You went to a rich school. So
Not rich.
you know what they say about that thing, innit? Yeah. What's that lyric again? There ain't no such thing as a halfway crook. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Carry on.
I never went to no rich school.
Mm.
If you came to my school, you
No,
could
no, no. You
probably.
described the school that you went to. You went to a rich school. Yeah.
No, my school was not a rich school. I'm
Yeah.
saying my
Okay.
school was round the corner from my house, and I lived in Tottenham and White Hart Lane. Come on, bro.
Uh-huh.
What are we talking about?
And you described you being
I
well
had
off.
the fifth years
in a sense,
and the
yeah.
sixth formers were
Accent
involved in the
economy.
Broadwater Farm
Yes,
riot.
sis. What are you saying?
1 second. Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
bored of Triller.
I've listened to you
I don't
before.
get
I've
what
listened to
you're
you
talking
before.
about.
All right. So then why are you talking
I've listened to you before,
saying I went
so
to
yeah.
a posh school and I didn't?
Yeah, well, you did.
And if you
Apparently.
went to my school, you probably like could get robbed, murdered, stabbed, killed,
Mm.
and all of that type of
So
fuckery. I
why
don't
not
know.
you? Because you said you were the only one of the few black people there.
No, in my school, no, hell no.
No. Okay.
What do you mean one of the only black people? Are you dumb? Like, what are we talking about? You're getting it wrong.
That's what you
If
said.
anyone, if no, that's in jail. I think that you're mistaking me
What do you
before when I
mean
went
jail,
to
man?
jail.
No,
When
no,
I
this
went
is
to
the middle
jail,
school.
I went to a jail where I was one of the minority. Yes.
Triller, what are you trying to
Not
accomplish here,
in
bro?
life.
For real.
Nothing. I'm just
Yeah.
making
You're just
conversation.
making up
I'm just
shit
going with the
stories.
flow, man. No
No,
point. no point in particular. Yeah, no agenda. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
your
sure,
agenda
bro?
is to learn how to stream and how to be charismatic and smooth like Sniper, but it's not gonna
Dude, you
work.
got
You
all
can't
your
rap.
street.
You can't do anything.
You got all your viewers from Jedi's. What are you talking about?
What?
You got all your
Have
what you
you
call
seen
it,
my page?
panelists from
Come on,
Jedi's.
bro.
Yeah,
Bro, this
come
is
on.
like
Let's
my
be
first
real. Let's
page.
be real. Let's be
This is
real.
my first page in
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
half a year.
I was here from when you like started kicked off again and again and again. Yeah.
Yeah, don't
So
worry about it.
I've seen you develop your thing, right? So when it come down to it, like yeah,
Are you
you know
alright,
what I mean.
bro?
Everybody that's
He's
coming
not
on
alright,
to
it's
yours on the weekends, right, is from Jedi's on the weekdays, right? All the
Yeah,
panelists are from Jedi's, generally speaking.
you sure?
So yes, I am 100%.
Are you sure?
Yes.
And you don't know if Jedi was
Because
a
I've seen the numbers when you started. I've seen the numbers
Why are you
grow.
what's numbers
studying
got to
man
do?
so much and
Again, no,
what
hold
you're
on.
doing?
This is simple
You
stuff.
sound
I'm
fucking
able
jealous.
to look
My
at
For
numbers
your
has always been the
sake.
things.
same.
I'm able to look.
Always
And my
over
eyes are
1K.
20/20 vision. I can see.
Yeah, what's up?
Always
Study
What's
man.
up with
always
you,
over
Trilla? How you
1K.
doing,
Come
Trilla? How
on,
you
man.
doing, Trilla? How you doing, brother? Trilla?
Big up,
Good,
Born Rich.
brother.
Big up,
Man, I
Born
got a
Rich.
question. I got a question for you because I was thinking about this, Trilla.
Come on, bro.
How do you feel about us removing the police in these cities, right? So, because I was thinking like if we could build a Sikh police squad in the Sikh community in London, right? And then you could have your own community police, maybe for the Pakistani community, right? And we run this London police system out of our communities. Do you think that's plausible?
I think that is going to take a long time before that becomes realistic. And I can give you various reasons why.
Yeah,
Because
go
end of the
ahead.
day, there is going to be, right, some sort of community or cultural or even religious prejudice, you know what I mean, as to how certain people conduct themselves, you know? So,
It's a little prejudice now, though, right? Can we agree that
yes,
there's
I
not
can agree that there is prejudice now, right? But at the same time, right, I'm for community policing, but also keeping, right, you know what I mean, like a higher policing in that regard, meaning, you know what I mean, the government authority in that regard. Because at the end of the day, the more deterrence we have, the better, you know what I mean, it is. Even though I think in the UK, the police are shit, right? Policing has deteriorated, if anything, over the years.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't think I know. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I don't know what it's like in America. I mean, you know, because again, I see so many shit stories in America, a lot of shit shows happening in America. So I can appreciate where you're coming from to an extent. But even in the UK, I mean, policing has just dropped ever since I think the Labour Party lost power and the Conservatives took over. I mean, the policing has just fucking deteriorated over time.
When you say policing is deteriorated, give examples. What exactly do you mean? What
Yeah,
exactly?
I mean, before when the Labour Party were here, right, policing was more like there were more of a deterrent. There were more police around, right, to deter crime. Whereas now they're more of a response unit. So when the crime happens, they respond to the crime basically after it already, I mean, went down.
Yeah, but
So
there was also a lot of police that were stitching people up back in the day, bro. So
yeah, that was back in the day. So yeah.
no, because when you
What
say
would
before,
Trilla know about that?
when you say before Labour was 97, so we're talking 90s, early 90s, late 80s. That's the kind of time we're
No,
talking.
I think they were still in power. You know, look, they invaded the Labour Party were in power during the Iraq invasion, right? So that's 2001, right?
Labour came to power in 97 with Tony Blair.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So Tony Blair went to Iraq. Yeah.
What?
What?
Bro, stay on topic. You just said before Labour, the policing was better. I just gave you the time when
I
Labour
know.
came
I'm
into
saying
power.
with
So why are you
Labour.
telling me about
I'm saying
Iraq?
before the Conservatives. Yeah, it was better with Labour. Do you understand? Right. So when what you call it, the Labour Party took lost power, which was basically after the Iraq invasion and everything else. A lot of people disagreed with that, right? And you know what I mean. You know what I mean. The Conservatives took power. You know, soon after. So end of the day, I saw policing, generally speaking, in especially in outer London communities, right, deteriorate. No, whereas in a London city, it was okay, you know, to an extent. So they pushed the crime out, and it's always been happening for a long time. They push the crime outwards, right? So that inner city has less crime, even though there is still crime happening there. right? But the majority of the drugs and everything else they would ignore happening in the outer cities. Let's say zone 4, 5, and 6, and zone 1, 2, and 3 were okay. You know what I mean? There were more policing there.
I'm still failing to understand how it's deteriorated. I'm still waiting for you to explain to me.
Yeah, because now police are a response unit. They're not a fucking deterrent anymore, dude. You hardly see any police walking the beat. Maybe in certain areas,
Yeah,
but yeah.
When you say that they've got worse, what were they better at?
There were more police around. Yeah, the response time.
But bro, numbers means nothing. What were they better at?
Responding.
That's stupid, man.
I tried, y'all. I tried.
Yeah, I did. Me too. Me too, Celine. I tried to change the conversation, man. I did.
The guy's a numpty, bro. Never experienced any of what you're talking about.
There we go. So you can't break down the argument. Instead, you go for basically just baseless fucking insults.
It's not about breaking down the argument, Trevor. We're asking you simple questions and you can't answer.
I have answered it. I told you the response was better. The response time was better.
All right. Wait. So
what the fuck is wrong with you lot?
So you're saying out of everything that they're supposed to be good at or bad at or whatever, the only thing you could find that you thought worthy of bringing up was the response time, not actually dealing with a crime,
right?
Like or actually solving a crime or actually stopping a crime in progress. Just their response time,
or deterring.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So you're basically telling me the time for them turning up on the scene of a crime was better back in the day. Is that what you're telling me?
Right. And hold on. And deterring the crime from happening, because again, if the police are going to respond to a crime quickly, that's a deterrent. If there are more police, right, doing fucking rounds and everything else, right, more likely, people are going to be deterred from committing a crime because they know that police are always about. Do you understand? It's not about being a pussy, dude. You're the biggest pussy.
Man.
No,
yeah?
You're the pussy, dude. Yeah.
Hold on.
Aren't you advocating for drug dealing?
Killed by
hold on. By the music that you play, by some of the music that you play on your stream, are you advocating for drug dealing?
Where?
On your stream.
Some of the music you play on your screen. What kind of question is
that? Hold on. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. I mean, I'm sure you understand. I'm sure you understand English, right? So, are you advocating, right, through the music that you're playing? Hold on. Through the music that you're playing on your stream, are you advocating for drug dealing?
No, it doesn't say that.
I'm asking you a question.
Doesn't even suggest that. There's no suggestion of that.
Okay.
Bro,
I will beg to differ. If this conversation escalates, sure, I might bring it up at some point.
I'm gonna teach you, that you are a fool,
do that,
and you ain't gonna learn nothing from man. And like, bros, you killing my stream, you're killing my stream. Look at all the panelists have gone because of
two ladies are gone. Who else are gone? Who else left?
They just don't like
Jedi
you,
left. Jedi is always hanging about anyway.
No one don't like you.
It don't matter.
The statements you make,
don't matter.
you guys.
Do you think I like you?
From 1 minute it's Khan. Next minute it's you.
Yeah, there's mutual respect, and then there's the other kind of respect, isn't it? Yeah. What do you think I have for you? I got mutual respect for you. When it comes to the two ladies that were on the stream, it wasn't long ago, right? You were basically saying, right, that you love to have Triller, right, on your panel, especially when the ladies are around, because he's really soft spoken, right? He's not.
Am I a lady?
Hold on, especially when the ladies are around, right? Because hold on, you're basically promoting a ladies' hour on your channel, right? So you don't mind me having me around when the ladies are around, compared to other guys here, right? Because you know what I mean. Generally speaking, I'm okay.
Well, not compared to other guys if they're around, because if it's ladies' hour, real men. Like listen
ladies talk, bro.
Let the ladies do
right.
their thing,
which is what I do. So those two ladies, right? Those two ladies was who was here? Unique Diamond.
One of the ladies.
Unique Diamond and Axum, right? who choose to remain silent throughout the majority of the conversation anyway. Unique Diamond made a point. I basically, I basically, you know what I mean? Like, contradicted it. No, I addressed her point. She didn't like it. That was it. Done. They don't like being called begs, isn't it? Yeah. On you know what I mean, basically, isn't it? Yeah. So
you're barking up the wrong tree. You're gonna end up like James Jones.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Disappearing for 6
I don't know what happened to James Jones.
Hey, chill out. Do me a quick favor. Yeah? Hey, chill out.
He's a lot smarter than me, by the way.
Chill out.
Yeah,
Hey, do me a quick favor.
Exactly, and he's
just browse through the comments, bruv, yeah, and see what sort of reception that you're getting, yeah, and what sort of reception people are used to getting from you, bro. And look at the landsliding comments in the majority, yeah, as opposed to anything.
So are we talking about the rest of the begs
Bro,
that were in the comment section?
Bro, so what? Every fucking person in the comments are beg. You know what you're trying to say?
As far as I can see, yeah, sure.
Bro, do you know what's gonna start happening, Trilla? I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna start getting banned, boy, yeah, for like a day or two at a time. Bro.
Do you think I fucking care?
This is.
Do you think I care? I still might try my luck. Jumping on.
That's great. That's great. But bro, this is just so outdated now.
So fucking what? So fucking what?
Outdated and boring.
So fucking what?
Man, you can't be, man.
You actually think I care?
It's just long, bro. It's long. Like
Here's another beg. Here's another beg. Here we go. Another beg jumped on and jumped off.
Yeah, well, what's your purpose? I mean, other than
I'm just having a conversation.
Other than being a Hindu demon, what is your purpose?
So you got that wrong, because again, you've already proclaimed 3 days ago, that you're a good liar.
A drunken demon, bro.
Yeah, but you're a liar.
A drunken demon.
But you said you're a liar. Yeah, but you're a liar.
How am I a liar? Go on.
You said you were a liar.
Coming from a demon.
No, coming from you. So if you're calling yourself a demon, sure, but you called yourself a liar.
You a demon,
right? No, but you called yourself a liar.
Have a demon spirit.
You said that you were a liar and you were a good one at that.
No, think about
do you remember? Do you remember saying that on Jedi channel?
Think about what you're doing. You're talking all this shit about people, but you're on their stream and you're
on. No, it's not shit. It's the truth, mate. It's the truth. It's the truth.
That's like me saying. That's like me saying that I don't like orange juice, bro. But you see nothing but orange juice in my fridge, bro. It don't make sense. Doesn't make sense, fam. Yeah. So you either got something seriously wrong with you, or you're just a weird youth, fam. Like one of the two, but can't keep jumping on someone's panel, chatting shit, boy, consistently and acting like you don't.
You'd be surprised, what I'm allowed to get away with,
Bruv, It's not about getting away with nothing. If that's what you do, if that's what you do, you're weird. You're just weird.
Well, I'm telling the truth, All right, but people, can decide whether to throw me off or keep me on. It's up to them. You're afraid of the truth, It's not my problem. I only speak the truth. Only speak the truth. All right. I don't talk shit like other people. Okay, carry on.
Chill out. Go and link one of these millions of gal you say you have. It's Sunday, bruv. Go and relax, bruv.
It's not millions, and no gal today. They're busy.
Chill off, man.
Yeah.
You get me?
I need to broaden my horizons.
It's Sunday. You're on
with their real family, with their real boyfriend.
At the end of the week, bruv. Allow it, man.
No, I was just curious as to what was going down here, man. Because, like I said, very few streamers that I know, right, that are live right now. So I just thought, see what's going on.
You ain't even got no streaming skills. Don't lie. You come here to investigate, to learn how to stream. What are you doing, man? We know what you're doing. You're just pretending.
What was the point of putting me along with you? What was the point of putting me in the backstage?
You're just boring me now. You get what I'm saying? Like, you have got nothing really to say. And this is why your channel will not last.
Look, I'll give you one thing, Like, I've developed a thicker skin, right? Being around you lot. I'll give you that. Definitely. You know what I mean? But you know what? It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so big up to you lot. Big up to you lot for that. Because again, but this is what it's like. I had to do that, right? Being around you lot, I had to either develop a thicker skin or fucking just, you know what I mean? Be sensitive to everything that you guys fucking throw at me. So, the first option was better. I mean, it happened, didn't it? Now it's got to a point where I just don't give a shit. You can say what you want. I don't care, bro. I got my own. I got my own topics. I got my own problems. I got my own fucking ways of doing things. You get me? You got your way of doing things. But I have shown utmost amount of respect to a lot of people. You know what I mean? And people can appreciate that. And if they don't, that's fucking up to them. You get me?
That's dead, man.
Yeah,
you've been the most disrespectful on the panels.
Oh,
and now you're saying you're what? Please, man.
But you still have me here. You still have me on.
Something wrong with you.
Coming from a guy who's on medication. Okay.
Bruv, you're on medication.
No,
Yeah.
you're on medication. I'm not on any.
Your pharmacy's the
Yeah.
off license.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
You're the one that's
Okay.
gonna marry the off license's daughter.
Right.
That's you, bro.
I mean, is that your ex-wife that you're
only
talking
married
about?
yours.
Are you talking about your ex-wife? Because I'm
What
pretty sure.
ex-wife?
I'm pretty
You're the
sure I
one with
dealt.
the
I'm
ex-wife on
pretty
the
sure. I'm pretty sure I dealt
Bruv,
with your ex.
look out
I'm
your
pretty
window. Look
sure.
out it's raining.
Yeah, I'm
That's
pretty
how your
sure.
marriage
I'm
trickled
pretty
out your
sure.
hands.
I'm pretty
Like
sure.
rain.
I'm pretty sure I dealt with your ex already. So yeah.
Mad. You know what I'm saying, Triller? You
fucking
got no
weirdo.
girl, no wife, no nothing, just a
She talked about this guy called Gurdeep on
Baby treatment.
medication.
Bro,
He's
your
disabled
ex-wife's cuddled
and
up
this
on the
and that.
couch
And
with
I was
some other
like, listen,
people,
listen,
Five in a small
listen,
room.
honey, don't worry, man. I'll
A
give you.
fucking Jubilee
I'll
weekend.
give
And
you.
a
I'll
single
give you
bed.
the good dick. You get me? Yeah. There's something that Gurdeep couldn't do. She told me about some guy with a little dick called Gurdeep. You get me, right? And it might have been you. I don't know. You get me?
Hey,
It
Triller.
sounded like
Hey,
you.
Triller.
Yeah.
Hey, Triller. Hey, Triller. Do you
Bro,
actually,
what are you
hey,
reading
Triller,
out of your
do you
dad's
actually know
diary?
Gurdeep's wife, Triller?
I like I just told you, but it
No,
might
you
be
don't.
him.
You don't.
It
You
might
don't.
be
Yeah.
him.
So
It
why
might
do
be
you
him.
keep?
Yeah.
So why do you keep talking about people? I've kind of clocked this thing about you. You've got this kind of like thing
Right.
about people's women, bro.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
you love talking about people's wives
Yeah.
or girlfriends
Yeah.
or of like
Yeah.
like why?
So
Is
why not?
it some PTSD to do with your woman, like or your
No,
ex-wife?
He's emotionally
No,
obstructed.
I'm being serious. I'm being serious, Triller. I'm not even trying to brush you. I'm asking you a question.
All right. The answer to your question is a diss is a diss. All right.
Yeah. So all right, cool. So if this is a diss, when people are talking about certain deaf people, why are you getting upset?
I'm not getting upset. I'm because again, you're talking about deaf people across the board. Hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. No. Hear me
No, we
out.
can't hear you out, bro. It's genetic.
Get it?
Right. Again. This is going against deaf people across the board. When you're talking about
Say
someone,
it again. Say it again.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
right? But
I'm not hearing what you're saying.
you're handicapped. You're disabled.
Bro, my ears work. My ears
No,
work.
your ears work, but the rest of your body doesn't. The rest of your body doesn't. Yeah. All right. You fell off your motorcycle.
I'm
You're
a musician,
handicapped.
bro. I just need my ears.
No, you're
Triller.
not a musician. You're disabled.
I'm a musician, Triller.
Okay, so you got your own channel. How many views?
Stop hating on my ears.
How many views are you getting on your channel through your music?
Bro, I got a family to raise, not fucking YouTube.
Okay, how are you raising your family on benefits?
What are you doing, man?
Hold on, we're talking the truth here. We're talking the truth, isn't it? How are you raising your family on benefits? How are you raising your family
How I
on
raise
benefits?
my family is none of your business, Triller.
No, it is our business because
we're not
we know you're on benefits, right? No, this ain't old news.
I am on benefits. I don't mind, bro.
Right. So how are you raising your family on benefits?
Well, you wouldn't know nothing
Hold
about
on,
it.
chill out, bro. Chill out, bro.
Have you got a family?
Bro,
Have you
chill
got
out,
a
bro.
family?
Allow
Have
ganging
you
up.
got a family
Just
to
wait.
raise?
Just
You
wait.
ain't even got a family and you're asking a man about a family.
Just wait until
how
the
to
rest of
raise a family.
your
Get a
minions
family
jump
first.
on, yeah, and then
Get
basically
a
all
family.
come at me because it's
No,
not
no,
a fair
no,
fight.
get a family.
You know, me against
fighting.
3 or 4. It's
Triller
not
against
fair.
the world. The
I'm not
whole
fighting.
world is
I'm just gonna
against
beat
you.
you up, man. I told you, I'm just gonna beat you up, man. You know how I stay. I'm an evil guy, man.
Dickhead.
Hey, have your fun throwing me in the back chat. Anyway, how are you going to raise your family on benefits?
Bruv, do you even have children, Triller?
Look, why are you getting involved? I'm asking the guy questions.
Because you love talking about
Bruv,
family.
quite proudly.
How are you raising your family on benefits? So that means your kids
How
are
are you living
basically
off your mum
relying
and dad
on
at 40,
government
bruv?
fucking money.
How are you living off
Can
your mum and dad at 40
proudly.
years
Yeah?
old?
Not
Very
living off them
proudly.
at all. I've got my own money, got my own businesses.
Talking about
Anyway,
people's
carry on.
fucking family, blood.
I've got my own businesses.
Relax
Carry
yourself.
on.
You ain't got no
Yeah.
business, brother. You
Yeah,
chat
okay.
shit all day on
I
live.
live good, Triller. I live good.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
You spend
Yeah.
your fucking inheritance, boy,
Can you prove that?
or your
Can you
drip
prove
fed
that?
allowance, brother.
Can you
Your
prove
fucking
that?
old man gives you,
Can you
bruv.
prove that?
And you waste on alcohol.
All
Bruv,
you're
Triller,
doing
listen.
is
Triller,
speculating.
listen.
Right.
Me and you both know that's true. So you can,
No,
so
it's
you can
not
say
true.
what the fuck you want,
No,
bruv,
it's
yeah?
not true at
Yeah,
all.
you're a chronic alcoholic at 38, blood. You're
A
not in a
chronic
position.
alcoholic.
You're not in a position
Because
to
I've
tell
been
anyone
drinking.
about
Hold
their
on,
life.
because I've been
You're
drinking
not
for
in
a
a
year.
position to tell
Because I've been
anybody
drinking
about
for
their
a
life.
year.
Bruv, you've been
How
saying that for 2 years. I've known you for 2 years.
How long have all of you lot been smoking weed?
You love bringing up these
Right.
dead
So
comparisons.
you're a
These dead
chronic. You're all
comparisons, blood.
chronic, yeah. Fucking weed smokers.
I don't smoke weed. I
No,
stopped
not
smoking
you.
weed when I was like 22.
Not you. I'm not talking about you, Khan. I'm talking
That's
about the rest of
awfully
these
camp,
guys.
Khan.
Right?
That's awfully camp.
Thank you for bringing it up, Khan. It's all good. I know that you didn't.
Yeah,
Anyway,
don't
Khan.
put
I'll
me.
forgive
Hey, don't
everybody
put me
else.
in that shit, Trilla.
Hey, Trilla, watch this.
Born,
Hey,
you can
Trilla,
add
watch this.
Nah,
yourself
don't
to
put
that.
me in that shit,
I
Trilla.
mean, you can add yourself to
Trilla,
that. I
shut
don't
up
know
and
how
watch,
long
man.
you've been
Trilla, shut
smoking
up
weed.
and watch. Watch this. I'm going to show you something right now.
Go on.
Name me the people, yeah, that drink regularly and come on this platform, or Jeddas.
What do you mean? I've only been drinking for
Name
about a
me the
year.
people, bruv, that regularly drink and jump on.
I've only been drinking chronically
All right,
for a
cool.
Nobody
year.
asked you how long
I'll
you've been
name them for you.
drinking. Answer the
There's
question.
two, bro. There's 2 or 3, bruv. You, Asgeti, and Shine, fam. Yeah, that's 3
Now,
people.
don't forget
That's
facts.
the three
Yes, no.
amigos.
But
Okay. So
facts
Shine,
over jab.
hold on.
Point I'm
Shine's
making,
only jumped on a few
point I'm
times.
making, bruv.
Shine's only
Making,
jumped on a few
shut
times.
up, and I ain't finished. Shut up, bruv. I ain't
No.
finished. The point I'm
The
making,
way
bruv,
you
yeah,
would
the
say
point
that
I'm
is,
making
yeah.
is that all the people that smoke, fam, have you noticed? They don't
Hold
do this
on.
madness that you lot do, fam. It's the alcoholics that act a fucking fool, fam.
So what's your excuse? What's your excuse for acting like a dickhead?
Oh, shut up, man. Just shut the fuck up, bro. You're dead.
What's your
Bruv,
excuse?
everybody's
So you're a
sensible,
natural
fella.
dickhead. You're a natural born
Everyone's
dickhead,
sensible
basically.
but you.
You're a natural born dickhead, yeah.
Shut up.
So
You're
are you
young and
blaming
you
it on
can't
the?
behave.
Are you blaming that on your
But
genetics?
Trilla, there's a
Is
difference
that your
between
parents' fault
having
for
the choice
raising
of
you to
being a
be a
You're
dickhead
dickhead?
just
and
a
being
weird
an
grown man,
Is
bro.
that what you're
alcohol-induced
doing?
You're
You're
just a
blaming your
weird grown
parents for
man.
you being an
Not living
asshole.
a life, bro.
Yeah.
You're a
Is it
weird
because of
grown
your
man.
upbringing?
And it's no wonder you're
anyone
single
can
and
be
your
an
mum's your
asshole if they
I'm
want
not.
to be.
I
yeah.
choose to be single. It's a difference, yeah.
You don't choose
All right.
nothing. Your
You
wife
choose
left
to
you,
be.
pussy.
You
You
choose
don't
to be
choose
tied
nothing.
down. You
Don't
choose to
choose
be tied
nothing, bro.
down. I choose to
Don't
be
choose
single.
nothing. You don't even
Yeah.
choose the temperature in your mum's yard. Shut up. You choose nothing. You don't choose fuck all, blood.
You know, we
Yeah.
got
The
heaters,
only
yeah,
thing
where
you
we
choose, the
adjust the
only thing you
temperature.
choose, bruv, the only
Yeah.
thing you choose is what fucking £10
We got
brand of
yeah.
alcohol
You
you
know,
can fucking buy for
you can
yourself.
adjust
That's
the
all you choose,
temperature,
bruv.
yeah. You can
You don't
adjust
choose
the
nothing else.
temperature in your own room,
About I
yeah.
choose.
If you
About
don't
I
know
choose. You ain't got
about
no
that, if you
fucking
don't know
options
about
or
modern
choices.
day
You
heaters,
don't
yeah.
have options or
All
choices.
right.
Hence why you're in the position
All
you're
right.
in, bruv. We
It's
know
like
this.
central
You know
heating,
this.
yeah.
We
Okay.
know this and you know this, bruv. You're
We
not
can
lying to
hear
anyone
you
other than yourself.
shivering. You're shivering
Yeah?
away, bro.
Bruv, it's
Close your
boring,
window.
cuz. It's boring, cuz. Yeah,
Coming
Trilla,
from
we like to
somebody on
be Trilla,
benefits,
we
yeah.
like to be
Okay.
entertained
Yeah.
sometimes. It's a hee ha ha once or twice a week. But bruv, every
You
fucking day,
rely on the
like,
government,
bruv, give it a
Gertie.
rest, man.
You get me?
Give it a rest, cuz you're
Yeah.
better than that. You're better than that. Well,
Yeah,
you're
you're
not.
damn right.
You know what I'm trying to say, innit?
I'm better than most
You get me?
people. Yeah.
Whatever, bro. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
give it a rest, bro, innit?
But
Yeah?
I'm not as good. I'm not,
It's
yeah,
just
but there are a
too
lot of
much.
people that are
Too
better
much.
than me as well. So at the
Too
end of the
much,
day, it
bro.
is what it is.
Too much.
But not you lot. Like, you know what I mean? You lot got certain qualities about you, but you lot let yourselves down. Don't get it twisted. We all do. We all do. But it is what it is.
I think Trilla,
This is so neaky. It's so,
you're
you're
a
right. You're right. You're
person
right. You're right, Steve.
who's been brought up in a very rigid environment where you haven't had the freedom to make your own mistakes and develop as an individual.
Are you
And I
for
think
real?
that's the pros and cons of having that mollycoddled safety net.
Exactly.
That, it helps you in a way. But in a way, it does.
Mate,
swings and roundabouts.
right.
I'm not even arguing that, bruv.
Can't.
There's bare man that I like that I've grown like that, bruv. And they're nothing like this guy.
Let me
They're
address your
nothing like this
question.
guy.
Yeah,
Molly coddled like a little princess.
let me address you. Let me address you and just you. Yeah. All right.
You
Do
wanna
you know
address me?
anything? Right. Yeah. Address you. Yeah. Do you know anything about me personally?
Bruv,
Do
he
you know
just
me in person?
described you.
Hold on, mate. Hold on. Don't interrupt.
Yeah.
I just said I want to talk to Khan
He
for a
just
second.
described you.
Just let me
Mr.
talk to Khan for a minute.
Wrapped in
Yeah,
cotton wool,
without you
little
interrupting.
fucking princess.
Listen,
that goes
mate,
through
your
the
benefits
off-license.
are running out. Yeah, chill out, bro. Yeah,
Benefits are going up, buddy.
don't kill
Benefits are
all
going
your
up, buddy.
don't kill all
Benefits
your
are going
electric.
up.
Oh, good news
Alcohol's
for you.
gone
Yeah,
up.
good news for you. Okay.
Alcohol and
All right.
benefits are
So
going
you
up.
spend all your fucking benefits money on what? Weed.
Bruv, don't mock my disability.
Well, that's what you do. You buy weed,
Don't mock
right?
my disability.
So who you buying weed from? Because again, you're promoting weed, right? Online, right? You're promoting yourselves, billing spliffs, right? So you're spending your benefits on weed,
How much
right?
fucking people died of weed overdose this year or from weed related activities, Trilla?
When you're mixing tobacco.
And how much people died from alcohol, Trilla, on a normal year, on a quiet year?
Are you billing
How
idols?
much people
Are
died
you
from
billing?
alcohol-related
Hold on.
illnesses
Are you being again? You're talking to somebody. You're talking to somebody who's a fucking
because you're
expert
talking about
on
hundreds of
cannabis.
thousands
Yeah,
compared to probably not more than fucking. You're comparing hundreds of thousands, probably not more than 5.
Okay.
If that.
So in the UK,
think
right?
about what you're saying, cuz.
All right. Yeah, I
Think
do
about what
know.
you're saying
Right.
before you
Like I
speak.
told you, right? In the UK, I'm like a fucking expert because I've been
You're not an
smoking
expert
for over
at
20
nothing other
years.
than consuming alcohol, bro. You're an expert
Not
at
at all.
nothing.
Not at all.
At
I've only
nothing.
been
At
drinking for about a
nothing.
year. All right.
Like,
I've
if you was
known
an
you for
expert,
2
you wouldn't
years
even
and
be
you've been
fucking
drinking for
talking
2
right now.
years.
Big
You
up,
lying
family.
bastard.
I haven't been online for 2 years.
Stop
Triller,
being
you keep
stupid as
saying this,
fucking
right?
jackass.
You've only
That's
been
a
drinking for
complete
a year.
lie.
You've only been
Yeah,
online
just
for a
over a
year.
8
year.
years,
Yeah.
then it was 5 years, then it was 2 years.
Yeah,
Now it's a
man.
year.
Yeah.
Like, it's
No,
just
but
changing.
no,
It's
but
changing.
Celine, you're not even. It's the thing that he's only been coming online for a year. That's bullshit, Triller. Yeah, and you know it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Exactly.
look, let's
And you've
let's
been
put it down
coming
to months.
online drunk for
Hmm.
more than a year as well.
Yeah.
So the drinking and the coming online
Okay,
both
again,
falls in
You're
line
missing
with
it.
each other.
again,
You
all
was on
bullshit.
Years are
G-Block
missing.
Yeah,
doing it.
all
Does it not,
bullshit.
What
Triller?
year?
No? Does it not?
No, it doesn't equate. No, because I
Okay.
know when I
So
jumped online. I know when I jumped
when
online.
was
It was
that? When was
No,
that? Tell
you
me. Tell
don't.
me. When was
No,
that?
you don't.
No, you
You
don't.
don't know
He
what you've
doesn't
done.
because you were
Horrible.
pissed out of your head.
not at
You
all.
can't
No, I was
remember.
completely sober. I was completely
When
sober
did you
really?
download the
on
app?
many occasions.
Thriller, when did you download the app?
What do you mean, YouTube?
What the fuck do you think, Triller? The Argos
Yeah,
app. Of course
what do you mean
you
the
did.
app?
Don't be
YouTube is literally
stupid.
on your phone
Don't
every
be
time.
stupid.
Literally,
Yeah,
is
okay.
What
always
are
on
we
your
talking
phone.
about?
Triller,
You don't need
listen.
to download YouTube
When
and
did
go
you
on that.
start coming on to Illuminati your life?
True Illuminati. It was around. I
Yeah.
told you, fucking last year.
In
Yeah.
2021.
Hold on.
In 2021.
No way.
Yeah, last year
Bullshit,
around.
man.
Yeah, it was last year.
It wasn't.
Couldn't have been.
It
Couldn't have
wasn't,
been.
man.
100%. It was
Wasn't.
last year.
We had a
Go
pandemic,
check it
mate.
out. Hold on, go check it
And
out.
then G-Block disappeared. Remember?
Go check it out. The
Exactly,
first
Triller.
time,
You were back
the
and forward
first
from
time I
G-Block.
jumped on the G block, right? I remember speaking to Maku and Jedi, right? And
That wasn't
yeah, it
a
was
year
last year.
ago.
It
That
was
wasn't
last
a year
year.
ago. That
Yeah, it
wasn't
was.
a year ago. No, it wasn't.
How
See,
old are you? Do you
this is what
remember?
weed. This is what weed does to your brain cells. You
got
get me?
fucking
Weed fucks
crack.
you up. Yeah,
He's
no,
got
weed
crack
fucks you
and
up.
alcohol.
I mean, you're
Jesus,
obviously
that's
it must be.
Alcohol
It
kills
must
more
be
brain
because
cells
obviously
than
you're
than-
smoking crack, right, Maku?
You're
Right?
smoking
Obviously,
crack.
I told you plenty
Don't
of
even
times.
fall for it.
Yeah,
And your
people
mum
told
He
me
can't
you
hear
knows
it.
he
smoke crack.
fucked up by
So,
saying that he
you know
jumped
what I
on
mean?
in 2021. He's gonna try and cause a little man.
Dude, I jumped on last year. Go check
Stop
out the first
denying
stream.
your
You're
memory.
Hold on.
talking pony shit.
Hold on. Let's
You're
clarify this,
talking
yeah?
pony
Hold
shit.
on. Let's clarify this, yeah? Because Maku knows this, right? So the first time I jumped on, Maku, go check your email. Go check Raj's email, right? You said, yeah, he
Uh-oh.
only sent you 2 emails, yeah?
It was
Right? The
private.
first time,
Private poems again,
hold on. Chill out. The first time, right? He
You
sent you
hold
an
on.
email. The first time he sent you an email was the first time I jumped on Chilluminati.
No,
What
it's
is
not.
it
Alright?
about
No,
you
it's
and
not.
Raj
Go on, go check it
emails,
out.
4
Go check it
a.m.
out.
and
The first
poems?
time
Go check out the date.
hold on.
Go check the date. Go on.
Yeah, but he's asking for
What do you
a
mean? Yeah,
link.
but go check the date.
He's asking for a link to a show
Go check the date.
where you got
Go check the
show
date. No, he
on
went
my
and
show.
talked shit about me on the email. All right, because you knew nothing about me, right? So he went to go and fucking talk shit about me.
You know,
Yeah, to you
Why are you
because he fucking met you in
heartbroken over
person.
an email?
I don't
Why are you
even
so
know what
What in the
heartbroken?
email gate is going on around there,
All
bro?
right, so let's check the date. No, hold on. Let's clarify this. Why are
I'm
you
sending
so
man
scared to check
messages
the
and
date?
But you
Go
know
check
what,
the date.
Triller?
Yeah.
Even if you have been only online for a full
Only
year,
that.
right?
Okay, yeah.
All you've been talking about is Raj, these emails, poems
Yeah.
at 4 a.m.
Total bullshit.
That's all we've been listening.
Not at all. Not at all. That's what you guys bring up.
Raj has
No,
left you in
bro.
the past.
Yeah,
No,
that's
bro.
what you guys bring up. This is
Raj
a
broke
level.
you up,
This is
man.
a level of
sounding like
intellect that I've
James.
got to deal with,
sounding
right?
like
Talking to
James.
you guys, right? But see, like, this
Why
is
do you
why.
keep coming back then,
Wait,
bro?
hold on. This is why. Yeah, because you know
Oh,
what?
shut
I've
your
been
mouth,
so
Triller.
lenient, trying to teach
What
you
do
how
you
to
mean
be better
lenient?
people. You know?
Oh,
Triller.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Lenient.
you're not
Because the
even a
majority,
sickie.
because the majority, of you lot are just
But you
scumbags.
even say
Really.
you can't even practice sickie
I'm
properly.
pretty sure.
So
I'm
how are
pretty
you
sure.
teaching anyone?
I'm pretty. Hold
How are
on.
you
I
teaching
remember.
anyone
You're
shit?
such a
Hold on.
scumbag, Triller.
I
Living
remember.
in your
Yeah. I
mommy and
remember.
daddy's hotel
I
all your life.
remember. I remember the
You
first
don't live
time.
in the real world,
I
brother.
remember the first
You
time
do
M
not live in the
Zellini.
real world.
Hold on. I remember the first time
What do you
M
mean,
Zellini
hold
jumped
on?
online.
Living
Yeah.
out your mommy
All
and
right.
daddy's
So
pocket.
I
living out your mum and daddy's hotel.
I mean, you know, I'm living out of your mum's pocket. You know what I mean?
You know,
yeah, because I'm dressing like fucking 2-3 different people. But like end of the day, Mzing, I remember the first time you jumped online. Right? And I remember.
How do you know when the first time other people jumped online?
Exactly.
Because I listen to the streams, right?
Exactly.
I'm online.
How do we know
as well.
you listen? We don't
What
know.
the fuck is wrong with you, mate? I've been online. Are you fucking dumb?
Bro,
Are you dumb?
We got a question. You're listening.
Gertie, why are you online right now?
How long you been online?
Why are you online? Wasn't it because you told me, right, that I motivated you to come online? Because I jumped online, you felt like it built the confidence for you to jump online.
I swear
Isn't that true?
Since you're gonna be so bold, I thought if this mug can do it, so can I.
Right. So I motivated you to become
a round of
jump
applause
online.
for Triller.
Thank you very much. All right.
But Gurdeep, it was longer than a year ago, right?
Hold on, Dublin, chill out. No, it wasn't. Right, Dublin, right? Chill out. Right,
Triller,
Dublin,
you're
chill
an
out.
idiot, bro.
Yeah?
Don't try to hit the credit
Mzilini,
off
right?
the
I
back
remember
of
the
nothing.
first time you jumped
Stop
online and
patting
you spoke
yourself
to
on the back.
Jedi, right? And Jedi was asking you about where you are from, you know, who you knew, so on and so forth, right? And basically you kind of knew each other
Are
in
you a
terms of
fucking
like your
stalker?
locality.
Are you a stalker?
You know what I mean? Everything else.
Are you a stalker?
This is
How
online,
come you know
dickhead.
everybody's business, bruv? What's wrong with you?
this? Are you
notes.
sick?
He's taking
Are you
notes.
sick? This is YouTube.
He's only a
Even
year
Shine
on.
said, like,
Agent.
You're a bit
Full
of a
on
snitch.
What is wrong with this guy? Absolutely. This. You know what? You lot are just weird. This is
Got some
absolutely
sneaky
weird.
movements.
Yeah, weirdos.
Like a police informant.
Yeah, but Trilla, you've only been online for a year and you're taking notes.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
a bit
weird. It's weird how you like people
What's
like Raj,
weird? You're
like
weird.
Raj. It's weird how you like people like Raj, for
Get
example,
over
right?
Raj.
Who are? Hold on.
Who said that? Who said that, Trilla? Just because you like Raj deep down, in secret, you like Raj. That doesn't mean everyone
You
likes
don't
him.
want to give somebody like him a hard time online as you do with me, right?
Yes,
it's weird.
we do.
It's weird because
Yes,
you know
we do.
that he chills with racist
We
people.
give Raj a terrible
He chills with
time online.
racist people, yeah. But you're all cool with him. Oh,
Raj is a lovely lad. Raj is a lovely lad.
And you were cussing him out. How many? Wait, so how? Wait, you're on medication, mate. So I
Raj
can't
is a
take you
talented
seriously, man.
artist.
You're on mad
Trilla,
medication.
as he
first of
said,
all.
you're on
I mean,
medication as well.
No, I'm not at
Just
all.
you're
I'm not at all.
self-medicating.
Yeah, I'm
You're
not at all.
self-medicating with 2 bottles
not
of
at
Jack
all.
Daniels every night.
No, not
lie,
two.
Trilla.
Not two. Just one bottle. But anyway,
Just
carry
1.5.
on.
Okay, well then there you go.
I mean, your mum buys it for me, Dublin, so it's all good.
Oh, what an
Does
idiot.
she? Yeah.
Yeah,
Does she?
she does. Yeah, she
Me
does.
man's dead, you prick.
Oh,
Now
okay.
what?
Then it's your auntie. You know, she looks like your mum. What can I say?
My auntie.
Yeah.
See, when I go over and find you, you lanky streak of piss.
Fuck you up, bro.
You're lanky streak of piss.
Coming.
Oh, Triller, you're such a fucking cunt.
No, but seriously, Trilla, you've been online for more than a year. It's that like I don't know where the fantasy's coming in that you've only been online since 2021.
Oh, for
That's
fuck's sake.
baloney.
What is wrong
It's
with you,
baloney.
man? What is wrong with you, bro? What is wrong with you?
Unless there was another weird Asian drunk fucking wanker
Look.
that was
Why
coming on.
don't you ask? Why don't you
Talking
ask?
shit,
Yeah, look,
crying,
I've
talking
already
about
asked
pounds
Maku
at
to
4
provide the
a.m.
evidence. Right? I said, right, Maku, right?
Oh,
And again, you got all the streams, right, from Chuluminati, right? Right? Go look it up. Go look it up, right? Because it's all there. At the same
Do you know
time, yeah,
what?
go look at the email.
I'm going to
Go
do
look
that.
at the email, right? That
Why you
Rod
keep
sent you.
talking about emails to other men? You're weird. You, Raj, and whoever else is in this email collective.
You need to get over Raj, Trilla. Raj has moved along.
Doesn't he?
You need to move along.
The reason Raj emailed me was because
Raj
he
is
wanted
doing better
a clip.
things with his life.
Because of Triller.
No, he wanted a clip.
You know what
from
it is? You
my
wanna-
stream.
Raj,
He
don't have
wanted
to
to play
draw.
my stream on his channel, yeah, and he wanted, permission, and I said, yeah, all right, cool, safe.
That's a
Because it
respect.
was
How
the
do you
slaying-
even know about that, Triller? How
and
do
it
you
was
even
the
know
slaying
about
of
that
Triller.
interaction?
It was the slaying of Triller. It wasn't even thing. And then he came on to add to it. Remember, with the poetry and all of that. And
So what I'm
on
asking
my
is,
channel that happened.
yeah.
Pissed.
So what I'm asking is,
I mean,
how
what
did
he
you
did.
know about that interaction, that email interaction between
Hold
Raj
on.
and Maki?
Mate,
You're
I
too
remember,
invested.
I remember,
You're too
yeah.
invested
So we
in
can,
Raj's
you
life.
can look at Jedi
Raj
Online.
has a simple life,
Jedi Online, right? Hold on, let's check this
and
out.
you are invested.
Hold on. Let's check it out. Because Jedi Online, right? Put up a
Raj
thing
exposed you, boy.
Hold on. He didn't expose me
Big
at all. He's
time,
lied
Tom.
about me.
Big
He
time.
published your love
Anyway,
poetry.
mate. Yeah, are you basically promoting Raj, who basically talks bad about Muslims, right? Is that what you're
Muslims
doing?
don't need Raj. Raj can't make
Exactly.
or
No,
break
but hold on a
Muslims.
second. But I've basically, gone against Raj, right, and his rhetoric, because against Muslims, right? What have you done? What have you done?
I think I put my work in.
Hold on, what have you done? You've done nothing. Yeah? I've shut him down, right? I've shut him down.
champion for the
Right?
Muslims
What have you
against
done?
Raj,
Oh
eh?
no, wait, hold on. How
You're
many
the CP
streams was he
champion
making, right?
for Muslims.
What the
What you
fuck
on
do you
about?
know, bro?
Raj.
What do you
Online
know?
Muslims
What have you
smashed the
done,
fuck
you
out of
fucking
Raj, bro. What you
dickhead?
on
Shut
about?
up,
Online
you pussy.
Who are you
Muslims
talking about, me?
You pussy.
raped Raj. What are you on about?
Yeah, dude, I shut him down. Anyway,
What,
let's
you on
check
your
out
own?
Jedi
You
Online.
on your own?
Let's go with the videos. Hold up. Because again, look, I got people that have fucking got all this stuff fucking.
Send them an email at 4 in the morning. You're shutting man down. Then yeah,
Let's
you
check it
definitely.
out.
Right, man, up like it's
What
Motown,
you should
fam.
have done is shut down your computer at 4 in the morning and not
I
send that
know.
damn email. You should have done.
Email. Big up.
Triller right
All
now.
right, Triller Strikes Back. Yeah, hold on. Triller Strikes Back was 8 months ago. Yeah.
Do
All
you
right.
like the
But there's
feast?
a
Did you
thing
actually
here.
name one of your
Hold
videos, Triller
on.
Strikes Back? Did you actually name one of your
Hold
videos,
on.
Triller Strikes
Yeah,
Back?
they got banned out. They
The
got banned out.
gayest
They
thing
got
I've
banned
ever
out.
heard in my
Yeah,
life.
that was mostly Sarah getting banned out that day. But yeah, all right, Triller.
Triller Strikes Back.
Star Wars
What the
on some
fuck?
streak wars.
I know. It was a funny title.
Nah, it just shows me you're living in your man dad's hotel.
Is it everybody against me again?
God
Yeah.
say
Okay.
that.
You got all these weak little fucking YouTubers, yeah, just
Live in your
jumping on to
madhouse.
talk shit about me. All right, go on.
Weak YouTubers.
You're weak, man. You're all weak.
Well, who's YouTubers? I'm not no YouTuber.
Yeah, you're on YouTube, you dickhead. Yeah.
You're not gonna call
YouTuber.
bad man. Hold on. You're not gonna call a bad man a fucking weak YouTuber, and you're on my channel. It makes no sense.
Especially when he's calling his channel Triller Live TV.
Have some time to reflect.
When do you ever go live, Triller?
Yeah.
I said this guy last
How many
week was
people
like,
how many people viewing your show? How many
Just
people?
jumped online. Yeah. I get like 500 views on my show, bro. Yeah.
500.
Yeah, no effort at all.
Go
You know
on,
what I mean?
son.
But again, I don't bounce
your
off
mum
other
is one of the
people.
viewers.
I mean, like I said, all you lot, are regulars on Jedi Show.
That's your mum one of the viewers, so she can't hear nothing.
Whose show I've been jumping on and promoting, more than you lot.
Triller,
You know
you
what I mean?
sitting on Rodney
Alright?
K's panel the
Apart
other
from
day for
Maku,
3
obviously.
hours.
I know.
Don't chat shit.
Yeah, I jump on his show
You
too.
go
I jump on many
anywhere.
shows.
You're like a homeless person.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's one of the
Exactly.
Khan. He's
Wait. Hold on. You're telling me he's a stream whore?
Stream whore, fam.
He's an alcoholic
stream whore.
I'm welcome on other streams. Get me? Welcome.
So you're a stream whore? Okay.
No, not at all. I'm welcome.
And then you moan about
goes down like this.
What you doing over there with them people, bro? What you doing over
keep it
there?
real. You are a stream whore. You are.
Not at all. No, not at all.
You are.
I'm very selective where I go.
Hold on.
It's all about the
So you're a
timing,
stream
who's online.
Selective.
Because you know when
So you're a
certain people when they're on Rodney's post them out of racist shit, I jump off.
Oh, you get on there and sort them out, do you?
Pardon me?
You get on there and sort them out.
Dude, look, you're the only people here that are promoting racism, yeah? So let's not fuck around.
Who's
you guys, all of you.
Who is promoting
all
racism?
of you here right now.
When?
Yeah, stop Zilla.
When?
Dumb you know what's your name again? Dumlin.
Multicultural panel is racist.
And Gurdeep, Pudu,
Hold on. Fair enough. That's your opinion.
We got here.
When was the last time we?
And obviously Maku, you know what I mean. So,
Can you give examples of each time all of us, said something racist?
Yeah.
Jump on,
you've all done it.
I can.
You know what I mean?
The only person that you're after mentioning there is you. You yourself. That's the only racist.
Look, mate. You're all making me out to be the bad guy when again, right? So many people, right, know that you're a fucking idiots, right? End of the day, I've had all you lot bigging me up.
I don't care.
Every single person here has bigged me up, right, for the way I've basically conducted myself and the way I go about, my rhetoric.
Rodney K in that.
All right. However, right, majority of the Muslims, right, in the YouTube community condemn people like Khan,
what YouTube committee?
And the majority of Muslims, right, in this YouTube community, or even out there, right, even Muslims that I know in real life, right, I've said that basically Maku and Jedi basically just don't generally like Muslims. You get me? So
you're
like,
making up fucking fictional committees.
No, I'm just saying that's basically what's the rhetoric.
So why do you jump on their streams then if you know they're racist?
You're a Muslim, stop Zilla. You're a Muslim, right?
So okay, tell me one time they've been,
you're a fake Muslim though. Here's the problem.
Oh,
you're a sellout. You're a sellout.
And you're a fake.
And we already know Khan's a sellout. We already know that. But you're 22.
Who do I select to?
Everything.
Exactly. Go on.
Everything.
Apart
from dude, you do everything apart from being a Muslim.
Who do I sell out to?
Yeah, you're a better Jew than you are a Muslim.
Now you're crossing the line with Khan. You're crossing the
rubbish
line.
now.
Well, let's not get it twisted, yeah. Look, you promote everything apart from Islam.
That's absurd.
All right, you talk about Islam here and there when it suits your narrative, but you don't practice anything.
That's one thing.
So it's ridiculous. You don't pray. right? You never fasted.
Coming
I mean,
from
even
the
though you're a
man
fat fuck
that
and you need to
knows
fast, right?
that knows he's
So
not
it's
good
just
enough to
ridiculous.
be a
Definitely ain't
Sikh.
speaking to me.
Yeah,
No
you're
way.
the first. You're the.
Hold on, you're the shittest Sikh in the universe.
Exactly, and he knows it,
What
Mackie,
is
and he
this?
says it himself. He
Bro,
says it
what's
himself.
this dick
Crap.
measuring contest? Who
Like, what
gives
is
a
he
fuck
doing?
about you anyway?
He might as well convert to Islam if he loves Islam this much. When it
We're
comes,
Jack
do your
and
shahada
savage.
quick thing.
Get you in, man.
You'll
Yeah.
probably be a better Muslim than you are a better Sikh.
Which is no
Hopefully.
Sikh at all.
Which is nothing. Non-Sikh. No, it's non-Seekable.
Non-Sikhable.
Yeah, a panel of pussies here. Get me right? Just
Look,
talking shit. Yeah,
Trilla,
carry on.
relax. Look, just because
Trilla,
you've
you
got
got
that
problems,
quarter
bro.
pot.
Relax. Okay, Dublin. Yeah, I'm telling you now, you would never be able to handle the position that I've
What?
always been in. Right,
Course,
having a
course.
whole panel against you, you wouldn't handle it. Yeah, ever.
Well,
I've
I
handled
don't
it
know.
plenty of times. You can't ever be like
Do you
me.
know why, Trilla? Because I wouldn't
I
be put myself.
appreciate.
I
Yeah, that
wouldn't
you
put
guys
myself in that
would
position.
love to be like me.
Because that's
You
a
can't.
dickhead.
You can't.
That's a dickhead's
You're just
position.
not that strong. I get it.
That's
And
a
not
dickhead's
everybody can do
position.
it.
No, we're not that stuck
Right.
in life yet.
Not
mate,
everybody
to
can
become
do
like
it.
you.
All right, Gertie,
It's
yeah,
a
it's easy
dickhead's
to jump on the
position.
bandwagon. All right, when I'm fucking your wife, right, or your ex-wife,
When I'm
whatever,
fucking your mum in
whatever.
her ear,
I mean, you still married to her?
but I
Are you still
damage
married
your
to her?
mum's
Hold on,
ear.
are you still married to
I'm
her?
responsible for
Are
your
you still
mum's
married to
ear.
her? Hold on. Are you still
I'm
married to
married
her?
to your mum's
Are you
earlobe.
still married to her?
Get out of
Are you still
order,
married to your
Gurinder.
wife? Is that your
Bruv,
wife
I
or
put
your
him onto your
ex-wife?
mum's
Because
earlobes.
I'm fucking her differently, man.
I fuck your mum in
Gurinder,
her
it's a bit out of
earlobe.
You know,
order.
bro. I mean, I understand why she left you. You get me, yeah? Because
Trilla, you haven't
from
left your
what she said,
bedroom in
you
10
can't
years.
fuck.
Don't lie.
I fucked the living shit out of your
The
wife.
only thing that left
You
him was his
haven't
wife.
left
The
your
living
bedroom in
shit
10
out of her,
years.
mate.
Say
All
what you
right.
want.
How do you feel
Your
about
wife
that?
officially left
How do
you.
you feel about
Yeah,
that,
your
man?
wife left you. She's getting digged down by
She
someone
used
else.
her
How do you feel,
trade.
bro?
Stop Zilla. You're
How do
gay.
you feel?
Stop
Your
Zilla.
wife
You can't
left
be
you.
gay
My
and be
guy,
a
your
Muslim.
wife left you.
Stop Zilla. You
Your
can't be
wife
gay and be a
left you.
Muslim. You know
Your
that,
wife's
right?
Your
getting
wife
killed
You
left,
cannot
right,
be
bro.
bro.
gay and be a Muslim.
And
Your
she's
wife's
getting
And
getting
you are
digged down
gay.
by
fucking
someone
You're
else.
gay.
And that is the
You
maddest
are
part,
gay.
bro.
You're
That
gay.
is the maddest
You
part.
can't be
You're a
gay and
millionaire.
be
How
a
can you be a
Muslim,
millionaire?
Stopzilla.
Wait. How can you be a
You're
millionaire and
gay.
you don't have
He
a
ain't
wife?
no
You
And you
millionaire.
lost
are
a wife?
gay.
Nah,
You
brother.
cannot be a
The game
Muslim
is
and
done.
be gay at the same
The
time.
game is
You
done.
understand? You're gay. All right, just admit it. All right. Anyway,
Man
your
said I'm
wife's a
gay.
good fuck, Gurdeep, man. A really good
Your
fuck.
mum's ears are a
You know
good
what I mean?
fuck.
Even though she
Your
pushed out
mum's
2
ears.
babies, she's still a good fuck.
Brother,
Your
how are you
mum, your
6 foot
mum's
something
ears
She's
and
are
you're
a
a
good
millionaire
fuck,
and you
bro.
still can't draw
I
nothing,
mean,
man? God damn. You're basically tall for nothing and
so
you're
you
rich for
see
nothing.
what we got here, yeah? We got here.
God
Stopzilla
damn.
jumps on the panel just to talk shit about me, right? Because
I have to,
everybody
bro.
else is out here to talk shit about me. You can't
Come
do
on, man.
fuck all for
Gang, gang.
yourselves. You're pussies.
Bro,
Gang,
you're a
gang.
disgrace.
I wonder
Absolute
You're a
why.
disgrace.
pussies.
You're a
Yeah?
disgrace to your
You can't
parents.
handle it.
I
You can't
wonder
handle
why.
me on your
Brother, let
own.
me
You
tell you the worst thing
pussy-os.
about it. You're a
Faith.
gang
Yeah?
from Southport.
Absolute pussy-os. Yeah, here's another one that jumped on. Yeah?
Big up, Raj.
Another
He didn't
dickhead.
even say anything.
Big up,
He didn't
Raj.
even say
Get
anything.
on air. What's wrong with you, Triller,
40
man?
Bruv,
years
he's
of
been
age
running
and
your
you're trying to
name.
ban people from an area
What's
that
happened
you don't
today,
even
Triller?
have nothing
I
to do
talked
with.
to Uncle Raj. Uncle
He
Raj.
said he's got another
Talk to your
poem for you,
dad.
Raj.
What uncle? What are you talking about?
Me,
Talk to your
I'm older
dad.
than you, about 10 years, so you can call me. I'll give you permission. Call me Uncle G. Uncle G.
Oh, there
Why
you go.
don't you look at the last 2
Gayness!
streams I've made, right?
I
And then you
don't
tell me
watch your
what I
streams,
think about
man.
you.
All right, I
Right?
don't.
My last 2 streams tell
Okay.
me what I think about you. Okay?
What about
See,
your last 2
you can't
poems?
Let me
leave him
tell you.
alone, man.
There you go.
Let me tell you.
Your
Let me tell you
last
this
2
here. Let me tell you
streams.
this here.
What
You're
Yeah.
about your last 2
faggot.
All right.
poems?
So let me just say something, Triller.
Oh,
You're
shit, Raj is
embarrassing
in.
yourself on a national level. Everyone hates you. You've done something I could never do. There's a Sikh here, so-called Sikh, that's more hated than me, and it's you.
Told you, Triller.
Nah,
How
I
is
don't hate
happened
Triller.
in
I don't hate
Do I
Triller.
hold on? Am I
I
a
just
sick?
think he's
Am
a
I a
joke.
sick? Am I a
Dude,
sick?
I heard you went on to
Why do you-
Hamza's.
am I
I heard
a
you went
sick?
on to Hamza's.
Why do
and
you
you
think
got
I'm a sick?
rinsed. I heard
Did
you
I?
went into Hamza's den.
You are a
And
sick.
they said to you, hold on,
did
is
you
this
go
true?
Hamza's den for real?
This is,
Yeah,
I need to watch it. I can't find the video, but someone told me, email me that he went on to Hamza's. They done his beastie, means embarrassment. They said to him, he said Sikh is true. They said he said Sikh is 100% true, but said I'm not a Sikh, and they laughed at him. They laughed at him. Said, how can
You know
believe
that man's a raw. They will laugh at
they
you, right?
ruined him, man.
They will
I need
ruin you.
Do you want to? Do you want to know?
Hamza's
Do you want to? Do
fuckery.
you want to know what happened? Because I got the whole stream there.
Yeah, but
The whole
what,
stream's
can you
there
tell me
on
the day
Hamza's
of the
Den,
stream? Because I've been looking
right?
through them and I can't find your man. When did it happen? Did it happen a week ago?
Are you that thick? Are you that thick?
Are you gonna cry?
Are you really that thick? Yeah, you go
Dude,
to
I'm
the
not thick enough
arena.
to go
Hold
on
on,
Hamza's
because
Den
you
and
are.
say,
You are really.
"You
Hold on. Hold on.
Sikhism," but I'm not a
Hold on.
Sikh.
Hold on. hold on. So I jumped on.
You go on there, I believe in Jedi, the Jedi Force.
Right.
I believe in Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader.
Hold on, right? So as far look, when it comes down to Hamza, right? This is what I get. Hold on, hear it out. Now, big up Hamza. Right, big up Hamza.
Intellectual
Big up the
Muslims,
yeah, big up the
intellectual
Muslims,
guys, one of the most hardcore intellectual panels, and you have the nerve to jump on to say you believe in Sikhism, but you're not a Sikh. Can you not see how much of a Fuddu you are?
And they laugh at him for like a Fuddu.
Not at all. Not at all.
How can you do it? Are you
Stop embarrassing your religion, man. Allow.
On a serious note, on a serious note, have you been sent to embarrass Sikhs?
Yeah, don't embarrass.
I've been sent to embarrass you.
Because
He's an agent. He's an agent.
Why would you go onto one of the biggest panels, 3,000 viewers, one of the most intellectual panels of Muslims?
There were 3,000
and say that you believe in Sikhi 100%.
There were 3,360 viewers at the time. Right? It was hold on. Are you gonna let me? Are you gonna allow me to speak or not?
And say
this is what Raj likes to do.
A Muslim.
Raj, just like to overtalk everybody. Raj likes to overtalk everybody. But everybody can overtalk everybody, right? No problem. The only person that's gonna get thrown in the back is gonna be Triller, right? When you're addressing Triller, but you don't want to talk.
You've been sent by someone.
I'm
telling you,
right? Okay.
Video. I want to listen to what
your mum, you fucking cunt.
Put the link in the side chat so I know what video was.
Your mum's on mute. Your mum's on mute for the rest of our life.
No, why you Hamza's dead here? Imagine, let me just tell you, I'm not listening to the whole video, but I've been
Go meet your mum, stick your dick in your mouth. Go do what you normally do, innit?
Talking about Sikhism, but says he's not a Sikh.
It's the only action you're gonna get.
Dude, there was Shabir Ali, one of the most nicest guys I met in the park, yeah? One of the most intellectual guys. Hamza, there was another guy on there and two other guys. Those guys ruined, I've been told. I've seen little snippets, but I haven't seen the whole thing. I don't know whether they put it on private. And they were laughing at him.
Yeah,
imagine, why would you go on there, Triller? Because I'm going to start finding out what you're doing. Because now you're taking the piss. Now you're taking the piss. You're making Sikhs look stupid in front of an intellectual panel.
You know what? Yeah, I'll be at your house. I'll be at your house in 2 days. Yeah, I'll be at your house in 2 days. All right.
Why don't you come?
I'll be at your house in 2 days. All right. Again, hold on. No. I'm gonna be busy. Hold on. Number 16. Hold on. Just to clarify, can I get the postcode, please? If you're not scared, tell me the postcode. Hold on. Number 16. We're gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna come to your house. I am. I'm gonna live stream outside your house.
Every time someone looks at you,
I'm gonna live stream outside your house. Yeah.
STDs, not GCSEs.
I'm gonna live stream outside your house.
Yeah. You pussy.
All right.
You go
Number 16, York Road.
I'm gonna make sure that to find out why you on there.
Can I get the postcode?
As a so-called non-Sikh talking about Sikhism.
Can I get the postcode?
Why did you go into Hamza's den? One of the biggest panels as a non-Sikh talking about Sikhism.
What do you think they're going to say to you? Triller, what do you think the response is
when we go? So are you ready for the blowback?
From who?
Are you ready when I start sending that clip about when you're saying you're not a Sikh? Back to your thingy.
Back to who?
All up the car, guys. Are you ready for the blowback?
Back to who?
Yeah, man.
Don't worry about who. I'm
Dude, I'm gonna be. Are you ready for me to be outside your house?
You are taking the piss now. I don't mind you talking shit, yeah. Medical Sonia Ekman. I don't mind you talking shit, yeah.
You can't scare me, bitch.
But when you're going on to one of the most biggest panels, Islamic panels, which have got the biggest intellectuals, as a Sikho like you, as a Fuddu, telling them that you're not a Sikh, but you believe in Sikhi, you have done the Sikhs basically on the next level. And I'll make sure everybody finds out about you, boy.
Yeah, you're right.
Boy, yeah, right, bro. Sorry, man. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens to your house. We're gonna see what happens to your house.
Don't be rude, man.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens to your house, bro. Don't worry about that, boy.
I bet he was drunk as well.
All right.
I bet you.
Yeah, here we go. So anyway, here we go.
Fucking disgrace.
Hamza's den. All right, I've already reviewed the show on my own platform. Yeah. So anyway.
Bro, you went there to beg it, and you were the laughing stock, and plus you're an embarrassment here for it now as well. You should pat yourself on the back.
This is all fun and games on here.
Go suck your mum
and talk how you want to talk. But you see, when your elders find out about this, blood, Yeah.
done.
Dude, threaten me as much as you want.
You're
What
done,
orders?
mate. They're gonna
What
take you
orders?
out of commission.
I'm not from your
Out
community.
of commission.
I don't
Yeah,
need to
it
threaten
doesn't
nothing,
matter.
bro. I'm not
It
involved.
doesn't matter.
You're gonna
I don't
get
give a shit about this.
decommissioned, bro.
I'm just saying, you know you're fucked.
All right,
You
hold
know
on. I've got
you're
the
fucked.
stream here. I've got the
And
stream
you know
here. Here we
someone
go.
like Raj as well. He's gonna make sure it gets to the people.
Oh, really? All right, don't worry, bro. I know
You
where
know
Raj
Raj is
lives,
that
isn't
guy.
it? Don't worry about that.
You
You
know
think I'll
Raj,
give a
that
shit?
snitchy McRap
Yeah,
sort
let
of
them
guy.
do it. Let them do it.
You're
Here we go.
fucked.
There
You're
you go.
fucked.
Check it out.
What's that weapon? What's the
Check it
weapons?
out.
The six. The
You think I'm
weapon.
hiding. Here we go. Get me, yeah? All right.
Chop your ass up.
Brother Ramesh, because I don't think he's following the trains of thought here. No. There are a lot of things you have to understand. There is Advaita, Visishta Advaita, Dvaita, and I agree. There are a lot 11.
So when it comes down to
Oh no, they're laughing already.
Hey, how you doing?
I'll give you 2 minutes, yeah, guys.
All right, no worries. Abdul Rahman will hold the fort. What do you want?
No, it's just 2 minutes.
Well, you can eat, don't worry. Abdul Rahman. Sorry, Trilla. What's your point?
All right, cool. I hope you guys are doing well today. Anyway, so look, if you wanted some clarification on the reincarnation point, right? Basically, from the Dharmic point of view, I come from the trail of thought of a Sikhi background, so I kind of aligned with that kind of thinking. So when it comes down to reincarnation, just to clarify, you're basically reborn until you do it right as a human being, right? And then basically you will, end reincarnation, seek liberation through that. So basically, the whole thing about being reborn is just, you could say that's the punishment, as you guys have an eternal hell, the punishment for us is, and it applies to everybody, being reborn until you become a human being. And then you have the, you have the chance to act accordingly, act righteously, and become one with God again.
So you're saying when I die, I'm going to reincarnated?
If you haven't, if God deems so, yeah. If you haven't,
so you don't believe in a hellfire?
Well, possibly there could be, but it's not eternal.
Right. Do you believe in paradise?
Sure, but there would be one main one. We call that Sachkhand. That would be the main ultimate heaven. I think you have a name. You have a certain particular name for it as well. Yeah. So anyway, that's basically what we believe in accordance to reincarnation. I mean, quick Google searches would just, help you guys do that.
You believe animals can become humans?
Absolutely, yeah. And if anything, you were one of those animals, regardless of whether you
what type
believe
of human you become?
Sorry, what type of human? Oh, that's again according to your karma. So based upon your previous life, if you had a previous life as a human being
Previous life
before,
as an animal or previous life as a human?
only as a human being are you judged, right? As an animal, you are not judged, or any other life form that you're born into.
So you automatically become a human again after being an animal?
Again, depending, you can become a human again straight afterwards.
Is this what you've come on to talk about, or is this
not really? I mean, all right. So I had a couple of points, but all right, cool. I had a couple of points, right? So one of my questions was,
so are you a Sikh now?
Well, I don't follow, but at the same time, I believe
He's a part-time one.
I
Mr.
wouldn't classify myself as a Sikh if I don't practice it myself.
So you believe it's true?
Yes.
But you don't do it, yeah?
I'm not practicing. Yeah. I've been.
Does that affect your reincarnation?
I'm pretty sure it would. It all depends upon how. Yeah, it would. Generally speaking.
What happens to the Sikhs before Gobind Singh who didn't do the 5Ks? Is there a difference between that and doing the 5Ks?
Again, when it comes down to it, it's going along a true path, right? So it would basically, again, seeking that kind of liberation through meditation and connection with the divine, right? Because when the guy was talking previously towards me, the other guy, right, Ramesh, he was trying to basically say that, again, from the Hindu point of view, that we are a part of God. So there is a divine spark of God within all of us, within all life.
That?
I believe that, right? So,
you believe the universe is God then?
I believe that God is everywhere, outside, as the Muslims do, and I believe that God is within every life form at the same time. So there is a divine spark within. God is everywhere in that.
Why do you believe that?
That is the Sikh belief, but at the same time, to me, it makes sense because I believe God is limitless in power, and yeah.
See, it makes no sense to me. But why do you think it makes sense? I'm trying to understand what's the. Why do you believe it? Well, you don't believe it. Though. You don't believe it because you don't do it.
No, well, I'm not practicing it, but then you could take, for example, a lot of other Muslims, for example, who call themselves Muslims, who do not actually practice practice Islam. So in that respect, it's the label for me is enough. I need to practice it for me to call myself a Sikh. That's how I see it. The belief isn't enough, right? So end of the day, when it comes down to Sikhi, Sikhi teaches that all beings, including animals and humans, have a soul known as the Atma and are part of a cycle of reincarnation. Sikhs believe that the Atma is given to a being by Waheguru. It is also recognized as a divine spark, which is a part of Waheguru.
Well, why do you believe all this stuff?
Well, see, again, I believe that this is the truth.
Why?
Why? Okay, so why do I believe in it? I believe it makes sense to me.
Why?
Why?
Oh,
Yeah.
We're trying to delve down as to what.
Are you crazy, dude, man?
So you understand?
You went on there. You can't even say why you believe in Sikhism.
No, I believe there's truth in everything. At the same time, I believe that Sikhi is the most complete in revealing the complete truth.
No, because I don't believe reincarnation is true. So
Sikhism
and Islam can't both be true.
Right, but at the same time, that doesn't mean there isn't truth in Islam.
No, but what it means is Sikhism as a worldview and Islam as a worldview can't both be true.
In that respect, sure, one is going to be more true than the other. Yeah,
exactly. Right. So for you to say it makes sense,
you've been sent as an agent, Triller. I know that
I
now.
can easily say, well, Islam makes sense to me. The idea,
absolutely, yeah,
right. So therefore, we cannot use what makes sense to us as a criterion to determine what's true or not.
Okay.
So what criteria are you using to determine what you believe is true other than your feelings? So for example, I'm assuming you were born into an Indian family, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Do you honestly believe if you were born in Morocco, you'd be a Sikh?
I believe it would have a bearing. It would, there would be, an influence.
I think the answer you're looking for is no.
This is the equivalent of when them guys
obviously
made,
no, I understand where you're coming from. But it's the same. It's the same thing for a lot of Muslims out there. Even though
it's not the same thing.
It is. It is.
I don't believe it is. So if you're born in an English family, do you believe you'd have converted to Sikhism?
Oh, again, the way I am looking into it, I mean, like I said, I'm kind of the way I grew up in a Sikh family, sure, but they weren't really. It wasn't really pushed on me to learn.
No, but you've still got that. No, but you've still got that culture, definitely.
To an extent. I mean, I was born in Britain, so
was your hair grown as a kid?
Yeah, my hair was, yeah. But I had absolutely no understanding as to what it really meant. Sure, yeah.
I get that, but do you think you're born into an English family in Oxford that you'd have think, oh, Sikhism is true, I'm going to become a Sikh?
No, I understand that it would be less likely, less of a possibility. Sure, I can completely understand that. However, like I said, it would be the same for a lot of other people out there, and you're disagreeing with. You're right. So
I completely agree with you, Triller, mate. I completely agree that Muslims should look at themselves and teach their children why Islam is true, not just because they're from a Muslim heritage.
Sure.
That doesn't make Islam true.
Sure.
Why do they believe it's true? Yeah. So this is a key question. That's why I asked you that question.
Yeah.
Why do you believe, other than your family upbringing and your social condition and surroundings, why do you believe it's true?
Why do I believe it? Again, so it makes the most sense, right? To me, the most logical faith out there, in my opinion.
Okay, one second. Abdul Rahman, you're very good with logic. Which way is more logic?
I mean, I don't know. I was gonna asking questions like
yeah, go.
From what I've known, because I don't know much about this, but then from some conversations there's been like a vibe I've been getting from like the Hindu tradition, which I don't know if it would apply to your position, of like some kind of like relativism about truth. I think it's like truth for you and truth for me, and truth for him, so. Is that how you see it, or is that like?
I mean, generally speaking, a Sikh would normally say, "What is right for you, right? You should basically follow that." However, there are stipulations in terms of what we should and shouldn't be doing. So, a Sikh would also point out to a Hindu, idol worshipping is wrong. We would point out to a Muslim, to do your 99, recite the 99 names of Allah. Right?
No,
things like
sorry,
that.
I'm asking about like not like the moral right or wrong. I'm talking about truth. right? So relativism about truth in the sense that what makes something true is only like that. Truth is relative to a specific like individual or society or context, and there's no such thing as a universal truth. That's what I did get from many conversations with people. So I'm wondering if that is like your position.
I mean, it's similar. I mean, the way I could describe it, I use metaphor sometimes. If truth was a sky, right, and basically religion basically just takes a small part of that sky, you know what I mean? Because the truth is so vast, God is so vast, right? We can only understand a small, understand God to a small percentage, right? We'll never understand God fully. So
can
therefore,
contradictions exist? Can contradictions be true? So can a statement and its negation be true at the same time in the same way?
Can contradictions
yes, the answer is yes.
Be true? I mean, yeah.
Hamza told you he doesn't believe in reincarnation. Can it be true that reincarnation is true and not true at the same time in the same way?
No, in that respect, no. You can only be one. It can only be one way.
Okay, so in that sense, so you're more of an absolutist in that there's one absolute truth, and it's not just truth for me, truth for you, truth for Hamza, truth for this society or that. There's an absolute truth.
Sure.
That applies to everybody, and there's a right and wrong. Okay, so now what's as Hamza was asking you, now what is your means of attaining that truth? As in, how do you know that a thing is this absolute truth that you're seeking?
Yep. So again, I believe that you can find that truth, that path, right, through most faiths, especially the mainstream faiths, right? Maybe even by not believing in any particular faith. However, the easiest way to find that path, that the truth, is through Sikhi. That is basically, you know, what I mean.
Can you pause it there for a second? Can you pause it, Mackie?
It's not me.
What
it's
specifically?
him.
I'll pause it
that
for a
needs
second.
to be
Pause
found?
it.
So what's that absolute truth that we're looking for?
Who's got the control?
What is absolute truth?
It's,
It's basically so. I mean, between Islam and Sikhi, or
you see, because you're saying that path can be basically taken through any religion, right?
Yeah.
Just that it's just more directed through Sikhism.
Yeah,
So
sure.
what is that path? Like what is the goal?
Generally, the rule is there are three things. It's
just
work
pause
hard,
it for
work
a second.
honest.
Just a second.
Triller,
So some of the stuff he's saying is sensible. I'm not going to say it's not.
Because only because Maku asked, innit? I paused
okay,
it.
all right. So some of the
not
stuff
because
I agree
Raj
with.
asked, innit?
All right. So, but the
nobody
main
cares what
point,
Raj says.
the main point is this: if a Sikh goes onto a panel to say we're talking about Sikhism,
now I'm a Sikh. Apparently, I was a Muslim according to you.
Let me finish, and you say I'm not, and you then tell them in the beginning I'm not.
And apparently, I was an agent that you were just convinced a few
just,
minutes ago.
No, I still believe you're an agent. Now I believe you're an agent, 100%.
Now you believe, okay. So why are you calling me a Sikh right now? Then?
So, no, I said when you go on there.
Triller, will you shut up?
Let me finish it. When you go onto a panel like this, and you say that you believe in Sikhism 100%, but you're not a Sikh, you've done your basty straight. You've embarrassed yourself.
I don't care.
Because
I'm being
nobody
honest.
would go onto a religious panel saying that they're defending their faith, but they don't follow it, and they don't believe they're part of it.
Do you understand what this panel is?
Not a part of it. Don't fucking be going around.
Yeah, go on. Go on. As long as there's a question that I can answer, or at least try to answer, go for it. Go on.
Stop going around speaking.
Come on. Now hold on, mate. Guide it, mate. This is beyond your medication, mate. All right.
Why do you keep your mum's on
medication, dude, man?
Do you know how serious this geezer is about his religion,
mate? I understand. I understand, right? I understand. I have to be very careful.
And you're gonna come in front of him and tell him I believe, but I don't practice.
Right, Khan. 1 second, Khan. 1 second, yeah. When it came down to it, dudes, yeah, I already jumped on because, right, they were ridiculing a guy for reincarnation, right? And I basically had a problem with Hamza ridiculing the guy, right? However, I did understand that what their panel is about, right? They are challenging a lot of fucking dickheads that are jumping on the panel, talking about, all sorts of bullshit about Islam, right?
But you ended up becoming that
hold on. I can hold on, chill out.
You ended up becoming the dickhead that you went on to challenge.
Bro. Let me answer my question. Let me just say this bit, yeah? When it come down to it, right? The last thing I wanted to do was make it into mine is better than yours, right? Kind of thing. Even though, hold on, they were asking me very direct questions.
Who believe in reincarnation.
Hold on.
That is one of the world faiths.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah, and you should have just been unapologetic.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, look, yeah. I wasn't prepared to jump on. I didn't want to jump on. However, I was listening to the stream, and when they were ridiculing this one guy about reincarnation, right?
But you didn't even mention none of this.
hold on, chill out, bro. Yeah, no, it was mentioned. Yeah, at the end of the day, right? It's all going to be mentioned. Yeah, during this whole stream, right? And we had a good conversation, and we ended it on a good note. And they, you know what I mean, it was very, you know what I mean, it was respectful. But the thing is, you have to appreciate that these guys have got their guard up. You know what I mean, right? They're ready to counter in a certain particular way, right? So the last thing I wanted to do was get into a, you know what I mean, a conflict, yeah, with these guys, right? So I was trying to be polite.
But Trilla, if you go onto this panel,
right.
if say, let me give this out. Say if a Hindu went onto the panel, said, "I believe in Hinduism" to Hamza, I believe is 100% true, and then when Hamza asked the Hindu, "Are you a Hindu?" you say no. How can you then go? What leg do you stand on after that?
Look,
By the
you
time
had a
you've
problem.
done,
You had a problem finding the video.
Trilla, you could be
right?
saying everything correct here, but the second you said you're not a Sikh, you have embarrassed Sikhs.
Again, right? When it comes down to my beliefs, right? It's got nothing to do with what I'm practicing. I am not practicing anything, right? I am basically, but I believe in things, right?
But
when it comes down to it, I can hold on. I can make an argument, whether it be an atheist, right? Whether I be an agnostic, whether I might believe in any particular faith, right?
But did you come in there defending Sikhi? Because it sounds like you're talking about Sikhism.
No, hold on.
As
Listen
a Sikh,
to the.
but you're saying you don't follow Sikhism in any way.
If you would allow the stream to continue, right, all will be revealed, right? And I would then encourage you to just say whatever you got to say.
No, but have you said, because
again, right? All of this is mentioned.
Have you already said
Hamza,
you're not a Sikh?
hold on.
Have you
Hamza is gonna say. Hamza is gonna ask the question. Yeah, have you come here to make it about a Sikh and Muslim thing? I said no. Right?
If you talk about Sikhism for 95% of this video,
dude, just chill out.
You've come here to
chill
talk
out.
about Sikhism,
I've come here to
but
talk.
you're saying you're not a Sikh.
You are not a Sikh, in my opinion. You are not a Sikh. You are not a Sikh.
Argument.
Nobody recognizes you as a Sikh. Nobody recognizes you as a Sikh or you, Gurdi.
It doesn't matter. The Guru would decide, and why Guru?
You're not. Your Guru doesn't recognize you as a Sikh.
Play the rest of the thing. How do you know?
Yeah,
How do
man.
you know the
Play the
Guru
thing,
doesn't
man.
recognize me?
Chill out, man. We don't want to hear your emotional.
On God's name,
Yes,
right? So to connect to the one through meditation, through prayer.
Who's the one? Who's the one? Like, so how do we know that? Like,
the one creator. You call it. You use the name Allah. You have many names for it.
But we have contradictory positions. So my conception of God like contradicts yours. Right?
Yeah, sure, to an extent.
So one is right and the other is wrong. I mean, my question is like,
I mean, there are, like I said, there are certain things, right, that we differ from, but I tend to look at more at the similarities.
Yeah, there's a common ground, but there's difference.
Trilla, the fundamental difference is we don't believe Allah is part of creation, whilst you do.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. So we are more we are more.
Fundamentals are completely. So we're thinking of different things here.
Yes, in certain regards, but you believe that God is only outside, so that makes it your Islam monotheistic, right? Whereas Sikhi believes in God is outside and inside, so it's more panentheistic. Yeah, but again, so Sikhi is panentheistic, right? So only one can be right, sure, and it's going to be my stance is Sikhi on
so
that.
As Abdul Rahman was saying, there can only be one absolute truth, isn't it? And if
absolutely,
if our truth is correct, yours is false,
right? Well, no, again, that's your belief, right? But my belief.
No. Objectively.
Yeah, sure. But does that make a difference from the three things that I basically mentioned, right? So, end of the day, you guys have your way of doing things, right? The way you pray, right? But in that sense, do you do the same things that Sikhs might do in trying to connect to the one? Is that
no? But the issue is we need to focus on like truth here. But that's the goal. Is that there are different conceptions.
Yeah, but we've already talked about
radically
that.
different.
Yeah.
But then how do we determine? And this is not like a trap question or something, right?
Yeah.
So you can ask me the same question, and maybe my answer is not going to satisfy you. But what I'm asking is, what like common ground can we use? Like principles we agree on to arrive at the truth. Like, what's your way of arriving at that absolute truth that you believe exists, right? So you believe one is right, the other is wrong. How do we make that distinction?
Dude, like I said, we've already discovered that there are differences, right? Like I said, the way we look at God,
looks flummoxed. I've never seen it like that.
There are many other things that we can look at. For example, the reincarnation and heaven and hell, things like that. So we've come to that crossroads, right? Where I mean,
They
we
don't
have
want to put
different
him off.
beliefs, but at the same time, we have very similar beliefs
They're being
in
very
terms
nice to
of.
him.
I'm focusing, bro. I'm focusing on the differences.
They're giving him
Okay,
dawah.
they
For the
just know
sake of
who I am.
understanding.
That's
So
all it
so
is. They
the
know who I
difference
am.
is, right, one is right, the other is wrong.
Yeah.
Forget the common ground right now. I'm not all of it, but just forget that part you're thinking of when
He's
it
saying
comes to
choose
God's
the red pill or
attributes
the
and
blue
stuff.
pill.
And I'm thinking of the differences, right? So there's a difference between the two conceptions of God. You believe one of them is absolutely right, and the other is false, right? Now, what I am asking is how you determine which is true and which is not. No, I'm not trying to reach the conclusion that, oh, hey, there are differences, as if that's news. No, okay, we already agree there. But since there are differences, and since we believe one is true and the other is not, how do we make that decision?
So okay, cool. So if you know, because you offered to help me out, how would you determine that being a Muslim? You know, because you did offer.
Epistemology, evidence. I mean, it's that it is a complicated question. But then so you said experience, right? You said experience, and you're going to need to elaborate on that. If you ask me the question, I'll tell you this is a question related to epistemology and how we know things, how we form beliefs, how we prefer one view over another, one theory over another. There, like,
the history of
epistemology and theoretical virtues. Experience is going to play a role, but it's not the whole thing. It's a complete picture. Now, there needs to be a method. You have some kind of methodology. And maybe it's like a bit rough in your head, that's fine, but there needs to be some kind of methodology through which you determine what is right and what is wrong. Not right, wrong morally, like what is true and what is false. If you are saying that you're some kind of absolutist and that you believe you have the absolute truth, then and you say that that's based on reason, well, what's the reason? As in what's that path, right?
Red pill, man.
So I would talk about things like incoherence. The questions I was asking the previous guest about identity and me and you both like being literally God and yet distinct from one another. Things like that. Things like the concept of this like pure like absolute existence or the one. I don't know if you're saying that in like a Neoplatonic manner, but these things, they have implications. What we normally do is we deconstruct them, we ask questions, and we think that they can be either incoherent or just unnecessarily convoluted, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying to an extent. I mean, you're using a lot of big words, right?
You don't get it.
And
Sorry.
so
let me use easy words for you, Trevor.
Go for it, please.
Could you be wrong?
He's inviting the
Could
dawah.
I be wrong on this?
Me.
No.
Why not?
Because the evidence is there for me to believe that's the whole Sikh history, for example. I mean, the fact that it was so recent, right? You can look at a lot of the history, look at how. Well, it's all there. The people are there. The religion is there, right? It's all there.
How does that make it true?
Boy, how does it make it true? I mean, well, we can say that it makes it more true than a lot of faiths before it.
Why?
Pause it there for a second. Pause it there for a second.
Because it was more recent.
Pause
in
it,
terms
Trilla,
of,
please.
looking back.
Can you ask him to pause it? Thank you.
Why
Because
does
he's not
that
going to
make
listen to me.
It makes it more.
You have spoken about Sikhi for 15 minutes. You're saying you didn't come on there speaking about Sikhi. You are now making the most stupidest argument that because something is newer, it's true. Well, somebody who's a Jedi can now say because Jediism was actually formulated in the 6 after Star Wars, they're true. Can you not see how you made yourself look really dumb throughout this?
Coming from somebody who doesn't practice Sikhi, coming from somebody who doesn't know anything about Sikhi.
Let me finish. You can say
coming from Singhs, I could pull up a video one that I've said that you are not a Sikh.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. The point is, I know my limitations. And anyone that's smart would know not to do what you just did. Only a dumb person would jump into a panel, say that they believe in something 100% because it's new, and then say they don't follow it and they're not part of it.
Again, come here unprepared, but had a conversation.
I believe
no
now,
agenda.
Listen, you've been sent as an agent, dude.
I don't care what you think.
I'm telling you, I'm going to start finding out about you, Trilla, because I don't mind you going around doing
Like I told you, I'll be at your house in 2 days.
I don't mind you going around doing
I'm going to
F3s
be
all
at
over
your
the
house
place.
in 2 days.
But when you're making Sikhs look like pricks in front of 3,000
Number 16 York Road. I'll be there in 2 days.
That is when it's getting serious, dude. You're getting stupid now.
I'll be there in 2 days. Sorry, carry on.
Come now, pussy. Come now.
No,
come now,
pussy. Not now. Come now. I'll come in my own time.
You got upset with me when I told you the truth that Islam and Sikh is theologically opposed at each other. Yeah, we can respect
Guys,
each
I'm
other.
trying to have a
We can respect each
respectful
other as
conversation
humans,
with
but
guys
when
I've
we
never
get
spoken to.
theological, we got
Yeah.
opposite opinions.
Right,
And he's saying
right,
to you,
right,
if I'm
right,
right, you're wrong, and you're
right.
sitting there going, right.
Right. Okay. Now hear the argument. Okay.
fucked it,
I'm
bro.
trying to be respectful. Okay. And at the same time, I'm still contradicting them.
But it's called Hamza's
Let's put it
den.
like,
You
know, when it comes down to the history,
I think this
right,
he's
it
the
makes
only
it
so-called
more
fake Sikh that went on there.
say
And look how
believable in
stupid he's
terms
made
of
people look.
you know, it was just around the
No, it
corner.
doesn't.
It
No, it
wasn't a long
doesn't.
time ago. Sure.
Someone could come today with a new religion, and why would you believe it's true?
Again, well, then you would have to look into it. You know what I mean? Properly.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm
I
doing
understand.
today.
Yeah. Sure.
Have you
I
looked into
understand.
it? Have you looked into it?
To an extent, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so when you've looked into it, what have you determined that demonstrates to you and proves to you that what this thing is teaching is true?
All right. So you said one of the things, not to say was a feeling, but at the same time, when we do the meditation and prayer, right, which I've done at times, the feeling that I have got from that, you know, is been an immense feeling, right? Where I definitely felt, you know what I mean? This, you could say almost like a connection to an extent.
So why don't you do Sikhi then if you feel that?
I mean, again, you know, I'm a sinner. You know, I'm a flawed human being. You know, I intend to. At the same time, yeah, I'm just.
So right now, there's no difference between me and you in the eyes of whatever you. Do you believe in God? Yeah.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So there's no difference between me and you right now.
No. In terms of what we believe in, sure, there might be differences.
No. In the eyes of God, if I die today, you die today.
Yeah. We are only different. We are only different in our actions, our beliefs, in our speech, and in that regard, yeah. But we are basically both human beings.
Obviously.
Exactly.
Now, I'm trying to ascertain what's the difference because you said you're a non-practicing Sikh. I don't understand what that even means. See, look, you can have a non-practicing Muslim. If they said La ilaha illallah, then they're Muslim.
Yeah.
What is it that makes you Sikh?
Exactly.
Well, see, again, I basically say I don't recognize myself as a Sikh because
but someone wants to
why are
become a
you
Sikh.
coming
What
on
do they
there
have
then?
to?
Why are you going on there talking about
From that
Sikhism for Dida?
perspective,
they can look in. You could look at. Well, basically, you would have to. You could get baptized, for example, right? That is the way
we. As a Sikh.
Well, the word would be to take Amrit, right? That's the correct way of saying it. So, but baptism is you could say a Western term, right, for it. So again, all this information is out there, right? It's very easy to determine, you know, to look at, right, on Google and everything else, right? I know, you know, only the basics, you know what I mean?
So go back to the original point. So you came on the show today to tell us why Sikhism isn't true. Is that right?
Not really. I mean, I basically came on initially because, you know, I was surprised that you just didn't really know anything about reincarnation, and you being from Speaker's Corner and everything else. I felt like you were just taking the mick out of this guy, and so yeah. And I'm new to this channel basically, so I really don't know how you guys conduct yourself, generally speaking. But my initial point to you guys was going to be about respecting other faiths in Islam. So from what I gather from some of my Muslim
own
friends,
faith
they
first,
told me that Muslims are supposed to respect other faiths, right? And from what I'm reading here, it says here there are 5 divine guidelines that the Quran clearly presents to Muslims for building tolerance and understanding among different religions. Everyone's God-given human dignity must be respected, regardless of his or her faith, race, ethnic origin, gender, or social status. This is apparently in reference to Quran 1770. So
wow.
I was
quoting Quran at them. Stop playing this shit, man. Stop playing it. You're a disrespectful.
I was hoping you could help me out with that because again,
indeed, we have honored the children of Adam, carried them on land and sea, granting them good and lawful provisions, and privileged them far above many of our creatures. Doesn't really help you. Beware of the day we will summon every people with their leader. So whoever will be given their record in the right hand will read it happily and will not be wronged, even by the width of the thread of a date stone. But whoever is blind to the truth in this world will be blind in the hereafter, and even far more astray from the right way. What this just said what you said.
I mean, from again, that's what I'm just looking at right now online.
This is the problem.
Yeah, sure.
You're quoting the Quran and you don't even understand it.
I'm not. I'm basically reading something online. I'm just giving you a reference.
Be careful what you read online. There's a lot of things online.
Sure.
That...
So maybe you could help me out with the respecting other faiths part from what you do.
I don't respect any lie. I don't. I feel sorry for the victims of the deception, of the lie. So I feel sorry for people like yourself and for Christians and Jews and other religions. I feel sorry for them. I see them as victims of circumstance. And I don't respect.
He's calling you a victim.
So why would God basically have us born into other faiths then, or other?
Look. The way you were born, I believe, on your natural fitra, which is Islam, which is a Muslim, and it's your parents who will corrupt that as you reach the age of reason. So as a child, your parents will put, like for example, a Hindu put the dot on their head. For you as a Sikh, grow your hair. For a Muslim, the topi will go on. Do you get me? So the parents of that child will be responsible for it. The child's not responsible for what it believes as it's growing up. But what happens when it reaches the age of reasoning is a time to then question what am I believing and why. That's the whole point.
I mean, so anyway, you can help me out with the respect part, but I get what you're saying. Firstly, with that respect part, was that just your understanding of respecting other faiths, or is that what Islam says about respecting other faiths?
That's my opinion of respecting.
Your opinion, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Does
There's
anybody?
a difference between respecting and not respecting and mocking and abusing.
I understand what you're saying, but what does it? Can you refer to anything in Islam about respecting other faiths or anybody else here? Because like I said, I hear this from my Muslim friends.
I mean, you might mean respecting in a different way, because it's not like he's saying like disrespect you as like a person or something. No? If you're talking about respecting the idea, well, I mean, there could be ideas that you disrespect despite being able to live peacefully with a person who holds to the idea. So it's I think respect is a vague word here. It just depends on what you mean.
Respecting
I don't disrespect a person, just to put things in perspective. I've got, like, for example, I've got good friends who I buy scarves off who are Sikhs, and I really like them. They're really nice guys. And so I don't disrespect them. I don't think they're less or anything. That's their religion. I get it. Yeah. But if you ask me to actually see what the claim of Sikhism is compared to what Islam is, and that, for me, that's a disrespect there could be disrespect of God, disrespect of Allah. So if you, for example, the Christians make the claim that Allah became a man, Jesus, the prophet of Allah, was God. For me, this is insulting Allah.
Right. But
so I'm not going to respect that.
Right.
I'm not going to respect that.
Right. Okay. So the difference is between Muslims, right? That I see, some Muslims might be more like you and just be openly and blatant about that, right? In a way where it might be quite blunt, right? And other Muslims would be like, that's your belief, live and let live. You know what I mean, right? And they might give them they might share their belief with you. At the same time, they wouldn't push it on you and wish you the best on your journey. Do you know what I mean?
How did you differentiate that? Whoa, sorry, stop.
Sure, go on.
How did you make me different to what you just said?
Because, like I said, I see certain Muslims that basically are more like you in terms of like, you know what I mean? They are
like me, like what?
Quite blunt and quite you could say arrogant or rude.
No, but
I understand where you're coming from in a sense where we both believe that our way is the right way, but there's a way that I see other Muslims approach people, right, with the in a more respectful, humble way, and I see other people being very rude and disrespectful.
First thing, Triller, get into your mind.
Yeah.
Usually when I'm speaking to people, they're attacking Islam.
I understand that.
And they're attacking Islam. And so thus I then expose their double standards and their false assumptions and such. Right. Majority of the people I'm speaking to, I don't go to people and say, excuse me, sir, what's your religion? You're a Sikh. Oh my God, why are you I don't do this.
Okay.
People come in my sphere of influence.
Yeah.
People come into the arena. Look, the whole concept here is go challenge Islam.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to challenge Islam, you can challenge Islam directly or indirectly. If you're challenging Islam indirectly, it means you're saying, for example, Sikhism is the truth, which would then mean Islam is false. Because if Sikhism is the truth, then that means God is pantheistic. Yeah. You say if Sikhism is true, that means reincarnation is true. Therefore, Islam is false. Yeah. That's what you're telling me. So by you claiming Sikhism is true, you're telling me my world belief is false. Yeah. So I'm going to scrutinize what you believe, mate. Yeah. I'm not going to mock it. But when you start saying stupid things, that's when obviously it's going to sound like mocking. Well, it's not really.
But I'm looking at your approach, right? And generally Muslims, because again, other Muslims are listening to you and listening to other people, and they're looking how you conduct yourself, right? So therefore, if you are conducting yourself in a way where, you know what I mean, I might not, and other Muslims might not agree with, right? For example, right? I think even you say things like ignore other people trying to provoke Muslims, right? And at the same time, I see you doing the opposite. You know what I mean? You don't ignore it. You challenge them. Do you know what I mean, right? And you throw the same thing.
What do you mean?
I mean, for example, I hear you. I hear you when you speak. You talk. You tell Muslims basically don't react, right? Or don't.
No.
Go on.
Don't misquote me, mate.
No.
Go on. I'll tell you what I say.
Yeah.
I say don't react emotionally.
Right.
That's what I say.
Right. Absolutely.
Right.
Okay.
So
that's what you said today. That's what you said today as well. I heard that.
This is okay. Here's my motto. Yeah. Do not react emotionally to the things that people say to you, or then they know that they can control you with their words. All right.
Absolutely.
That's what
I agree.
say.
Yep.
So I say to people, don't react emotionally. React intellectually.
Right.
React with reason.
Big
React
up,
with
Hamza.
logic. Don't react out of emotion and passion.
Line of Speaker's Corner.
You know, these people coming to you are probably misguided, misunderstood, false understandings, and you've got to try to unpack them. Yeah. So the idea that I tell people don't react to what people say, and then I react to people say that as if I'm some kind of hypocrite is absolute nonsense, man. I say don't react with emotion.
Okay.
Because some people want to provoke Muslims, say things they know, oh, your prophet's a pedophile, to create this emotion, and then they can point, see these Muslims, they see, look, told you. Yeah, people do that.
I understand.
So I tell people don't react with emotion. There's no need. Yeah, because we've got the huck. So anyone coming to you with something is coming with nonsense, coming with deception, coming with error, coming with flaws. And all you got to do is just relax. Let's see what they're saying. Let's pinpoint where the false assumptions are, the false premises, the double standards, and expose them.
Because what I tend to see, a lot of Muslims basically go out there and they basically ridicule other faiths. And what's your opinion about that?
Pause that for a second.
I mean, just generally speaking, like I see a lot happen online, right? For example, other people. I'm just saying, right? Whether they're in the chat.
Hold on, this is contradictory to what you've been saying to me. I've been saying for time that Muslims are ridiculing other faiths, and then other faiths are kind of blowing back. Now you're saying that you believe Muslims ridicule other faiths. Which one is it? Because your narrative was different to that.
Again, generally speaking, right? I see some people that do that, and now I'm trying to make a point. Whereas other people are looking up to him, Hamza, right? And big up Hamza.
No, you said
at
other
the same
Muslims.
time, hold on. Hear me out. Yeah, I know. But there are some, right? So when it comes down to it, right, I'm trying to make a point where, like, because I tried to clarify earlier whether it's in Islam, right, to respect all faiths, or whether it's in Islam to basically ridicule other faiths. You get me, right? Now he's making his point clear. He's saying that basically, right, by going against Islam in any formal manner, right, is a disrespect to Islam. Right, so he's making that statement. Now I'm trying to understand this guy's point of view by just dropping questions and listening to the guy and being. I'm not trying to challenge him.
Let me say
something. One minute, Raj. Can you ask Triller to rewind it to the part where he said me and other Muslims? He basically confessed to being a Muslim.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Yeah, oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he's made some.
Me and other Muslims, as in me as an individual, and other Muslims, right? As in other Muslims out there.
Triller. Do you know you've opened up a can of worms by going on Hamza's Den now?
Dude, again,
do you understand that other Sikhs are going to want to know who you are?
Hold on. Yeah, what other Sikhs do is up to them, right?
All right.
Hold on. I've already put this on my own channel, right?
Okay,
and when it comes,
but not other people have heard it yet.
I've already reviewed it, right?
Not other people have heard it yet.
Right. Again.
People, let me say my bit.
The only person, right, that's gone and threatened me is you.
Let me say my bit.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't mind. I'm going to deal with you soon.
Let me say your bit. Let me say my bit. You can go around doing whatever you want, per se, I'm talking every. But when you go onto a religious panel claiming to talk about Sikhism for an hour, saying you're not a Sikh and embarrass yourself, other Sikhs are going to know who you are.
Well, then enjoy the next time I jump back on, right? Which is in 2 weeks' time.
And yesterday you was bad mouthing Shut Up and Job, right?
You do it as well.
You was bad mouthing Sheriff Punjab.
Carry on.
You bad mouthing Sheriff Punjab last night. This is gonna open up a can of worms that you don't want to know.
How was I doing that?
I've got it recorded. Don't worry what you said. Don't worry.
Okay. How was I doing that?
Don't worry. You was calling him gangs and all that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Raj, you made his.
Are they a gang? Are they a gang?
Let's see. You say to their face. Go up to them. Say to them. Say they're a gang to their face and they're doing F-freeze.
Here we go. Threaten me
to their
then.
face and say it.
You've been threatening me.
Let me tell you now, yeah. This is not a threat now, yeah. This is not a threat now, yeah. This is serious now.
You've been trying to get.
You want to start going onto panels,
because I'm telling you now,
embarrassing Sikhs here, like an agent.
Happens to
you
me,
can do that. But whatever happens to you next year, it's your problem.
Way worse.
It's your problem.
Right.
It's your problem.
Yeah. No. It's gonna be your problem, not mine.
Because yesterday, you was bad mouthing. You was bad mouthing. Hold on, you was bad mouthing Sheriff Punjab for pulling up guys for drinking at Goodbody.
No.
Yeah,
you
calling them a gang and the gangsters and all that.
You brought up the whole issue.
Now this video comes out.
You pulled up Sheriff Punjab.
And now what? Now what you're doing? You're jumping on panels.
You pulled up videos. Yeah. You pulled up videos of
embarrassing Sikhs. Right.
You pulled up Sheriff Punjab videos. You were the one basically.
You played the video of injection. Yeah. Talking to that guy, I never pulled that video.
Mate,
you did.
Fuck that guy.
Then you started bad mouthing the dude.
I ain't got nothing. I got no fucking issue with that guy. But that guy, bro, I do not fucking care for that guy. Yeah, he can do whatever the fuck he likes. Yeah, I don't care for that guy.
Play.
Why are you worried about
let me tell you something. This is out of my control.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because again, you draw. Yeah, half nude pictures. Yeah. Of Sikhs, you get me, right? With beards, right? With their tops
was that you?
Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, it was like
you draw them, right?
You was naked.
So basically, when you saw somebody like injection,
your
right?
bald head.
I'm pretty sure you probably basically got a freaking boner, right? Because we know you're gay, right? And you probably wanked off to him.
Raj,
you love the guy.
To who?
All right.
To
who? Who's the name? Who did I wank off to?
Your dad. All right.
All right. Trilla the prosy driller, man. You are really fucked up now, man. I told you I'll leave you alone, but you're taking the piss, man. You're taking the piss with this video now.
You know what I mean?
Mocking, no, and especially not in a vacuum. But you need to understand what he's telling you. He's telling you that he has a specific circle. I mean, you really can't like be serious in saying that, you know, this civil, respectful, calm back and forth, like, you know, is the only kind of conversation that's going to be had in these circles, right? So there are going to be more, you know, intense confrontational conversations. If you're saying we should just ignore those altogether, I would disagree. I mean, I just don't see why that has to be the case.
Well,
if you're saying that the norm should be a respectful, civil, like, relationship between people of different beliefs, I mean, we agree with that. Yeah. But it's not like every conversation is going to be like that.
I'll give you an example, Trilla. I'll tell you who I am. I use this example all the time, and I think it rams home all the time. Have you heard of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Yeah.
All right. So when I speak to people of other beliefs, other ways of life, it's like me going up to Charlie Bucket and his grandpa, who are so excited to go to Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory because they've got the golden ticket. And I'm here to tell them it's a fake. I'm going to break their hearts, mate.
I mean, you can tell them that, but they're not going to believe you.
No. Well, I'll demonstrate to them. I'll demonstrate to them how it's a fake. That's the point. So therefore, I'm going to tell them it's a fake. Now, I could act all nice and friendly and have a cup of tea and a slice of cake. Or by the way, your ticket's a fake.
Right.
And I'd be like, or I could go, where you going? Chocolate Factory tomorrow? Right. Nah, mate, ticket's fake, mate. You're going to get in. And then what would be the response? Why'd you say my ticket's a fake? And here's why. I believe your ticket's a fake. And then I say, but here's a real golden ticket, mate. And then I'll demonstrate to them why that's not a fake. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, but then what makes you different from, say, Hatun? Because you got a speaker's corner. You're familiar with somebody
What's
like
the difference
Hatun.
between me and Hatun?
I mean, in terms of in terms of basically showing them what they believe the truth is.
Okay, I'll explain the difference between me and Hatun.
Yeah.
If
You're
I present
defending
an argument
Hatun now.
against
Freaking heck, man. Crazy.
I'll never bring that argument again.
Okay.
What Hatun does, she'll say that argument to anyone who can, hoping she'll catch someone who hasn't heard the argument. And that's a disingenuous nature.
Can I, brother?
And when I go to Speaker's Corner,
yeah,
mashallah, I've done shahadas in Speaker's Corner. I've delivered beautiful dawah in Speaker's Corner. There's a beautiful video coming up actually of me giving beautiful dawah, introducing and inviting people to Islam.
Yeah.
When's the last time I saw Hatun invite anyone to Christianity?
I understand. I understand.
No. You compare me to Hatun, so I'm trying to show you the
I mean,
difference. See, I can do both.
Yeah.
I can do both, bro. Yeah, I'm only in both of them. I can bowl and bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do both. No problem. Whereas Hatun can't. She can't defend Christianity. All she can do is attack Islam with baited, completely nonsense arguments. Next time you see Hatun, because you're a Sikh, you'll get away with this. See, Hatun, you keep going on about holes in the narrative.
Oh, I've already told her off for the first time I spoke to her.
No. I just want you to say this to her. You keep going on about holes in the narrative. Can you tell us what's the narrative and what are the holes? Because all I ever hear, holes in the narrative. No one can ever tell me what the narrative is.
Yeah.
What are the holes?
Yeah. Just so you know, I highly disagree with her anyway, and I spoke to her personally, and
then when I did tell her in person, she's bringing up the goat, the goat at a verse of the Quran. Everybody in the chat knows what's coming.
Sorry.
Everybody in the chat knows what's coming. We got a mind-wiping goat. And this is the reality. So to compare me to Hatun is nonsense.
No. In terms of you, So in terms of you, if you were to,
he must have some really good Sikh mates because
again,
he's going so easy.
You know what I mean? It might be happening if you are trying to show them
he knows it's a car crash. Let the car crash go slow.
That you might believe in a way.
I told you. I'm telling you.
Other Muslims would disagree with that. Other Muslims that I know would say that's wrong to do that. You shouldn't be doing that. You should just be doing what you should be doing as a Muslim, and you shouldn't be ridiculing other faiths.
He's a Dawa guy.
This is the thing.
How do I demonstrate to somebody else that they believe is
Shabir is begging to come in.
Oh, that's the Shabir on
your faith and showing them how your right action, how righteous you are by living the way that you believe in.
How does that make their belief false?
Again, you're showing them a more just way. The best way to live.
How? They've got as far as they're concerned, man is a sinner. This is a Christian. Yeah? Man is sinful. Can't do anything.
Just a follower.
God needs to die for his sins. There's nothing else we can do. Therefore, we're not even accountable for our sin because Jesus died for our sins.
Yeah. But the majority of Muslims do live by that.
So what you're telling me to do, I'll tell you exactly what you're telling me to do. Is another little analogy for you. You're telling me that people are sat in an all-you-can-eat buffet. Yeah? And they're eating whatever they like, and there's no bill to pay. And next door, they see me in a restaurant, and I'm eating food. I'm choosing what I'm eating, and I've got a menu, and I've got prices I'm going to pay. Do you honestly think they're going to leave the all-you-can-eat buffet that's free and come and join me in a restaurant that you have to pay for your food?
All I'm saying is, you're opening yourself up for fire. That's all you're doing. When you are ridiculing other faiths, you are telling other people ridicule mine. That's what you're doing.
I've been saying this for ages. Now you're saying what I've been saying, Trilla.
That somebody sat
you called me a liar. I don't get this.
Bro, you're ahead of your time, bro.
I'm confused. He was saying that what I was saying was a lie. Now he's saying what I was saying.
I'm going to leave the free
Bro,
food.
you're a
I'm
time
going to go eat
traveler.
the food I have to pay for.
This is crazy.
No one's going to do that, mate. Nobody.
Yeah, go to the free food. Yeah.
Can I just? Yes. I'm sorry, my brother. What is your name?
Trilla.
Trilla. Is that your Sikh name?
No.
What's your Sikh name, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I do mind.
Garinda.
You do? Okay, not a problem.
Judge
We'll call you
Rinda.
Trilla then.
Judge Rinda.
Yeah? Not a problem at all. I think there's a distinction here that needs to be made between, having what I would consider an important discussion as opposed to offending. Okay? And I think you are leaning towards the word offense.
Right.
Yeah? But there are certain times when I think you have to also consider, as Brother Abdul Rahman also mentioned, certain situations where it might be fiery, but both the parties do have that respect for each other. Okay? I can vouch for myself as opposed to my dear brother Hamza. Yeah? He is very direct.
Yes.
I may not be that direct.
Okay.
But there are instances when I need to be, I will be direct.
Right.
Now, if you look at it and you take it as levels, as it were, and I ask you that, look, is there a time in the history of the Sikhs where they had to take up arms?
Yes.
Why?
to defend themselves.
Why did they not show a better or a more advanced form of understanding by not taking up arms?
No, that is one of our ways of life, you could say, to defend those who cannot defend themselves and to defend themselves.
That's absolutely correct. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm going to just ask you about what you said. Is fighting better or is discussing superior? Which one is better?
Yeah, it's discussing.
Exactly. So is that not the highest standard?
Oh, we got a question right.
Okay. If you are going to be attacked, okay, and you stood your ground without attacking back, is that a greater form of worship?
It's a greater action, definitely. Yeah.
Is it a greater action?
Yes.
But the gurus found a way to establish a principle about standing up to defend, even if it meant taking up arms.
As a last resort. Only
absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I said, I agree with you. Even if it is as a last resort, you are actually confirming that human interaction at some stage in life comes to a situation.
Yeah.
Not could only fail, but it comes to a situation where arms are the only resort.
Yeah. He's using your own region against
you. In that scenario, it's noble to take. It's honorable, noble to take up arms. Yes, I agree.
Absolutely. But now, just going back to what we said a few minutes ago, you see, the Quran has principles for us. Yeah, in 16:125, it actually tells us, argue with them in the best ways possible. Now, there is a distinction here. If I am speaking to you, and you seem a very gentle fellow, from what I've heard so far, I would afford you the greatest of respect.
I appreciate that. I would do the same.
Absolutely. I agree. Now, if I was talking to Hatun, as an example, okay, I know that I would have to speak to her in a totally different way as opposed to you.
Why?
Why? Number one, would you offend me unnecessarily?
Yes, he would.
No.
Yes, he does all the time.
She would.
Right.
She would.
Right.
Now, here, bear in mind what I just said earlier. Okay? Where there are stages, if you have got a justification, and this one is going to be purely on a subjective basis, if you are in front of a person and suddenly you realize that they are saying something which is highly offensive, do you or would you have the right, according to Sikhism, would you have the right to respond in the same manner?
No, I don't. I'm not. Firstly, I don't know. But at the same time,
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I don't know. But my guess would be no, because from what I understand about Sikhi, it's about showing utmost humility at the same time. So,
Trilla.
Actually, Trilla. Sorry. Say that again.
I'm just asking Trilla, if somebody insulted his mother to his face, how he'd react.
I mean, the best way for me to react is to not react, and just take the insult.
You wouldn't
the best that would but that would be the best thing for me to do, to not react and just to accept the insult. But unfortunately, I'm a flawed human being, and I do react at times. Yeah.
Well, actually, now I'm glad you pointed this out, Brother Hamza. Trilla, actually, the question therefore arises for you is this: where should the line be drawn between conduct becoming and conduct unbecoming, according to Sikhism?
Okay, so according to Sikhism, it goes as something like, when all means of diplomatic solution has failed, then it's noble to take up arms. However, when it comes, from my understanding of this, like I said, violence is a last resort. So therefore, in defense, sure, if somebody came and attacked you, it would, only be right to defend yourself and to defend others in that same regard. But
not
at the
a
same
problem.
time, go on.
Sorry, you are talking in a physical manner.
Yeah, so basically, for example, if we use Hatun, for example, she's using words, right? She, at the same time, she's been very, very insulting by bringing the Quran, drilling holes and things like that. And I applaud the Muslims in Speaker's Corner and everywhere else that have not reacted to that and that have tried their best to ignore her. Right? So I applaud that. The way they conduct themselves in that.
Sorry, that's not the issue that I just raised.
Okay.
What I'm asking you, conduct becoming and conduct unbecoming. Now, I asked in the context of Sikhism, yes, because we are trying to understand whether a particular form of interaction, a verbal interaction, is appropriate in a given situation.
Sure. I mean, if you.
So
if you
I'm
feel,
asking you, in that context, according to Sikhism, what is conduct becoming and what is conduct unbecoming?
I'm not sure because again.
Okay, not a problem, not a problem. That's I can fully understand. But then we take it logically to the next step. Yes, you see, if I am in conversation with you, and we are having a pleasant conversation, and a third party comes and he starts becoming highly offensive, and then starts encroaching into what we would call our private space, how would you react?
Try to move away from that situation, try and de-escalate that situation.
And they keep coming, and they keep coming, and they keep coming. What would you do?
Go on.
Again, just try your best to ignore it and evade, and hopefully they will basically cease and desist at some point. Hopefully, yeah.
But they don't, and they keep coming.
Yeah. Then
what would you do?
Again, if they're just trying to antagonize and everything else, again, just try your best to persevere.
No, I agree with you on that, and I would probably do the same. But if they keep coming and keep coming and keep coming to the extent that now they have actually come into your private zone, what would you do?
I mean, you mean your personal space? Is what you mean, right? If they're coming into your personal space, I mean, if you feel like they're a threat in terms of like they might become violent.
Stop there!
Right?
Stop there!
Yes.
When and how do you make that determination?
He's going to go to the person's house and try and beat them up.
It's going to be dependent on probably some life experience. I've worked in the security industry for many years. Right? So I have hardly ever got into any fights. A lot of people in the security industry, you know what I mean, get in there to have a fight.
As a result of your security training.
Yeah.
Sorry.
As
a result of your security training. Yeah.
Yeah. I use words to de-escalate the situation as much as possible.
And violence.
Use distance to
come to my house to kill me.
Right. To where I feel safe. If I feel unsafe, sure, I might. You know what I mean? Have to get physical to a degree. If I feel like it might become, you know, if they might be harmful towards me, sure.
I totally agree with you. But you see, the question that I asked was how and when. Yeah, how does the determination, or how do you make the determination? Well, I would suggest to you that as a Muslim, we are recommended always to have discussions with the utmost respect for the individuals you are talking to. However, that has to be distinguished between how you conduct yourself with them and the ideas you are sharing and exchanging. Okay, so going back to what Brother Hamza said, if he considers a particular kind of understanding in his view to be nonsensical, and he actually raises it and says, look, I do think this is nonsense, would you consider, in the context and spirit of the discussion, would you consider that to be offensive?
Yes.
It could be.
Say yes.
Could be, but it can also not be.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So it depends entirely on the individuals who are having the conversation.
That is true.
It purely becomes subjective.
Absolutely. It's on the
and exactly, and if the necessary guidance is present within the individual engaging in discussion, then there should not be a problem, should there?
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
If the person engaging in discussion has the necessary guidance in how to engage, then there shouldn't be a problem, should there?
I feel cheated.
That is what Islam asks.
We know you can do it. So look how polite he is.
And I would encourage that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you for your time, guys. Yeah.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Okay.
He ran.
That was rubbish, man.
You ran, Trilla.
You ran.
Yeah.
That was fucking.
Trilla, that was anticlimactic.
If you want to keep on going on, then no one's going to stop you. But don't cry when the
absolutely
blowback
crap,
happens.
man.
Because if you're going to,
the only person that's threatened me is you, Raj. Ever since I've jumped online, the only person that's threatened me has been you. The only person that's threatened to call the community on me right, jeopardizing myself, my well-being, and my family, has been you.
All right, so
and
let me
therefore, I
serious,
reacted by doing
All right, so
exactly the same thing to
let
you.
me say this.
All right.
Let me say something.
All right.
Let me say
Thank
something.
you.
Let me say something.
Thank you.
If I go to Speaker's Corner and I start talking about Sikh or Sikh issues, and then some Sikhs want to do blowback to me, like basically want to challenge me, that's just the nature of the game, innit?
Look,
Now
dude,
you
you're
have
just
opened.
jealous.
Hold on, let me
You're
say
just
something. You have
jealous
now.
of me. You're
Jealous
just
of
jealous of
what?
me.
Jealous
Hold on, let
of
me
what?
finish. Let me finish.
What you
Now
got
you
going
have.
on?
Now the last 2 days here, you have some crazy stuff here, and today's this one here. Look, if people start listening to it and start saying, "Who's this guy that says he's not a Sikh, doesn't follow Sikhism, but wants to talk about Sikhism and embarrass Sikhs by making us look very weak?" Now Hamza is saying this. Basically, he is a Muslim and he don't care what you think. He's gonna tell you straight.
Okay,
And I'm the same as a
right.
Sikh. I don't believe in certain things, and I'll tell a
All
Muslim
right,
I don't
right.
believe
You're
in
not a
this.
Sikh though.
I
But
don't
you're not a
care
Sikh.
about
You're not a
the
Sikh.
same
You
way
can
Hamza.
call
I
yourself
don't
what you
care.
want, but I don't recognize you as
Whatever,
a
but
Sikh.
that's the point. It doesn't matter.
You're
I
not a
don't
Sikh
reckon. No,
yourself,
hold
so
on,
who
hold on.
cares what you think?
You're not a Muslim, right? A
Right, so
Muslim
why
has to
would
take
your
their
He told you what a Muslim
Muslim
is.
has to take
All
their
you have to
shahada.
say
No,
is La
no.
ilaha
A
illallah. You're
Muslim,
Muslim.
a
You heard
Muslim
it from
takes their
Hamza.
shahada, right,
You
to be a
heard it from
Muslim, right?
Hamza.
But there are
You're-
cut-off points as well,
Dude,
right?
you're
But at the
your
same
number
time,
one.
right,
You're
with
the
a Sikh,
fanboy.
yeah, it's not the
Hamza
same
told
thing.
you
You
if they
can't just call
say
yourself a
the
Sikh one day.
Shahada, they're Muslim.
You got to do things about it,
Brother,
right?
you can't be
Hamza say to
It's
takfiring
a
you?
no
doing
one.
religion. It's not just a
All right. So
believing
what did
religion.
Hamza say to you?
Okay.
What did Hamza say to you when you said he said if they say the Shahada, they're Muslim? I can't determine. Now you're not listening to what a Muslim told you.
Again, when it comes to a
You're trying to
Muslim,
put your
that's
the problem
what a
with you.
Muslim has to do. I am not concerned as to what the Muslim is,
You're
right?
not
And
even
what they
concerned
do,
what,
right?
Why are you
Okay,
telling
I am
Khan
concerned.
he's not
I
a
was
Muslim? Why do you tell
genuinely,
Khan he's
I
not a
am
Muslim? Or
genuinely,
stop
I've
telling
got
they're
my
not Muslim?
own I've got my own agenda when it comes down to me jumping on there
Dude, you
and
got an
making my
agenda.
own
You're
points,
an
right?
agent. You're an
No,
agent,
my
yeah.
own,
And I'm
my
going to prove
agenda,
you're an agent.
agenda
I've
there,
now
my
100% know in my own
agenda
head.
there.
You're
Hold
an
on,
agent, dude.
look,
You tried
why
to
are you talking
manipulate
over me? You
me.
keep talking
You
shit,
tried to
yeah?
manipulate me to go after the Gurdwara
Oh, for fuck's
committees
sake.
2
For
years ago
fuck's sake,
when I
look at
didn't know
you
you.
crying like a
Then
little
you
fucking
kept on
baby.
telling
Look at
me,
you crying like a
on
little
the phone,
baby.
one
Alright,
story, and then online another
here
story.
we
The
go,
same way you
crying
said
like a
now
little
that
fucking baby.
Muslims,
Here you go, here you go.
attack other
Yeah.
faiths, but you've
Are
been
you finished? Are you
criticizing
finished?
me
Are you
for saying the
finished?
same thing.
Are you finished? Thank you.
Killer, are
Alright?
you or are you
Bide
not a
your grudge.
fed?
Hold
Are
on,
you a
bro.
fed?
Can't shut the fuck up,
Killer,
man.
are you a
Fucking hell,
fed?
bro. Shut up, bro.
Are
Fucking just
you?
wait,
Or
bro.
are you
Shut up.
not a
He's
fed?
an undercover. He's undercover.
Bro, I'm
He's
your
an
fucking,
agent,
I'm your
man.
great granddad, bro. Did you know that?
100%,
For
man.
fuck's sake.
100%.
Community officer.
Bro, can you just be
100%
quiet, yeah?
Community
undercover
officer
agent,
When
man.
it
killer.
comes,
Man.
you're just a weirdo, man.
I don't
When it
trust
comes
tall
down to
people.
it, yeah, all right. When
Tall,
it comes
skinny
down to it,
people, I don't
even
trust
go
them.
to
I don't trust
basics
them
of
either, man.
Sikhi. Type in Gurdwara committees, basics of Sikhi, and you can see
Can
by
you
Jagraj, yeah,
So why did you
condemning
want
it,
me to
right?
fight the
All
battle
right.
for you?
What do you
problem?
mean fight the battles?
Why
We're
did
talking about
you send me
raising
an email?
awareness, yeah,
So if I'm
weirdo.
such a bad person, why did you want me when
Did
I
I
was
know
with
how
the
bad you were at
all
the
right, so
time?
I was at that time.
Did
I
I
was
know how
fully,
bad you were at
all
the
right, so
time?
at that time, I was fully with the Tommy Robinson movement. You knew
No,
that.
you weren't. No, I
Yes,
asked
I
you
was.
about that. You said
Do you
you
want me to show
distance
the
yourself
email?
from them.
Do you want me to show the email when you
Right,
emailed me
right.
3 years
Do you
ago?
want to show the
3
stream,
years ago,
right?
telling
Wait,
me.
hold on.
Let
Why
me
don't
just,
you show
Can
the
we hear the
stream?
poem again,
Why
please?
don't you show the stream,
let
right?
me
Why
just
don't you
say,
show the
say my
stream?
bit,
Hold
yeah.
on, hold on,
Matthew,
hold on.
Matthew,
You
mute him
asked
for a
the
second. I
fucking
beg you, so
question.
I
You
can
can't have the
reply.
whole fucking panel,
Let
yeah?
me just reply.
Why don't you?
Let me just say something. What he did, yeah, 3 years ago when he
Don't you
before he came
fucking
to the
mute
panel,
me, you
yeah,
fucking. All right,
before he came
go
to the
fuck
panel,
off,
he
man. All right.
emailed me, yeah.
But
He
I
emailed
fucking
me.
told you, all right, Tommy Robinson movement, yeah, and you said no, you distance
No, No,
from
you
the
knew my
movement.
name was freaking Tommy Robinson.
All right.
You fool.
You distance yourself from where
No,
you're
this wasn't.
exact.
All right, so do you want me to get
All
the
right.
email? Do you want me
No,
to get the
go
email
show
and the
the
date?
stream. Go show the stream.
Because the point is this year, you emailed me
Show
3
the
years
stream.
ago. All right, so let
Show-
me finish what I'm saying.
What are
You
you afraid
emailed me
of?
3 years
What are you
ago
afraid of?
saying that the good brother committees
You
need to be
got upset.
outed,
You
and
got
you
upset.
wanted me to deal with it.
What do you mean deal with it?
You
Why-
said to me, "Can you use your platform to sort
Wait,
this
hold
out?"
on. So when you
So why was
if
you
you're
doing
gonna
this?
show the
You're an
email-
agent, dude.
if you're
You're
gonna
an
show the
agent. You're
email,
an
what
agent, dude.
agent
I
of
know
what?
100% you're an agent.
Agent of
I don't
what?
want to say what, but you're an
Agent,
agent.
blood.
Agent of
You're
what?
an agent. You're an agent.
Agent of
100%.
what? Agent of
You've been
what?
sent here to
Agent
do
of what?
efferys.
Agent of what? All right, cool.
5-0,
You know what?
cuz.
Whatever people you want to talk about me, don't worry, dude. You're gonna get dealt with now. all right?
Whatever,
Don't worry
man.
about
You've
it.
been
Yeah,
saying
you'll
that
get
for
dealt
a
with.
while,
You
man.
want to threaten me,
You're
you're gonna get dealt with anyway. Don't worry,
Whatever,
man.
man.
Because you
Whatever.
think, yeah, you're the
PC
only
block.
person that's trying to cause controversy between Muslims and
Controversy?
Sikhs, yeah, right?
Who's that?
between
All right, so
Muslims
Khan's
and
a Muslim,
right? You're trying to
there's
cause
other
controversy
Muslims on it,
between
and I'm
Muslims
fine
and
with them.
sects,
Why?
innit? Yeah,
Why are
you're
you
trying
so
to cause a
concerned for them?
conflict between the two people
Where?
because you're a fucking atheist. You're not a
Dude,
sect
let me
at
tell you
all.
something. Let me
You're a
tell you
fucking
something.
atheist, all right?
Trilla.
So don't you ever
When
dare
you
get
were
it twisted,
16,
all right?
yeah,
You're
you
an
got
atheist, all
STDs,
right?
grade AIDS.
You are
yeah?
an RSS agent,
disease,
yeah? You're an
You
RSS
are
agent. You wear a
an agent,
turban.
yeah,
You work
provocateur.
for the
You have been
RSS, all
talking
right?
shit about
And I
Share the
told you
Punjab
this before.
yesterday.
You're an
You have been
RSS.
talking now
You're an
about
RSS agent, yeah?
panel
You
of
work
one of the biggest
Hindu
panels,
government, yeah?
embarrassing Sikhs.
You work for the
You are an
Hindu
agent
government.
provocateur.
You
I'm
work for
going
the
to find
Hindu
out,
government.
Garinda.
You work for the
Garinda.
Hindu
Garinda,
government.
Garinda, Garinda,
You work for the government, right? You're a BJP,
I'm going to start finding out about you
Rajinda,
because this is, you
Tattletales.
want to start going down this
Rajinda
route now where you're
Tattletales.
going to
Yes,
Hamza's
go on.
den, embarrassing Sikhs here. You want to
Oh,
open up that
okay,
Pandora's box.
How you feel? I
Cool.
don't care.
But don't cry like a baby like you did
Don't
last
worry,
time.
Raj. They
Because if
probably
I
won't let him
made
on
you
again
cry,
anyway. They
if
won't
I
let him
made
on.
you
Jealous.
cry,
You couldn't do it.
They
You're
ain't letting
just
him on.
you
jealous.
cry on the
You're
net, what do you think
jealous.
other people are going to do to
They
you?
won't
You're
let
just
him
jealous.
on. They
You
won't. I
couldn't
know
jump
them.
on
They
that
won't let him
platform.
on.
You
What's going
never
to
had
happen
the
to you, do you think?
balls, yeah?
What's
You
going to
got
happen to
little
you?
pigeon fucking
Let me
balls,
tell you
yeah? You
something.
can't do
I
it. You
don't
can't
jump
do
on
it.
there because
You're
I'm
too
not ready
scared.
to go on
You
there.
haven't
I
got no
understand my
guts, yeah?
limitations.
All you
You're
can do
sick.
is
You know, dumb people think they're more clever than they are.
all
You're
you can
dumb.
do
You thought
is
you could jump on that panel
you're an
talking and you
informer,
embarrassed
right?
yourself
You're
like
an
the football you
informer.
are.
You're an
You are a
informer.
grade A puddida,
You
fuddu,
work for the
putta, you
5-0.
name it,
Ask them.
harami,
You
everything.
work
For
for the
real,
You're a
for
police.
real.
freaking
You
fuddu of the
work for the
highest order.
police.
I
All
have
right.
never met
You
you. Hold
work
on,
for the
going for the
police. You
police.
go to the police station every day.
So if I go to the police now, yeah, and tell them that you're going to come to my house to burn my house down, what will happen to you? Because I got the recording.
I didn't say
You're going to start
Nothing.
crying?
I'm
Or you're going to
It's
say,
sensation. He can
you're
say
going to
what he
say,
wants.
oh,
I'm gonna
you're going to say,
drop you
Daddy,
some
can you
laddu.
save me from the
Yeah, I'm gonna
police?
drop you some
No, you're going to
laddu.
get someone to
I'm gonna
save you
drop
because you're a
some
snitch
laddu.
as
I'm
well.
gonna give you
You
some
will not
laddu.
deal with the crime. You
I'm
will
gonna
get your
give you
family
some
to bail you
laddu,
out
man.
because
Don't
you
worry
got
about
police
it.
connections,
Don't
like
worry
Shine
about it,
said,
man.
right?
I'm gonna
You
drop you
got the
some
5-0
laddu.
on speed dial.
I'm
Yeah,
going
you're like
to drop
Batman with a
you
freaking
some
red phone, you
laddu at your
puddida.
house,
Huh?
yeah? All
Shut
right.
your mouth. You got a red
All right.
phone.
I'm
You're
gonna
better than
drop you
me.
some laddu.
I
With the
actually
red
admire
phone.
your
I'm gonna
snitcheriness.
drop you some
I
laddu.
thought I
Don't
was
worry,
a good
man. I'm
snitch.
gonna
You're
drop you
next
some
level
laddu,
snitch.
innit? Don't worry, man.
You're
All right,
filming.
I'm
You're
gonna come to
recording
your
every.
yard and drop you some
Are you
laddu.
recording
All right, I'm
every
gonna give you
conversation
gifts,
on here?
innit? Yeah.
Did you know that,
All right,
Mackie?
I'm
He's
gonna give
recording
you some
everything.
very
Why?
nice
Why are
Indian
you
sweets.
accusing
Yeah.
people of doing
All
weed?
right.
Why
So
are you
you want to
accusing people
threaten me
openly of doing?
indirectly yesterday when you
Why are
said,
you
yeah,
accusing
what would
people?
you do if those guys, yeah, will throw you in the van, yeah?
Why do
I'm
you want
not
to do
taking
that?
your threats
Why do you want
lightly
to do that?
anymore. All right.
Why do you want to do
All
that?
right.
Why are you telling people
While
you
you
do
still
weed?
got streams
Let
up
me tell you
about
something,
me,
pussy.
no
Yeah,
problem.
I
No,
don't agree
I'm
with
not a
any
pussy. You're the
intoxicants, but
pussy.
if
You're
I
too
was to
much
say what's worse,
to jump
alcohol
on
is.
Hamza's den.
Alcohol is a million
Right?
times worse than
You're
weed. Yeah, I'd rather someone do weed than your freaking alcohol because
You're
alcohol
just
destroys families.
jealous. You're
Alcohol destroys. Like you're a grade A football. That's why
That's right.
everyone hates you. At least with weed, people mellow out. Yeah, yeah. The reason you're
just
divorced
jealous.
and you got
You're
no
just
woman
jealous.
and you're a
You're just
freaking
jealous.
STD
A
infested
man
little
who's never
prick
been
is because
got
you're
the
a cunt
brewer's
and an
fruit, bro.
alcoholic.
a gay
You,
sick.
yeah, I've crossed
Yeah,
the line
you
today,
call
yeah, with
yourself
that video,
a sick,
and you're
but you're
gonna pay the
gay,
price here, not
right?
physically, but
You're
you're
a
gonna get outed,
homosexual.
dude.
You're
You're
a
gonna get out. Why send
homosexual,
me?
man.
If I'm an
You're a
homosexual, why do you send me
homosexual.
poems? Who's
You're
more
a
gay, the man that's
homosexual.
gay or the man that's
You're a
sympathetic to a gay man?
homosexual. You're a
Who's more gay?
homosexual.
Who's
All
more
right.
gay?
You're the one
The
drawing
man that's
naked
gay
men.
or the man that sends a
Yeah?
poem to a gay man?
Naked men.
4
All
a.m.
right.
Which one's more
Drawing
gay?
naked
The
men all
man
the
that
time.
owns a man in your mind who thinks he's gay, who's more gayer?
All right.
Who's more gay?
Always
On a
growing
serious
men.
note, if you
And
think I'm
you're
gay,
too
why would you
stupid
phone
to
me in the
find the
morning?
stream. You're
Why
too
would you phone
stupid
me
to
in the
find
morning,
the
4 in the
stream.
morning, 5
I
in the
put
morning?
up the stream straight
Crying
away.
on there
But
about your
you're
life and
saying
shit.
you had
I don't
trouble
give a shit
finding
what
the
happens to
stream,
you,
right?
man.
But
Don't
you're
cry to
too
me in the middle
fucking
of the night, you little
stupid to
bitch.
find the stream.
You're
Dude,
bloody done a
I
football, the
have
highest order.
broken your arguments
You're
down
freaking STD
time and time
infested little
again. You're a
prostitute using
shit debater.
Pull of the
You
Prosidula
can't
football.
win a
Yeah?
debate.
Now the
All
thing
you
about
can
you
do
want
is
debate
make
pussy, man.
personal
You want to Hamza's done, you embarrassed your base, you sound like a
all you
fucking
can do
radio
is
football,
make
man.
personal attacks on people. That's all you can do because you
Radio
lost.
football, man, you are.
You
Swear to
are
God,
a
man.
loser. You're a
Who's a
loser in
loser?
life.
Let him try
You're
and get
are
on to
worse
what
than me,
happened.
man. Your sperm's dead.
They would
Yeah, you
ignore
got no
him.
kids.
They would just
Yeah,
ignore him.
you're freaking divorced. Yeah, everyone hates you. You're an alcoholic. Who's worse? And you was a security guard for what?
All right.
The playgrounds. What can you do, security guard, for, you little pussy?
You're an absolute loser.
McDonald's.
You're a loser.
Wimpies.
You're a
Where did you
loser.
do, man? Where did
All
you do
right.
security?
All
You
you've been
lanky piece of
trying to
piss?
do is
When
get
did you do
me
security? I met you,
arrested,
lanky piece of piss.
all right,
You look
and
like
get me
ET gone
hurt.
wrong. Shut
All
your
right.
mouth and go home.
What have you done?
Shut your
All
mouth
you
and
tried
go
to
home,
do is
ET.
get me arrested and get
You
me
look like
hurt.
freaking
That's all
Gandhi,
you ever
yeah?
done.
You look like
All right,
Gandhi,
get me
yeah? Stretched
arrested,
out Gandhi.
get me hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen the
All
state
right,
of yourself,
that's
you
all you
little
ever done.
huh? You look like
Every
a freaking
time I
Oda.
speak to you,
Shut
get me
your mouth,
arrested,
man.
or
You did
get me
security. You
hurt.
did security.
Right?
Where
You're
can
a
you do?
fucking
Tell me where you done
snitch.
security, pussy.
You're a fucking snitch.
Where did you do security?
All right.
Huh? The local
Of the
Wimpy.
highest order, and you're
Yeah,
just
Wimpy's
jealous.
closed now, bitch. It's been 10 years.
You're just jealous of me. You're just jealous of me.
Did you do
All
fucking
right.
security at Blockbuster?
You have been
Nah, it's
jealous
got out
of
of
me
business
for a
because
long
of you.
time.
You closed the
Right.
businesses down.
You've been
Everyone was stealing
continuously
everything.
jealous of me.
That's how
All right.
Wimpy and Blockbuster's out of business, you little bitch. That's how you deal with him, man.
Well done,
Is he
Raj.
gone? Is he gone?
No. The thing is, yeah, I've been trying to ignore the guy, yeah. But look, when you're gonna start going on to like someone like Hamza's, saying to people, I believe in Sikhi 100%, and then say I don't follow it, I'm not a Sikh. I'm sorry, I'm not having it, man.
Same.
I'm not having it. If a Muslim done that, you'd be freaking roasted. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, that was an embarrassment.
No, he did not.
doubt about
Everything he said on that thingy was wrong. Yeah, some of it was actually true. And I'm not going to say everything
But it
was
was very
bad.
beggy. It was very beggy.
Yeah.
It just wasn't like Triller, innit? It was like lying. You're lying.
Yeah,
What
the
would you do
problem
in
I have
certain
though,
situations,
Maki, the
like-
problem I have, yeah, I've been saying for time here that some Muslims, not all Muslims, some of the Muslims at the Speaker's Corner are rude towards Christians and Hindus and stuff. And so some of the blowback is the people become rude towards them. He told me for ages now, this is not true. Now on the panel, he's now saying the exact same thing I said. How does that make sense?
He's a lost sheep, man. He doesn't know what. Every day is different. He wakes up one morning a Sikh, one morning a
I
Khalid.
don't want him, man. Hamza, if you're listening, yeah, take him, yeah, and do the circumcision yourself, man. Yeah, put it in a jar, maybe, you know, freaking, you know, use it as a trophy on your show. You can have that one, man. You
I
can
bet
have
his
that freaking
parents
head.
are ashamed of him.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's cussing out Gurdeep for being disabled, man. I didn't know that, or having a disability.
Yeah, that was a bit harsh. That was a bit
And
harsh.
Really
what's the difference between someone
That's
being
a
deaf
total-
and being disabled? They're
Stuck
both
your mother,
disabilities.
Trilla, and a fucking deaf ear.
And the state is there to help people with disabilities, right? So if someone's disabled, they have a backup system. What do you want? He wants you to be begging on the street.
No, it's crazy, man.
At the end of the day, people, the system's there to protect people who fall
I
on hard
told him
times.
he's a demon. He's an alcoholic demon, man. There's
And
nothing
this
you can get
literally,
away
man,
with.
like
That,
I'm going to be honest with you, like I'm going to say this straight, and I'm not promoting weed because I don't like either one of them. But I've seen with my own eyes, yeah, with my friends who used to drink and they used to do efferys and everything like that, and they started doing weed, yeah. And I'm not going to say I agree with it, but they're 100% a better husband and a freaking better father. I could tell you that now because they're not going out doing madness.
Yeah, with the
Yeah, they're
alcohol,
sitting
it's
at home
crazy,
freaking
yeah.
like zombies. Yeah, I mean, I used to find it a bit weird first. I was like, dude, you're not talking no more. Obviously, they're out of their head.
Alcohol ruined his marriage, and now he's projecting onto everybody else because they can control their vices. We didn't break your marriage; you broke your marriage, not us.
No. And also, yeah, this guy's been talking about rape fantasies. Yeah,
I
talking
know.
about no means yes.
He's on some
listen, if this guy wants to freaking start threatening and doing, I'm telling you, I could freaking destroy this guy in the Sikh community if I wanted to. Have I got the time? No. But if he keeps on jumping on freaking Hamza's den, I'll just start freaking because he's talking about keeping recordings.
They won't let him back on.
He's talking now. Let me tell you, they will let him back on. Do you know why? Because he's a car crash football.
No, they won't. You don't know
They
them.
will.
They won't. They
They
won't.
will.
They will, bro.
They won't.
Hey, look,
If he went on there and stuck it on them and said, "I'm a Sikh and
And you
Sikh
can't
is
say
right,
we don't
and
know them.
Islam's wrong," they might have let him
Yeah.
on. But he
No,
didn't.
the way you should do it is like you go on there and say,
can't say
what I
Raj don't
believe
know
in
it,
is true,
Hamza.
yeah, I believe it's true, yeah, and I believe what you're saying is false. That's it. That Sikhism and Islam cannot sit side by side.
I
One
said
of them
that
is
to him and he
right,
got
and one of
upset
them
with
is
me.
false.
Started spazzing.
Now, does it mean that everything in Islam is false? No, certain things here can be right, but the overall faith here, as a Sikh, I would have to say is wrong. If you said to me now, Khan, I think Sikhism is false and it's wrong, I don't take offense to that.
But I would say that on a theological level, I wouldn't insult you.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But it's not an insult to say that you believe in something and you believe that other
there is a common
wrong.
ground. There's a common ground that both faiths believe in God. They were getting stuck on finding a common ground, and that's the blatant.
Yeah, but there's a difference between but the difference between like if you have a conversation and both of you having a conversation about your faith, you should be adamant in your own faith. If
That's
you're
right.
wishy-washy, you're gonna do what Triller did. He got rinsed out and embarrassed.
Yeah.
There's no wishy-washiness here. You got to say, this is what I believe. This is what I think. This is what you are doing is wrong, which I'm doing is right. And they will do the same thing. And I'll be honest with you, they respect that more.
Of course.
They respect people more when they're just straight talking. No, this is what I believe. Not this wishy-washy. Oh, kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. I'm going to go heaven all together. No, it's not happening like that, man. You know, we have different paths. Yeah, some paths are closer to what we believe and some paths are further. But as a Sikh, we believe Sikhism is the main path, right? And as a Muslim, you believe Islam is the main path.
Yeah.
What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with saying that. What's offensive about that?
No, it's two ideas that are opposite. They don't. You can't put them on the same page. They're
they're contradiction. They're a contradiction because the actual our belief structure in the afterlife is contradicting your afterlife, and the punishment is contradicting your afterlife. So it doesn't mean we can't have things in common though. Like we both believe murder's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We both believe stealing's wrong. We both believe drinking's wrong. Obviously, that's a good topic to go on. Yeah. One thing that surprised me though is that he was so polite on there. Yeah.
I know.
Like a little boy in
fraud,
front of his teacher. Oh yes, yeah. Can I have the red apple, please? I'm a teacher's pet. Why can you not give the same courtesy
over here
to this channel and Jedi's channel and my channel? Because he's done it on my channel as well when he's got drunk and talked shit.
That's true.
Yeah, that shows you he can control his behavior. He's just choosing to be a cunt.
Yeah, it's sad.
Try not to rape, man. With man's parties, with man's fellow Speaker's Corner guys, like we've had many debates, many discussions. The levels is high. You just don't know what you're dealing with. We're over here playing with you. You know what I mean? And
you're
that's
taking
our
it
level.
serious. Yeah,
that's our
exactly.
level. You know what I mean? Those people on a regular basis for like 3 or 4 years. Come on, bro.
And do you know what's sad? Do you know the people that support Triller?
Embarrassing, bro.
Do you know the people that support Triller never tell him to stop drinking, never tell him to stop making a fool of yourself, never tell him that he's doing wrong because they want him to fight their battles. So they're too scared to fight the battle. So they want Triller to be their sheep that will fight for them. That's why they don't care if he's drunk. They'll keep on saying, drink more, drink more, drink more. Because I see it in the chat, drink more, drink more. Oh, Triller, you're winning, you're winning. Even though he's embarrassing himself. And this shows that people are evil. Because true friends would say to him, dude, you're embarrassing yourself, dude. Why don't you stop drinking? Why don't you do this? Stop making yourself like a tit. Instead, these guys keep on egging him on because they hate Triller like we hate Triller. But the difference is we're straightforward with our hate. They want to embarrass him because they haven't got the guts to jump on a panel and say what he's saying. I'll give him credit, although it takes him Dutch courage to do it, at least he turned up, with his own thingy, I'll give him credit. But these guys don't give a shit about this guy whether he freaking drinks himself to death.
Yeah, nobody cares what you think, Raj. Nobody ever has. When it comes
That's
down
why you used to talk to me 4 in the morning, and I used to put you on the side of the bed, and I used to walk around the house, and leave you talking. I didn't even know you was talking about. You know, sometimes when you come back after an hour and you was talking, and I would just say to you, "Oh, okay, I agree, Triller." I don't know what you talked about. You could have said the Earth is flat for all I knew. I just said, yeah, I agree.
Are you going
because
to
you're like a woman.
finish speaking?
You're like a woman. The thing is, you're like a woman.
You've had your time.
I've never met a dude that would want to. You know, when I used to say to you, Triller, I don't want to talk, and you say, "Please, Raj, talk to me, please."
Look, I don't want to hear your bullshit.
I swear to God, Mackie, do you know how many times I said,
"Look,
man, I need to go." You know, like a woman, they won't let you go. Oh, please, let me talk to you, Raj. Let me talk to you, Raj. I say, dude, I'm busy, man. I'm busy.
You have said to people, look, again. You have said to people,
you're a weirdo, dude, man. I'm telling you, Triller,
Okay, I'm weird.
You are getting support from people that want you.
Okay, so Faz has told me not to drink.
That
the people that you're talking about are people like Faz, right?
Love you drinking.
Even
love
Faz
you
on his own stream.
Love the fact that you go onto Hamza doing your beastie. Love the fact that you say you're a Sikh but don't follow it. Love the fact that you got STDs. Love the fact that you're Triller the prosy driller.
Love the fact that you're a from your sister. If I do have STDs, call it from your sister.
Everybody knows, that you're a pussy of the highest order. And the reason you was a security guard, the reason why you was a security guard is the only way you can act like a bad man because you had a uniform on. In a real life, you're a pussy. Yeah, I've met you, you lanky piece of piss.
Are you finished?
And
you were shit scared.
You lot, I wasn't shit scared of you.
No, you said I'm a big,
bald head, your big nose.
Big guy.
I didn't know that a man had a bigger nose than mine. I never knew that a man could have a round head and a tweezer. I didn't know that
Why don't you meet me in
person? You was ET. I was like, ET, go home. ET, go home. I was phoning SETI. You know SETI, where they get the alien life. I said, I found him. I've used a missing link on ET. Either way, I knew you was unique. I never knew you was a grade A cunt on a football.
Man. Anyway, there's certain reasons why people allow you here, knowing that you're a fucking
don't cry like you did on Jedi's when you was crying like a baby, like a bitch. Yeah, don't cry afterwards. Because if you want to act like a bad man, you want to act like a man that can do X, Y, Z, and say whatever you want. When the consequences come down your way,
you didn't like it. You didn't like it.
I'll give you the Kleenex and stuff. You can wipe your tears away.
You didn't like it, mate. I
superseded you. I was and vomit at the same time. Yeah, you're gonna shit yourself. piss yourself and vomit at the same time.
Always
Yeah?
better than
But
you.
you're a
You just
pussy,
couldn't take
Triller.
it.
You
You
being
Yeah?
couldn't
up
You're
take
a
it.
pussy.
corner.
You couldn't take it.
What the fuck do you think he's
Just
doing
better
up
than
there, bro?
you.
He's doing dawah. He's not up there fucking
You're a
around.
pussy,
Shirley,
man.
this
I'm
is how I
sick
know
and
you're on
tired of you, man.
medication, mate. All right.
Yeah,
Carry
you want to
on.
do your F3 over here,
One
cool,
minute
yeah,
you
but when
cuss
you're
him,
doing
next
your
minute
F3
you
all over
fucking
the
big him
place.
up. You're just
On
mental. All right.
medication.
You're absolutely
You're
mental. No, you're a
let me
fucking
ask you a question.
schizophrenic.
What was the logic
Because
in
of you.
bringing Hutton's name involved?
Because of you.
What was the
Because of
thinking behind
the
that?
way he
The way
insults
that
other
our son
faiths,
turned out.
No,
right?
that was mad.
The way
You're
he
the only
insults other
son.
faiths, and
Yeah,
he
but
gave his
has he ever
reasons as
drilled
to
a hole
why he
in
does.
a...
Right?
All right, so what? How can you...
Your
This is when
mum
you're
Hold on a
crazy,
second.
yeah?
No, I'm not here to address you anymore. All right, you made your fucking speech. Yeah.
Oh, shut your
All
mouth,
right,
baby
so I'm gonna
mouth.
say
Shut
my
your
bit. I'm
mouth,
gonna say
man.
my bit.
Go
All
back to your
right.
security job,
I'm gonna
freaking
say
doing for
my bit.
Wimpy's,
Right.
yeah? I'll
When it
open it
comes
up
down
for
to
you. I'll open
you,
up my
hold on.
Wimpy's so you can start doing security there again, you
when it comes down to
6 or
you,
4
when
lanky
it
piece of
comes
piss.
down to you,
Shut your mouth, puddy,
right?
that
When it
cunt.
comes down
Shut
to
your
you, know
mouth, bastard,
exactly what I'm
man.
gonna
You, no
say.
no
Right.
one likes you, dude. Have you
Right.
realized
It doesn't
everyone hates
matter.
you?
It doesn't matter.
Huh?
Right.
It does
When it
matter.
comes
Do
down
you
to
hate you?
you,
The only reason they're listening to you because
right.
you're a car
Oh
crash.
my lord.
You're
So you're
car
not
crash
gonna let me
TV.
speak.
You're
Right.
car crash
So
TV.
great
No, I'm not
moderation,
letting you
guys.
speak because you're a
Great
pussy.
moderation.
You're
Yeah.
a pussy.
So
You're
I'm
a
the only
pussy.
one that gets
I want you to
muted. I'm
become
the
like
only
you was in
one's
Hamza's.
volume who gets
Until
put
you start
down,
behaving like
right,
Hamza
to a
did, where
minimum.
you're all quite,
Right.
oh yes,
So I
sir,
get
free back
You
folks.
can't
Oh yes,
listen to
Hamza.
them.
Hamza, you want me to suck your toe, do you, Hamza? Oh yes, Hamza. Oh Shabir, shall I move the chair for you, Shamza? Oh Shamza, Shabir, shall I feed you, Shamza? Shamza, shall I suck you off?
Bro,
Until you start
I'm
behaving
not
like
gonna
that on
hold
here,
it.
you're gonna get the
You's
fire
getting
rod here.
boiled.
You better start
You's
bucking
getting
No,
your
no,
boiled
no,
ideas
no,
up.
up
no, no,
and
no, no.
talking
Man
like
No,
you was
you're
asking
just
you
talking
gonna
on
you're
here.
solid
gonna get
questions.
dealt with.
Button
Don't
up,
worry about
pussy
it.
dog.
You'll get dealt with in due
What do
time. Don't
you
worry about
do
you.
Are
in
you
this
gonna cry through?
situation? Do you do A or B? Yes.
Yes,
Yes, Shabir. Yes.
yes, Hamza,
If somebody
Hamza. Can
insults
I,
your mum, what would you
Hamza? Can I,
do?
Hamza?
I
I
would
never
walk
cuss anyone. Yeah,
away.
I've always
Walk
take the
away
higher.
was a
Would
I
you
lie,
always
hit
take the
your
bro.
higher
mum?
ground. I
Keep a
don't ever
lie.
go for no one. I never say anything about no one's mothers. I'm always the higher
I
ground.
know.
I was a
I know.
security guard at
But I'm
Wimpy's
fallible.
before it went bust. And then I
I'm
went to
fallible.
Blockbusters. And Hamza's like, Wimpy and Blockbusters? You cunt. It was you that broke them.
You cunt.
It was you
Wow.
cunt.
So
Bastard, though.
you're
Huh?
not gonna let me
Everyone
speak.
was stealing
Yeah.
from there because
Right.
you was too busy
Right.
looking like a
So
football.
a great example.
It's 7
Yeah.
foot,
A
2
great
looking freaking
example of how
football.
this panel
Yeah,
runs.
no
Yeah.
one was scared of you. Everyone thought, yeah, when
So
they were going to
I'm the
see
problem
you was
here,
a
right?
prop.
Okay.
Everyone thought at Blockbusters you was
So
an ET
I'm the
prop.
problem
Did you
here.
know
Yeah.
that?
Okay.
They thought you was an
When you
ET prop.
support Tommy
Let me
Robinson
speak
You was
to
an
you one
and
minute.
ET
Let me show
prop.
you.
you
Let
support
me show you the
Wendy.
trick they
Hold on,
played on you.
Khan. Why are you
Let me
adding to
show
the
you,
fuel?
ET
please.
prop.
I beg you.
Khan, look, I'm not gonna
Let
address
me
you.
show you
Yeah,
the
look,
trick they played on
I've
you.
been waiting to
You went
speak.
on there
Yeah.
saying to them,
Khan is right.
"Oh, ain't
Khan
Muslims
is right.
supposed to
God,
turn
here we
the other
go.
cheek and not insult other people's religion?"
And
They thought,
oh, yes,
he's trying to use our own religion against us. What we're gonna do? We're gonna do the same thing to him. So it's going to, so as a Sikh, you have to fight when the time comes to fight. How do you make that decision? So he used your own religion
yeah, and
against
he
you,
embarrassed you. You don't
which is
even
what
realize
you
how
tried to
dumb
do
you
to
are.
him, but he flipped it.
Ah, Lord have
He
mercy. All right.
flipped you,
Are
yeah,
you
like
are
he was.
you are you
You know what?
dumb? Are
You
you
know what he
dumb?
did?
Are
He
you dumb?
flipped you and he
All right.
barred
So
your bunda.
you're
Yeah,
both
he barred
highly
your
jealous
bunda.
that I
Yeah,
jumped on the
like
panel
a freaking
and I got
pussy
a
you
good
are, and he
reception, right?
barred you hard.
Right.
Yeah,
I got
and
a
I'm glad.
great
Do you know what?
reception.
Yeah,
You've all
I'm
said
sad
it.
to say this.
Right.
I'm glad they did it because I can now say how wholeheartedly you are a cunt of the highest order. You're the
Okay.
biggest
I
football
got
I've
a
ever met,
great
and
reception
you're a
from you.
crybaby
Right.
who sends me poems. Yeah, like a bitch.
Mad.
Is it? This is all you got? Is that
You're
it?
getting
Pathetic.
murked,
All right,
bro.
pathetic. All right. So end of the day, look, you've
No, you
said
can't
right.
talk
You've
bitch.
clearly, there we go again.
You speak on Hamzas, yeah?
I'm going to talk to you like I talk to your mum.
I'm asking you to talk like you talk to your boyfriend Hamza. Who can you talk to Hamza and Shabir? You know you can do it. You know you can do it. You know you can do it. You know you can do it.
Yeah, I talk
you
to
know
your
you can
mum
do it
in
because
the
we've
same
seen
way
it now.
as
We
this,
want that kind of action.
So I'm
Every
going to be
time you
polite.
jump on panels, we
I'll
want to
be
hear that
polite.
kind of niceness. We want to hear that niceness.
Oh my
Not all your
god!
mouthy
So
talk.
basically,
You're gonna
this
do
is
this.
all
You're
it
gonna
is.
do
So
that. You're gonna do
Maku
this.
is up Raj's ass, yeah, and basically so is Emzalini, yeah, he's up Raj's ass, right?
No one's up my heart. Everyone hates you. Can you not
Bruv,
see the unifying thingy?
I didn't even say nothing. Yeah.
Do you know what it is? Yeah,
And
he
I let
thinks
you
by
talk.
people. Do you know what it is? Yeah,
Go on for him.
he doesn't understand that.
listen.
He doesn't understand. 1 minute. He doesn't understand. He's done something that nobody's managed to do, which is make people not go against me. They're not with me, but they're against you. But he thinks you're with me. It just means that you've cussed people's parents out, their sisters, their wives, and you want them to back you after.
Sorry, Raj. 1 second, my brother. What Trilla's doing, is what Khan is a master at. Big up, Khan. I have to rate.
Big up, fam. You
He's
know,
a
you
king,
don't know.
the king of the deflection.
Takes one to no one, innit?
All Trilla does is fucking when he feels like when he's getting smoked and he has no other avenue, he'll just say, "Oh yeah, you're trying to help Khan, you're trying to help Maki, you're trying to help Sniper, you're just chatting shit."
That's what
He has
Trill.
nothing logical to say. Nothing. So he just deflects and tries to cause another beef, and everyone gets wrapped up quickly, and then we move on to the next, innit? That's all Trilla does.
Yeah, I've said my bit, man. I've said my bit. He can lay his grave or whatever he wants here. But
That was embarrassing, though.
you know,
man.
if you want to go to Hamza's,
Hamza's,
then don't start crying when real Sikhs start questioning you after why you going on there. Not me.
He's definitely
other
insulting
Sikhs.
us by not showing us the same respect.
And Raj, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You have a right to be pissed off, car. He tried to embarrass your people, bro.
He did. Imagine, and it's only Sikhs that's ever
I'm
been
not
on
on
there.
it, but I'm on it.
Yeah,
It's like, how can you go on somewhere? It's like,
what
you
are we
know,
doing?
how can you go somewhere and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a Jedi. I believe in the Jedi. I believe in Obi-Wan. I believe in all of these," and you can say, "Well, I'm not a Jedi, though. I don't practice. I don't practice. I
ain't even got a
like
lightsaber.
it." Yeah, he's got a lightsaber as well.
Ain't even got a lightsaber.
Shaped as a dildo. Yeah, they're like he's walking around freaking. Hey, the fast be with you. Yeah,
One
he
day
freaking
soon,
ruined.
one day
Now I know why Wimpy and Blockbusters went down. I always wanted to do a documentary on that. I need
And
to
then
do
he
a
was going,
documentary.
but I know Muslims that don't practice. And he was going to him, nah, mate. As long as they said their shahada, they're Muslim. So shut your little pie hole.
He's telling you and the other Muslims you're not Muslims, even though other Muslims of a higher standard who know about Islam are saying, as long as you say the Shahada, you're a Muslim. You may be a bad or a good Muslim. It's not for him to say that. Same with Sikhism.
Exactly.
It's not for him to say who's a Sikh and who's not a Sikh.
It's just an insult.
It's like people come on there and talk shit about Jamaica and they're Jamaican. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, what? You're trying to bring us down. Like, shush.
Nigerians saying, no, Maku, it is true.
As the age old saying goes, don't say nothing if you ain't got nothing good to say, man. Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
You do eat swamp rat. You do eat. What are we doing here?
Damaging the name.
Yeah, damn it. Setting us back. We can't get back, man. Yeah,
but what's sad is that people condoning, like, you know, trying to put batteries in the people's backs. You're like Triller. I can't stand stuff like do it yourself, pussies in the chat. Like you're trying to big him up here and you're embarrassing yourself. Be a man here and do it yourself, innit? Stop telling Triller. Whatever I think about Triller, at least he's turned up here and said it. These pussies can't even jump on a panel. But they're putting batteries in his back. Oh, drink more. Yeah, I'll do this, do that. They don't give a shit about him. They're keeping egging him on. And one day, when he gets the consequences of his bullshit, you're not going to be nowhere to be seen to back the man up, right?
Yeah.
They're all going to be gone. And he's going to be the one whose life's been ruined, man.
You don't just need to catch him and just wrap him up, because he is doing you lot a disservice, bro.
I'm mad.
Yeah, and you know what it is? I'm not gonna lie, like, you lot are good people, the majority of you. You get me?
No, but yesterday he said some stuff as well. This one bit pissed off as well. He said some stuff about I don't want to say too much about a group, or what you might call a
vigilante
called Share the Punjab. So he's saying the stupid things. I don't know what's wrong with him, whether he's out of his head or whatever, but he's gonna say the wrong thing to the wrong person. And it's not going to go well for him. I'm not saying from me.
Hypo business.
He's trying to be controversial, but it's going to backfire on him.
Bruv, he's fucked, man. When the right people find out, he's fucked.
Yeah, that's what, like, I'm not.
Yeah, really, and what is the difference between?
Did you see the video when they caught the geezer and they made him read out the confession on the phone?
Oh my gosh, that was so.
That's going to be Triller. Triller's going to be standing there with his fucking Nokia, reading a confession.
Do you know what the worst? You know what the worst is?
With his arms crossed, going.
But you know the worst thing?
Message,
you know what the worst thing is?
bitch.
But when the worst thing is when they see the thumb now, they're going to think it's ET. Yeah, they'll be like,
oh no!
I'm not too familiar with the Sikh religion,
the kidnapping video
or culture, but what I will say is that I could clearly see that when certain people see that, like, it's not even about hair or other streaming platforms like this. It's more the intellectuals, the proper. This ain't a joke. We don't ramp with our religion people. That when they see that, they're gonna have a big issue with that, bro. And I don't really think. I think he grasps it, but he doesn't really understand what he's done.
When you're talking on these panels, no offense to like the panels that we frequent, they're kind of like, you know, medium size. When you're going on someone like Hamza's Den, you got to be freaking on an A game. Yeah, when you go on there. I would never go on Hamza's Den because I know I'm not cut out for having that argument.
Who is, bro? Who is?
So, what have I missed out on?
Oh,
what did he do? Big up.
Oh, Mary Jane.
Can you briefly tell me?
So basically, Triller the Prosy Driller, I'm going to call him that, yeah, went on to a place called Hamza's Den, which is like the top tier kind of a challenging Dawa channels, yeah. You know when they challenge other religions, yeah? And it has like an average 3,500 viewers, yeah, on the thingy. So it's not small fry. And they've got some of the most kind of brutal guy. He goes on there telling them that he believes in Sikhism 100%, but he's not a Sikh.
Okay.
Yeah. Straight away, he's embarrassed the whole Sikh community, and then he spends an hour trying to defend Sikhism, and they're laughing at him, calling him a victim, and basically he's embarrassed Sikhs. That's what he's done.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
So he's done what he does over here, but on.
But he was like a
scale.
schoolboy. He was. Do you know? He actually said to Hamza, "He said, Hamza, do you mind?"
He's getting way too big for his boots, mate.
No, he was like, no, he was talking like freaking. He was on a hostage video. Oh, Hamza, can I please, whatever you want me to do, Hamza, like pouting.
Oh, wow.
So we know
Little
he can do
dog,
that. Yeah, we can know he can do that. And that's the problem. I don't mind him doing his F3s over here, but don't embarrass Sikhs on a freaking 3,000 viewers kind of thingy, and then think you can say you represent Sikhs, but you're not.
Hey, Raj, don't try that about you don't mind him saying over here. What are you trying to say about over here, bruv?
No, I'm saying that this is what I'm saying
about Sikhs over here.
All right, so let me rephrase that.
As I said,
whatever we think about, this is not a place where people are going to start kind of like, taking scalps like in that way. Over there now, they're going to say, oh, the only Sikh that went on there, look at how you understand? It's embarrassing. The only Sikh that went on there was him. They now think he's the cream of the crop when we know he's an ET of the.
Yeah, but that's what he's been doing, isn't it?
MJ,
that was like M Stacks. That was like M Stacks.
I've heard of them.
But
M Stacks. At least let me tell you this.
Darren, Ginger Darren.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's. I think something now,
mate.
Yeah, but M-Stacks, at least he's out. Yeah, but M-Stacks is proud to be a Muslim, right?
Listen, that's the video where you got Jedi in his Ninja Turtle military outfit.
Oh, yeah.
Fucks up Hamza. Yeah.
I
you
hate
ever
Hamza,
talk about man smoking weed again in your life? Another victim of that old chestnut.
I remember that. Why do you play that, man? Because I met him once as well. He's a nasty piece of work, man. I'm not saying he's
I just don't like his eyes, but yeah, when I was trying to hit him in the jugular, Jedi was like, no, just leave him.
Hey, play that video, man. Because I can't remember. That's ages ago. What did he say? You were talking, and then he accused you of being out of your head or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. While Jedi was talking to the other guy. He's quite cool still. Yeah. And Hamza was just shut up, Hamza, man. Like, fuck's sake. You know what I mean? Like, he's cool though, but as I said, he's just one of us. But now they've switched it to the online thing. That's why he knew when he said, "Oh, Triller, what do you want?" You don't say that about someone you don't know. Hamza's not no fool. Hamza watches these streams and picks up little bits and pieces and You have to be prepared.
Yeah, do you know how I know that? Because
thank you, Maku. Yeah, he knew who I was.
Yeah, and he knew he was going to have the greatest win he ever had.
Right.
And he
So
knew
again,
he was going to have the greatest win he ever had.
Hold on.
But this is what I'm saying.
Did you know Hamza's story of alcoholism?
No, but he used to eat pork. He probably drank and everything else before he became a Muslim. But I don't know.
You don't know. You don't even know his family links to some Illuminati shit.
Don't expose it. Don't expose it, because that's for us to know, isn't it? That's for us to know.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's what's out there already, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. Tell me.
Hold on. And that's what he's even said out of his own mouth. So where you're gonna find these things?
I'm nosy.
He's not on no stream. It's just
Maku. Look, as far as I know, Maku.
I'm saying the drink.
Why can't so they say don't have ammo when he's beefing?
Hold on, guys. Let's
finish.
The drink bit is significant because if he knows Triller and knows about the drinking thing, it's really gonna egg him because he's not gonna like it. You know what I mean? He spent many years trying to get away from it, just like Raj, just like a lot of people who have confessed to having a problem time ago. Yeah. And you've got it right now.
And then you have more of an adverse effect. Like when I see people drinking too much, I get a little bit.
Yeah, but now you're snorting. You're snorting your antidepressants. So
I'm not been an antidepressant for 4 years. But did I?
Yeah, you've been
Why do
snorting
you
them
take your
though.
AIDS medication?
You're not supposed. You're not
Why do you
supposed
take
to.
your AIDS medication?
You're not supposed to
50
snort them.
tablets a day. You have to
I
put
mean,
one up your ass.
you're not
Shut
supposed
your
to
mouth,
snort
ET
them,
looking
man.
weirdo.
I mean,
Shut your mouth, Prosy Driller. Shut your mouth, you
but
STD
you're
infected cunt.
again.
Shut up, man.
But your
Shut up.
sister likes me.
Shut up, man.
Maku,
You
quick
infected cunt.
question.
You
Quick
made
question.
the drink come out
End
my
of the
nose,
day, bro. I don't
He's
know if
been
you
having
remember.
50 tablets a day.
I don't.
Yeah? 54
yeah.
happy.
Maku,
64
like,
chlamydia.
no, this guy
This is
keeps
the
on
only
going at
guy,
me.
yeah, that's got
I'm
every
trying
STD
to
known to
talk to
mankind.
people.
He's actually,
Oh
yeah,
my God, here we
studied by
go.
the government, yeah. He's in Area 51, the little bitch, yeah. They don't understand how the man's walking around still with so much freaking STDs, huh? No wonder you like ET, you little bitch.
So I'm being the bigger person here, yeah. So anyway,
Shut up, you're being a bigger person.
yeah.
You're getting ruined. So I'm putting you in your place.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just
I'm
allowed to do this.
you, you little cunt.
You're just allowed to do this on this panel. That's all
I'm
it is. I'm not allowed to cuss you because I get muted.
Even Darren was just
I
relaxing.
get muted. I get thrown.
You never saw me, Galson, yeah? You
I've been
never
thrown
saw
off
me in real
twice.
life.
The nice guy right out on you.
You're the biggest pussy
in the Sikh community.
ever.
Nice guy
I will freaking talk like this,
You
yeah.
can't do anything.
I will embarrass you. You may be a
Dude, I
7 foot
will fucking
lanky
murder
piece
you.
of Dawson
I
little
will
bitch.
murder
Yeah.
you. I
You
will
might
murder you.
murder me, but
I will murder you in a
murder me. I'll
debate.
ruin your
I will
reputation.
murder you in a fight.
ruin your
I'll murder
reputation.
you in any
Oh,
scenario.
shut up.
All right. In any scenario.
You
You can't
boring
win.
little bitch.
Dude, you can't win.
There's
Anyway,
one
Matthew,
lady that
when it
He
comes down
got
to that,
schooled by
anyway,
Shabir.
Percy,
He's a nice
MJ,
guy.
Shabir's a nice guy, man. Shabir's a
Look,
nice guy.
we had a decent conversation, right? And that's the way I wanted it to be. When it comes down to it, anyway, MJ, you can check it out for yourself. It's in the private chat. When it comes down to me being polite on streams, yeah, generally speaking, when I jump on to streams, right, initially, I don't know if you remember, the first time I jumped on, and many times I jump onto your stream, I try to be polite. But obviously it can escalate.
Before you're acting like a cunt and you want everyone to forget because you're drunk.
But
Because you
every
can't remember.
time,
You want everyone else to forget, right?
time,
You're cussing at someone's mother, their sisters,
every time I jump on,
disabled and all that. The next day you want to come and I don't remember because I'm Ali Sharabi. I'm Ali Sharabi. I'm Ali Sharabi. I can't remember nothing. That is a life of a football drunk here who goes around here saying shit, can't remember nothing. So next day, I don't remember nothing, so it never happened. Shut your mouth.
Did your dad drink?
This ain't money, you little bitch.
Did your dad drink? Did your dad drink?
No, my dad doesn't. But
Your
you
dad
do.
does drink. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can't believe you. You know why we can't believe you? Because you have said, right, not to trust you. You're a liar. That's what you've said.
I told you not to trust no one,
you've
yeah,
told
apart from your
everybody
family.
not
But
to
you've
trust
given me
you.
the trust here, like I was your God.
You've told everybody not to trust you. All right.
How much people you gonna
Send
say?
me a text saying I was sent by God here. I was trying to say to you, do not put trust in me. You put levels of trust. You're at minus 1 billion, yeah?
You know
on
what
my
the
trust
biggest
level,
joke
yeah?
is, Raj?
Other
You know
people
what
might
the
be at
biggest
8
joke
or
is? That
9.
this geezer thought that he could run game on you, talking to you behind the scenes, and
Look,
in
we know
public
you're a
dissing
fan
you.
of Raj. We know you're a
That's why
fan
he
of Raj.
really thought that you was gonna fall for that.
And
And he
again,
thinks you're some idiot.
and again, you
He
seem to be
blatantly
some
thinks
sort of
you're an
realize
idiot,
that
bro.
this guy here was a
Trying to
football.
run
When he
game
called
on
me
big
4
man, you
o'clock,
know.
to be a sellout.
4 o'clock, threatening to come to my house to follow me around London. That second I knew you're a cunt of the highest order, and that's when I knew, you are the biggest football I've ever met.
End of the day, mate.
You
Yeah,
want to
it's never too late.
There's
It's never
a
too
lot
late.
of footballs around
It's
these
never too
parts.
late to fulfill that
There's
ambition.
never a football like this, man.
It's never
There's
too
that
late to
fucking the
fulfill
10
that
commandments
ambition.
of footballers floating around,
All right.
bro.
You want me to read the poem?
You're number one on that list.
I'll tell you one thing. No, I'm not going to do. I'm not going to go to the police.
Read about your
mate, all right?
poem running around London. The police won't save me. The
is
police
it?
don't save like a
Oh,
bitch.
shit.
Remember the police won't save you. What police? Team America. Team America won't save you. Save you.
Captain America
won't save you, Tommy. Let me read your poem, you little bitch. Let me read your poem.
This is how jealous you lot are.
Let's break it down.
Unbelievable.
Jealous, man. A 2-year-old could write your poem, you little
jealous.
bitch.
Absolutely jealous. Yeah, dude. Anybody could draw better pictures.
Sorry,
than you.
Trilla. Quick
Yeah.
question. Sorry.
Yeah.
What possessed you to write the poem to Raj?
Is it about a girl?
I'm being serious.
Where's the gaydar? You Mackie, you need a gaydar on
about
him.
your
And
ex-wife?
it needs to be flashing non-stop when Trilla's on.
What possessed you to write a poem to another man and
Dude,
then
I've
send
read,
it to him
I've read
4
my
in the morning?
poems online.
What?
I've read my poems online.
Get out of
No,
here,
no,
man.
that's not what I asked you. I
I
said,
can't even
take
take
this
this
shit
shit
I've read my
seriously.
poems on Illuminati. Mary J can
no. You're
vouch for
not.
that.
The poem you sent me, where the police cannot save
Yeah,
me. Where
I've
shall
read
I
my
go?
poems online.
The
Yeah.
police don't say talk to me. Where shall I go? I'm a little snitch. They won't let me go. I'm a little snitch and I
Right.
probably die.
Triller,
What
let me
about
read
that
the
poem,
final
you little
question for
bitch?
you,
About the
Triller, so it
police.
makes it
The
easier.
police is not
Hey,
going to
Triller.
save me. Where
Okay,
should I
Triller,
go?
This is
Where should I
again.
go when the
Sorry,
police
Raj,
won't
hold
say
on,
no?
Raj, hold on, Raj,
Again,
wait, man.
go on.
Triller, I'm going to make the question easier for you.
Mm.
What possessed you to send Raj an email or of your poem at 4 a.m? Let me make it more specific.
But I didn't send it 4 a.m.
Whatever time you send it to him, why are you sending another man directly a poem?
It makes any difference. Like if it was
Right.
2
I don't
in the
care what
morning
time
or
it was. It could
4
have
in the
been 1
morning.
o'clock in the afternoon.
Firstly, right, I'm sending him lyrics, right, and I've already told you this millions of times,
No,
right?
you
I've
But
sent
you thought I
lyrics
was
over.
gay.
nothing.
Right.
You think I'm gay,
I would
yeah?
have slapped
So
you through the internet.
Yeah,
if you
but
told me that.
lyrics.
but stop, Zilla. He thinks I'm gay, yeah. He was trying to do what he thought. He thought he could get something on me, but he don't realize I'm the
Wow.
straightest man alive, yeah.
You're not,
And I
though.
freaking
You're
took
not.
your advances and chucked them in the bin. That's why you're so upset now, you little bitch.
Rejection.
You wanna freaking set
Nobody's
me alight in
upset,
fire.
dude.
You
Look,
wanna set me alight in
nobody's
Southall like
upset.
a Sati,
Nobody's
like an
upset.
honor killing. You
Nobody's
remember that,
upset.
Maku? You
Nobody's
remember Maku when
upset.
he wanted to
But
set me alight?
anyway, look, just indulge everybody, right, with your great conversation skills, right? Because we know you're pathetic and useless and just a worm, all right? But carry on.
Stay
Dude,
off
look
me,
at how
man.
humble you are now. I like how humble you
Are you trying to
become.
be
I
man
like how humble you become. I like it.
I'm sure people are gonna prefer your fucking shitty conversations over
Yeah.
mine. Yeah, so fuck off.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah?
That's trying
He's trying to be civilized now, like he's on. This ain't Hamza's den, you little bitch. You know he's trying to be like
Triller,
Hamza's.
why do you keep
you
running
know.
off like that? Like I wanted to speak to you and I haven't even had opportunity. Like
Cry, baby.
Nah,
You'll
he's
be
crossed the
back.
line
You'll be
now,
back.
man. He's crossed the line. I'm telling you. I'm not going to do anything because I don't want to get involved. But someone's going to hear that conversation.
And what, Raj? You didn't cross the line when you sent your poem at 4 a.m?
Dude, man, I tried my best. I'm not even joking, dude. Yeah.
Listen, bruv,
I'm not even joking.
I'm
And
just
this is
asking,
embarrassing to say, yeah. He used to phone and I say, dude, I can't talk here. I can't do. You know when you talk to a woman, like, dude, I'm busy at the minute. He wouldn't get off the phone.
Did he say
I
please?
swear to God, he wouldn't get off the phone. So what I used to do, and I'm not even taking it. I used to put the phone on the side and used to do other stuff for like half an hour, and then I'd come back after. I didn't even hear half the stuff he was talking about. That's why I didn't know what his name was, because he probably told me when I was walking about.
That's probably why he thinks you're gay.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's my fault. I sent out those vibes, man.
He's been saying shit, and you've been like, yeah.
He probably said, Raj, I want to marry you, Raj. Silence is consent,
be your
isn't it?
sugar daddy,
Silence.
bitch.
No, I said
I'm gonna
nothing.
pay
So
for your
silence
dinner.
is silence is consent to him, yeah. So I never said nothing because I was downstairs, yeah. He said, Raj, I want your lulla,
He's been
Raj.
like, Raj,
I want
have you
your
ever been to
lulla.
Holiday
I didn't
Inn?
hear it. Then I come back up and I go, yeah, I agree with you. That's what did it, man. That's what
He
did it.
signed a
He's
contract.
like, Raj, what do you prefer, Premier Inn or Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and I probably, oh
And you're like,
God.
yeah.
I don't know. Look, I take responsibility for that dude, man, because I should have just freaking known.
What do you mean?
Man. Nah, because I shouldn't have entertained his bullshit from the beginning, man. I knew there was something wrong with that dude, man. I knew it. You know when you feel something.
You done your brotherly duty, man. Obviously, he's your Sikh brother. You got to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, but obviously he's just gone too far with it now.
You thought he pretended, did it?
He's one of them guys, Maku. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile. That's
Don't
like
say
the
he'll get
alcoholic
turned
style.
on.
They're
He'll
all
get turned on. Don't say that, man.
No.
You'll
Pause on that. Pause.
You might think you might start getting some weird
Nah.
ideas. No, I
Nah,
think
it
if he
gets
didn't
mad
drink
thing.
here, like he might be okay because I've had some good conversation when he's sober,
Mhm.
man. But
Oh,
this
yeah?
drinking, this
How
drink,
did
this
them
why.
ones go?
No, but the thing is, this drinking thing, this is why I can't hang
Mad.
around with people that drink too much. I just can't do it because I know they're unpredictable. Yeah, and I'm not having it, man. I've had that in my life before, and I don't like it. Yeah, I'm not having it. I'll just dead people like that off. Yeah, I'd rather, like I said, I'm against all intoxicants, but at least with weed, people are still kind of like sensible.
Cognitive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're still
but do
cognitive.
you want to know what the wickedest thing is? It's not even as much as it's alcohol. It's not even alcohol because there's multiple people that drink and they control their buzz, bro. They don't let their buzz control them. Triller lets his shit control him, fam, and it makes him act like that. There's multiple people that can drink excessive amounts of alcohol, and they're cool. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? He's just something like, I don't know, man. Some chemical reaction just goes off, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I was luckily for me when I used to drink, everyone said I was already. In fact, most people liked me more when I used to get drunk. I'm not lying. I lost a lot of friends. They said you're a miserable cunt now. So I was like, all right. But the point is, that was the real me, innit? This is the real me. Like the other Raj when I was drunk was a fun guy, but that wasn't me all the time. But yeah, I was lucky. I never got really overly aggressive or nothing like that, man. If I did, I would have known about it. I probably would have got beaten up all the time.
But Raj, in terms of him going on that other panel, I think we all know over here, and I think it doesn't take a lot for people to figure out that he's not, like, no one man anyways can be a representation of Sikh or Sikhism. So, you know, people are just going to see him for what he is, which is a drunk man who was part of or is part of a Sikh family or Sikh culture, but he certainly isn't living by those standards now. And I think for Triller, he needs to just allow all of that talk, focus on himself, stop the drinking, and one day if he wants to take his path back into Sikhism, then he can go and do that. But right now, he just needs to focus on himself.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, what you realize after you stop drinking, you realize the friends that tell you not, you know, I used to have some friends say, Raj, you need to stop drinking, man. Why don't you concentrate on your artwork and all this kind of stuff? And those people used to annoy me because I was like, who are you to tell me? But they were my true friends that really knew I was wasting my talent, that I was wasting my time working as a kitchen designer. And the people that, you know, wanted me to drink with them and didn't care about me not drawing or I was doing, those are the people that were my frenemies. People that really didn't give a shit about me. And this is the problem with him. There's people backing him up, telling him to keep him going, go, get more drunk and get more aggressive. He don't realize those people don't care. And when the shit hits the fan,
it's called codependency.
But he doesn't care.
Codependency. That's what addicts do. They keep in touch with each other and they, like, you know, fuel each other's addiction.
No, the people that are
no
telling
one
him
wants
to
you to
carry
come
on
off
are
your
not
addiction,
drunks.
really.
They're not.
No,
drunks.
they're not. But they're using him as entertainment. So
yeah. They find
Do
it
you wanna
funny
know
that
why?
he's
Because
doing
he's
all
allowing himself, number one, to be used as entertainment, and number two, these are also people that spoke to him multiple times about this fucking same situation. So
Yeah.
People as human beings, they have enough in it. Nobody likes not being listened to or not feeling reciprocated. Bro, someone tells me something more than once, twice, 3 times, I don't expect them to keep talking to me. And if they do, I expect them to have an attitude when they tell me some certain things. It's just how it is, isn't it? You can't sit there and act how you want to act.
100%. Because from day one, when he's been on the
Yes,
streams, I've called him out for his drinking, and I've remained consistent with that. But it came to a point where it's like, there's no point in me repeating myself because obviously it's got to be his choice to get it under control or to stop. So
and the thing is, like with Gurdeep
anymore.
here, I didn't know Gurdeep was on medication for an injury or something like that. What is the difference between Gurdeep being disabled in an injury and someone being deaf?
Listen,
what's the difference?
We all understand the parallels that
Both of them are disabilities, right? And if you're not going to mock one and then someone mocks your one, but you want to have the high ground that one's more important than the other. No, it's not to the individual. We don't know what Gurdeep's going through. You know, like he's injured.
I
and
know
stuff
all
like
about it. He's been telling me.
Oh, was he?
Up about it.
Well, that explains your.
No, I did know ages ago, though. I did know ages ago. But
Yeah,
everyone's
I knew he was like.
Everyone's got their cross to bear, innit? Everyone's got their soft
100.
spot. Do you know what I mean? So
We've all got shit going on in our real lives, isn't it? But you don't always bring your emotions to the stream. It's like if you got a job, you know, you leave your emotional baggage at the door. If you have an argument with your missus and you're going in to do a shift, you don't go in angry because you had an argument with your missus. You leave that bullshit at the door. You carry on with your job. That's what you should do when you come to the stream. Unless you're willing to talk about what it is that, do you know what I mean? If you want to open up and talk to us about your emotions, your problems or whatever, cool, we're here for that. But if you're just going to come on and take out your problems on everyone else, then no, fuck that shit. We ain't having that.
That's right. Hey, Raj, is this true? Did you mock Gurdeep for being on medication?
Yeah, I did because he was acting. So a couple of months, like a year and a half ago, I didn't know Gurdeep. Let me speak. I'd never spoken to him on the panel. He was do that same guy. I'd never spoken to him. He was just someone in the chat, and he started like taking the piss out of me. So I started like getting a bit upset. And then I said something, oh, well, why don't you take your meds? Because someone told me he's on some kind of medication. If I knew he was like disabled and stuff, I wouldn't have said it. And I apologized afterwards anyway. So, yeah, I was wrong for saying it. But, yeah, I was getting pissed off because he trolls a lot, doesn't he? Yeah. Sorry, Gurdeep. I didn't mean it. Yeah, he was calling me that
How dare you, Raj?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Gurdeep, see that laugh kind of sound like you need to be on medication, bro.
Oh, and just to confirm, I haven't taken my antidepressants for like 4 years. The thing about antidepressants, I think they're good for short term, maybe a few years to get yourself out. No, for me, I'm talking about for me, my own person. Because for years I never took them, and I went into like a real bad spiral of drinking and stuff like that. At some point, I said, okay, let me take them. Because I don't like taking medication because I think it makes I think it's like gives you a full sense of reality. I took them for like maybe 5 years, then I stopped. But I thought they were good for that time. But you shouldn't take them continuously. I don't think. I think that's bad if you get hooked to them.
You're thinking they're good for you because giving you a full sense of what's the word? Not a high.
Reality.
It's a full sense of it's happiness because of whatever chemical it triggers. But it also has to come back down when that chemical reaction runs out. Yeah, you get me? And that's what happens when the people that are depressed, they feel even worse than they did to begin with. Do you get me? And that's what I've noticed.
I mean, for me, when I started feeling a bit better, I said to the doctor, "Can I reduce the dosage?" And I slowly went off the dosage. And then I went Speaker's Corner, and then all was good. People might say
I
that
think
is
a lot of the
reason
time
why
when people are suffering from depression, it is lifestyle changes that are needed, and that could be diet, exercise, okay, finding a hobby, getting a job, just getting off your ass in general. Like, do you know what I mean? It takes a lot of lifestyle changes for that depression mood to just to leave them. So yeah, the medication might help initially, but you definitely got to make lifestyle changes one way or another.
Yeah.
I mean, I did it in combination. I had did counselling. Then I took some. Then I was like, all right, I might as well take the tablets. See how they are.
Do you know what made me depressed?
But for me, it was
fucking office job made me depressed.
Oh, that freaking
doing an office job, literally, like that shit. One day I just woke up and I was like, I don't want to get out of bed. I do not want to, and I'm not getting out of bed. And I didn't get out of bed, and I was like, no, fuck this. I need a new job. So after being signed off sick for weeks, just not willing to go. My body, my brain, everything was just like, no, you're not going back there. You can't do this no more. And then I went back to a kitchen job, and I was like, I need something physical. So rather than having that mental thing and then taking shit home and having to do reports in the middle of the night and meeting deadlines and all that bullshit, I wanted a job where I could just go there, do what I need to do, and go home and shut my door and not have to worry
do you know?
about
But
it.
my job was like it was almost 24 hours. I could get calls just to come into work because it was like overtime and commission. It was stressful, man. Like you could never have a day off. It was like annoying. And if you hate your job, man, if you hate your job, you're spending more time at work than you do with your own family or anybody. And if you hate it, it's like torture.
And
Man.
that's what I'm saying. You have to recognize the problems and then just change it. Like make whatever changes you have to stop that that bullshit of depression kicking in.
Yeah, that's the key. Well, obviously, in this society, it's quick fix, isn't it? So we're not really gonna make you or tell you, or advise you to focus on the root cause of why you actually feel that. We're just gonna say, well, take these pills and you'll feel better for 3 hours. Come back again.
It's true though. It's normally there because I remember when I went to the doctors years ago. I said, I'll just take these pills. I said, no, I don't want them. I don't want them. I don't want to be on pills because
there's literally a pill for everything.
Yeah. But at some point, if you're getting right to the bottom and then you're at rock bottom, then I'm like, okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. He's gonna get turned on. So yeah, but when you get to the end of the tether, then you have to decide, innit? Like, maybe a bit of medication might help, but don't get hooked on it. At some point, wean yourself off. Like,
do you know what it is? I get why people do it. I'm not gonna say I don't, but I wouldn't even say. I wouldn't even say a little bit of medication helps. Like,
dude, I was like you. I refused to take medication. I refused. I just said, no. It's a full sense of security. But if you're in a position where you're really down, like suicidal or whatever, and the medication is going to lift you up a little bit to get yourself back on your feet, I think that's okay. Now, if you
medication,
I was taking Citalopram for a long time, for like 5 years.
Citalopram.
Yeah, I took it for 5 years.
I think the problem is that with the services, so you go to your GP for, you talk to them, say, okay, I've got depression, or they tell you got depression, they'll give you some medication. They will then refer you to local counselling, etc., or your local mental health team at tier 1, or what they call primary care. And then obviously there's long waiting lists for that. So it's that thing of like, there's no sort of care in the meantime in between you getting that counselling, and that in some areas can be up to 2 years. And then obviously if services change or become under new management in that time as well, then it may be that waiting list just gets lost, or you get forgotten about, or you're so depressed or can't be asked in life, or burying your head in the sand that you're not chasing it up. So this is where there's kind of a shortfall in the services of what happens in between, and who's making a long-term plan with that patient in between, giving them the prescription for medication and them actually getting that counselling or therapy that they need.
But have you heard of Mind? I mean, you can get an appointment. I used Mind 3 times, and I got an appointment within 2.5 months, and it was actually like 8-9 sessions. I thought it was pretty good. It helped me.
There is a lot of things out there, but the problem is, Raj, when someone is burying their head in the sand, number one, they may not know that these services exist, and number two, they may not be able to actually motivate themselves enough to contact these services and then to engage with them as well.
Yeah, it's hard to, it's like you feel like you're in a well and you can't get out of it, but you can. You understand? You feel like you can't at the time. When you're like, everything's doom and gloom, there's nothing I can do or make a difference, nothing I can do.
Yeah.
It's just, and
then I think as well, a lot of these services is just like online advice and online therapy and online this and that, whereas some people need actual face-to-face interaction because that is what's causing a lot of this so-called depression that people are suffering. It's actually just social isolation.
Have you heard of cognitive behavioral therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that as well. That was pretty good.
What is that? The one when you flick the elastic band on your wrist or whatever?
No, basically for what I thought it was, they kind of counseling is where they let you talk. Cognitive behavior therapy is like, from my understanding, is they find out what your issues are and try and challenge you to not confront them, but try and
change your thought process.
Rationalize them. So just to give an example, say if you're scared of an ant, I'm not saying I was before it was scared of ants. They will try and rationalize with you why are you scared of that ant, and then you might spend a whole 2 or 3 sessions going, okay, the ant is not going to do nothing, and then
they use it for things like OCD and
that's
things
what
like that. Yeah. But they're introducing a lot of new therapies now, and I was told, because my friend's a therapist and she specializes in that CBT. She said they're actually stopping that now. They're introducing a lot of new therapies. So they're introducing rapid eye movement therapy, where you to think about. So basically, you think about your trauma or where, like your triggers or something like that.
Right really quickly.
And you got to like follow their finger, sort of thing, or follow an object, and
apparently,
it's supposed to do something to help the brain process it.
Apparently, when a person's walking, they automatically do that, and they're saying part of the therapeutic effects of walking is to do with that eye movement.
Okay.
Apparently, when you're walking, you automatically do it. Yeah, interesting. Good stuff, man.
Do you walk about? I hate.
I've got a treadmill.
No, because my cousin, he's got a treadmill. My cousin across the road is.
You actually go out and walk, not look at
the wall. I do. I've got a mate that I go walking with.
To the car.
No, I've got a mate that I go walking with. I go on big walks.
Okay.
I've got like a heart rate monitor.
You're walking with Eunice. Oh, go on. Taking it to the next level now.
Gay dogging. No, I allow it.
No, but listen,
romantic walks in Hyde
when you
Park
do things with other people, if you learn about, you have to learn about all this during when I was at uni. When you do things with other people, you're more likely to stick to it. We've got an agreement that we're going to meet up and we're going to do X, Y, and Z.
It's true.
We're more likely to do it.
I said before, I went
X, Y, and Z or SCX.
I went gym for a year and a half. It's because I had somebody. I used to have somebody that used to go gym with me. He used to just pick me up, and I couldn't get out of it. Some days I didn't want to go. He said, "Raj, I'm going to be there in like 10 minutes."
Yeah.
So I had to go, and I agree with you. It does. Because I would
of course. And you got to have a network. You got to have a network of friends for all different things, because not everyone's going to want to go on a 2-hour walk.
Raj, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Raj.
Certain people are good for certain things.
Do you think when people go to the doctors with depression, it'd be better if they were to be given a gym membership instead of antidepressants?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt if you exercise, it 100% makes you feel better. There's no doubt. But it's getting to the point where you start the exercise, the push. Once you start it, it does make a difference. But
they do that. They do that.
The way people listen to their doctors, though, I feel like if the doctor was to say, "I'm prescribing you a 16-week course in the gym, go there, tell me how you feel when you get back, and if it helps, then we'll give you a year's free membership." Boom.
It's 16 weeks
100%,
they give you.
100%, I think it's a good way to kind of motivate people.
The GP, you can go to the GP now and get 16 weeks free.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
16 weeks free gym. You can get it.
Yeah, but for what? Like, why is it going to prescribe that
if you've got depression?
Really?
No. Yeah.
Amazing, man.
No, I don't believe you.
All right, I'll research it and I'll send you the.
Bring it. Because in my day,
I can find out if it's true, anyways.
But you know what? It's not just any gym. It's the thingy gym, the government gym.
Oh, they got tabs.
Like the swimming pool where they got the gym with it and that.
Oh yeah, because that.
But you're not going pure gym. Get that out of your head.
But remember, that's all being outsourced now to all them companies.
Like GLL and all that. Yeah, but they still do it.
All that bullshit.
Yeah, they still do it.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem is not necessarily the ideas about how to tackle it. It's the individual feeling like they're in a black hole of kind of despair. You know the word despair. If you've been in despair, you'd understand. It's like you don't think anything,
hopelessness.
and it's
Hopelessness.
hopelessness.
Sounds
And
like
it's only
turmoil to
afterwards,
me.
when you're in that position, it is evil, man. It's horrible. And it's only when you get out of it and you look back like, wow, like you got out of that. But I've been in that position, and it's very hard to motivate yourself when you think everything's around you is nothing.
Unique said, you only get that 16 weeks if you're overweight.
Gone, you got
She's joking. She's
gone.
She's trolling. She's trolling.
You got 30 weeks. 30 weeks.
Trolling. You can't lose weight.
24 months and
That's why Khan's being guide, Jim.
You can't get him free for a decade.
The doctor was like 16 weeks, and he goes, no. We think we might need 30 weeks. Khan, did you get 30?
months.
I used to be a lot bigger. I used to be like 25 stone.
Oh wow,
I got myself down to like I got myself down to 17 stone.
Oh well done, man. Well done. Well done, man.
20 fucking
25. Do you know how I knew how big I was, Mzalini? Because I bought my kids Nintendo Wii, and when I stepped on the balance board, some red light come flashing on the screen, going, "You're too big for the Wii board." And I was like, and I went and checked the weight limit, and it was like 25 stone. I was like, no, I can't be. Yeah, but I was.
I've been to 18 once, and it felt horrible. Felt horrible, man. No offense to fat people, I find it horrible being fat, man. It feels horrible.
No, but that's good though. That not being able to tolerate it and going, "No, I can't."
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable.
When you get those people that embrace it and then they're blaming eating 6 portions of fish and chips a day.
The thing is, I know what it feels like to be thinner and in shape, and it feels good. And when I put on weight, it feels like you got extra skin on you, extra baggage, and it's horrible, uncomfortable.
If you ask all overweight people, I don't think none of them are like content being overweight. I think
no, they're not. They say they are. They're not.
Yeah, like they're not, because it like Ron said, I can imagine it must not feel that.
Dude,
great.
Everything is difficult. Like just walking about, finding clothes, just everything is uncomfortable. And so when
finding clothes or hose.
No, don't go down that road. Don't worry about me. But basically, just everything is difficult. Yeah, just basic stuff. It's just so horrible.
I've seen a couple of them weight transformation video things. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie about it. Like, I do give them obese people the utmost respect. Yeah,
but Mussolini, a lot of them's lies, isn't it?
Not
they go and have a gastric bypass,
bro. Listen,
yeah, they get gastric bypass, but they don't tell anyone.
No, listen. You see, like when I hear that they probably do, but I'm not stupid enough to watch them ones and think they're legitimate. I'm talking about the ones where you see a day-to-day fucking vlog for like 2 years, bro. Yeah, you get me. And you literally obviously sped up in it. You get me, but you can see the majority of the work they're putting in. You can see like the results of.
No, you still have to put the work in.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. No, I hear what Khan's saying. A lot of them get that gastric band, and that's the beginning of their journey, and then they obviously carry on.
Yeah, and then they switch
a lot of them
keto
can't control
diet,
the eating, so it doesn't matter how much exercise and that they do, because they can't control the diet. Then that counteracts any exercise they're going to do anyway. So once they get that gastric band, that automatically is going to limit then what they can intake. So any exercise they do is actually going to benefit them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Whenever I see anyone that's really, I'm talking about above 25 stone or 20 stone, and they say they're happy.
You don't sound like haters, man.
Yeah, I would say that I would say that they're lying to themselves.
No, it's a cheat, because it's an easy way for people to stop being greedy, because basically like that shit could kill them if it busts in their stomach, isn't it?
Yeah, but then what happens is the fat fuckers fucking break through it because they're fucking they're fucking greedy.
No, do you know what they do?
If they do, they end up in hospital.
They get Big Mac meals and they put them in blenders and drink it with straws.
Yeah,
bro.
Crazy.
I've heard about their gastric band.
I saw one video of this woman. I think it's called it's like the TLC where they do these weight shows.
She used her stomach.
Dude, she was using her stomach as a table. Like she had the whole thing, like she had like a Coke can on there. She had I'm not joking. The meal in the middle, the fork on the side. It was like a full stomach table.
Hey, I seen a woman on that program that was so fat she had a belly on her forehead.
Yeah, I know. The two sisters.
How the fuck have you got a belly on your forehead, bro? There's nowhere left for fat to accumulate. It has to go on your forehead.
They call the 700
No,
sisters.
I don't get this.
No, seriously, they're very
Mad.
famous in America
MJ,
now.
if you see it, you'll die.
Yeah, they're very famous in America now.
I
They're
see
actually
when
quite funny.
I see when and the woman was like to her husband, "It's your fault I'm fat. You made me like this. You did this to me." And the guy's just standing there like, "Bro, what are you talking about?" Yeah, like, you can tell she's properly like, you get me, emotionally dependent of that. But she tried to tell him
blame her.
he made her like that.
Blame her. What about the guy who tried to sue McDonald's? Remember that? That was a real life thing, you know. A man tried to sue McDonald's. Guy, McDonald's made me fat. Yeah. People are just blaming anyone.
Yeah, but one thing I realized about America, their size of portions are just
they're ridiculous.
Yeah. Let me show you. So I'm not making fun of these sisters. One of the sisters has lost a lot of weight, and she's now had a kid. But the other sister, she's not really lost too much weight, man. They're actually very famous in America now. People freaking love them. Yeah, she's got like a no one laugh, please, because it's not cool to laugh at fat people, man, is it?
Only a little bit.
Show the screen. Show the screen. And do you know what? Yeah, I don't want to be rude here. Do you know all their boyfriends are black?
No,
This girl, every single boyfriend she's had is a black guy. Yeah, here she is. Let me see another picture of her. So you can see here on the top, she's got like this fat growing on their forehead.
Mad.
Yeah, here's another one. Look. Now she's lost a lot of weight. This one. And she's married to.
That is not just overweight. That is inbred and incest, bro. Yeah, I don't care what no one wants to say. That's not just obesity. That is not just obesity.
She ate a whole baby for breakfast.
So she's gone thinner now, and her sister's there. They're actually pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. They had one of her going to the pool. Yeah. Oh God, I don't know how she got in, man. And she's always blaming everyone for her weight. Like she doesn't take responsibility. That's why she hasn't lost.
She looks like she should be in Men in Black 5, bro.
Right. Like that arm, it just doesn't even look like any part of a human.
Yeah. Where's her boyfriends? I'm gonna show you the boyfriends because their boyfriends are always
the smell that she
Why,
was
Raj? Why?
I'm showing you. I want to see what your. Not all of her boyfriends are black guys. Here's one of them. That was one of the boyfriends. This is the other one. He was kissing her. He told her she can't lose weight. He told her he's one of those guys that loves fat women. And he forced her.
But check the forehead though. Check that forehead.
That's mad.
So the family, the family.
Actually pregnant.
Raj, any idea where these guys are from?
They can't.
Boy.
I bet you're fucking happy you're not black now, innit?
ADOS.
Yeah.
Black on the inside, fam. Black on the inside.
I don't hear you claiming Africa now, bro.
Reparations.
So both of these guys, were one of those. You know the guys that like really humongous women.
Yeah.
So they were getting upset when she was losing weight, so they kept on feeding her, and then the family got involved. I don't get it.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that to
someone
someone?
to do that to them, right?
Yeah, because you
can't love
literally
someone
like,
and
okay,
fly
it's
out.
one thing to have a fat fetish, but to put someone's like health at risk like that's ridiculous.
If you're size 26 or bigger, I'm talking about you, wifey. I want to fly out the girl that needs to buy 2 seats. These guys are into very heavy women. So that's the same guy that's with her.
Oh no.
He's fucked up.
Anything under 300 is disrespectful. Like, I understand that it's nice to. It's like,
Anything under 300.
So one question: how much money is he making off his
That's what I was
YouTube
just
channel
gonna say,
promoting
MJ.
this chick?
That's
I
why. This is
Because man's looking kind of fly, but she's just.
I was just gonna say, listen, do you think them man are with them gal there for no reason, bro? Yeah,
No,
it's
I do think they
disgusting.
truly.
It's disgusting. Don't get it twisted, but they're not gonna be there for fucking just to be with them fat fucking trollops. I'm sorry, bro. It could be. I could be wrong.
No,
but I very
there's
much
guys out there that like
very
this
much
kind of thing.
No,
Yeah, these
right,
guys.
I hear that. I hear that.
And those women have probably got a short lifespan as well.
You get me?
A man probably had COVID because he's lost his sense of smell.
Like, can I ask you something as well? Hey, Rod, see them women, they're from like down South America, right?
Yeah, they're like Mississippi or something like that. I don't know what it was like.
Mississippi.
And it's boiling there.
Them niggas in it for a check. You get me?
No. Seriously, these guys are seriously like overweight women. Like they want them to be as fat as possible.
It's a reality show. It brings women. The more they say that, the more people are intrigued to see what they're doing. Like, do you see how it works? This is why the day and age we live in is trolling and fucking sensationalism. Just say some
Some
wild
of these
shit,
fat women
have a
are
wild
making-
fucking clickbait headline, and guess what? Everyone, even if they know the video's bullshit, they're
So
gonna
what you
click
saying,
it just to make
Mzilini,
sure
that these people
the video's
can't find
bullshit.
love? Is that what you're saying?
It's a
You're
game.
saying they're not worthy of love? Is that what you're
Donny's
saying?
what, bruv? Donny, what?
You're saying they're not worthy of love? these
Why are
women?
you taking it personally, Khan?
He's like, that was me.
I wouldn't say they're not worthy of love, Con. I'd just say they're not worthy of love by me.
She could have a good sense of humor. She could be funny.
No,
I bet
she is
she's a
funny.
fucking
She is
great
funny. It's
cook.
not that. Yeah, that's why she's
Bruv,
quite
she
famous
could have
now.
bed sores.
No, they do. They
Not
have a lot of.
necessarily. I bet some of them have though. Yeah.
No, she has. She has a lot of infections underneath the legs and stuff. So
Oh,
she's
mate.
going to hospital
Oh.
because she's not moving around enough.
She could let off odorous smells for no reason. Like,
I
mean, the sister,
Literally,
She'll be growing mushrooms behind her knees.
Yeah, the sister lost weight and she had a kid and stuff. So at least one of them is doing well. The whole family's fat though. Every single one.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen
Yeah,
them.
the brother, everybody, all of them had gastric bypass.
you talking about that spam forehead mark, Spiff?
Yeah, they're all.
She had no
they're
pretty
all
face,
thinking.
bro. She looked like a pug on steroids. That should have been
Cabbage Patch Kids and that.
What's the
She's
pug?
actually
that little
no,
dog in Men in Black?
when you hear her speak, she's actually quite,
she does look like that.
no, but when you hear her speak, she's actually quite sweet. So it's like
Rod,
when you hear her-
Rod, shut the
Rod,
fuck up,
falling
Rod.
for her.
Shut the fuck
Not that I want to do anything with her, but she's quite
Rod,
sweet.
simping for her now.
I know.
I'm super. Imagine if I go on only
Sliding into her DMs.
Only fans.
My nose could hit.
No, I'll be
spots.
honest with you, I don't like fat.
Your man can never
No, I'm going to
reach.
be honest with you. I don't want to sound out of order because I've been fat as well, but I really detest fat. Like, I don't know what it is. Something about because
Now,
I've
there's
been
the
fat
difference
myself.
between fat and morbidly obese.
Yeah.
There's a difference, bro.
Yeah, whenever I put on weight, I just hate the feeling. Like right now, I put on weight, I need to lose weight. I just hate it. I don't know how people cope with being morbidly obese though. It must be so difficult.
Yeah, like what is her actual quality of life? Like, does she even get out?
She's getting dick. She's doing better than
She's
most
having
people.
maintenance.
Is she? But how much of it is she actually getting? Like, how much can he actually get in there? Can he find it? Or does he just like use a dildo? Like, fuck this, I can't be asked.
I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to be crude. I was like, no. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, truthfully, like, what can he do? Like, she's so huge. You don't know where the like. She's got so many flaps. You don't know where the
in it.
The
You
layers.
need someone to help you. Yo,
Too
bro,
many
hold
layers.
this.
He might be doing it. She's like, dude, you're in my armpit.
Yeah, no,
And he's
trust me.
like, shut up, bitch. I'm putting in the work
I'm
here.
still getting.
She
I'm
may
not
not
gonna
even
get
know
my
what
dick.
sex feels
He
like.
said, shut up, bitch. So we got-
Shut up, bitch. Even of a donut.
Yeah, she'll probably. I mean, she was in hospital for like 6 months because she had like heart problems. So she'll
And as
die
well,
if she
yeah.
doesn't lose weight. Yeah, I mean, the
As
doctor.
fucked up as it's gonna sound, yeah, I don't even give a shit. Them motherfuckers are probably in that for the life insurance, bro. Yeah,
Yeah, them hustlers.
She probably
Well,
Remember
to a
some
degree,
Ashley T
Zilini,
flex, bro.
because you got to ask how much life insurance would she get?
lot.
Like,
Well,
what
imagine,
insurance
you know,
company is
Ashley,
even going
innit?
to take her on?
Huh?
Like, you're
a
going to
lot.
have to
You
pay
know
an
Ashley.
expensive policy, innit?
There's
Ashley?
always a
Ashley
company
P.
willing to give you a
Mm.
Oh,
policy.
Ashley P. Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
just
Do you remember
how
he was chatting on a live and then some fat bird past the camera naked? Do you remember that?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, what was that about?
you just have a high
Ashley
quality.
don't give a fuck, boy.
That was her. That was her, man.
Yeah, that was one of them.
What?
Yeah, I
Like a
have to admit,
cloud in the
you know when
sky.
I went
Remember
LA, yeah, I went LA, and do you know like when you
Oh,
think about
boy.
Los Angeles, you think about you're gonna walk out, it's gonna be like Baywatch. I'm not joking. A lot of them are very out of shape in America. I was quite shocked.
Yeah.
I thought everywhere you'd walk, you'd see like beautiful people. Even when I went to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, everyone was fat or old. Like there was no. Very rarely did you see. I think you see more in shape people in the UK, like when you're walking around London.
Yeah, even in COVID, I used to see people jogging.
Well, where did you go, Rod? LA.
Yeah, LA. Yeah, I was in LA. I've been there twice now. So I thought when I went there, because I thought it'd be like, you know, Baywatch. Because I went to the beach, they're all fat. I thought I couldn't even look at it. They were like, it's just it's like
What
in America.
beach did you go to?
I went to Newport. There's a place called Newport Beach.
That's probably why, mate. I've never heard of Newport fucking beach in my life.
That's a very famous beach.
You should have gone to Venice.
No, I was too far away from that one. But
That's what I'm saying.
Even at LAX, I had to go to LAX airport, and you have to drive through Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. Like you would, I was expecting to see very kind of like, you know, in shape people, but most people were just fat or old.
Yeah, that's true.
Very rare. I mean, sometimes and the other thing was there was no. I was shocked. There was hardly any kind of black people or any other groups. It was like mainly white, Chinese, and Mexican.
Yeah.
That's another thing I read.
You have to go Compton.
Yeah, I asked, but they banned me from there, didn't they? They banned me.
From content.
Yeah, because the Mexican driver, because then the guy's quite
Crenshaw
wealthy,
and them place there.
and I said,
Big
look,
fee.
I said it's quite boring around here, man, because I was just sitting around in the sun. I was like, dude, can you take me? He said, I can take you, content, and I said, hey, take me somewhere good. And then when he asked the people that flew me out, they banned him from taking me. They refused to let me. Said I'll get killed. I'll say something wrong.
They know you well.
Yeah, they know me well because I say they know I got a bit of a mouth in it. They said, Raj, you go down there, you say the wrong thing to the wrong person.
Wrong color turban.
They don't
as
know
well.
you. Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble, innit?
If you wear the wrong color turban, it's peak for you. Man.
Oh yeah, I went there with a red turban.
What up, cuz? What up, cuz?
You rolling seat, cuz? You rolling seat? You rolling seat,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird place, America, man. I would not want to live there. I tell you, before I went there, I always thought LA was a beautiful place to live. But when I went there, I was like, freaking, I'd never want to live there.
This is the illusion of the television.
Yeah. It's totally
it does to everyone, man. And this is.
You know what? I do like a comparison. It's like a beautiful Ferrari, but when you sit in the Ferrari, there's no chair, there's no steering wheel, there's no.
You just have to get out. You just have to get out for yourself and see things, bro.
Yeah. When I went, and dude, the transport is horrendous. Like I'm talking about, if you don't have a car, you're screwed.
Yeah, you're fucked in there. Yeah. You have to have a car in there.
Yeah, otherwise you're gonna have to walk, or you're gonna have to get someone that you know has got a car. It's really bad out there, man. It's not. I mean, they got hardly any trains, no kind of like good transport and stuff. It's mad.
Do you see when you look at it? Yeah, everywhere that TV convinced you, is nice and beautiful, and the majority of the places, you get me, and everywhere they taught you that it's fucked up and whatever. If you really look at it, it's the other way around.
No, I'll be honest with you, it was beautiful. Don't get me wrong, it was beautiful.
No.
To look. Everything was.
What I mean when I say that,
I'm talking about, like, the lawns are all mown. Everywhere you went, it was pristine. But the way the country is run, the way LA is that, I mean, you're looking at, like, there's no transport. The gun, like, gun stores, there were freaking bullets being sold in thingy. The kind of like healthcare is in a mess. Just generally, the place was a mess in kind of the way it's been run. But it looked good. It's like they spent all the money just preening the trees.
Exactly.
That's how it looks like.
It's an illusion, bro. It looks good, but it's really fucking shit. That's what I'm saying. It's the illusion. But you've got the illusion because what you've seen over the years. So
don't believe the hype of LA, man. Once you go there, I went there twice, and I'm just when I went back to London, I appreciated London so much more when I went back, man. Freaking heck. I was like, wow, like we got
the richest, most powerful country in the world with all these fucking resources and that, where you got the highest jail rate. You got the most fucking.
It's insane over there.
Like, it just doesn't make sense, and you get what I'm trying to say. But
and the police are like freaking military. That's the thing that shocked me the most. The way they behave is like they don't behave like policemen. They behave like soldiers.
Yeah, that's because most of them are ex-soldiers.
Yeah, it's like a police state. I mean, I met one, and he allowed me. We took a photo with him, and he was the only normal policeman who's a Mexican dude. The rest of them are freaking arseholes, man. Like proper. Like you got up to them to even ask a question. They look at you, they're gonna freaking blow your head off. And that's in the posh area. Imagine and that's in Orange County, where it's the richest people. Imagine what they're like in the poorer areas.
But not being funny, bro. Yeah,
MJ's relatives, isn't it?
You're an Asian guy with a turban in America.
I think you
but even when I did something, I wore my
different connotation.
Yeah, like it's not like Larry going up to Ox where like the nearest gas station is. It's not. They had to have the same. Do you know what I mean?
No, but it's not.
What's your name? I thought your name was Harpoo. No. Living.
No, but I'm saying the way they walk around here, sir. The way they walk around is like the police state here. Now, if they're doing this in rich areas, what are they doing in poor areas? Because they're walking around like they're freaking gods around there. Like they got
all
a massive chip on their shoulder.
All by design. Listen, I see a video of two guys fighting with knives. I think Fed shot both of them.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! I saw that as well.
I see the next one with a woman.
Yeah,
I can't remember what she done. Or she had something like a rock or something minuscule, bro. They smoked her. Like their whole ethos now. It's always really been that, but like now it's just.
Do you know the one with the two? So
basically, I can get away with saying that there was some sort of threat. I'm going to kill you here.
No, the story is this here. You know the two guys that were the knives. So there were two down and out people fighting with knives. They're trying to kill each other. So do you know how the police dealt with it? They killed both of them.
I know.
Seriously. Like you're trying to stop. So two guys were fighting each other with knives, right? Yeah. Now the way the police dealt with it,
They surrounded them and freaking shot them. Like, you ever seen RoboCop when they're shooting RoboCop in the beginning? They start shooting them. So their solution was to kill both of them rather than just stop the fight.
You could just let them do that to each other.
Yeah, yeah. So they killed them. They were saying, you can't kill each other. We're gonna kill you. It's like, how does that make sense?
Bro, listen, beat them, innit? You get me? Yeah, like if you have to, you shoot them in the leg, innit? You get me?
Yeah,
Bro, taking their fucking life, like come
They
on.
freaking shot them. Like there was a guy with a shotgun. I think it was a shotgun. Another guy with a gun. There's another one with a guy. He had a petrol. He was gonna chuck the petrol bomb,
bro.
And they just shot him dead. They could have just like shot him in the leg and he would have fallen. No one was even there to get hurt. They could have just shot him in the arm or whatever. I don't get it, man.
Do you know they just passed a law over there? Yeah, like the other day that basically said if you've been incarcerated, and you get exonerated or you're found to be not guilty of what you was in prison for, do you know that they don't have to let you out, innit? They don't have to. They don't. No. You know, they don't have to let you out, even though like there could be DNA evidence saying that Sniper Raj, MJ, they did not they did not commit the crime. They weren't there. Yada yada yada, and they're still allowed to legally keep you in prison. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, the American their prison complex is basically a business. This is the
passed
problem.
that about 2 weeks ago. I think it was just after that gun thing or before with the Texas thing.
That is mad.
Literally.
Yeah, there's another video of a guy.
These are the things, sorry, Raj. Last point, like go under the radar, quickly because everyone's looking at everything else. What's going on? You get what I'm trying to say? So
yeah, American their police force needs to be basically retrained from the bottom upwards. Their solution to stopping something, like say if you got like with the two down and out people, two people trying to kill each other. Oh, you can't kill each other, but we're going to kill you both.
Yeah,
how does that make logical sense?
Yeah, it doesn't. But again, it's the same as saying you've took a life, so we're going to take your life.
Oh, James is in the chat. Is that James? James.
So, have you guys heard about the guy that died after getting tasered at Chelsea Bridge?
Yeah, that was mad.
He didn't die after getting tasered. He jumped off the fucking bridge.
Well, he got tasered, then he jumped.
Yeah.
Well,
So
like, how did they? Why did they not? Because I've seen the video where they tasered him. The man's rolling around the ground and that. So, but I haven't seen like where he jumps into the river. So, how did they allow him to jump into the river after being tasered?
Because you can't touch him. You can't touch him while you're tasering him, and he's getting up.
There's multiple videos of police officers doing that. It's the funniest shit ever. Trust me. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, big up James, man. Has James been back? James.
Oh, he was around yesterday, chatting bullshit, being racist.
Was he? He's black though.
Well, within reason.
You know these. Eritreans roll, man.
All right, so let me just say it how it was then, and you can tell me if it's racist or not. He was just, how can I describe it?
A nigger?
No, Salini, no. He was just being a dickhead because of my colour in it. Simple.
He's always been a dickhead. He's the only person I threatened to kill in this YouTube thing, but I kind of get on with him now. But the first time I wanted to kill him, I said I was going to meet him at a basketball at court and break his legs. Like, I don't normally say that about people. So yeah, he has a talent of freaking bringing out the worst in you. But I actually get on with him now. I think he's all right now. But I remember the first time,
what the fuck, bro? Jump on and I'll tell you what the fuck.
Yeah, he has a tendency to do that to people. Oh, he's cussing white people then. No, are you going to leave this stream up? Are you going to leave this stream up, Maku?
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah.
He won't be cussing white people. He would just, I think, said that. Did he say MJ didn't vote for someone in a thing, and it was? What was that about MJ?
No, exactly? He said that I shouldn't be speaking about Shakara because of my color.
Oh, racist.
Oh yeah, and I think he said that Shakara would have been more upset that you was white than that you voted against him or something.
Yeah, some bullshit like that.
What do you mean voted against?
But he's not wrong, Shakara. He's a bit like
yeah. I think he's
no. But here's the thing. Is like I feel like James is that kind of person that clearly has an issue with people just because they're white. I've spoken to
James the
Shakara
opposite.
enough.
James will
I've met
idolize white
Shakara in
people.
fucking real life. What are we doing here?
No,
Acting
James
like
is a
Shakara's got a
coconut.
problem with people
James
just
is a
because they're
coconut.
white. I think Shakara is intelligent enough, and this is my opinion yet again, and I will speak on it regardless of the fact that I'm a white woman. I believe that he is intelligent enough to be able to differentiate white people and what he would call the white man.
No, he don't. No, let me tell you something. I like
wrong,
Shakara.
Well, I don't
He's
know.
just enough
That's
of a
my
gentleman.
opinion.
He's just enough
He
of a
doesn't. He
gentleman
sees
to
you
be
as
able
white, man.
to interact with people
They're
without
all
letting
white
his
devils.
politics get in the way. That's all it is. But
No,
in a
that's
political
rubbish, man.
sense of the world, trust me, him and his wife would roast you.
Roast
I've
you.
spoken to him and his wife. What are we
No,
talking
thank God,
about?
but yeah,
They're
we've
just
been in
being nice
places
to you.
together.
I don't
Like,
know
what are we
why.
doing? Man?
Yeah,
We
but
know
at
each
least
other
they
in real
have the
life.
social
That's what I'm saying.
intelligence to be able to do that, to be able to
All
put
I know
things
is
aside and have conversations with people and not bring up their
Shakara.
color as part of that conversation.
No,
Yeah,
Two sentences in yesterday, James decided to bring up my fucking
No, but I
color.
have to say so.
Yeah?
Look,
Shakara wouldn't do something
he's
like that.
trolling. He's just trolling.
He's trying. Think about him, yeah. He's a coconut, little older James. So I can't imagine
Oh,
him
mad.
being against white people. Like he's a coconut.
No, I
Right?
don't think. I don't think he's a coconut. I don't think
He is a bit
his love of
coconut.
white people is unjustified.
Yeah, he looks up to the white man, not hates the white
I don't think he
man.
likes white people just because
Yeah, I
they're
heard he
white.
loves the Queen and that still.
Nah.
Hey, speaking of white people, did anyone
He
see
used
the
to use
video
Fair
clip?
and Lovely.
Yeah? Shut up,
Fair and
Raj, I'm
Lovely.
talking.
Oh,
Did anyone
Fair
see the
and
video
Lovely,
clip,
yeah.
yeah? Of fucking Dr. Umar Johnson moving to the white thing.
Yeah, that's not real. That's fake.
What do you mean? How do you know? How the fuck do you know?
They got photographs of fucking Tom Cruise.
Oh, fuck. So what does
chatting
that
to
mean,
Uncle
Khan?
Mike
So
on the high
Khan,
street. Like
Khan,
they got the
Khan.
technology now.
Brother.
You were told about this the other day, Khan. Stop shutting
Brother.
everything down.
Brother.
Stop saying
Brother.
no. Stop saying you're wrong.
Like,
What do you
why
mean
do you love
told? I
telling
don't
Hear
people
what people
about
are
I don't take
saying.
guidance
Hold on, wait,
from
sorry,
non-Muslims.
Khan,
Like,
listen.
understand?
If you
But I
got
was
genuine,
told.
wait, Khan, listen, man. If you got genuine evidence or proof, cuz, to go against what I'm saying, then fair enough, bro. I'll listen. But if it's just your fucking opinion, fam, I want to fucking hear it because I've seen a picture with Dr. Umar talking to a fucking white woman, getting her number in the middle of a shopping center, being recorded, bro. Yeah, and on top of that, not even just that. Here's the kicker: the
But
person
isn't he
the person he looks up to the most, Frederick Douglass, his ancestor, great whatever, can marry the white lady as well.
I need to go now. Isn't his motto all holes are a goal?
No.
I'm only joking. Sorry, Mary. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I'd go on a bad note, man. Anyway, big up to everybody.
Big up.
And James Jones jumping on. It's been a pussy hole.
Pussy bitch. Get it right.
No, I like James a lot. I really like James, but obviously don't agree with him on certain things, like him being an atheist and whatever. I think that's just a cover, though. I think a lot of people say they're atheists because it's cool, and it's like, you know, the era of atheism. I think a lot of them. I don't think they're being honest about their position on that. Yeah.
So, Khan, why didn't this debate happen?
Which debate?
Bro.
Me and Meso today.
Bruv.
I was ready. I jumped on. I said, I'm ready. I'll do it now, I said.
Nah, man.
So, why didn't it happen?
What do you mean? I just told you I was ready.
Yeah. You're telling me you were ready, but I'm asking why
But you
did
want me
it
to
not
think
happen?
for other people. I can't do that.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can
Put your
anyone
own
tell
hard
me?
work
Can
in, innit?
anyone just give me a simple answer, Rani?
I can't think for other people.
It's like trying to ask my son to do the dishes. I get a whole fucking explanation as to why the dishes ain't being done
was
for
trying
the
to pick his
past
own
2
judges.
days.
He's trying
Like,
to pick his own
can we
judges,
just do it? Can I
don't
just
know.
have an answer?
It looked like you were sulking.
Oh, no, mate.
All right, forget it. Is
Why
it
are you shit
happening?
staring, MJ? What are you trying to find out? Ask the direct question.
I was. Oh my
defensive,
God! Did I not ask a direct question? I
I
asked.
said ask the direct
why?
question. Ask Michael why he kicked me off the
did
panel.
Because you're chatting shit, man.
Why don't you ask him? Why don't you ask Matthew that direct
He knows
question?
that, man.
Well, it don't make a difference to
He
me, does
asked it
it?
bare times.
So
He
why
made
bring it
every
up
excuse
then?
under the sun.
I'm
Because you're
asking
asking
why
And
the
then
us
he
a
tried.
debate
question.
didn't happen,
Are
and
we
you're
going?
talking
Is
about
this what?
Matthew.
Oh
He
my
just
God!
came
Are
back
we
You
with
going
just
to
said you
amnesia.
involve
showed up for your debate. So what's
in a
Matthew
circular
kicking you off
argument?
the
This is
panel
actually a
got to
circular
do with
argument.
you
Got to
showing up
do
for
it.
your debate? Make
Exactly.
it make sense.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Someone's going to kick me off the panel, but yeah, I'm still debating.
So, okay.
Have you ever
When were you
debated
kicked
before?
off the
I
panel?
told you, king of deflection. I told you, man. I told you, man. I
Tried
told
to
you.
use yesterday's behavior to get out of today's debate.
But but he showed up for his debate today, but it didn't happen. But you
I just
can't
happened to
explain to me
come
why
home,
it didn't
put
happen.
YouTube on, and I heard Jedi going, "Come on, Khan," or something like that. So I just jumped on. I was like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
What? What? I don't understand.
Right. So it happened or it didn't happen?
Sorry, did I miss a question? Sorry, repeat.
So did you have your debate today?
No,
Why not?
because Meso didn't prepare based on the fact that I said originally that I wasn't going to do it because Maki kicked me off the panel.
Oh yeah. I hear you. So because you were in your
But you're
feelings
making out
last
like you don't
night,
know none of this. Like it's really irritating.
but
You know all of this.
it's true. No. To be fair, the last I seen was obviously when you was in your feelings last night in the chat, and then when I tuned in quickly today, I seen that you and Mesa was on the panel, and it's like you guys were trying to get debate started, but I couldn't listen in for long, so I left, and I wasn't sure what happened after that.
I said I would do like a 1 hour presentation, and Jedi said to him, like, go away and just do a quick 1 hour thing. And he was like, nah, I want to do it properly. Let's do it next week. And I said, you know what? Well, these lot already agreed to postpone it to next week in my absence. So let's just stick to that.
So
And
he
then we
wasn't
was just
prepared
talking
today
over the...
because last
he was
night
in
you
the
said
chat.
it wasn't happening.
What
I
is he
hear
talking
you.
about?
So what?
I could be in your absence when you're in the chat.
Well, yeah. I was in the chat. Absence from the panel.
All right, Khan, whatever. Yeah,
All right, cool. So next week,
Sunday,
then.
man. Next Sunday, yeah, we got this. We're gonna have this.
Exactly.
Cool.
It's not even a biggie, man. I could have done it today.
I hear you.
But I want Meso to kind of like put his best foot forward and have a good experience at
I
debating.
want to debate. I'm going to ask Shani if she'll do.
Let's do the vegan
before...
one. Me and you, MJ. Let's do the vegan one.
Oh, bro, listen.
Nigga ain't even
You
gonna
show
turn
up for your debate next week, and
But,
then I'll schedule that
listen,
debate with you. Yeah.
Listen, your man.
Let me see your debating
Your
style.
guy was the one who
under
disappeared
your
off
wing.
the face of the earth, and he ain't even been back. So don't
My
make out like
guy,
it was me.
you ain't my
You're
guy.
vegan guy. You're vegan guy.
Both of you, man.
Yeah,
Listen,
man.
I don't know what you done to defense. You know.
Both of them went
Bruv,
missing.
listen, they've sent that search party. He's looking for the guy. He's missing.
I'm telling you.
He's gone.
No. He did. He popped back in the chat at one point. He was about.
All right.
Then he just
But you know what it
disappeared
is,
off the face of the
MJ?
earth again.
I'm scared the same thing's gonna happen with Meso. Because he's like, yeah, you're wrong. I'm gonna go away and do my research. And then when he gets halfway through his research, he's gonna go, oh shit. Actually, Khan's fucking right. And then he's just not gonna bother finishing the debate and coming in. And that's what happened with defense. Defense must have gone away, thought, yeah, I'm gonna prove them wrong. Done a little bit of research and thought, oh shit, I'm actually fucking wrong. People have died from being vegan. Do you know what I mean?
So is the debate about veganism or vegetarianism?
What, me and you?
Yeah.
I'm against any type of restrictive eating plan.
Okay.
Right. So whatever one you want to bring, I can argue against it, to be honest.
Because I think my stance is more of like I'm against eating dead animals, but I don't see such an issue with us using animal products.
Right.
So
and
that's kind of how I live my life. So that would be my stance, I suppose. But I could do vegan if you want to do vegan. Like, I don't mind doing that. I could definitely argue for the vegans.
Could you?
Yeah.
Well,
and I have lived a vegan lifestyle, and yeah, I know about all the ethics of it as well, like what it means to be a true vegan. So yeah, and I can obviously pull up examples, so I can do that.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, that's easy.
All right, we'll see.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Anyone else want another? Anyone else want a piece of the thing?
Well, listen,
the
as I
reigning
said,
champion?
show up for your debate next week, and then I will schedule this with you because I ain't scheduling shit until you show up.
I know it's hard work. It's not easy doing a PowerPoint.
Get your first one under your belt.
Light work, fam.
I will need some time, to be fair, just because I'm busy at the moment. But yeah.
All right, cool. Whenever, innit? I don't know how you're gonna. To be honest, when you learn about debating, they do teach you that you should be able to argue a point that you don't even believe in.
Yeah, it's true. But I do believe in it anyway, so that's
so
cool.
then that's double bubble for me. I get to beat you twice.
Sorry?
I'll get to beat you twice.
Pause.
Yeah, pause on big pause.
Where's security?
You are the security. What are you trying to for?
Oh shit!
All right, where's my dad?
I was in the kitchen, MJ. I was going to show you my Tipperary glasses I got from Ireland.
You showed me already.
No, they were the Galway ones.
Oh, okay.
I got some Tipperary ones there.
Oh, you're getting a whole collection. Brother, I'm telling you, you need the Waterford crystal.
Got to come with something. You got to walk with something.
No, but listen to what I'm telling you, Khan. Right now, let me tell you something. Right now, okay, if you put the crystal on the set, like compare it to butter, okay. Right now, that Galway crystal and that what would you say is Tipperary crystal? That's kind of like having
Country Life.
I can't believe it's not butter and
Life even,
clover, right?
Yeah, or Anchor.
You need the Waterford crystal.
Yeah, but I'm not on that level, man. Who's gonna come with Waterford crystal for little old me?
No. Because let me tell you the
washed up,
disrespect.
man.
Let me tell you the disrespect. Let me tell you the disrespect. Every Irish household has Waterford crystal. It's a standard. Okay,
Yeah,
that
what
kind
you
of
mean
shit
in
that you
Ireland?
have
You
there,
mean in Ireland?
that's for the tourists. Okay,
Yeah.
So the fact that like she's Irish herself, like that's just you know what I mean. That's just not
You
right.
got to remember that MJ,
It needs
these
to be
people are
Waterford
like two
crystal.
generations removed. Like,
Yeah, so you need to teach her,
don't
innit?
know. I teach
If
her
anything,
about her
you need to. What you need to do is next Valentine's, you need to buy your missus some Waterford crystal.
I need to buy her Waterford crystal. Fuck that.
Yeah.
What do you want to go to Ireland as well?
I'm sure you can order it online.
Can you? Oh, okay. Think about it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, crystal's a big thing over there.
They love it, don't they?
Yeah.
Like you buy me whiskey glasses. What the fuck am I gonna do with whiskey
It's like
glasses?
as a kid, you know when you're getting them weekend jobs as a kid, right? It was like you're either going to the sandwich factory or you're going to the crystal factory for a job.
What? Sandwich factory?
Yeah.
What's that, like Cheesecake Factory?
No, sandwich factory is literally where they make like pre-packaged sandwiches. And
then it's a real
them out to
factory.
the shops and that.
I get ya.
Real factory, you know.
Is that like a tourist attraction in Ireland or something?
No, it's where they take the school kids, isn't it?
Like, really?
You know, we have bring a parent day or whatever. Your parent has to come in and talk about their job. They just all go to the factory.
I did Cyprus.
Oh, do you know what? I tell you, Cyprus is a completely different lifestyle.
Go picking potatoes.
I told you about
Horse
Cyprus.
and cart.
Bro.
Yeah.
Well, I see people coming home at lunchtime and they don't go back to work in the afternoon. I'm like, what are you lot doing? They're like, oh no, there's the morning shift and the afternoon shift. I goes, what? And like, everything's like that. They're like, yeah. I goes, what, school as well? They're like, yeah. Like, you're not taking a fucking piss. No wonder nothing fucking gets done out here.
Because it's too hot, man.
It's too hot, isn't it? It's too hot.
We're doing stuff in the middle of the day. Like.
Yeah, but a lot of times their day starts earlier as well.
And most of you are European, so you burn up, man.
Burn up, shrivel up. Shrivel, you die. Lobster.
Malignant melanoma, more like.
All that shit.
Malignant melanoma.
You better build yourself a cave.
Proper things. That's not a mole.
A Neanderthal cave. Paint it white as well.
You think it's a mole and then you're dead.
They're living good in Cyprus, man. Cyprus is a mad place. Cyprus, yeah. Anything you think of grows in Cyprus. Anything. The soil is so fertile, it's mad. They got
Even a
tobacco,
moly.
you name it, they got it, bruv. Anything you can think of, it's mad.
Man.
You make a lot of money in Cyprus growing shit.
Bare moles everywhere, looking like fucking moles.
They got thingies as well everywhere, like big fat cockroaches. Hate them.
What? Cyprus cockroach?
Cockroaches, yeah, big fat cockroaches, man, running around the house. It's mad.
Pause.
And then they got crickets as well. You know, crickets, they don't shut up. They make so much noise.
Yeah, man. No, yeah, the crickets you can get past that, but cockroaches in the yard, that's a whole.
Yeah, man. And the snakes as well. They got snakes out there.
You're just making like man not want to go Cyprus, right?
Bro, I'm just saying to you, just recognize how blessed you are in the UK, where we've got no kind of like.
The biggest problem with spiders.
Yeah, the biggest problem you're gonna have is like some house spider without teeth. Cyprus is different.
So basically, man needs a hazmat suit to go Cyprus. Yeah,
A gummy spider. Yeah, what are you saying? The Jupiter spider. Got dentures in it. No thanks.
Notice that she ain't been back anyway.
That's the dresser. Yeah, I noticed.
Didn't she come back to Rose Triller?
Did she?
Yeah. She's like, where's Triller? He's coming over there chatting about me.
I bet she's made another stream about me since then.
Really?
Depends on if she's got anything else to get on with.
She ain't got nothing going on.
Nothing, innit?
No.
Ain't nothing going on.
But she's got a new mixtape coming up.
She's got a new what? Mixtape?
Yeah.
She sorted out a Christmas album.
Grot bags.
New LP.
Called Blind Rage.
No man with no finance.
Oh, fucking hell.
If you got a J.O.B., if you gotta be with me. Romance with no finance.
I sorted that on my playlist, something, Spotify. Yeah.
What possible playlists could you have?
Bare playlists. I got,
even interested
you name
in
it,
that?
I got it. I got R&B, got hip hop, got jungle.
You got
time.
House and garage. I've got one just for the gym.
It already sounds like
I've got one
smash
for
it.
the car. Nah.
Man said now 51.
No way.
now 49.
No
way.
Yeah,
What, you think man don't know about
Seems
music,
for the
bro?
ages.
He's joking,
ABBA.
man.
Man's
I like a few ABBA tracks, you know.
Let me tell you
I like
something.
a
See
few ABBA
YouTube,
tracks.
right? YouTube have pissed me off. I think
ABBA had their
YouTube.
time, bro.
I think YouTube have changed the algorithms or something lately because usually, like, I get all the recommendations of mixes in it of like Red Pill Trio, Magical, all that, and usually, like, it'll be all of their songs and maybe some of the family, whatever. Anyway, last week I must have put on one mix and it was one Red Pill Trio song and the rest was all like commercial bullshit. I went through the whole playlist. They were giving me stuff like 50 Cent and all of this crap. I'm just like, not a 2-pack. Like, okay, 2-pack's cool, but why is he in the playlist for Red Pill Trio? I don't understand.
Well, you've got to listen to their playlist. You can't take like tracks out.
MJ.
Yeah, I can. But you know, it's those recommended mixes, innit?
Sometimes they make them up for you.
Do you know what happened, MJ?
And they're on point.
They just put together songs that you kind of play like regularly or over a period of time that they think you play the most. I've got barely like.
I don't play 50 Cent.
No, I hear that, but somebody on the computer or whatever. But like one time, I see one YouTube music mix, and I'm like, they're all my bangers, but I've never made this list in my life.
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
like,
what I'm saying. Usually, it's all the bangers.
Yeah.
But this time, it was just all mixed up into something else. Algorithm bullshit.
I think YouTube's reading people's brainwaves, fam.
I think Facebook started that one off, innit?
And do you know why I say that? Because you see, like we've all done this. We say something and it pops up on the phone. You get me? I think we pretty much know that one.
Yeah, that happened to me, bro.
No.
Do you know what I searched on Google? Why is my laptop so loud? right? And there's like 3-4 videos that I looked at. Something about like run your hair dryer through the fans and change the settings so the power ain't that high, blah de blah. 2 days later, now I'm on YouTube. I'm seeing recommended video about fucking how to change the loudness of the fans on your laptop. I was like, nah, these lot fucking
that's standard.
Taking the piss.
Yeah, no. But Con, I think like we kind of known that one for a good little while now. Like once you say certain things, it's gonna pick up. But this is what I'm saying. Go one further, bro. When you ain't said shit and you just thought about shit, bro, yeah, and then you see it on your fucking timeline, that's scary.
Yeah. But that's where all of this AI comes in, because this artificial intelligence is being able is about being able to predict people's thought process.
Yeah.
So it's like and all the data that they collect from your phone. So that could be that you recently got paid, and this time last year and the year before you bought a pair of trainers at this time of year, or some bullshit like that. Do you know what I mean? So they might start showing you trainers at this time of year, or just some random shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Like we don't understand the amount of data and intelligence that they are actually picking up from us on a daily basis.
Yeah. And how important it is, bro, as well.
And then even let alone then they use like other consumer data as well. So it could be like that whole thing of, okay, you've bought that particular pair of trainers, so now they're going to recommend a certain hat to you because other people that have bought that pair of trainers have also bought that hat.
Yeah, I see one documentary one time, and the guy basically said, "Just listen. If people understood how valuable their data and their information is, they wouldn't like move a quarter of the way that they do, like with their presence. But it's like they don't understand the value of the information that they're putting in and they're giving to these people. Like, they understand, hence why they pay other companies tens of billions of millions of pounds
to do all kinds of research and bullshit. Like, Zelini, some of the stuff I've seen is scary, right? So for a start, it's like any kind of database, and this was just in a small charity, right? So this database, we could see, we used to send out like a monthly newsletter. So within that monthly newsletter now, because that's all connected up to the website, etc., I can tell every member who has received that newsletter. I can then tell when they've opened the email. I can tell when and if they've clicked on the actual link to the newsletter. I can tell if and when they've clicked on any links within that newsletter. And what that then does is that tells you like your busiest what time of what period of the week people are most likely to open that email as well. So then you know, okay, most people open it on a Wednesday, so it's better that I send it out on a Wednesday. Like all of this kind of shit. Now the next thing, there's a company called Nielsen, and they do a lot of shit. So they give people like these shopping scanners, and you scan like basically everything that you buy in your household in it. And that's their way of like doing consumer product research of like what certain households are buying in it. So it might be like, oh, single parents are buying these kind of items, bigger families are buying these kind of items. Hold on a second, Ty.
It's just a data game, man.
But then the other thing that they do as well is so in America, they go by what people are watching on TV. They'll also put sensors in people's houses to watch how they react to certain programs as well. And then they've got an office over here where they literally go there. They put all of this brain, like all these things on your head in it to basically scan your brain activity. I can't remember what they call it. And then they'll get you to watch their ads, but they do this stuff beforehand where you're following this dot around the screen. And they're monitoring your brain activity as you're watching this dot, and then they get you to watch the advert, and then it's like they're monitoring your action as you're watching the advert. Like, there is so much bullshit that goes into that that people do not understand the levels of this. From the colors that they like, how we react to colors, how we react to sounds, just all kinds of stuff.
You know what? Yeah, I'll never forget it. I was like 11 or 12, and I said, I remember I was talking to you. I was like, adverts, like they don't really work. I think I saw an advert for something and I was like, this advert is so stupid. Like, who's gonna fucking buy this? And the person turned around and said to me, they said, listen, people don't spend millions and millions of fucking pounds on shit that don't fucking work. Like, you might not see what they're getting out of it, but they're not gonna keep, and you basically said they're not gonna keep throwing money at something that doesn't You get me? They might do it once or twice, like, cool, you wasted £1 million, didn't work. When you see people constantly throwing 1 million, 2 million at a 30-second clip, there's a very, very, very strategic reason behind it. You get what I'm trying to say? Once you understand that, you just understand how a lot of this shit fucking works. And that kind of premise is based for the majority of things. That's how I look at it anyway. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, it's like cool. Even with the advertising or right now on YouTube videos and Snapchat, you can't watch a video without getting a 5-second video. Like if you've got a proper Snapchat profile, like MJ had a profile when I was watching the videos, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna have adverts on it. You can't get past them. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So even if you're not trying to see it, you're gonna see it by default.
Yeah.
But somebody's paid
Subliminally,
Snapchat.
it's there.
Yeah, they've paid. Here's X amount of money. I'm gonna need my advert every 5 seconds on X amount of videos, and it's just like, yeah, man. It's just analytics, numbers, strategy, marketing. You get me?
What goes into it is crazy.
Yeah.
And even and it's not only adverts. There's certain programming where all of this kind of psychology goes into it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Because for me, I can't speak about it too much. There's a company that I'm doing some stuff with at the moment and have been for a couple of years, and their adverts. Because for me, I'm always trying to look out for what's the psychology behind it. In it, what is it that they're trying to how is it that they're trying to capture people with these adverts? And the only thing I can say is, for me, it's always the music. It's always catchy music, and that's always my feedback to them as well. Is I like the music. The rest of the adverts, whatever, in it, but I like the music.
I would say as well, it's the social. What's the word I'm looking for? Like the social norm or the social error, as I might say. Like for instance, in the 70s, it was all about like the chuckles and the giggles, the stupid adverts, and you get me, like the
based around the happy family and all that type of stuff.
Then as you got to the 80s, it got more a bit eccentric and a little bit more like we can push the boat out a little bit. Then you got to the 90s where it was just like, all right, fuck it, we're here now. We're gonna start seeing some crazy shit on the advert. Then you got to the 2000s where it's like, we're going to try and make you think now. So the adverts are not going to jump out at you straight away. It's going to be some shit and you're going to think about it and you're going to be like, oh shit. You get what I'm trying to say?
That's when they start trying to tug on the heartstrings.
The maddest advert I see, was the new KFC advert with Anti-Up on the soundtrack. And you know what the last word is on that, innit?
Yeah, that fool.
At the end, then he goes, N-word.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, am I watching fucking TV? Is this for real? Like, are they taking the piss? Fucking KFC as well, of all people. It's like, nah.
But again,
I've never seen it since then. I just seen it
once. That's mad.
The majority, or one of the biggest things, is to try and, if I shock you, you're going to remember it. Whatever it is, you're going to remember it. No matter what, whether you like it or whether you dislike it, if I shock you, bro, when you see this, it's gonna burn a picture into your brain. You get me?
And that's what they want, Salini. Exactly, they want you to, number one, remember it, and they want it to evoke certain emotions and feelings.
And guess what? Zellini's gonna go to MJ and Carl and say, "Did you see the advert? The advert was mad, you know." Then you're not gonna say no. You're not gonna go look at the advert, and then so on and so forth. Like,
it's true.
And then obviously, like when you go through the 2000s, you get to the 2010s where it's outrage marketing now. Like, cool. We're gonna put something we know that's gonna piss people off, but guess what? It's gonna get us more revenue in the long term. So we don't mind taking the shortfall loss. We'll lose out for a year, 18 months. You get me? 3-year projection. We're likely to triple ourselves, quadruple ourselves, and that's kind of where we're at kind of now.
Definitely,
actually, yeah.
Like, but yeah, it's
there's no such thing as bad press, innit?
Yeah, they really ain't. They really
unless
ain't.
You're Amber Heard. She's done that here. She could not spin this to be positive in any way.
I haven't followed any of that, so I have no idea what's really been going on. Like, I don't keep up with celebrities at all. So
someone tried to tell me
she's a whole new name to me, to be honest.
No, someone tried to
she
tell me
done him, for being an abusive partner, but she done it in England. The judge apparently was related to someone in the Murdoch family through the Sun newspaper, who were the ones that published the article. So they were like invested in seeing it go through, sort of thing. So she won, I think, 7 million out of him.
No, she won 2 and he won 15.
No, the first one. So the first one, she won 7 million, and she said, "I don't even want his money. I'm donating it all to charity." So then she become this figure of battered women like all around the world and
But she
that.
didn't donate it though. She kept the
Yeah,
bread.
and she didn't donate it. She kept the money, the bitch.
Oh, right. I heard
So then
about
Johnny
that,
Depp
yeah.
was like, "Nah." Apparently, she wrote some article, or she got them to write some article where they were proper slating him, and he'd already lost like the Disney contract with fucking Pirates of the Caribbean, and then no one was giving him work. Everyone was running him down, slating him, and he's like, "But I ain't even done nothing. Like this bitch is fucking up my life." Yeah. So he then decided to take her back to court for defamation of character. And he won, basically, because he
Oh, so
proved that
that's
she
what
was
that whole
lying.
thing's been
She had an
about.
affair with Elon Musk. She had an affair with James Franco. She was having threesomes in his flat when he weren't there. She was like
Little
coked up all the time. Like, just mad shit. That she was a compulsive liar. Like, it just, I think
I ain't gonna lie.
Mzilimi said she got awarded 2 million.
I just see 2 Hollywood actors, bro, and a fucking court. That's all I see. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
It was a civil court, though, innit? It ain't even proper court.
It could be 100% true, brother, non-scripted. I just ain't even got time. I just don't really give a fuck. And
To me, it just looks like a TV reality series in court.
Like, my brethren posted something the other day, and I just had to be like, brother, like, are you alright, fam? Like, what the fuck is wrong?
No, man. Like, I don't know. As a man, have you ever been like involved in domestic violence? Because
Yeah,
I
I've
have.
actually
I've had women, like,
Yeah,
try
but
to
was
swing
your
for me.
story all over the homepage of YouTube?
No, what I'm saying is like the thing that she said to him, because apparently she threw a bottle at him, it's shattered and cut like his finger off. And then he was like, "What the fuck?" And she was like, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're a man. Like, who are you
Well,
gonna
such a
tell? No one's
problem
gonna
for getting
believe
with
you."
crazy bitch, innit?
Yeah, but like she was like
Crazy bitches out
getting
there.
recorded
Deal
without
with it.
realizing, saying that basically men can't do this. Men cannot like say anything against women because women will automatically be believed.
Bro, we spoke about this the other day, bro.
Yeah, it's that age-old narrative, innit?
Spoke about this the other day, fam. Yeah. There's a reason that a 5'5" woman thinks she can talk to a 6'5" man.
Cocaine, innit?
It's not even cocaine, bro. It's just because they're in society. There's not even a simp thing. It's just you have in this society, bro. There's unwritten rules, bro. And one of them is that you don't hit women, cause innit, you get me. And with that comes a lot of social stigma if you happen to do these things, and maybe even an arse whooping if you did it to the wrong girl, bro. But regardless, no one's gonna see your side or you in any sort of good light unless they feel like your life was in some serious danger. And even then, you still get people that are like, "Do you know what? You're still wrong for doing that. I don't care if you tried to shoot him 7 times. You should not have threw her down the stairs." Like, what? Like, what are you talking about? You get me? But I just think that the whole narrative, is just like. No matter
No,
what,
I hear what you're saying. That's the
you know what I'm trying to
parameters
say?
that we're working with, isn't it?
Yeah, no matter what. But I think the problem is a lot of women, they know that and they run with that. Hence why they do these things. Like, and I said the other day, if 2 men are arguing and I talk to another man in a certain way or vice versa, we both know there's an underlying chance of violence erupting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? So just out of respect for each other, you get me, and real men, like you don't really push it in a certain barrier unless you really want it to go there for whatever reason. You get what I'm trying to say?
I know.
With women, it's like they'll just think they can punch a man in his face, scratch up his cock, do all sorts of shit, and you can't do nothing, and you have to take it because you got a penis, bro. Yeah, you have to sit there and humble yourself. Like, nah, B, nah. You get me? Well, speak for myself, and shit don't work like that. You get me? And this is someone that's got girl colors and all that. You get me? So it's not even that angle I'm approaching it from. But at the same time, like, we need to keep same levels of energy, and we need to keep shit equal around there. If you know you're not physically as strong as me or whatever it may be, then bruv, just simmer the fuck down. If you don't like what I'm doing, move from around me, and vice versa. But you thinking you can physically have an altercation with me, like, it's not really gonna. It's not the way forward, man. It's not the way forward. Bro.
Myself personally, I would say I would never ever hit a woman, right?
Yeah.
But I would not let her know that.
No, but
I'm not gonna let her think that she can hit me and nothing's gonna happen.
No. I hear you. I hear. Sorry, MJ, real quick. I hear you. But this is the thing about human. I'm gonna say women, but it's humans in general, bro. Yeah. And I'm saying this about children a little while back. The problem with telling a child, like, or a child knowing all you're gonna do is shout at them or put them on timeout. Yeah, the problem with that is that after a while they realize no matter what the fuck I do, this is the maximum punishment I'm going to receive. Same principle with women, bro. If you get into a certain amount of arguments or a certain amount of heated altercation, whatever the fuck it may be, they kind of it's a human thing. You kind of know, all right, cool. This is where this person's willing to go with this. They're not really willing to take it past 7.